Who introduced you to Counter-Strike and how old were you?
I think no one. I just
Who introduced you to Counter-Strike and how old were you?
I think no one. I knew about 1.6, then I started playing alone, then with my colleagues from school, and that's pretty much how I started.
I think my friend introduced me to Counter-Strike. We were in school and he gave me his account and he said like try to play CS. I launched matchmaking, started playing, I enjoyed it, and then I bought CS on my account and that's it, CSGO.
My brother did when I was 3 or 4, I'm not sure which one, but it was CS 1.5, I did the tutorial.
It was my big brother and I was like 6 years old, I think.
I think the first version was Condition Zero actually. But the one I really played a lot was CS Source. So I think that's the one that takes the crown in that regard.
I would say my brother, when I was like 5 or 6, I just spent my time behind him, watching him playing, so yeah, my brother.
Do you still play with him?
No, he's not playing anymore. He's like very old now, he has 2 kids, so 3 kids. So.
I'm actually not sure if it was my dad or my cousins, but I was like around 5-6 years old, and I grew up in my childhood with playing CS with my cousins and stuff like that. So yeah, it's always been a natural thing for me to play it because it was always cool to play video games with the older kids.
I think I was very young. It was my uncle, and I just saw how he was playing, and I think I started to play like this as well.
I know this game by myself because I play a lot of FPS games, so I reached a lot of information of Counter-Strike, and I know this game. I played it, yes.
My brothers introduced me to Counter-Strike, and I was like 5-6 years old, I think. That's when I first started like being able to play on their PCs.
All right, do you still play with them every now and then?
No, I haven't played with them in a very long time, sadly.
Yes, I don't remember how old I was. I was very young, probably 8 years old or something. But it was my cousin, who's much older than me. And that's the first time I ever played. I believe it was 1.6. Yeah, it was 1.6 most likely. But I didn't start playing or didn't want to get the game immediately. A couple years later, I saw someone else play it, and I was like, oh yeah, I already played that game, and that's where it started.
Okay, who introduced you to Counter-Strike and how old were you?
Alright, so my brother introduced me at Counter-Strike. I remember I used to like to do everything that he did before, and he always had a computer and I didn't have, so we like shared a little bit of a computer. And every new game that he started playing, I always wanted to play with. And I think I was kind of 10 years or less, like kind of 10 years when he first played CS, and I was like crazy to play with him. And I think the first time that I joined CS, like I didn't have any account. I played in his account, but the first time it was like 10 years.
So I'm born in 91. I started at 10. 2001. I don't remember the version, maybe 1.5 I think, or end of 1.3, 1.5.
Counter-Strike Source, and I don't remember, but like when I was 6 or 7, something like this, so very long time ago.
CSGO 2014, something like that.
That was Source, but yeah, I don't know, maybe like 2012, 13, yeah, around that.
I played 1.5. I was playing Jailbreak. You remember Jailbreak? Yeah. And now CS2.
Yeah, it was like Source. It must have been like, I would probably say like 9 years old or so yeah.
CSGO, maybe 2018.
It was 1.6. Yeah, I don't know. 4 years old it was 2008, 2009, something.
It was CS Source, and I was like really young, like maybe 10. It was in Serbia, like in Cyber Coffee.
1.6 and probably 2006 or something, 7.
This is bad. I'd say 1.6 as a year. I'm gonna go with 1999.
1.6, I think it was 2007. This was the GOATed game.
What was the first version of Counter-Strike that you played, and what year was that in?
It was Source for sure, and it was I don't know the year, man. It's like 15 years ago. I think it was actually 5 or 6 when I started trying to play with him, right? Yeah, I think 2010. Then I was 6 probably. So 2010. That's a long time ago. It was just before CS:GO came out, I remember. So yeah, I had a lot of fun in Source, just playing for fun back then.
Hello everybody, we are back with another episode of All About the StarLadder Major. Myself, James Banks, I am your host throughout all of this. And over there is my co-host, still joining me in person, still alive somehow, as we hit week 2.5, I don't know.
It feels like every day you get more and more threatening towards me.
What do you mean?
No, I'm just joking. But yeah, it's fun to be back together and be in the same room and do this kinds of stuff. Obviously, a lot has happened since the last time.
Yep.
And yeah, it's going to be exciting to kind of break it down.
But let's start looking at our first teams that struggled here in the stages. And the first one is a team we were very positive about, FlyQuest.
Yeah, they were my kind of team that would surprise people. Unfortunately, they kind of surprised in the other direction in this stage. They were, non-existent until essentially the last map where they got a little bit of a groove on overpass against Astralis, but otherwise, they didn't show up at all. And, they talked about it, communication wasn't working, things weren't clicking, frustration was growing as they were playing the games. And, you can understand that, especially with how well executed stage 1 was for them. So yeah, a disappointment, I would say, but they played some really hard teams in this stage.
Next team we need to look at, MIBR. This was a team we expected to maybe win that opening game against Imperial.
I didn't.
Okay, you didn't, genius over here. But I mean, these guys, I'll be honest, are worse than when they were full Brazilian. This is not good. And Kicker said on the interview that for them right now as MIBR, they had a month of playing together, of understanding each other, of trying to get together, and, well, guess what? None of it came together. If I'm MIBR as the organization, this is a worse performing than the Austin Major. You've got an incredibly talented player like Insani, whose time you are wasting. I like Kicker. I don't really know Kvem. This is the first event I've ever seen or spoke to him at. But I would say this ain't it. This don't work. No. Go back to Brazil, go back to what you know best, because this is complicated and confusing and it wasn't worth it. You didn't pull off a Furia and pull Kvem out to be like God tier Molodoy. You're not going to get that from every single player, you try and work with. But Insani now has been too long on a bad position, trapped on MIBR, when he is in a position to do better than what he's in right now. But in my mind, I was thinking, okay, MIBR versus Imperial, they've got some history. It's technically a Brazilian derby. Oh, you know what? We're going to get a close, crazy game. And instead, we got this. Imperial just were on another level. Try. Still fantastic, by the way.
Yeah.
Now we've got to talk about probably the biggest disappointment of the major so far, Aurora. This was a bomb out beyond belief of what I expected. Now, maybe people had them going 3-0. Maybe people had them rated higher because of what they did at Bucharest. I'll say this is a disappointment, but I was not surprised. Because you look at this team and you say, Bucharest, how they nearly lost that final. They looked like they were crumbling at times then. They looked like they were mentally broken at times. I found out, and this is now a fact, I found out and confirmed it, they had a performance coach for a while. They kicked him, and now they're trying a new person. So the first performance coach they had for their entire career, they didn't have one in the past. Okay. They only got it since Aurora's come in. Didn't work out for them. Now they find themselves in this position. This is a team going through turmoil. And I'm a big Major fan, but some of these T-sides were terrible. They are an easy-to-read team. They are not a super complicated team. Zontaros can drop off sometimes. Their mental seems to break at times, but it's like, you beat M80, you lost to FaZe, you lost to Parivision. Parivision game they definitely could have won. And then this Astralis one, they had it. They were 7-1 up on train. And they, by the way, first time they won Nuke ever against Astralis in the 4 series they've played, or this is the 5th series they played. This was in their hands.
I mean, you shouldn't be able to lose from that position, if I'm all honest. You have 70 rounds already. Astralis has won even if, as it went, Astralis come back into that half, 7-5 is extremely good.
Yeah.
Like, it's unbelievably good. And I think that's a big problem, right?
And he's getting older. It might be time for him, in my opinion, maybe to look at he becomes the IGL. People probably like that as much, but let's bring in maybe xCloud again. They used him in the past. He's had his time to grow as well. But it does seem to me like I would expect a change coming out from Aurora. Do you sit as a way of like, I want to make now a flashy system because you came from a system style CS? Does that work for your players right now? Like, how do you manage all of this, man?
It does work for my players, but it needs to be adjusted to their needs, right?
Yeah.
Because otherwise, they're not going to be comfortable. And that's the main goal at the end of the day, that we are trying to be in a system that we are all agreeing with and we are all on the same page with, but we are also comfortable with it, right? So I think comfort for us is a big thing. And I think the hard part is that this team is like young in a sense that like John just joined like 2 months ago, 2 months and 2 weeks or something.
Mm-hmm.
And we need more time to get more on the same page. So it's not perfect, but we are getting there.
With how you want to do things with timing and the system and the future as well, is the Liquid management got your back in terms of that vision, giving you enough time to explore it and to go through it in the best way, right? Like to have a chance to grow as a team finally?
Yeah, I am always clear and transparent about the situation, and they are too, and we have a good understanding of the situation, and they are patient, I guess.
Don't give them a chance, boys. They are struggling. I took a pause because they are scared as hell. Listen up, play carefully. We all understand the situation. The timer is working in our favor.
Yes.
So
what does it mean?
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, this pause was we had 3-0 control on overtime, and when you are playing, you think that you're playing against robots. They like sometimes when you are young, you like experienced players like Nico. They understand that guys also like have pressure, but I always tell them that time goes for us because when you had lead on the timing of round, because we control by every second, first timing, second, third, and they need to do something to us because we have advantage in score. Yeah. I talk it like a positive moment of the game. I call it some, you understand the calls?
I mean, it's like, if you guys would rush, you would give them the best thing they could possibly have.
Yes. Because we know everything.
Bring back their mentality. The slower, the more every second that passes, the more pressure build in a player, the more likely he is to make a mistake.
As more timer goes to second part, it will be more stressful. And these pauses, also after pause, you don't want to go fasting.
Yeah. It's the obvious.
Against Snappy. I understand. It's also after, for example, after 1-1, they rushed us on B.
Yeah.
I thought maybe I should take pause, and Bilchonek dies on B rush. And after that, why I need to use the pause to control B rush? Yeah. Of course, in another next time, I will take pause and say them. Now is important moment. They have 1,500. We will control what they can do, what we will do. We win this round. Boost economy on 2-1, on 3-0. We have 10K. Let's play.
First game, Mouse Parivision.
Mouse.
I'm going to go Parivision just because Daston hyped me up. Might be slightly delusional, but that's where I'm going. Imperial Mongolz. Mongolz.
I'll say Mongolz, but I think if Imperial has a chance to win a game, it's this one.
Okay. Spirit Liquid. Spirit. Oh,
I'm
what?
50-50. I'm 50-50. I don't think Spirit have looked that good.
Nah, bruh. But they're not losing a best of one to these guys. I'm sorry. Passion UA G2. G2. Vitality FaZe.
Vitality.
Huh? Vitality?
Yeah.
They have shaky first games at majors, even the ones they've won. I'll go FaZe.
All right.
Pain 3D Max.
3D Max.
Pain.
Okay. You just want to be anti here.
No, I believe in Pain for the best of one. Fury and Navi.
I'll say Fury.
I'll say Navi. Bait Falcons.
I'll say Falcons.
I'll say Falcons because you persuaded me with the group stage thing. But I do think Bait have more of a chance than people might give them credit for.
Yes. I mean, last was it last major they actually beat them? 13-8?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But obviously that was a long time ago. And I just think Falcons coming into the major, having all this mentality, we're great in group stage. Like, they have shown that they can stumble. I still think they're just going to go to playoffs, no problem. But I do think there will be a bit of, ooh, up in the air and all this kind of stuff as well, you know, so. And the guy who said, lol, Navi over Furia, dude, I am always coping on my team. I always think that they're going to do well.
He picks Navi in every situation.
Everything, every time. I'm never not picking them at all. Thank you very much for watching our third special episode of the All About StarLadder Major Budapest. It has been fantastic. We had some live interaction. We had Daston dropping bars. We had Zipnix giving us the insight and Flashy going through the emotional roller coaster that he went through on all of this. We are nearly there. It's the top 16s. It's the best part of the major. Before we get to the playoffs, there'll be more crowd in there. There'll be more hype than ever. Don't miss it.
Bootcamp is taking place in Belgrade, Serbia. We are here in Radisson Hotel and we'll be here for next 9 days, practicing and preparing for major.
Right now we're here in a bootcamp in the city of Belgrade.
Our bootcamp before the StarLadder Budapest major is taking place in Hamburg, Germany. So we have the facility here full time to be ready for any bootcamps of our players.
Typical day on bootcamp for us is we meet around 9:30 for breakfast, then at 10 we are going for a team walk, and then 10:30 we already start theory and we discuss what we want to practice. And then we would start scrims at 12 and we'll practice until 3, and then from 4 to 7 or from 4 to 8, depends on the day, we would have 3 or 4 more scrims.
Everyone has a little bit of a different routine going to the bootcamp. Today, for example, I wake up at 8 and then I went to the gym. I did a 1-hour exercise. I was just walking the treadmill a little bit. And we have been practicing a lot during those hours from 11 to 7. We're playing against other teams. We're reviewing our games. Today, for example, I plan to have a talk with the team. What are our goals going to this major? And I want to make sure that everyone is on the same page and everyone is not feeling the burden or the pressure of being considered the best team right now.
A typical day at our bootcamp would start with breakfast. Usually, I would say we start around 11 a.m. With some theory and then start into practice. Around 2 p.m. We usually have our lunch break, and then in the afternoon, depending on the day, maybe some more theory, but definitely some more practice. In the evening, that's when players have some free time, go to the gym, have some dinner together as well, and yeah, get some rest for the next day.
We always have some days where we would have some team activity and maybe 2 or 3 maps less practice. So we would finish at 4 or 5 and then we would go for maybe... We discussed this time about playing football or paddle because last time we did escape room. So we are always trying to change and implement some new things. You spend a lot of energy sitting on PC and it's all mental energy, but you need some physical so you can balance it up a bit, and I think it's helping a lot, especially for the sleeping schedule.
Physical and mental health is always important for us, not just in a specific tournament preparation, but just throughout the whole year. It's something that we make sure to continuously work on with the players. We have our sport psychologist, Ole Fischer, with us as well, who's always there for any mental topics that the players want to talk about and also assist them with the physical aspect. Everyone's working very hard to show our best performance at the StarLadder Budapest Major. Yeah, we're in very good spirits.
I think we just need to play more because we are still a new team with a lot of new roles, especially for me. I am IGL, I have a new coach, a lot of new players around me.
It's a learning process. Rome wasn't built in a day, so it's like you need some time to be together. Like, we just need to find the consistency as a team. It's mostly like a lot of individual stuff that we the players need to go through. It's like individual mistakes and like overpicks, like a lot of small stuff that can change games.
6 months ago we changed the team. We put Molotov and YEKINDAR. Now we are winning tournaments and we are just like working a lot, and we want to achieve more things, more trophies. Our mood right now, like in these boot camps, has been very nice, and of course sometimes the practice is stressful, but this is a part for us to win a major.
We need to be adapting quicker to stuff that's going to happen into the games because there are a lot of teams studying our game. We need to make sure we're creative in the bootcamp in order to bring new tools and new weapons for every match we can play. and we need to make sure we stick to our roots and we stick to the things that make us a good team. And that's the only thing we have to care about.
It's the most important thing, like to come prepared to every game from the beginning and just do your best, and if you deserve it, you will go there. That's how I see it.
My goal as an IGL will try to put my team into playoffs, and then whatever happens in playoffs, it's fine. I just want us to give our best.
The communication is very important for me, so we need to be like always ready. I need to be smart and I need to kill them.
I think I have to get better on some of my anchoring positions. There are some spots where I can get a little bit more creative or a little bit more impactful. And I gotta make sure that our T sides are rolling. Gotta make sure that we are playing well, strategically speaking. Of course, there is a chance of winning this major because of recent success, but everything that we did in the past did not really guarantee anything for us. We need to fight for every single round. We need to fight for every single match we play, and that's the spirit. So for me, the goal is to keep the Fury spirit alive.
Our team's goal for the StarLadder Budapest Major is to win it and bring the trophy home, right here.
Of stage 3 of StarLadder Major here in Budapest. And we have a lot of new teams coming, but Donna, what are you doing?
I am just, I'm trying to recreate a meme, but I don't know if I nailed it. What are you doing?
Well, I'm looking forward for some banging matchups. Can you tell me some of your preference?
Definitely Falcons versus Bait later on the day. I think that's going to be one of the matches to look out for. But we're going to start with Mongolz versus Imperial. I think that could be spicy too. Mongolz are super locked in. I was yesterday in the prec room. G2 will also play on the B stream. That's going to be interesting against Passion UA, I think. So yeah, definitely a lot of teams to look out for.
For me, I think Vitality and FaZe are going to be probably the headline of A stream, but we have a lot of matches coming up, 16 teams battling it out, 16 matches, all of them best of ones for today. Some of them will be 2-0, some of them will be 1-1, 0-2 at the end of the day. So let's see you on the stream.
1, 2, 3, 3 démarrage.
All right, everyone, we've made it. Stage 3, day 1, into the BO1s. We got the top dogs having arrived now. Hugo, you excited?
I'm always excited, Harry, for a day of BO1s. Day of 16 BO1s, as Stiko said, and it's always crazy. There's going to be upsets. There's going to be some pick'ems ruined if they weren't already. But of course, a big thank you to our sponsors off the top of the day, Scope GG, X-Play GG, Blacklight, and Monster Energy, as we get into another round of matches, Harry. We have so many exciting stories, exciting head-to-heads here. We have a bunch of top teams coming in as well. We have the warmed-up Stage 1, Stage 2 teams as well, looking to continue on their run. So let's just take a look at where we are.
Yeah, take a look at this, man. We have a bunch of the big dogs coming in. This is what we promised you. Over on the right-hand side of your screen, these are all the teams starting out here in Stage 3. That's right, we got Vitality in the house, we got Furia in the house, Falcons even decided to make an appearance, the Mongolz making their way through. I'm really excited about this. Everyone's talking about Spirit right now as well, because Donk did that big old interview, one of the longest interviews he's given in a long while, and then Mao's home crowd favorites with Torshi in the roster.
Yes.
It's an exciting time.
I wonder how many Mao's jerseys we'll see this week, because I was actually impressed at the amount of Liquid jerseys.
Yes, getting behind Flashy.
Yes, when Liquid were playing with their Hungarian coach just down in the previous stages. So that's all over on the A stream as well. We'll be seeing Mao's take on Parivision. But over on our side of the bracket, we've got Imperial Mongolz. Harry, do you want to make any brazen, brave calls off the top of the day about the stake of, about where this bracket is going, about some crazy upsets, or do you want to be the most vanilla guy in the room?
I'm pretty vanilla with this one, I'm going to be honest. The boldest thing I'm going to say, and I'll just rip this straight from my pick'ems. I don't have Spirit going through, which I think is kind of crazy, which I think is kind of wild. I'll probably come to regret it. If I know me, I'll probably come to regret it.
So you're calling the Liquid upset?
I'm calling the Liquid upset in Game 1. I think Liquid are going to beat Team Spirit.
That is, yeah, I like that idea.
NAF Donk, bruh. Who's winning that? NAF got his number, you know it.
Well, I want to see Passion UA take on Spirit Harrow. I want to see the Nyx v Donk, because we know Nyx beats Nico and Nico beats Donk. So does Nyx beat Donk?
That would be cool, yeah. See if that rock, paper, scissors thing kind of keeps up. Yeah.
Well, that would be the opposite of rock, paper, scissors.
No, yeah,
that
you're
would
right.
Just be a straight
It'd be like rock,
pyramid.
paper.
Yeah, just straight up pyramid.
Yeah.
Nyx at the top.
Yeah.
Then Nico, then Donk. Well, we'll have to see all that going on later, as well as on the A stream. 2 streams, 16 BO1s, and we're of course starting off with Imperial versus the Mongolz. Do you want to get into the game, or do you want to where do you want to take this, Harry? The field is open for you.
I think we should utilize a little sponsor right now, Scope GG. Yeah, let's bring them into the fold. As I understand it, we have some cool stuff to take a look at. They're providing the stats and stuff here. So top 3 friendly fire experts. That's nice. Just a nice little one to start off the day.
All the team killers are on M80.
Interesting.
Isn't that nice?
What does that mean?
I have no idea, but they're killing their teammates, Harry.
We don't have to worry about that, you know.
Well,
thankfully we got rid of them, so it's all good. They're not going to be TKing anymore. Where it gets a bit more interesting, though, we get to the top 3 entry fraggers. It's also a bunch of guys from M80. Well, no, it's Lake. Just Lake, but still.
I heard half of those 50 are on his teammates, though, so that's probably where it came from.
Fair.
We've obviously got Wrinkle no longer in the tournament, eliminating that final day to 3D Max, and Kenzazor, who will be playing Falcons at the end of this first round of BO1.
Curious if he can keep that up versus the Falcons.
Big question. So thank you, Scope.gg, for providing all the stats and all the terrifying stats like team kills.
Yeah.
I never knew I needed it.
No, I don't. Man, yeah, that's crazy.
I never knew it'd be all on one team.
Why do M80 all kill each other?
I don't know.
It's kind of cool.
It's a cool strategy.
Yeah. It's not really worked out for them.
No, not
but it is what it is. All right, Hugo, you want to start focusing on our game a little bit? Imperial versus the Mongolz?
Imperial, the surprise team here, right? Definitely the biggest
kind of the
surprise.
Legacy of this major.
You could make that, you could make that argument, you know, with some removed extenuating circumstances. They are here from, you know, they earn their position. They're absolutely utilizing it as well, right? This is a team that many had going 0-3 at multiple stages. And what does Gal mean?
No, I'm not. I'm laughing at the bLitz.
We're not ready to start the major.
What the hell are you talking about, bLitz? Say this before we do the pick'ems. We're not ready to. I like this.
I didn't
bLitz.
put Mongolz.
200 IQ, mind games.
He's trolling.
The smartest man in the world.
I think we saw from the previous stage one thing that was, pretty common in majors, but was taken to the extreme here, was the fact that the previous stage teams did a lot better in those BO1s, especially coming in on the top of the day, over the teams that have just, showed up to the event. And I don't think there's a better example than Imperial. It's not just a stage 2 team, it's a stage 1 team. They had to grind for this view, Harry. They went down to the final day of play to take down NRG to make it to stage 2. Then they, do that in 3 days instead of 4, so they've still played a lot of matches, only losing to Navi in stage 2, taking down M80 in the process, a closely domestic matchup that M80 were favored in, but Imperial have shocked all the way through both 2 stages, and so being warmed up, not feeling hopefully the pressure at this point, because they've gone further than anyone, maybe even they would expect, and now they go against a Mongolz who have certainly had a rocky few months, from going to winning top events, taking an EWC trophy, to losing their star fragger in Senzu, and now bringing in controllers. The honeymoon was great at Chengdu, but since that point we saw them bomb out in Rivals as well. Disappointing result there, and with some time off and some time to prac and get controllers situated inside this team, it's hard to know what to expect from the Mongolz.
No, it is. It is. And, bLitz's little kind of quote that we saw there, I hope it is some big mind game, because there's a part of you that thinks maybe that is real. They have been struggling, to say the least. For Imperial, the run's been magnificent. Getting through stage 2 even cleaner than you did stage 1 is a testament to this team and how they've been grinding. The fact that it's all been kind of building up game by game, getting more and more comfortable, feeling like you belong that much more at this stage of the competition. And, I actually think it is a pretty exciting team on paper, especially as we've really got to know them over the last couple of stages. It's all helmed by Vinny, previous Furia player from years ago, went on this journey into Imperial, where he ended up undertaking the IGL mantle, and over time he's got better and better pieces to come in around him, a bunch of them also being former Furia players at different points in time. You have Skulls in here alongside him, someone who's been getting better and better. He actually started really quite rough in stage 1 and has gone from strength to strength as the games have continued. Cello, someone who I think has like a really high ceiling, has struggled to tap into that all the time. It's a bit hit and miss with Cello, but whenever he is switched on, the sequences you get out of him are fantastic. He's all about just, super clean sequences, loves a good headshot as Cello, and I really do respect it. And then, someone else I think well worth mentioning is No Way, who felt like a real rock for them in especially stage 1, has kept up good performances all across the major though. He's felt like a bit of a rock, a very reliable, safe pair of hands. And then Tryon is the last man, their AWPer. Once again, someone who is really flashy, can have these moments where he just steps up and dominates games, and he's actually been reasonably consistent for them across this major. That was always kind of one of the big problems for him, was sometimes, struggling to find that consistent output. But he's looked good here at the major.
I think
they're kind of hitting their stride right now. It's a really, really hard team to quantify, because you're getting consistent, good games out of Imperial. And I think for a team like the Mongolz especially, that's kind of the scariest opponent to run into.
Yeah, I think the most interesting part for Imperial for me has just been No Way, right? This is a guy who's a streamer who's coming in and, kind of didn't really blow anyone's socks off at the beginning, but his performance in this major has been unbelievable. In some of the most important games, stepping up with huge multi-kills on Rifle. Try, we always know, delivers, but No Way has exceeded expectations. We also saw Try just dyed his hair green, so that's interesting coming into stage 3. Maybe winning or losing a bet, who knows? But let's flip our sights to the Mongolz here, because they're also a team with a lot of chat around them right now. Losing Senzu midway through this season, trying to pick up a inexperienced older player who's managed to look really, really good. And I want to hear what bLitz has to say about all of this coming into this major.
bLitz, welcome to the major and to stage 3. I hope you guys had a good travel. Did you come from home or from a bootcamp?
We come from Serbia. We did a bootcamp. Yeah.
Okay. How did the bootcamp go? You feel confident?
Yeah, we did so many practice. We are so confident for ourselves.
Okay, yesterday you had media days. I think I did some of the stuff with you in the practice room, guys, with you guys. And did you have any time to prepare for today to practice, or did you just do media?
Yeah, no, not too much, because media took so much time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you get some rest though?
Yeah, we rest good, we sleep good. Everything's good here. Major vibe is so good here.
Okay, and one more question to you. Is Controls ready for the major?
Yeah, I think so. He's so, I mean, he has so much experience. Yeah. In Mongolia, everyone knows Controls, and he has so much potential.
Okay, great. Can't wait to see it. Thank you so much, and good luck today.
Yeah, thank you.
So much experience for controllers. Well, we're going to see that put to the test here for him at his second major. bLitz coming in saying the major vibe is good, Harry, and that's what we want to see for the Mongolz. Good vibe, great jerseys. Bit of pink in there, Harry. Flavor of the month.
Yeah, it is. Dude, I think, you know, for the Mongolz, this is potentially a tricky matchup, because I think in a lot of their games in Stage 3, they're actually not going to be the favorites, and I think that plays to their advantage. But this is the one where, on paper, even with the strong run from Imperial, you still come in as the top dogs. And I think that adds a weird element of pressure that might not otherwise exist for the Mongolz in a lot of these games. What with the changes, what with the kind of fall off, the fact that you saw them in Rivals really struggle to find anything resembling success. I'm a little bit nervous. We end up on Dust 2. Kind of figured this is where we would go in the veto. Yeah. I think both squads are going to be very happy with that. And I want to see if the Mongolz bring their usual terrifying pace, and if Imperial are ready for that. So let's get ready to get this game underway.
I think we grew a lot as a team, kind of start fixing mistakes match by match, and I think that's what made us come to the Stage 3. So I think we feel ready.
Of course, I think the hard work is starting to show that pays off, and we are definitely working harder every time. Communication is definitely the new peak of the team, I would say, because it was a problem in the beginning of the tournament, and then we started to work on it. We are definitely much more confident than we were in the first stage. We all believe in this team really hard, and we all can understand that we are the underdogs. We have the opportunity to build an amazing story behind this run, and we are going to make everything that we can to just reach the trophy.
Everyone here want to be a champion. For us, we placed the second place in the last major, so it's obviously the champion.
The vibe and mood in the team is kind of very cool and very funny. We're just improving tournament by tournament, getting experience on stage.
Playing Mongolz, I don't think they're the strongest right now since we're moving Senzu, but I mean, they definitely can shoot super hard, and they play another CS that they just play pack and go full in your face.
I think they're a really strong team. We need to do preparations more and be ready to play against them.
Imperial is coming to surprise, not only the Mongolz, but the entire Stage 3.
All right, here we are, opening games of Stage 3, and how you do, the form you're in on this one day can have massive implications on your major run. For Imperial, it's been one hell of a journey, all the way from Stage 1 into Stage 3. The Mongolz having just arrived. We're going to kick things off on Dust 2. And the Mongolz with that CT side start, they're bringing aggression from the get-go. You wouldn't want anything else. bLitz with a push up through top mid. Guy, it's well worth talking about. Always keen to be aggressive, always keen to be involved, but he has noticed a pretty significant drop-off in his ratings in the last few months. Gonna need to hit hard at this major. Techno dead early in this pistol round, out with a 1-for-1.
Mongolz staying aggressive, though, reflashing after the HE. They want to keep the pressure on. I love that nade setup. As soon as Techno's contact comes in, Mongolz do a lot of damage. Can they capitalize? Headshot comes through. Timing is awkward, but Mizzino catches the player with nades, and so this round is falling apart at the seams. Imperial crumble in middle. They get met by a very aggressive Mongolz, and no way. The top performer of Imperial at this major in a 1v3 looking for the ace. Mongolz have
The bomb on
disappeared.
this journey either. Dropped in a weird spot down here in mid. He runs right by it.
So much time, they've just been able to go wherever they want.
Oh, here's the steps of this top mid player. bLitz nearly giving a kill over, and this is now a bit of info for no way to react to. You see that long push. He anticipates that he's only got a 1v1 ahead of him, but into a red-hot Mizzino. 4 kills in the pistol round. You want Mizzino starting strong, you get Mizzino starting strong.
It's a sick pistol for Mizzino. I mean, catching really good timings there on the re-push up cat, kills Vinny with all the util, doesn't get caught by that Xbox uncrouch, just fade away. And Imperial don't even get to play this pistol round. Mongolz just had so many moves being made in lower, in cat, in mid doors. Oh, welcome back to the major controllers. Headshot through the door. It's only a scout though. No way knows the value of it. He's dropped it over to try. And so Imperial will call a really slow round around this scout. Let him try and force some kills. Fortunately for Mongolz, full rifles. So more than favored against these lower economy players.
Yeah, just by showing up in the Mongolz jersey, it's the furthest controllers has ever been at a major. Had that stage 1 appearance with the Chinggis Warriors out in Austin. Able to field 1 win over a Brazilian squad, no less. It was over Arts Fluxo. But other than that, ended up being a pretty rough tournament.
Ooh, try with armor M4. 20 seconds, though. That's the problem. No smoke. They can flash this cross. It's winnable.
Time's very low. You've got to be clean as you try and make it over. And with 2 kills out of bLitz and 9-10 on this hold, they're going to deal with it quickly. Stop that from becoming much of a problem.
So still a stressful round for the Mongolz. I don't think they could take that one for granted when the scout kill comes in. And so Mongolz don't feed anything to Imperial. Play it nice and safe on the CT side, holding from afar, knowing the lack of util will be a problem. Imperial, though, damn good try with a bunch of kills in that second round. Long control a given here for the Mongolz as Imperial stage slowly in their first gun round. This has been a comfort map for Imperial, but it's one the Mongolz are very well adjusted to, having played it at the highest level. And we're already seeing how active they are on the CT side, clearing positions, playing off each other. Some good util as well to boot. That nade does significant damage. Mid to B nades out. Mongolz respond, but Imperial are just trying to waste util. They're going for the B hit. Ooh. Smoke's a problem. And that gives time for Techno to get tucked in, committed position. Controllers spotting the mid to B. If they're waiting out this B smoke, they may have a nasty surprise as controllers can replenish this at the fade. Timing is important. Imperial have to go through.
Oh, and there's that re-smoke. Leaves him with the only option really to play it forward with Cello dead on his lurk. Techno just turns into that flash at the awkward timing. And so they will break through, having to play through that late smoke from controllers. The Mongolz a man down as they look for this retake. And it will just force the save out of them. even though they've tried to play a confident game thus far, they know when a round is too far gone. They'll get out with 3. There shouldn't be any reason to hunt here for Imperial, so you're at least guaranteed to save on these players. But man, that's a really awkward timing for Techno.
Well, the thing is, he hears the pin, right? He knows that flash is coming in, but he just turns half a second too soon. He's really trying to get back on the line as fast as he can. Knows they'll push with the flash, not after it. But it's that half a second that actually costs him. I think if he dodged the flash, he might have taken 1 kill with him. It could have been a different round. They had a kit. They were in position, but Mongolz have to throw in the towel there, a man down. Nice pop for Imperial. They don't panic when the late B smoke comes in. Mongolz may hold their util well, but we've been seeing a lot of these on the major and even in events leading up. Just full B hits through smokes. Doing really well. It's what James Parivision has been doing constantly on Dust 2, with Jame up catwalk faking and just 4 rifles running into that B bomb site. Mongolz try and bring some disrespect into this round. Vinny deals with it well. Some whiffed shots for Mongolz. It's another man in middle. bLitz refusing to give up. I feel like this will be flashed. Imperial very cautious, waiting the lower smoke.
I mean, I think one of the most interesting things for the Mongolz towards, the end of this year, since Control has joined, was getting to see them out in Chengdu without Mara, who had to miss the first few days. So it was all just stuff off the dome from bLitz. This team would never use timeouts, never tried to slow the pace down or compose themselves. If you let bLitz have full reign over this team, they play a very fast, very aggressive game, and not always to their benefit. I think often when we just hear the term aggressive, you innately think good, but sometimes it would let the Mongols down. And I think Mara plays a very important role in terms of reminding them it's okay to play slow at times, take the pace out of it a little. bLitz is a brain that can only operate in a very, very fast manner. Or at least that's how it feels. And that reflects, I think, in how he plays as an individual.
You have mentioned his waning form already. Recent poor results, some awkward moments in matches. So considering we've got no Senzu in this team, as good as Control as his debut definitely was, and he performed very well in Chengdu, you still need more output from the rest of the gang. You need bLitz back to his usual self, because he really is the emotional spirit animal of this team, right? We've seen some crazy force buys from bLitz. Buying glass orb when his team are full eco and playing it himself. It's definitely felt like sometimes a problem for the Mongols. For now, Imperial just look to convert. One more round to do so. And Mongols are going to be full broke on the 3 dead players in this round. 2 M4s kept in.
And I think also this is one of the things that makes Imperial kind of scary, right? With everyone being so tapped in right now, having, right now, as this team, you're kind of playing like the best CS you ever have. That's the way that it's feeling after this stage 1, a stage 2 run. Controllers, nice way to open in this round. Quick double out towards long, and we'll hold that thought because the Mongols enter a commanding position here. A round that they only have 2 guns in. They're about to get a bunch more from these kills out towards the long side. And now they're armed, now they're dangerous in a 5-on-3 as well. Won't be easy for Imperial to battle back into this one.
I'm surprised they let them get those guns.
bLitz, the only guy without a weapon, just donning this deagle down here in middle, but he's got 910 coming through to help him. And there's that trade. Everyone's armed, everyone's deadly. For Try and Cello, this isn't an easy task. Low HP on the first man they're facing in Controllers. They've spotted him now, and it will be hard for Controllers to get away with much in this position. Molly forces him wide. Round starting to slip away from the Mongolz, and with cello taking even more space, Imperial, they've got this 2v4 down to a 2v2 in the post plant.
Well, it's a problem. Mongolz peek with it, but the spray comes in, and cello saves his teammate. Double kill right at the end to add to a 3-kill round for cello in what was a 2v4. I thought Imperial giving the guns over would be their biggest mistake, but they move quick. They move to the unlikely position, back to that A hit, and are able to isolate Mongolz very well. That's a huge round for the confidence of Imperial, winning out from such an innate disadvantage. And it adds to what you're talking about, right? Imperial playing the best Team CS they ever have in this squad, and everyone believing in every call that's made.
No, that's like the hard thing about playing these teams that are kind of above their level, you know? Like you're even limited in terms of how effective prep is. You're limited in a lot of regards, and they never truly feel out of a round with the type of tournament they've been having. It's what made Legacy so scary even back in Austin when they went on their run all the way from stage 1 into stage 3. I think that's why you were able to see them take down top squads like Vitality, breaking that huge streak they were on in a BO1. You know, you kind of just hit this this flow state, but it's not just for one individual. It's not like one player has got you this far. You enter it as a team, and everything's just flowing. You're communicating really well. You're never down and out of a game. We've seen some squads here in both stages just hit points of a map where you can tell the team is out of the game. You know, they're just going through the motions till it's over, and that won't really happen to a team like Imperial, especially not on the opening day. Maybe if they fall down 0-2 and they hit that slump again, it can be hard to tap back into this, but this is where they are at their most dangerous. So the Mongolz really have to dial in. This is a late round play, and with Mazinho opening it up, No Way Dead first, a 5v4 for the Mongolz, and a chance to slow the roll of Imperial on this T side. Here's the long wrap for Skulls. He'll get out with a double. bLitz doesn't know where to look as he's getting pincered on both sides. Bit of an optimistic swing from Try, and the bomb drop in at the site. There's no one in this. bLitz puts on a show. Head on a swivel. He'll secure that round for the Mongolz.
Sick save from bLitz, man. You felt like that round was just coming through for Imperial. Skulls felt like he bailed them out on such a late long lurk. He catches the orb right before it's about to fire off. He gets a second kill. He makes Mongolz uncomfortable, push back into spawn, and bLitz is able to find a 3-piece. That's such an unnecessary fight. Skulls had to, or Try rather, had to plant the bomb. He's on the site. That's what gives it away. He goes for the trade. It gives the round to the Mongolz. He had a free bomb plant right there on default. So a huge mistake, and hey, maybe this is, you know, you're believing in your form, you're believing in your ability to trade your teammates. Sometimes it comes back to bite you. If he goes for the plant, I don't see how Imperial lose that round. They have long, short, and the site for free. But bLitz given a chance, and he nails every single shot. That's the bLitz we want to see today. Imperial get burned a match, and that's the difference with a stage 1 and a stage 3 team. You give them a chance in those rounds, they will win them. And this is definitely where the Counter-Strike is going to get more and more exciting, watching these plucky underdogs take on some of the world's best.
Mongolz this time have enough players to justify the retake, so we're looking on at Skulls in No Way. They've got their backs against the wall here, but a bomb plant going in their favor. Time running against the Mongolz now as they group in the tunnels for a triple push retake out through tons.
Wouldn't expect this.
Skulls just got the spot. There's the info. That's awkward for No Way. Falling in, and a couple of frustrating rounds here for Imperial. If one thing's clear, a lot of teams have kind of recognized that in these BO1s, it's where you have to play your safest CS. I would say that's what we've seen on every single day one of every single stage, is teams playing slow, playing contact, using the full breadth of the clock, not trying to announce too much, not trying to be too ballsy or brave, right? Mistakes are very, very punishing in a BO1. In a BO3, you feel a bit more freedom to take risks. That's something that a lot of squads like Liquid, for example, have spoke about it. The relief they felt when they got to the BO3s with the chance to kind of play a little more, a little riskier at times, right? And embrace that. And not every mistake is as punishing. The thing that is kind of sucked for Imperial in these last 2 rounds was they've been trying to play safe. They've been using the whole extent of the timer. But then that one risk from try, arguably the biggest risk they've taken in the entire game so far to go for that trade into CT, was immediately punished. Now they lose an awkward 2-on-3 post-plant because of a fall out of the window from no way. Even though Skulls had got all the info, there's been 2 mistakes, 2 frustrating rounds, and that's going to give the Mongolz a serious leg up into this CT side. You don't want to feel like you've just thrown this BO1 away on the back of 2 what ultimately amount to like reasonably minor mistakes that you could write off in a BO3.
Well, now Mongolz have full control of the money again. This could have been Imperial with a very strong start. Mongolz surging forward. What should be a simple anti-eco. It's 1 hero AK on Cello. It's already down to a 3v5. bLitz is performing in this game, I'll say that. Double kill in the round prior, 3 in the one before, and he finds the opener here as well. Mazzino in the bomb site. Nice position, and he's just going to maul them. bLitz assist from back in spawn. Mongolz hitting hard right now on this CT side of Dust 2. Imperial calling a timeout, and a good time for it, right? Another rifle round, a chance to sweeten this half. But Mongolz are definitely bringing the firepower. That much is clear. Always a question on, you know, how warmed up are you going to be? It's not even just warmed up, it's also just, you know, how used are you to the setup here? Every event is different. And Imperial have played plenty of matches on both, you know, both stages here at the major. So for Mongolz, it's an unknown setup, but they are already looking really good on the eye test. 5-3. This round would cripple Imperial in their T side.
It really would, yeah. If Imperial don't dial back in, this map very, very quickly starts to get away from them. And this would be the round to do it. So they call something slow. Again, don't want to leave this round to some sort of rush, some kind of up-tempo play. You want to feel like you have all the time in the world and all the chances to get something going here. And so you leave the early stage of the round open, see if the Mongolz get aggressive, see if they feed you a kill, give you a reason to make this one easy. But that won't happen. The Mongolz made themselves pretty passive here. 9-10 looking for contact on this AWP. Eventually moves away from middle. So for now, Imperial have the map control they were looking for. They own mid, they have catwalk, they have Skulls down here in lower.
Trolls is committed though. Misses it. They try to come back. Skulls can punish.
I mean, that's kind of the tantalizing option, right? You hear him fire off out here in middle. Know that you've been hurt on Cat as well. You get something from that, even though there's no fight to be had. And now they throw in these corridor smokes, sending Skulls on a lurk out into middle. This is an attempt at misdirection, and he's going to try and play it through in CT. Controles, as he's looking to help out his teammates, gives his life away. And now they have this CT player to worry about. Skulls, an unknown factor, can cut down rotations, but it all hinges on actually getting into the site. Skulls might fire off for his, but no backdoor open. 10 seconds for no way. Oh, that's a quick shot on Mazzino. And he's in with a chance. Low on health, but it's 9-10 he's up against. On with the AWP. No way. This would be a very important round. And they're left looking on, seeing if he can do it. AWP shot rattles past. No way. Time to put in a fresh mag and ready himself for the fight ahead. 9-10's creeping in. Ready for this swing up ramp. No way. Looking to return Imperial to form, and he'll get them there. Brings them right back in and does two with that clutch.
Unreal as well. He has to go for this spray. I thought it'd be an instant headshot on the ramp, but they even make it difficult for him. Low health, pistol out. No way still converts every shot. And that's, again, despite bLitz with another multi-kill. He has just been firing off on this CT side, on the bomb site, and Imperial have the clutch factor in this game. No way. We've talked about this being the standout player of Imperial at this major, despite that not being the case coming in. Showing up in stage 3 as well, a huge 1v2 to keep this game going for Imperial. Love how Skulls plays that as well. He gets the opportunity to hunt down controllers, but as they find the CT player, he just tucks in, right? He could have had both kills, would have just won the round straight up.
You feel a little bit better about this now as well. If you're Imperial, it comes off the back of a sick 1v2, but that's not to say the Mongolz also didn't make their own mistakes in that round. And so now it's not a game where your 2 mistakes have cost you dearly. You've kind of leveled that out a little bit. You've capitalized on the Mongolz' mess-ups. And now they come through with one hell of a pace that the Mongolz weren't fully ready for, and they're still not. Triple layered on this long peak. 9-10 had to hit that.
And no way had to punish. Mongolz were full flash off their own reflash as they turn back to the corner. So if he swings, he's going to get at least 1 kill there. Now they're left with nothing. 3v5. Chance eludes them. Nice boost to get something here out of the round for Imperial. Don't count them out in these positions. Try posted with the AWP as well. And no one's scaling here for Imperial. Mongolz have confirmed that. So they have time to pick positions and set up. Nade's getting juggled. Re-smoke. Will Imperial respect this? A risky swing out, but bLitz is all about risk. Spam Skulls through that corner. Now the round is quite a predicament here for Imperial. They rely on this AWP cracking open a kill. Oh, the 3rd re-smoke at this long position does leave the site player open. Try goes wider. He might even see the barrel. You can wallbang this box. Try moving in. 15 seconds. It's not going to happen. And I'm sure bLitz will go hunting here at the end. Would be very bLitz.
I think it's something that these stage 3 teams are going to have to adjust to coming in. For squads that started in stage 1, in the case of Imperial, or teams that began in stage 2 even, they've had a lot of time to get kind of used to the precedent that's been set at this major with the BO1s, where it's not about taking risks, it's about minimizing every mistake. I think when you're the top squads that are playing at all these big events and you're used to mainly playing BO3s, BO3s are largely won on the risks you're prepared to take and when, right? And kind of finding the right time to do it. But a lot of these other teams have looked to just minimize mistakes on the first day of the tournament. I think that's what makes a squad like James Parivision, for example, so threatening in these BO1s. Wouldn't surprise me if they go on to find a good deal of success here on the opening day because of that.
Try really feeling the pressure to get an opening kill there. Tanks 70 damage in the molly, hoping Mongolz swing the corner. They don't. Mongolz not playing for long, and so Imperial can expect something heavier on Cat. Let's see how they deal with this. Mongolz 4 players about to fight together here in middle and catwalk. Offer that contact. Cello's rifle removed immediately, and now Mongolz go.
Oh, good trades out here in mid. That aggression. The Mongolz hoping that this was a killing uppercut, go into the crossfire, established in middle, and this one gets flipped on its head. Try with 2 pivotal kills on this AWP. And a 4v2 now. Imperial tell themselves, we've done the hard part. We just can't mess up the ending. They're going to keep it low and slow. As far as they're concerned, there's plenty of time left to work with. Vinny on the arm with a P250. The rest of the team moving over. And this would be a wild round to break through on. giving Imperial a chance to finish strong on the half. There's a bit of aggression from 9-10 on this AWP out towards long, but he stands to miss every single timing. So you're looking at Techno, and you're saying you have to multi-kill. If the Mongolz want to win this, he's got to stop the tunnel's spillover. Tucked in at the car, playing the long game. Vinny gives chase, and what a clear. Barrels in, over the top. Imperial, not where they expected to find success, but they've managed it. Thanks to that try AWP, they stopped the aggression from the Mongolz. And they could still split this half right down the middle.
Such a captain's play for Vinny, just knowing I've got to put his crosshair in the wrong place. If I just swing him, he can multi-kill us. If I jump over the box, he's never going to be able to adjust for a second kill. And he doesn't even get to the first. Vinny flying in. Because I still feel like that's a very winnable round for Techno there. He's got armorless players creeping out B. Vinny guarantees it here for Imperial. Try, who's had some awkward misses in this map, gets a huge double kill after Mongol's aggressive mid-fight. And after they drop one of two rifles as well, they never get to reap the rewards. Imperial, they've done very well in this game to be going toe-to-toe against a red-hot Mongolz. Consider the multi-kills Mizzino and bLitz have put up in this game. Sure, the others aren't exactly performing to the same degree, but it's been kind of brutal B hits for Techno and Controllers. So Imperial, who've won out a 2v4, won out an eco, picked up a 1v2. They've had the clutch factor in this game. Crazy cool in the last round. Crazy cool. And even bLitz is surprised.
It's just really not the precedent they've been setting, right? The last thing you think, especially in round 12 of the half, is that they're going to leave it to a smoke walk. So yeah, you're dead on. I bet that was surprising for bLitz down there in middle.
I think Imperial hear all the long util and they realize it's a heavy long take. We've probably got room elsewhere, so let's just take the risk.
9-10, this could be a very compromised position. If he misses, he's surely dead. And that's the A site unraveled. Leaves himself in a position where hitting the shot is a requirement.
Oh no.
Oh, noise made, and yeah, that's going to signal him to fall on back. Imperial are closing in for this A play. They've left a huge lull in the action here for the Mongolz to overthink. They're entrenched in their positions, just split 2-2 between either bomb site. And so you're relying on a big multi-kill round here, 9-10. They're coming into him on this AWP. He's got to be damn near flawless with it. Drop down into the spawn. Cello catches him straight away. A lurk out here on long would really seal the deal. Mizzino seems wise to their tricks. They've seen skulls on these long lurks before. This time it's no way in position to do so, but it won't matter. Cello arrives, shoots him in the back. Imperial looking for a tied half. There's that late long lurk springing to life, and for Techno 4K, even if he lives up to his name, even if he says what it does on the tin, it wouldn't be enough. Cello, fantastic round to send us in to that second half.
Imperial make a statement in this BO1 against the Mongols, grinding through 2 stages of play. Imperial looking to make this one even cleaner as they find 6 rounds at the end of the half. Some clutch factor in there for Imperial, no doubt, and everyone having their moments. No way with a 1v2. Cello with a big multi-kill at the end to try with some impact on low economy rounds. And now Mongols have to come back on their T side.
Oh, no way out of the chance at the opening there. A site completely empty for Imperial as they played strong on that mid push. Only plugging those holes now. Thankfully, the Mongols themselves start off pretty slow here. And so not a chance to capitalize yet, but it might be about to happen. There's a fight ready to take place out here on short. No way with some awkward misses. And he won't live to tell the tale. Tries to bound out. Controles gives chase. And as you attempt to stem the bleeding here with aggression, you might end up playing into their hands even more. Techno misses that opportunity to punish the tunnels push, but Imperial, the spread so thin right now. Only one man in the A site. Good shot from Tri. Vinny moves in to lend a helping hand. This was a 5-on-3, now 4-on-2. And surely there's no recovering this for Imperial.
Yeah, as soon as a ramp player dies, Mongols can continue scaling. There was a moment there. I was a bit scared for them, but able to get that bomb put down, and Techno recedes from the B side. 4-on-2. Got to move quick without a kit. Vinny headshot, but they don't need to fight on default. Controllers can tuck in and play off his teammate here. He's trying to do so. Poking and prodding. Vinny gets another. No way, they're back on. Cello 1v1. Techno's close. He's committed. Cello knows he hears the steps. Techno swings out and finishes that fight he started at B. Whew, it comes a bit too cautiously close for the Mongols, but a pistol round is locked in.
I kind of love that Imperial even attempted that, right? Vinny hasn't sustained a point of damage yet. A lot of teams that have just taken the guarantee of some head armor in the next round if you're really looking to play it safe, but they throw caution to the wind, going for that retake, get out with a bunch of kills, and certainly make the Mongols feel pressure early in this half. Fielding just the eco now, looking to bring in these guns as fast as possible. And so really any damage in a round like this is a win in and of itself. It's a heavy long setup. They're expecting the Mongols to try and play the range game advantage out here on long. They've got flashes on Cello. He's lobbed one out towards short, feigning mid-aggression. Kind of a cool detail, kind of a cool idea, because you think they're taking mid right now. One man playing anti and blitz. Mazinho also turned as he clears out the pit position. This flash is to come in eventually. They wait for that first hit bit. Here's the flash play, flash dodge. Kills come through. They get themselves a couple, bit of mileage out of that round. Chance for even more. A cool idea for Imperial.
Yeah.
The Mongols still come out with a round win, but again, both these rounds have been costly. You force some reinvestment out of the Mongols, and now you get to play with guns.
After that flash comes in middle, Techno goes suicide and spots mid, and he realizes it's full clear. So Mongols, they seem hyper vigilant with an anti-flash player, with everyone turning very quick there. So good awareness from what was a very cheeky play indeed. Imperial, eco done, 2 kills, and now the rifles come through. Can Mongols show the difference in this T side and surge ahead? They've converted both pistols in this map. So that's why even at a 6-6 half, it felt like Imperial were playing the better game. Also across the board, Mongols have had a couple of players really step up, bLitz being the main culprit. Some impressive multi-kills on his CT side. Let's see how he leads in this first gun round. Up catwalk, long control taken by Imperial. Mongols looking to keep it simple and together on this A hit.
Gotta hope they can get past the try AWP.
Got stuck.
bLitz with the drop down, attempt to scale. Cello plays through the smoke and Try hits his. I really like that from Cello. You think about how he ended that first half of play with the CT drop down. He knows exactly what he's up against there. And the second he hears bLitz searching for that AWP, he plays through the smoke. And the Mongols make it out with a bomb plant here, but a 3-on-5, far from easy, far from comfortable. 2 grouping over towards long, 3 down here in CT. Mazinho in a strong position to try and shut down the CT push. This is allowed because Techno holding onto the flank, but he's caught by Long. And in a second, everyone from the Mongols is dead. Didn't even get a chance to fire a bullet in that round for the Mongols. They get clean swept by Imperial to open up.
Perfect setup from Imperial. Try all the way at the back, holding any reswing from his opponent. And that one flash for Imperial breaks the setup. Techno should be given a free kill there if Imperial scale up dry, but he has to turn, and in that second, No Way swings off, bails his teammates out from possible death. The lurk does nothing. Cello so aware in this round of both players' cheeky moves.
This is like, you know, this is the hard thing about playing Imperial. Like we say, they're playing their best team CS that they've ever played with this squad, right? Like everything is working, everyone is synergized. And you see that in how these rounds go. Great flash play out towards long. Controllers looks to alleviate this pressure. But trades go either which way. And again, it's very reactive. Imperial there to keep this from getting out of control. That could have been a disastrous start. Instead, it's been recovered, and you might go on to sweeten the deal. Mazinho on this mid push, getting baited in by the spam and the reload. Stands to give another kill away. Wasn't prepared for skulls up close. There's so much intention behind every one of these moves that Imperial are making. For the Mongols, the other problem is, even if you have sick team play ideas, there's really only 2 players looking super switched on right now. It's the captain, bLitz, and it's Mazinho there alongside him.
He's gone cold.
Been a kind of quiet game from everyone else.
Oh, the active flank here from Vinny. Will he realize they're already out mid to B? Skulls is so dialed in on tunnels, he might get caught from the window. It's just on timing now, and Mongols have the better side of it. This is a free bomb plant here for the Mongols. Skulls will not know until it's too late, so bomb down, 2v2 post plant with an AWP as well. Suddenly, the odds flip. Util favors Mongols, double mollies. Imperial, oh, more being picked up. He's got a second molly. This is a hard round for Imperial.
Tries util of his own. He's exchanged some with Vinny. They're going to try and tee him up with a flashbang here. It better be a damn good flash out of Try.
It's
too late. Remolly twice in the window.
3 times.
Let's see if they're actually down to give this a go. Molly on a back plat, flash in through the window. Timing goes a little astray, and Controllers getting out with that kill. Living to tell the tale. It does enough for the Mongols. Finally, a big round from Controllers as he puts up 3, instrumental to their success there.
Yeah.
And one missed timing over towards mid, it costs Imperial dearly.
That's the kind of play where Vinny goes out mid and he goes, hey, mid's clear. There is a gap, but it's a very small gap. They should probably be tunnels. And Mongols hit that perfect walk window out middle to flank Skulls. The fact that they have 3 mollies as well makes all the difference. It puts so much pressure on Imperial. Skulls' util picked up, put to use. And Mongols thank Controllers for still hitting the shot. I think if Vinny gets that kill inside of the molly, hey, it can suddenly be won. His teammate is committed, backside. Mongols win a round they shouldn't. It's finally their turn to pick up a big clutch. And so money on the line for both teams. Mongols die to the bomb. Imperial have nothing left if they lose now. This kill makes the game for Imperial, but it also breaks the game, as it would send Mongols forward to double digits. Mongols very cautious with their cat control. 40 seconds as that molly comes in, and now they just set up for what is an execute. Or they commit. With controllers back in lower. Makes you feel like Mongolz want to get tricky with this.
They just don't really have the time to. There's no more tricks to play. You got 20 seconds, boys. You got to get a move on here. They've been slowed by this early util, blocked again with another one down in the site. Even these smokes feel weird. You don't really know the intention behind Skulls' smoke out from Goose. Time running real low. Sun setting on this round, and then Skulls to make it so. 9-10 might reclaim one, but the victories are short-lived here. Great round leveled against the Mongolz, time getting the better of them, and Imperial, I think they're starting to realize that even though they can come through with these aggressive plays, and it's good that they have to keep the Mongolz on their toes, their real strength is in the synergy in these site holds. When they're playing their crossfires, when they're teed up together, they look so solid. And so I like that they come through with a more passive, sat-back round.
That felt like Mongolz really begging for a mistake from Imperial. The fact that Controllers goes back to clear tunnels, to clear middle, he's hoping that someone's pushed through B and he can get the kill to open up the back door for the Mongolz. Without it, they're forced into that A setup, and it's a perfect setup with Skulls hidden. Flash play, back to the aggression, back to the punish. Techno removes that rifle in this round. Won't go darting for it, but should definitely be the goal of the Mongolz to get armed. In a round they've got pistol armor, they're already dangerous. This is a crazy force buy for the Mongolz to make right now. Would not have expected this, Imperial, but no loss bonus. Mongolz just want to keep the pressure on. It's kind of a Mongolz classic, eh? And it's already looking good. Gun to grab. 5v4. And still a bit of util to get weird. They keep the pressure on B. Smoke won't do too much. It falls a bit short. And a break will confirm it for Imperial. So now they can be assured that it is an A hit. However, Mongolz are going to get the site for free.
Yeah, you're set up to play retake here if you're Imperial.
Try needs to turn. Didn't the herd.
Gets gone on in time. Good catch for Try. Gonna hang around for a little bit more here, not without its risks, but he sees value in trying to get as many shots off as he can with the AWP before that bomb is planted. Big question for me is Cello, does he ever take his eyes off of long? Because Mazinho can now afford to play this very, very late. There's no pressure to go too soon. You can wait till your team in the site call that they're fighting from long. And so Mazinho feels like he has all the time in the world as long as his site players stay alive.
No way.
Good catch for Controllers. There's the late play out of Mazinho, waiting for his teammates to take contact. Still has a lot more to do with Cello on a tear. And Mazinho closing in, defuse being held. Mazinho might have to leave it to chance. There simply isn't time. Cello coming through for Imperial. Huge 3K. Unbelievable scenes, man, as that one looked like it was going to get away from them. The risky Mongolz force by their calling card, and Cello shuts it down.
I can't believe Cello wins that round, dude. He's had 2 massive multi-kills in this map, and that is the biggest of all. Saves them from devastation. The jumping no way denied. And Mazinho, perfect timing on the lurk. But all that in vain as Cello swoops in and gets rid of that dangerous eco round. And now Mongolz have to admit, Imperial are playing a good game. They've got to eco. It would feel desperate to buy in this position. So Mongolz throw in the towel on these force buys. Imperial with the lead, staring them dead in the face. At least Mongolz are going to have more loss bonus, right? They can definitely get a good buy in that next round, but there's just been so much clutch factor on Imperial in this BO1 on Dust 2. Not today. And shut down by Cello. The man of many multis. 4 kills. Swing in. Try steals the ace.
Oh, Cello even said something to Try.
Come on, man. He had it.
Man, he did have that. Cello had that all damn day.
He definitely had it.
And dude, this is what we're talking about, man. When Cello gets fired up, when he is tapped in, when he's in his element, you get some crazy games out of this guy. there was even a handful of times back when he was in that Furious Goal where he did much the same. Now, it was way less frequent. He's not supposed to be the star there, but he's given a lot more room here at Imperial.
He's definitely in better positions, right? CT Dust 2 playing rotation, able to get very involved in both of these bomb sites, able to stop the mid to B. He's been dealing with the cat drops, like in this round, but even in the gun round when Mongolz did it before.
I just rewatched his reaction to getting the ace stolen. Like, you see it straight away, bottom of the screen, bro. He couldn't believe it. You didn't need to kill that bat.
Such a robbery, man.
I love it, dude, because like Cello's one of the only guys that would react to that.
Yeah.
He's always so fired up. He really does bring the energy for whatever team he's on. And that's why he's even scarier, by the way, when he gets rolling, because he pumps up everyone else. He's that type of player, you know? Some guys only really know how to kind of energize themselves, you know? That's the main focus. You just stay locked in as an individual. But Cello he's like an aura. He buffs everyone else, additionally to himself.
Well, do Mongolz have the stamina to stay in this T side right now? Because Imperial have given them so many difficult rounds to just swallow. Oh, spotted. Try. He's not going to stay on it. I feel like he had a kill there guaranteed off the next jiggle, but just going to use the flash to escape. Mongolz very slow default again, but Imperial don't get nervous in these positions, which again is credit to this run for Imperial. You would expect a team like this to be jittery and feel like they have to make moves. They've been fine really giving Mongolz enough space to take bomb sites.
Well, I also just think it's like, you know, tonally, you're the guys more used to having to play safe, the ones that aren't really going to take risks. And I think for the Mongolz, you're forcing them to play what is quite frankly an uncomfortable style to them. It's certainly not their preferred method of playing CS. So these super safe, super orchestrated rounds, they normally thrive in the chaos.
Oh, poor bLitz.
Skulls catching two, and all to try and bait them in a Vinny, who's donning the MP7 here. Cuts down the first player out through the tunnels, but the job's not done. Vinny, second kill found. It's all eyes on Mazinho, who needs the ace clutch. 7 seconds, bomb draw. Even though he's dealt with Vinny, Try will never give him the chance. It's the second ace denied by Try this game, and that one may be the most important yet. Imperial in pole position and looking for the win.
Oh, the idea was there for the Mongolz. They knew exactly how to do it. bLitz just turned back to watch his back, and Mazinho had him covered. He had him completely bailed. bLitz could have focused window. It's what lets Skulls gets away with a dirty double kill to stop that mid to B. Valiant hold of the B bomb site from Vinny. And right now, Mongolz, not even their pause. It's Imperial who want to seize the opportunity. Eleven to 9, and Mongolz desperate force by 4 rounds in a row. 3 Galils behind this saved AK. And dying hope here for the Mongolz, as Imperial have won clutch after clutch in this game. Are they just going to do a 4B hit? These can be deceptively difficult to hold down.
What I'll say is Skulls look solid. Vinny on this line with the AUG as well. A bit of Grimspiration for Vinny.
They want to force the util out, but they don't want to be sat in the B tunnels for 40 seconds. So at a certain point, Mongolz just have to go if they're making this play. Nade lands, Mongolz consider.
You're even kind of suspicious. Like, why haven't they used that util? You know, that's what's ticking through your mind right now. Finally, you get blocked in the tunnels, but they held onto it for as long as they possibly could. And I think the Mongolz are a little bit concerned as to how come the blocks hadn't come through.
Imperial have trusted in their retakes as well, so they don't feel stressed about risking this with a triple B base setup. bLitz is trying to fake on Catwalk by dropping nades, but Cello's not in middle to hear this. He's in B.
Vinny with the spot. Smoked in the tunnels. The Mongolz, no choice but to play through. They weren't ready for a third man. Caught by mid. bLitz on a good timing. And now into a 2-on-3. You might just think about saving here, even though they've got money going forward. This late in the game, you don't want to be broken. You don't want to leave anything to chance. And so the Mongolz back-breaking B play potentially. It tees them up for a break of Imperial's money if they can keep finding success. But that's the first round in a while that's worked for the Mongolz. And you can't just keep running it with back-to-back-to-back B hits. So the onus will be on bLitz and Co to try and figure out how to solve this puzzle.
Oh, you always feel like the player uncrouching at plat is going to get something done, but they never do, man, because there's always an AK dialed in on the headshot angle, and Mazzino hits the tap.
Yeah, it wasn't even dialed in. Mazzino had to 90-degree flick for that kill, so it's actually really impressive watching it back.
Unreal. But I can't say I'm surprised that Mongolz get away with a round like that. Even into the triple B, not enough done by any single player on that position. And bLitz's mid-to-B timing, it gives and it takes from the Mongolz. We've seen it deliver insane rounds, but we've even seen in this game him get caught off guard on that play. So, like you said, they've got to dig deeper than that. It can't just be one B hit. What more have Mongolz got in this T side? Straight up cat hit. Try in middle as well. So this is the worst positioned that Imperial have been to stop an A play. The AWP in middle.
I mean, that's the part you're going to feel the most. Think about how instrumental Try has been in every one of these A takes. It feels like he's just always good to get that first shot off, thin the herd, make life easier for the rest of Imperial in the long run.
And mid-to-B might keep him there. He mollies, he runs. Or at least he shifts. This is still an execute for Mongolz.
But it's a rough position to try and excel from. bLitz again on this drop down. Caught by the try push. They've cancelled bLitz like this twice. So ready. They know his moves. They know what he's going to do.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Into the no-scope. Try doesn't land it, but that's the conviction you're playing with. Down to take these risky moves now. 5v3 in the retake. We say this often, but you've done the hard part. Now you've just got to finish the job, leaving themselves in a good spot. They still have util on Skulls and Vinny as well, just to try and harass these players a little bit more. Flash goes high for the push out long. There's the swing, and it gets shut down. The remaining three creep up CT. Big kill from Vinny to open. Molly displaces the short player. It's Controllers, the joker in the pack that they weren't ready for. Defuse being held, and Controllers goes on a deny. Couple of high-impact rounds down the stretch. This one brings the Mongolz right back into the conversation. Tie game as Controllers regains control over that post block.
Yeah, he's delivered 2 of their 3 gun rounds in this T side, right? They'll contact mid-to-B, and right here in the post plant, Imperial have everything going for them. A 5v3 retake, but 9-10 does not stop fighting, and Mongolz know they have to keep the pressure on. They've done it. They've broken the money of Imperial at 11 apiece. Unbelievable if the Mongolz are going to win this game in regulation with everything that's been thrown at them. Iron mental. They have not buckled. With risky force buys, with unlosable rounds lost, and still they sit in control of this game.
I mean, this is where if you're Imperial, right, under normal circumstances, if this was an opening game, you'd be saying they've kind of bottled it. You know, they've given up all their initiative. They've now been reduced to, you know, them the ones who have to try and pull this game into OT. This is where you hope the fact that you've grinded through stages 1 and 2 gives you a bit of resolve, and you need to tap into that now, because this becomes a very different task. You're looking for overtime in your opening BO1, a BO1 that you had the advantage in. You had the Mongolz on the ropes right where you wanted them. Takes a couple too many shots, but still going to finish the job in this clean sweep round to find 12. Map point for the Mongolz right there.
simply done. No fear from bLitz, and impressive well, not even comeback here for Mongolz, but just resilience, staying power. They have won 3 rounds in a row now, but they were trading back and forth all first half. Mara calls a timeout. Maybe against bLitz as well, but feels like a perfect time to catch your breath if you're the Mongolz. Interesting note here. No Way has bought an M4 with no Kevlar. He didn't have enough for both. So he's just going to play A1S dry, presumably on purpose, knowing, hey, this is a team that are very quick to headshots anyway. At this point, I'd rather the rifle than be stuck on MP9 in a map like Dust 2. Let's see if it comes back to bite him. Trusting his aim here. Imperial have to trust their team because Mongolz have match point. Good spam, he dinked Vinny. And a lot faster staging here for Mongolz. They're in left side tunnels, they're out lower. They're even putting pressure on long with the lurk smoke. So Imperial, scared all across the map, might feel forced to throw util. They're burning everything right now. Holding on to 3 smokes, that's it. Mongolz have already set up the round well, and it's so early.
I mean, this is, you know, a moment where you need Cello and Try to really find some success. Try's been largely left out of the picture in these last couple of rounds. He gets to bring the AWP into the final round of play, and he's been instrumental whenever he's donned it. He stopped a number of these A hits. Cello as well, he's been playing a great game. Risks it all on a short push and goes right in to a very patient Controles.
What a comeback for Controles, though, because he's, again, won 2 of the 3 gun rounds for the Mongolz in this T side. Again, shows up, gives us an opener right when the Mongolz were down.
Good pull back for Skulls over here in mid, and you see him going B. Don't think that's going to stop the Mongolz, though. Imperial, last time they had 3 players here. Everyone had rifles. They had everything they needed. They couldn't stop the B hit. Now it's just 2, Vinny and Skulls. They've got to shut this down. Skulls with the first 2 in. Here's that lurk from bLitz again, causing problems for Imperial. And bomb now planted. Try and No Way. This is where the gamble of the armor could come back to haunt you. Try first man on the scene. Swings out from the window. And it's all left onto bLitz, but donning the AWP, you know he likes to wield this gun. No Way, if he gets a move on, he could end this round. He could stop it in its tracks. Try. Just don't play yet. Give No Way time. Turn around for bLitz, but a missed shot cost him, and this one goes into overtime.
Oh my goodness. Skulls walked so Imperial can run all the way back into bonus play. Their second overtime of the entire major, despite so many maps and matches played for Imperial. They've not been thrust into these positions, having to hold on in this game despite a beautiful mid to B move from bLitz, and he read that flank. But no shot connects, and the armorless M4 pays off for Imperial. They are still here in this BO1 with more to say against the Mongolz, who refuse to go down.
All that talk about, you know, minimizing risks in the BO1s. That goes away a little when you first hit OT, right? This one round at the beginning, it's where you feel the most emboldened, and so Imperial try and play it forward, but that break on the smoke has cost them a man, and we try fooling the AWP is removed from play. Seen the weapon pickup too. A bit of info there for 9-10 to work with. Knows about a player on the left side of mid from just that gun disappearing. Long con play for No Way, who's out here at the back of Goose. That's going to give a lot of room to the Mongols.
He's also got to care about Long. Where's his crosshair at right now? Because if Mongols walk all the way up, you know they're clearing this position. He's got so much to worry about.
Oh, and Cello won't spot this either. Flash only just going in now. The fact that bLitz is so far forward catches them by surprise. And so Skulls, you thought that hulking individual effort of the 3K at the end of the half, at the end of regulation, that was going to be his crowning moment. They would ask him to go even bigger here, but money is a problem in OT, especially with the AWP. And so you kind of have to just bow out of this round, show your respect to the Mongols. They caught a favorable timing. They played contact all the way through Catwalk for the first time, not announcing their presence with that flurry of util, that flurry of nades. It was a good realization from bLitz.
Yeah, Try's been getting really pissed in this game as well. He's had some awkward missed shots or missed opportunities. And you can see it in the face. The Mongols live and die on bLitz, man. When he's not getting away with these crazy contact plays, Mongols look absolutely lost in these 4v5s, but he's having one of those games where every read is perfect. Every time he walks into a position, he gets it for free. He's walked mid to B multiple times. Shifted into the bomb site here. Just been perfect moves from bLitz to punish Imperial. Caught with nades in hand. Double AWP for the Mongols, perhaps just for the mid-cross. Fire off, no connection. 9-10 takes space while the first AWP distracts, and Try is on this line, so should be Try time.
Controller's next in, and Try wasn't ready for it. Good pickup for bLitz down in the tunnels as well, and so pressure really on here. You're out of position on 2. That's how you're feeling anyway, and with the Mongols closing in on a B hit, Controller's the molly not spreading deep enough.
Heard him cross.
Knows they've made it by again. This mid backstab, but that is an awkward whiff. And Skulls has been burned by backstabbing mid players all throughout this game. It was about time he got one back. No ways far removed. They don't have flashes either to play in for this retake, so you're left hinging on something miraculous here if you're Imperial.
Got to make it work.
Smoke for tunnels or the bomb. Molly to come out and try and displace a player at car, but no one there. You've nullified one angle. There's still many more to clear. Smoke in at tunnel. Mazzinho plays it forward. Spotted on that push. Kill back as well. And Imperial had no business picking it up that easily.
I can't believe Mazzinho jiggles and then re-swings. I thought he was going to jiggle fake and just hide back behind the wall there to distract for his teammates, or at least wide swing. He gets stuck between 2. And Imperial just get a warning. They get to find him immediately. That should be the guy winning the round, you feel like, from that position. But feeling the pressure to save his teammates, and no one survives in that B-bomb site for the Mongols. Imperial win a very unlikely round. Save worth it. As we split the difference here after 2 rounds of overtime. Tech pause comes through. No one's got momentum anymore. Controllers with suddenly feeling extremely consequential. That should have been a free kill. Yeah, Mazzinho knows he was the guy to win that round for Mongolz. Imperial, a pacey retake that we finally get to see. We didn't get in regulation. There was too much money to worry about. Here in overtime, you throw yourselves into a disadvantage B retake that you would never do in regulation, and you win it out.
I kind of just can't believe how clean that retake ended up being. Like, I know I know they still had enough util to nullify a bunch of positions, but man, that's, you know, it's one of the hardest sites to go and retake in the entire game. That's why even in 3-on-3s, teams will often, in a regular game, in regulation, would just kind of look at it, and depending on where they are on the map and what they have access to, more often than not, I feel like you look to save there. It's a really, really hard site to get back into. I agree. I think you see Mazinho kind of beating himself up a little at the end of that round because he was the kill that gave them the way in, right, on that push out through the tunnels. That was a very favorable spot for the Mongolz. The only position that got cleared was car. They didn't have anyone playing there. It's not like that gave you any serious headway into the site. It just meant you knew to look outwards. But even then, on the door and window swing, that's meant to be favored for the Mongolz in those engagements, especially with no flash to tee it up.
Imperial, hey, they've been the clutch team in this game, no doubt, right? bLitz has had some great moves as an individual for sure, but across the board, Imperial have delivered these unlikely rounds.
I feel much the same way. I think Imperial as a team look better, but the Mongolz... Oh, it's really awkward out here on long. No way. If he can dip, you'll take a 4v4 here. Oh, Spam even connects on a controllers. bLitz is past the molly. Oh, but it won't matter, Cello. When things go right for Cello, they go really right. The spam at long, even on that mistiming at short, mid-jump up, still good for the kill, but the job's not done yet. Cello, more is demanded, more is required. How much further can he take this? Cello wants to go all the way. 9-10, push through, denied, and Imperial win out the half.
Dude, when he gets one kill, he just doesn't stop, does he? He just keeps throwing himself back in. Huge 3K from Cello. He was not really a factor in the first half of regulation. He was now down near bottom of the board. Came back in a huge way on the CT side. So mobile, so active. And so back are Imperial, winning out that CT side of overtime. Try can't even celebrate. He's not having fun at all in this game. Just going through the motions. Nice shot. Controllers putting Zorb to use and defeating the B player as well.
Dude, losing Skulls here is actually really rough. He's like the tunnel's control player. He'll try and watch for aggressive moves. It's fine because you have Cello here to take up position, but it hamstrings him now. It looked like he wanted to go and join the rest of the team. He now kind of has to fill Skulls' shoes. And so you lose a serious bit of opening power. And it won't really come to impact you too much if you do just follow through on this B play. And that's kind of what Imperial are looking like they want to do. Their hands feel tied here. They don't have map control out towards mid. They don't have catwalk. They don't know what's happening at long. The only info they have is that this AWP is present over here in B, and they want to try and challenge it.
Controllers trying to block that smoke, but it's Vinny out middle who goes 1-for-1. bLitz trying to save his teammate in this B site as a shotgun in the AWP. He's just got to fire off and hope for the best. Missed chance, try responds. bLitz is here in time, and he's keeping Mongolz in the advantage. He might go one step further or one step behind. No way, stuck in the corner, forced to commit. 1v2 for try. Can he redeem himself? Not today. Mongolz level out 14 apiece. bLitz, man, he is just unstoppable. Live and die on bLitz's play. Do the Mongolz. Anybody's game.
Controller's second AWP still in the picture. Joins the lineage of Mongolz players that will gladly don an AWP. But a flash play to force him out from middle. Gets him off the line, hands over this control, this sight line to try. Now, bLitz has been the man in mid. He has been Johnny on the spot. Whenever they've needed him, he's there. Whether that's T-side on these lurks, always finding impact, whether it's in that last round, dealing with Vinny as Vinny made the blitz play, the mid lurk from the captain. Gets denied. But he doesn't hang around in mid. Only took it for a second while Controllers was getting into position out here in the window, and now the Mongols feel assured. They've got an AWP with open sight lines down into middle.
45 on the clock. Imperial eyeing up the B site. AWP all the way at the back. And in the window as well. Imperial so reliant on these first shots connecting with 25 seconds. 2 kills right now can set you up to win.
Very little time. Very little time. And into Controllers they go again.
Flash.
Both AWPs in at B. Every missed shot going to cost you dearly here, and Controllers never gets a chance to fire. Vinny, he knows where Blitz is coming from. He knows how to handle him. Patience is a virtue for the captain of Imperial. And a buzzer beater of a round. They play into that B site with 20 seconds left. Not even. They needed those kills instantly.
Yeah.
Skulls & Co. provide an Imperial reach match point.
They get 3 shots off in that B site, Imperial, and none of them connect. Or Mongols, rather. Only getting that 1 kill in mid is not enough from a double AWP in the B bomb site. High risk play, and that's the best B hit yet of the game here, coming out from Imperial. Really strong utility, burns out 9-10 on that big box. Even though he's blind, he can't even afford to wait. He has to re-peek. Imperial get exactly what they want. They get an opportunity to close this game right now. Their first chance to shut it down.
Yeah, they haven't had one yet. Right, both these teams had one opportunity to win this game. The Mongols already got theirs. Imperial were able to drag us into OT. They were able to drag this one into extra time. Can Imperial find success at their one chance? It's just a golden ticket system right now in this game. You get one opportunity to swing for the fences, and so you better seize it. You better grab it with both hands. Imperial, it's their chance now. The Mongols look to extend this even longer, hoping for double OT. Cross shot not hit. Nade obscured vision, didn't get a chance to fire a shot off. But here, in your one chance, you don't want to leave it to some fast, crazy round. They play it low and slow to open up, trying to glean as much as they can from the various bits of util that pop off around the map. You've seen the long take nades, you hear some util come out. You can anticipate that the Mongols have looked for this control early on. By extension, that means they're weaker elsewhere, notably over here towards mid. And so expect a bit of a challenge over towards the catwalk out of Imperial. They'll move in, they'll take this map control. It's trading spaces right now, but solid stuff to open up. It's a good early staging for Imperial.
Decent enough map control, but that's never been the question, getting cat or getting mid or even getting out through the doors, really. Mongols have been very safe, swinging through the CT smoke late. Messino is there waiting, Blitz in the bomb site. Imperial poised the question which site it's going to be. The Mongols, too early to tell. Long control with the AWP, waiting for the lurker. Aggressive enough that he should be able to know no one's committing here. Imperial go for this A hit. Blitz Molly buys a few more seconds, but does that just buy time for Skulls? Oh, they hear that.
Yeah,
they
Pack just
definitely hear
connected.
that.
Messino going to nade this open. There's the opening kill. They deal with the lurker. Blitz on the follow-up. And now just a 3-on-5. Imperial limp, move in. They get past Blitz. Cello has been on a heater all throughout this game. With him still alive, maybe there's some faith.
No way.
Try provides cover. This was a 3-on-5 for Imperial. They've battled their way back in. And Cello just keeps finding success. Backstab for Try. The Mongols' House of Cards set to come tumbling down if Techno can't clutch up. Imperial at the first time of asking, swing for the close. Techno 4K, iced out, missed shots from short, knows where both players are, but never given the chance. It's Cello playing them like a fiddle. Runaway round for Imperial, and they stun in this opening game of Stage 3. If you put them 0-3 in the pick'ems, were you paying attention? Imperial are here, and they mean business.
Time and time again, the Brazilian teams getting slept on and showing up here. They weren't just doing it in BO1s, but they can even against some of these top squads. 3-on-5 in the final round. Trias had a frustrating game. He nailed 2 massive kills on that AWP. And we get to relive it all in the Monster Moments because Imperial had so many of them in this match.
Man, it's just what a time for Cello to really tap in at that top level that you know he's capable of. And for the Mongolz here, the few mistakes they made in that first half in a game that goes this close, they're really all you think about. You saw Mara at the end there as well, just looking kind of stunned. I think now he realizes just how hard a task is ahead of the Mongolz. This was arguably the best matchup that they might have throughout this Stage 3 run. And so with it not going your way, you've got to strap in, you've got to try and level up. This was a strong performance from bLitz, someone who's been struggling in the Mongolz jersey as of late, someone who so often is kind of the make or break of the Mongolz squad, which feels weird to say about an IGL, feels odd to say about a captain. But bLitz is usually a guy who puts up good numbers, provides tremendous opening power, and it's all down to his aggressive reads, aggressive nature that they find success. Well, he had an above average performance here, and it still wasn't enough for the Mongolz to close this out.
Yeah, it didn't feel like you put it on bLitz in this game, right? Very quiet map from Techno 910, not really being at the forefront of too much either on the AWP. And yeah, Controller started slow, but he also brought them back into the T side in so many rounds in that second half. So just an admirable game for Imperial to win from such an innate disadvantage in so many of those rounds. We know how hard these BO1s are, but they make or break your major, man. That first day of each stage sets you up for success or early elimination. And the Mongolz now go 0-1. We know there will be more upsets today. They could be up to face anyone. So that is a disappointing start for the Mongolz, even with how high we've seen Imperial play this event.
Yeah, and dude, I mean, let's talk Imperial a little bit more, because that's also just a stunning show of the resolve. And I think this is what you get when you tap in like they have, getting from Stage 1 all the way into Stage 3. You learn that faith in each other, the interplay, the synergy was all there for Imperial. I think one kind of sour note, if the Mongolz were to have won this game, which obviously they didn't, I kind of had this feeling that Imperial would have felt extra devastated, because I think they were the better team throughout, 100%. Right? The Mongolz were spearheaded by 1 or 2 strong individual performances to try and turn the tides of rounds. The thing that I'm really loving about watching this Imperial team is they know how they want to play off of each other. They know what they're doing. It almost feels like they have this crazy understanding where you're not even necessarily having to talk everything through. Right? You see the comms are flowing. Whenever we've seen them on the cams, everyone's talking, but you just have this innate understanding right now of what the guy next to you plans to do at any moment in the round. That was a super sick opening game. I hope everything else we get today can kind of match up to that level of excitement. We've got more BO1s coming up, so don't go anywhere.
That is embedded up top of the throne of the league. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
CS2 has certainly been explosive this year. Final.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
I got a lot of shine. Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind.
Where are you playing the best of these matches? Where in retake will you pull out that clutch? Where you'll be testing your deadliest thing? Where are we perfectly training all day? Ready? X-play, 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 GG!
G2 Passion UA up next. It's Passion making it through stage 2 by the skin of their teeth up against this G2 international team. And a lot to talk about getting into this one. Passion, maybe a bit of a surprise entrance for some, managed to win the domestic matchup against a red-hot M80 coming through in that final map of the previous stage. G2 are a far more interesting team to talk about right now, just off the back of having high expectations and seeing high results. This roster picking up a trophy in London, but since that point being struggled to maintain form. That being said, I think their last couple of events haven't really been indicative of the level we expect for G2, because they've been losing out to the Vitalities and the Furias of the world, right? They just came off the back of China and they literally got grouped by Furia and Vitality, the 2 grand final teams of that event. And so I think G2 have probably still got a lot to show here at the final event of the season here in the major, in stage 3. Another top dog, another favorite. Not going to be an easy game for Passion if G2 are anything to go by.
Yeah, they've also had a little bit of time to get ready for this, right? With Chengdu and their time there concluding almost a month ago. You know, they've had a lot of time to ready themselves and make sure they're in fighting form ahead of the major. This was something that I think was actually working to Passion's benefit for a little while, was they had that huge lull of events where they weren't playing in anything. Then we saw them go to Rivals, make it to playoffs there. Admittedly, that's on, you know, 1 BO3 win, but still was solid. And then things fell apart out there, but here it was the first time that this complexity core graduated from a stage of the major. They progressed. Usually their journeys ended at the stage that they started in. And then for Passion UA, that final game, having to kind of cannibalize the NA region, right? They take down M80 in what was a great show of force from Passion. I think a win like that does a lot to the team. It kind of solidifies their belief in the damage that they can do. You saw Kvem warming up to the pressure of these highly important games at the major, someone who is statistically the best player for Passion UA, but you never really saw that whenever the games really started to matter. He fell off hard in his first big stage event out in Hong Kong, and he had some struggles getting started at the major, but I'm hoping that that win versus M80 has looked to unlock him a little bit, and he can look threatening in this game today. He's going to have to, because let's meet who they're up against. G2. Hugo.
Yes, okay, right, bit of a scary team for most, right? A lot of firepower in this squad, a lot of kind of less proven players that immediately are being added to this roster. Shot to the top, right? Malbs a long time ago, yes, but even more recently, Mattis has been an absolute revelation for this team, right? The London run is what we're all waiting for G2 to run back, essentially, and show us that they can take, you know, trophies, take on the best teams in the world. They took Vitality all the way down a 5-map BO5, and they won it. So we know G2 have the power and also have the belief. It's just the recent results that haven't lived up to that as much.
The thing that was so sick about London was that with this G2 squad, they kind of fit the role of a gatekeeper team, right? They can beat a lot of squads, but it's versus the top dogs. That's where things get away from them. And so, you know, I want to see what form they start with if they are going to try and take down some of these top teams again, as they did in their London run. We actually got a chance to hear from him, so let's listen in.
Very good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good, I'm good. How was media yesterday?
I mean, that was easy, I would say, and it was smooth.
You guys were in a really good mood when I was in your prep room when we did the content. You were joking around and everything, so really cool to see that you guys have such a good vibe together. Did you do anything else except working yesterday with the team?
Yeah, I mean, we worked, we prepped, we played as well, and we also had a team walk in the evening, just walking around the city. It was nice just to breathe some fresh air and see a tiny bit of the city. It was fun.
Did you like it?
Yeah, I mean, it's beautiful.
Okay, but let's talk about the game now. Looking at your past results, I honestly think there's more potential for you guys. I think you can do better than this, and I'm curious, have you been working on reaching the next level in the last weeks?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like we were practicing a lot, and we also had a boot camp. We worked on a lot of stuff that we had issues with, and I really hope that we fix the big mistakes that we had and also the mini details in the game. Yeah, I really hope that we can really show our potential and our level, and we will do our best to show it.
I mean, you're one of the really like strong rivals in G2 and one of the players that can always pop off and carry the game. How do you feel individually right now?
I mean, I don't know. I just play my game. I enjoy it, I think. I think the most important thing is just to enjoy the game. Just get with the flow and trust yourself and don't hesitate.
Okay, and your feeling regarding the first best of one that you have now against Passion?
I mean, we saw that they are a good team, like they can shoot. I think many teams in the major, like people underestimate them, but I don't think you should. A lot of people can shoot and they have good stuff. And yeah, you just need to be focused and stay passion in the game. And yeah, like trust your teammates and just do what comes to your head.
Okay, thank you so much, Heavy God. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
This is our first time making through a stage at the major. We have a really high ceiling that we can hit if the energy is good and if the right circumstances happen for us. I think what worked last stage for us, that we've been really focused on playing as a team and fixing our communication in a way that it's practical on the server. Also to up our energy and keep positive.
The mood of the team coming to this major is really good. We had some time to rest. We had a bootcamp, really productive bootcamp. I'm looking forward to play, and I think we are in a really good mood. Atmosphere is amazing in the team, so we just can't wait to play our first game.
Our first game in stage 3 is against G2. All 5 of them are actually very good mechanical players. I mean, in order for us to beat them, it's going to have to be through teamwork and through good structure and all that.
They might even be a little bit underrated. I feel like they have like 5 really good players. They're here to do some damage at the major.
I think what makes us unstoppable is like firepower. I think we have a lot of firepower on our team. Mathush and Nikita are insane. Mix and balance of firepower and also experience with Hunter, Sampayus, and even me a little bit. So I think it's good. We have a good balance of everything.
I think they are a good team. I think they have a lot of experience playing together. I think they are strong individually. It's the best of one. Anything is possible. Every team will give everything that's left. Everybody is hungry to just win any team here. So yeah, I think it will be a really good major, this one.
I think it's going to be a really good game.
Let the best man win.
Anything is possible in a BO1. We know that to be true, but you know what's surprising here? Harry Mirage coming through in this veto. It's actually a map that G2, of course, were really strong on back in the day with Nico and even with just Monacy. But with this roster, it's not been the best run at things for G2. They've been losing to underdogs. Sure, they've been losing to favorites, but it's not been the most reliable map. So when you talk about G2 going home and having some time coming into this major, you hope they have worked on this map, because if you look at Passion, this was an insta-ban for years. This was a map they didn't even play in CS2 until recently, pulling up right at Rivals and surprising on it. And sure, they've had some on and off results, some close games, but ultimately this is a new map for Passion. This is a map where G2 aren't going to have a lot of prep to show off against a Passion UA or Mirage. I think Passion UA have done very well in this veto here to get Mirage coming through. So you hope G2 have put in some extra time into a struggling map ahead of the major.
All right, let's see if we can go either 2 for 2 on upsets in these opening games, or will G2 look to level things out? Looking like a B-pop from Passion. Mattis opening things up. And clean stuff from him for that early double, but here's JT fragging IGL in all respects of the word. They've lost track of Heavy God. They hear him firing off, but no chance to chase yet. They try and give that early kill away, and Heavy God just going to be allowed to sit on an island there and pluck players out of the round. Confusing way for this to open out of Passion.
They got fully lost on Heavy God there. They didn't know where he'd gotten to, and I thought they were going to peak together, but hallzerk just walks in. JT back turn, perhaps thinking he's not still on the fight. Weird round for Passion in the pre-plant, no less. They don't even get that bomb down when they had the chance. And Heavy got nice double. Folico here with just a deagle for JT. JT deagle, Harry. We've seen it. We know about it. Often good for one.
I want to see if Nyx is ability. If you remember, he is really good versus Nico.
Yeah, only Nico.
I want to know if that can go across to all Kovac's.
Okay. Yeah, is it like... Yeah, okay. Okay. I'm here for it. And it was on Mirage. He was owning Nico back at Rivals. A map they were 7-5 up on. They still lost. JT Deagle. Shouldn't be any hope here. Nice control from Heavy God. When Heavy God's your B-anchor on Mirage, you know you have firepower.
Yeah. Still, a bomb plant here is nice for Passion. Kvem.
Get him.
No more found. But still, money-making round there for Passion UA. Very little in the way of investment. Out of all the ways the second round could go, and really you only bring one Deeg into it, that's pretty darn good.
Yes, indeed.
Nyx is Nico's biggest bully. Oh. Can Hunter take him down?
Oh,
yeah.
My cousin will beat you up.
Yeah, exactly.
If you mess
slightly,
with me,
you know, the slightly older cousin coming in to try and
I'll call my cousin.
Try and stop big bully Nyx.
You're in trouble. Bit of vengeance.
Do you remember what the head-to-head was between those two? It's something crazy.
Like 100 to 1, I think.
No, it was like 15 or 16 to like 5.
Oh, it was worse. In the map or overall?
Overall.
It was pretty bad. It was like,
maybe
it was
18 and 5,
yeah,
something like that.
That sounds right. That sounds right.
Korea head-to-head.
Yeah. Okay, 54 found in the Palace by Young Grim. There's going to be contact here for Passion on this A split. They pop through connector. Missed timing for Mattis. He's been spotted, so Nyx is going to find him. 5v3 and Heavy God burns in the molly, but is it really worth it when Passion get another trade? 4v2. Kvem doesn't know, and so Hunter reveals himself. JT responding, and Sunpius back in spawn. They can figure this one out. Press tab, you know what you're up against. Can't stop that bomb. And no one gives him the satisfaction. No one even peeks. Grim and Palace passive. Passion looking like they're on the board. This should be a Sunpius save. Oh, guys, round's still live. Don't give him a chance. No kit, though, is the biggest problem.
Yeah.
They're too far away.
And they are like dropped in really rough positions. He's trying to put the fear in Passion a little bit with that smoke on the bomb, but it is just a drawn-out save for Sunpius.
Gonna take the round win if you're Passion. Really succinct trading on that A-bomb site. G2 already feeling pressure, the fact that they're fighting through mollies like that. Doesn't stop Passion on their mission to the A site. First round on the board. Money on the line.
Something I've enjoyed is hearing the Passion guys throw out Hiroshi's just to try and keep Kvem comfortable.
Do it for Kvem. I feel like hallzerk's been doing that for years.
He has.
Though.
He likes it. Walking through lower. It's Kvem and Nyx looking for this control. Meanwhile, for G2, 3 strong over here at A. Wonder if Malbs eventually might try and make a move, and that's exactly what Grim is hoping for, especially as they hear mid getting taken. He won't decide to aggress in through Palace. Instead, they just drop a smoke. They hope that that's enough to thwart any attempt of Passion coming through. Kvem dead first. Grim plays his hand into the Hunter crossfire. And there's Hunter dealing with Nyx down in the connector.
For Nico. Nowhere to go here for JT. Round is over. The full 4-man stack on that A-bomb site. Passion try and run it back to devastating results. And you don't want Heavy God to grab this gun at the end of the round either. Don't want to give your B anchor an AK. Go on.
I was just taking a quick jab at the A stream quickly, having a little look over, glance over.
Yeah.
Because I just noticed Spirit versus Liquid starting over there. What would you say is the worst way for that game to start if you're a Liquid fan?
Losing the pistol?
Well, yes, but what one player would you... Oh, wait. Why is Jay... He can't win.
10
Sorry. Go on.
Donk ace pistol.
Yeah, he did. He did do that.
No.
He gives this big interview like, I'm not going to kill anyone anymore.
I'm a nice guy.
I'm just a nice guy.
Playing
and he
video
aces
game.
the pistol, which is cool.
That's fun for him. Donk is back. He did say he was in his Shanghai form, Harry. We all remember what happened there.
But I believe in Keith. Anyway, back to R1. Here we are. Passion coming through with the tail end of their money. No AWP to try and battle against some Pious with, so here's an extra degree of freedom in this round.
Those couple of exits JT gets at least makes this fight interesting. It means there's consequences on this round if Passion can pick it up, and they're looking for a pretty pacey B split. That's a good nade. Hunter though can't get the kill. He crouched and gets hidden behind the box. JT with a massive opener as Passion split the site.
Oh, Mattis helped out by Heavy God there. And Heavy God just continues to put up resistance, will eventually get shut down. Kvem, another important multi-kill, leaves this one open, a 2v2. Malbs MD and some Pious moving around to try and put a stop to this. Now the extra few seconds taken to get that bomb have let G2 get set up and ready for this retake. A swing from Kvem gets punished. And Nyx is now left in a very tricky clutch. I don't know if they'll suspect him to play it forward like this. I'm liking the confident move from Nyx. Is he prepared for a second player in close at the market? Doesn't feel like it. Malbs gets the drop on him. And so G2 keeping this clean to open up that one. Sure, it comes down to the wire, but it builds upon this streak. And Passion's money is in a bit of a weird spot, so a chance to really sweeten the deal.
Yeah, you feel like the trigger discipline would have been the right play there, but it's just such a risky move when you can guarantee a kill in a 1v2 and you can massively increase your odds, but with no information. He just decides to take the frag. Malbs could be anywhere, he could be walking right behind him, so nice try for Nyx. But G2 putting a lid on these rounds really well, despite one super clean A split coming out from Passion. All other set plays have been thrown to the wayside by G2. Are we going to see a more default round, a slower round out of Passion on this T side? It won't come yet. They're on pistols.
Oh, you want to know something else that's sick about Liquid Spirit going down on the other stream?
Okay,
they've ended up on Train.
Okay.
The map the Spirit do not play. And it's a similar gambit to what they did out in Austin.
When was the last time we saw it? It's not their
Austin.
Instaban. Okay, it's been since Austin.
Yeah.
Wow, they've gotten away with that? It's not their Instaban.
They've bought it through as a day one treat to just say, hey.
We can.
Just as a reminder, we could play this.
Well, this is often the case in these BO1s, right? Surprising maps coming through. I think this is, I wouldn't call it as much a surprising map for this series, but I would just say G2 are showcasing that their Mirage is back. That's what they're trying to do here. Trying to get some official prac on it in a game where they are favored and not feeling the fear of, you know, Passion. They've just started playing this map, which is good to see. It's a confidence-inspiring game here for G2 as they look to slaughter against these pistols. Immediate 5-on-1. Passion get shut down. Easy. Malbs with 3.
Oh, seeing some frustrations for Passion at the start of this game. Said in the pre-match that G2 kind of fitting the bill as like a bit of a gatekeeper team. Largely able to avoid any type of upset versus lower tier opposition. Only ever really struggling versus the big dogs. And that was the appeal of their win in London, was them finally getting one back over the likes of Vitality, stopping them and going on to lift a trophy. That's G2 at their peak and what they're capable of. And so I think if you are back in G2 and at this major, you don't really want them to struggle too much in this head-to-head. And right now they're not.
Yeah, because let's be real, right? Who have they lost since London? Vitality, Spirit, Furia, Mongolz. At the time, top 4-5 teams in the world. And 3D Max. Okay, that's the one.
The 3D Max one, it was like the one blip on their record. Yeah. That was back at EPL, right?
Yeah.
And that was was it for playoffs? Or was it in playoffs?
It was for playoffs.
For playoffs, yeah. That was like the one kind of dark mark against G2.
Yeah, but otherwise, the results have been admirable.
And it's not like, 3D Max, they themselves, they're one of these teams that can randomly punch up really hard.
Yeah, and they beat them since that point anyway, so it's not, it's not something repeated here for G2. I think they have a lot to prove in this major. The question for me isn't stage 3. The question for me is, like, can they win playoff games in arenas post-London with all the pressure on this team? Right now, just a beautiful game out of G2. No, everyone's holding their line. No one is putting them into difficult positions, not relying on clutches here for G2. Sure, that 1v1 for Maubs, but otherwise it's been a dismantling. Passion, another pop. Pistols on this B-bomb site, AWP in the way. Some Pius ready to stop him, hits his first shot, looks for the re-peek as well. That flash does make him bound back. Heavy God.
Nice kill for Nyx, but Heavy God is so often just being a massive issue inside of this B site. They'll run him down after one, but look at all the time he's bought.
Okay.
Rest of G2 barreling in. Nyx has dealt with them all right now. Might need a bit of help. He's low on health. Nades bully JT down even lower, and you're starting to run out of room to run here. Mattis, confident charge forward, left to JT, and he can't hack it. Is Mattis playing with balls on that push?
Yeah.
Just no respect for his opponent. G2 keep racking up these rounds, man.
And this is why G2 are fun to watch, right? This is why their London Run was so exciting, why they're a great team to see in these favored games. They don't play with respect. They're not going to give you all the room in that 3v2 and say, hey, yeah, get the bomb down, arm yourself, get a reload off, put yourself into good crossfires. No, they're just going to run at you, and they keep the pressure on the entire time. So love to see that from G2. Confident Counter-Strike right now coming from this squad.
Every time I open up this match page for the game going down on the A stream, it's like a fever dream. Donk had 200 ADR and it's still going up. He's nearly at 300 ADR. What does that mean?
What does that mean? Oh dear.
ADR's not supposed to work like this. No. It's not supposed to keep going up when it's already that high. But all right. Passion could really do with a donk right now.
Best I got is Nyx.
Yeah, he's giving it his all. Credit to Nyx. I mean, we were kind of talking about him. I'll hold this thought just while the fights are going down on ramp. Mattis, he does not care. Pushing it forward into that setup. Pius wins his fight over Kvem over here in mid, and Passion UA.
They know.
It's left to Grim and Jade that connected. Oof.
Knife out flank. They know they're both here. Dude,
G2 are playing like they are here to absolutely embarrass this Passion team. I don't think you could say they're showing no respect enough. They're practically spitting in their face right now. It's just Grim and JT, and
Heavy God refuses to throw. He's not trolling.
Yeah.
is waiting until they commit into the bomb site. They have to now. They don't even know the back door is closed, and G2 are playing passive enough that they don't even need to commit here in their gunfights. They can take a shot and let Heavy God close in, and he finds the timing. He doesn't even wait for contact. He's walked it in behind them, getting closer and closer. Look at G2 stall with the utility. Passion have to push forward and win a fight. They've got to find some Pius. Okay, but he lives, and Heavy God, tick-tock, your life is on the clock.
And you know there's no winning this now. Like, there's no feat that you could accomplish in that type of a 1v3. Heavy God just... That's the thing that's so sick about this team. You have a bunch of guys who are down to take risks. And really, I think that's almost team-wide. At any point in time, everyone is down to make a play. But then you also have someone like a Heavy God who you know it can be one hell of a force to be reckoned with, can just carry G2 through matches. He'll sit back, he'll play it in the safest way possible. There was never a moment in that 3-on-2 that you were worried about G2 giving it away, and that's because Heavy God knows when to be aggressive, when to be in your face, and when to just sit back and let the game do the talking.
He's in the last 6 months, he's the highest rated player of this team, and he is in some dirty positions on CT side. It's really impressive. Oh, Hunter got hit by the smoke, but it does ruin the smoke there for Passion. They constantly have to fear the threat of a repeak, and as G2 are going to swing window together, Passion replenish. Good timing from them. JT making a lot of noise here in middle while this B hit comes in, and G2 are going for information. They're all fighting together. That means Heavy God's alone. It's a good kill, but they've got to stop this on B.
I mean, this is Heavy God making the B site look like a star position.
Oh, no. Why? You wouldn't check this, would you?
He lets them all out. No. He lets them all in. And now they have a real false sense of security. The line up. Heavy God stars the line. And there he is to... be the wrecking ball, slams through that apartments play.
It's just such a dodgy position so late in the round to see a player still up on balcony, but it's because he's alone. His whole team fighting middle together. They even get that info early. Matters is flanking as Heavy God lets them into the B-bomb site. Digs their own grave. 12-5. Mattis is 13-4. G2 are storming through this game. I feel you, Grim.
Yeah.
What can you do about this?
No, I mean, that's like the kind of the most relatable bit of frustration I think you will have seen from a player in a while. Grim just scratching his head. What's happening? That's not quite what he said, but that's the intention behind it. This feels like when you log on trying to play a game and you just get steamrolled.
Yeah, you know, you come back from work, long day at the office. And
that's how it's feeling right now. Passion have just clocked out, tired. They've got something in the oven. You're a little hungry. You just wanted to have one fun game with your friends. You've ended up on Mirage, and you're up against these guys. Yeah. G2 look for double digits.
These rounds are not even close either. Hello, checked out. Passion. Shut down. Denied at the door. 10-1 for G2. They look to make this BO1 an email. Sending a message on this CT side. Passion's inexperience as a team on this map may have been somewhat equivalent to G2, but as players, that's what this game is for G2. 5 guys all peaking at the same time. Okay, there's something. Kvem takes it dry out middle.
But you've not been able to hold on to these advantages. JT trying his damnedest on the play out through lower. Gets away with a second at low health. Bro. He's really done all he could and then some.
Bomb is T-spawn.
Someone's going to go back and get it. Grim going to try and charge around to get that. Rotates coming in. Heavy God has proven to be a very safe and reliable pair of hands. Some Pius closing in on the CT angle as well. Coming around the corner, you learn about that AWP.
Good position taken here from Nyx, though. Oh, Rip just walks in. That's what Heavy God was waiting for. And Sumpires checks him out as well. G2, it's just the best day you could possibly imagine as they tear Passion UA limb from limb on the CT side of Mirage. There is no room left in this game for Passion UA. G2 hot off the press.
All right, G2, they've showed up looking to make this opening game a bloodbath. It might be so fast, it's almost unthinkable after the barn burner of OT between Imperial and Mongolz to start the day. This is what can also happen in Stage 3. This is part of the fun of these BO1s and these opening games. Some Stage 3 teams are going to show up a little bit slow versus warmed up squads from other stages. Others are going to show up and show us why they're a Stage 3 team. And that's exactly what G2 have done here. You don't get, well, you could get more dominant than this, but not really. It's 11-1 G2. If they win, they don't even really need to win the pistol, but at this point, they're just rounds away from tech.
This game is over until Passion convince me it's not. So what have we got in this B bomb site as G2 goes streaming in? They don't clear Kvem out the corner, and so Julie's come up with a double. 2v5. What can Hunter do? He's got his teammate a long way away, trying to buy time for the flank as everyone comes in. Is it flank B or is it rotate A? Heavy God.
It would be sickening to win this round. It's Hunter and it's Heavy God at 2v4. Heavy God has heard both players rotate out towards CT, and so they have an idea as to where Passion are. But as you lose the timing here, you open up to short as well. So for Hunter, I'm really curious how they play this.
Yeah.
He's slowed it down, now vulnerable to a short peek. That's not a bad way to get going. Heavy God going to move around to try and join him. What a G2 cooking. They've been in the lab all week, 4 weeks in fact, getting ready for this game. Damage done on the Hunter.
There is a safe barn. Oh no, GT's clearing window.
Oh no!
There's a short kill. He doesn't have to stick. 20 seconds, they call the fake, and Passion UA move out. Hunter is low. It's got to be Heavy God in the 1v2 clutch. No time to spare.
15 seconds, he's got to start closing the distance if he really is believing that they can pull this off. 10 seconds left. If you let too much time expire, this one's over, this one's done. And it looks like Passion UA might have kept it safe. No time to plant that bomb. Seconds are the difference here. Passion recover a 4v2 that was rapidly getting away from them.
Yeah, no business making it that interesting, G2, but everything they did there was perfection. Squeezed every second out of the round, found JT trying to re-clear positions, And, you know, I'll give one thing to Passion here. It's so smart they don't come through the window room, right? Realizing that is, you know, death. That is a death sentence. If Hunter's going back, it's because Heavy God has room. So don't give him those free kills through the murder hole. Hunter says, eco. Heavy God says, no. And I can't blame him. 16-5, G2. Let Passion have it.
I mean, it's one guy with armor at a deke, but even then, you still get nervous. The fact he's gone for this type of an investment, Hugo, certainly shows he's feeling confident. Oh my God, he hit it. Okay, okay, just don't ever jump.
Just don't, let it go.
Drop the smoke in. He can't get us now, guys. We're safe. And that's true for the moment. Grim's on a big backstab and confirmed that there's no crazy play to end this over on A.
Gulp.
They're full stacked inside of B. There's no reason to be worried here. No way. And now they found Hunter as well on this lurk. It's fine. It's all good. Heavy God might get one back, but there's the backstab coming in for Passion. And so they will find that conversion on their pistol round win, but still a long way from making G2 feel any type of pressure here on Mirage. You've just got to take this one as it comes, round by round.
And is it that round right now for G2 as they set up for a quick A attack, calling out of spawn, catching players with nades. Good trade. Heavy God looks for a further frag. There's a player in the bomb site. Grim's already tagged up, but he does make it work on the MP9. Deagle out for Grim, looking for the highlight. Headshot over the box, denied. Can Hunter get a rifle in time? Is it going to be another clutch attempt for G2? 2v4 as they slow it down. Passion set back up in spawn. G2 won't expect this space for free, but JT is giving it to them right now. Fake tap might be the move. Passion have regrouped back all here. Hunter patient. And they come to him. No way he hits them both. Are you ready for a third? Doesn't look like it. Nyx has got the round, saving Passion by the bell. During the full stick, 3 sick kills deep for Hunter. That's a head and hands moment. You're lucky you have 11 rounds to work with. Dear, oh dear, nice try. And what is a risky re-swing for Passion. Hunter still in form. Really nice shots, but not enough. hallzerk, 1 kill in the game, he's got an AWP.
Pressure put on out towards mid and the apartments. And it's all to try and get this player boosted. Hunter throwing up in that boost.
Yikes.
Grim going to catch him with his signature gun. The AUG firing off for a 5-on-3. Potential for something here in Connector with Heavy God sneaking into this corner. Kvem has no idea. And if anything, the longer you wait, the more valuable this position becomes. Oh, Kvem with the clear. Heavy God shows a little too much leg and Kvem gets rid of it.
hallzerk, he's been waiting all game.
Just wants a kill.
Just wait a little bit more.
Just wants his kill.
Yeah.
There it is. hallzerk doubles his kills in this round now. And at that point, why not shoot for triple?
Jump of joy. shut down on this B site. This is 5 alive for Passion. Look, if a comeback was going to happen,
yeah, okay.
These would be the building blocks.
Where are you putting that right now?
Where am I putting that?
Like, you know, how likely? Give me just a percentage.
How likely? Like 13%.
13% likelihood.
That's my random number for you.
Okay.
I just think G2 haven't had to show anything in this game, right? They do an A rush. They almost win it in a 2v4. I think you could do it again. I don't think Saul will let them. Maybe you do something a little bit more structured, but G2 have, like, just been running at them. And kind of fair after 11-1. 2 near clutch rounds.
But, you know, there's that old feeling, G2 at 11 cinema, right?
It's true.
That can happen.
It's true. It's never over, Harry. It's never over till it's over. Right now, we're still going. Said Passion have to prove it. Well, right now, 4 rounds in a row. Just throw the molly, hope it lands. Did. Leg.
Tag for hallzerk still. He softened up matters. That's a serious piece of the entry power removed early on up in the apartments. Aggression here out of Nick. Someone who's been playing a good game for Passion UA gets put down as they feed Heavy God. Back in the apartments, this levels out into a 4-on-4.
The idea is fair, right? He knows they've seen the orb, so G2 shouldn't be there. They should be running away from the orb, and Nix tries to push in off that play, just didn't clear the corner. Heavy God in an unorthodox position, but that's Heavy God all over, baby. 19-8. Makes this a 4v4. Regroups for a hit. hallzerk in B, JT smoking Palace from spawn. So mid-util to keep Passion looking the wrong way. Or JT swang. Or swung. But he gets info that mid's clear. And so Passion put their pieces in the right place. 3-man stack in this side. They have a good chance.
Right place, right time for Grim, but he's not ready for a second. JT will be hot for the trade, and as Malbs creeps in, caught looking the wrong way. Sampius now in this clutch all alone. Top performer JT, and alongside him, bottom performer hallzerk on this orb. Won't be an easy round for Sampius, but certainly not impossible. Gets off of that bomb, tries to put distance between himself and the site, looks for the swing, and hallzerk's given up. JT can't take it. Sampius with the clutch provides match point to G2.
1v3 for Sampius, just what G2 needed, just what they were waiting for. One of these star players to come through and deliver a round on their own. Very well put together by Sampius. And Passion UA feel the burn. It always just felt like a matter of time, and even in an unlikely round, nothing impossible for G2 right now. 11-1 first half. They get back to their winning ways, and they look to close this with ease. Before it gets weird. Take here for G2. Orb boost, but no one in the connector. It's close A positions here for Passion instead as they try and take space back.
I think if JT's bet up a solid case for himself at this major, it's always with solid opening moves, great ideas to kind of get the round started. In this CT side, you're going to see more of them. It's aggression out into the apartments over at A, but Grim was being considered, was being held. That kill has actually drawn HeavyGod away, looking now to play his part in this A split. And so Grim is suddenly handed a pretty good timing. Could end up on the wrong side of the map as he's committing to the flank over middle.
I think you'll find some pious.
But they're slowing down. They're slowing down. And that's now HeavyGod holding the flank again. That window of opportunity only open for a few seconds. They're not at all aware that Grim could be here. They have no reason to suspect this. And so Grim has one kill on a platter out here in mid. Just down to the 2v4. But this kind of cut-off of info goes both ways. HeavyGod also isn't fully known about over towards ramp. JT might be suspicious, and Grim is indeed coming back. For now, HeavyGod is operating in that tiny window of the unknown, looking for the opening kill. JT falls. Bomb dropped over here at Connector. Flank for Grim remains in play. And Nix burns a little in that molly. Missed shot from the hallzerk orc. Grim still closing in. 15 seconds for HeavyGod. Gotta be ready for ramp. Catches the spot, but a little too late. Looked like Grim could have missed the window. That slowdown from G2 gives him just enough time to play. Passion still in Mirage.
Yeah.
Remains to be the case that the T side is where they've struggled the most, without a doubt, on this map. That's something they're going to have to get in order come the turn of the BO3s. And you don't have a lot of time to try and fix it. I don't think at the Major you could hope to do a full T-side overhaul, but you've seen a couple of these really, really rough T-halves propped up by a good-looking CT side.
Which is a shame, because you can see that they're believing in this comeback right now. The CT side piecing together here for Passion. Some really good moments. Still making their plays. Grim getting very active on this A side. And so Passion with nothing to do but try at this point in the game, and they have put themselves in a good position, breaking G2's money again. Another eco with a hero gun. We know G2 can win these rounds, but right now, struggling to close this map as clean as they would have liked. A game that could have been decided by the pistol. It's now raging on, 19 rounds deep. This could be something, though. Looking for the 5v4, the captain of G2 finds the one on the other side. Eagle up close, denied. Out ramp, they flood this site.
Yeah, don't underestimate Mattis. Even with just this P2, gets away with some damage, but there's a man there to try and trade. It's some pious. It goes both ways. Good stuff for hallzerk, who has been very, very quiet in this game, but that's an important trade to stop this from getting too weird. Hunter and Malbs have to try and get that bomb back, and before they could even think about it, have to get past Kvem. Malbs will manage it, and the Malbs Deagle known to be deadly! Oh! There's another for Malbs MD! Nix left in this 1v1, creeping up. But Malbs has got one of his favorite guns in hand, and hot hands too. Nix puts a stop to it. Clutch denied for Malbs. Game continues. Passion still believing.
4 players of Passion quaking in their boots when those first 2 Deagle shots come in. That's what Malbs is made of, but it's not enough to close this game. We are still here, folks. We are still here. 20 rounds after an 11-1 half. G2 giving us the content as they always do, and Passion refusing to go down. Such an exciting squad at this major, a surprise entrance to stage 3 for many, the first progression that these players have ever found in a major. And that's even for Grim, who played on Liquid. Same Cursed followed him. Passion pushing the limit against G2. Double under setup, not even needed. Maybe spotted in death cam, maybe not. It was a headshot. So fade to black for Hunter. And Passion go back to the A-bomb site. Quickly dismiss that stack down mid. Orb looks for a pick. G2, they're not going to catch Passion in the wrong position here. Set up well for this A attack.
I mean, this is where hallzerk, who's been criminally quiet in this game, really can't afford to go missing. He's out behind triple with the AWP. Going to be a target-rich environment. Can be hard to get going.
They decided not to clear mid. They're doing it now, but they need to hurry up and get back to this bomb site.
Hear that flash go off, and that might be the red carpet rolled out. You know that mid-clear just came in. hallzerk hits the first. Ball's rolling now on Passion's quiet AWPer. Looking for a loud round. Oh, hallzerk hits another. Fighting to his last breath. He's gotten out with 2, leaving Passion in a good position. Kvem ready to play through. He's got Grim over the top of the stairs as well, but they're not feeling the pressure yet. They decide not to go, waiting for CT to get set up. Some Pius playing it forward, out with one, takes it to the dome.
No!
On with the follow-up, and Kvem suddenly left as the last man standing, rushes down, mouths empty. Game is still very much alive. Passion UA, you can never count them out. G2 are making every one of these 2v4s, 1v3s, doesn't matter the odds, they make them interesting, but Passion are closing it.
2v5 for G2, down to 1v1, they still don't close. 2v1, in fact, they were favored there, but Malv's putting the bomb down and Kvem runs at him. Fearless game out of Passion right now. Every reason to be scared with how close G2 are making these impossible rounds, and yet they can't close this game. Nice try after nice try, but Passion play on. This should be done.
hallzerk, aggressive move. Ballsy for a guy with 6 kills, but he got a bit of a taste of the action in that last round, and he wants more of it. This move could make or break this comeback for Passion. Sees an arm, gets out of there after missing that shot, so it goes unpunished. All can be forgiven. Break on the smoke in mid. Some Pius hits back hard. It's Kvem dead. Nyx can't stop them getting up through the connector. And so a lot of room taken here for the G2 squad. They put pressure on middle. The A players are scared. The bomb waits back in the apartment, so it's looking at end B, potentially with a boost out through the window. Yeah, you've got to be looking over your shoulder now. Passion, the map really starts to shrink down. Not uncommon to see Grim get aggressive in spots like this, and he's going to look again for that space at ramp. But this info could come too late. This info doesn't really give you a lot to work with. Grim is to be quiet and clear everything as he embarks on this wrap round. The onus now is on JT getting to position. Here's the B pop. 2 players here. Third is a long way away, and Hunter can still activate on this flank. Mattis and Heavy God try their hand at the openers. hallzerk can't find more than one, and this might be it, the beginning of the end, as Hunter's flank starts to come alive. Missed shot! How has JT hit that? He just flipped this into a 2v2 in seconds. Flank. Lend some time to Grim on the flank. They didn't know about this. Pressure's on for some Pius. JT dead, Grim closes in, shots connect, and there he is, cut down. Finally, the round found that wins it for G2, but this ended up being a hulking effort. They were not ready for that much fight out of Passion UA.
Yeah, for a 13-8, that does not tell the full story here. Passion CT side puts up immense pressure, but G2 made every round simultaneously winnable and losable. They still find the finishing blow. A near 2v4 for Passion to do their best G2 impression, but in fact they do, losing it out in the 1v1, and G2 close from that 11-1 lead. A banger game for a BO1 and a great entrance for G2 here at the Major. This is their first matchup, their first BO1, and they show up here. What an astonishing CT side as we go over them in the monster moments. G2, so many clutch positions, so many individual highlights. I mean, think of the CT side, like Passion couldn't get into a single winnable spot. Every anchor, every player held their position for multiple kills around. Heavy got on B, just a block. Mattis on A, some Pius, closing clutches. He got that 1v3 in the T side as well. What a just such an entertaining game here. And Passion's still with fight in them, but you're right, Harry. They need to mop up those T sides on this map because they are really ugly right now.
Yeah, it's going to be their big problem, man, because the CT half is looking really, really solid. Like this game, the fact that we're even entertaining an 11-1 comeback, you know, that shows the CT side is good. They just didn't get any solid ground under their feet in that first half. You know, if this was even slightly closer, we're talking even a 10-2. I think this game actually has a lot more mileage still in it. But at the end of the day, 1 round on your T-half simply isn't enough. It took him too long to fully get going in that game. Yeah, for Passion, I think the Mirage is one that's worth looking at. It feels like it could be a bit of a make or break map for them if they did want to try and live through stage 3. For G2, they do good, man. They shut down the comeback. We were all getting a little bit nervous there, but no G2 choke. No G2 choke. They end up getting out of this with their heads held high. Ends up being a really exhilarating game as well, full of clutches, full of clutch attempts, really sick rounds, and that's Counter-Strike right there, Hugo.
Yeah, and here's Mattis.
Mattis, congratulations. You won, I would say, one of the most important matches in this major, the first best of one. Huge confidence boost. And you guys, honestly, it looked like super easy in the beginning, but then you kind of started giving us some heart attacks. So please share, how do you feel, or how you felt while they made a comeback against you?
I mean, we are very happy for sure. Those first games matters always. Like, of course, it's only a BO1, and at the end of the day, the BO3 will be the most difference, I would say, difference maker. But we are very happy for sure. We started to stress a little bit towards the end, like we lost every clutch. We knew most likely what's gonna happen, but we still tried to hurry up in some scenarios, 1v2, 2v2, this kind of stuff. So it could have been smoother for sure, but we are happy. I think the way we started, we really have to be proud of ourselves, and we are happy for sure.
Definitely also, you can be proud of your city side. That was absolutely flawless. You guys had, I think, 11 rounds in the halftime. That was perfect. And now you can work on whatever mistakes you did during the clutches. I also talked to Heavy God before, and he said that you guys practice a lot. So how do you feel overall heading into the stage with your team and also facing the other teams in the rest of the stage?
I think it doesn't really matter for us who we're going to face from now on. I think we will prepare the same for everyone. We respect everyone, and we're trying to do our best. We had a lot of times for practice, finish, or map pool, so I think we are really confident. It cannot be a better timing for us than right now. So I think we are confident towards whatever is going to bring for us in the future, especially in the next follow-up BO1s.
Happy to hear that, Mattis. Thank you so much, and best of luck later.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
CS2 has certainly been explosive this year, and it will culminate on one final epic stage, the pinnacle of Counter-Strike.
The StarLadder Budapest Major. It's what every player dreams of. To overcome fear, doubt, rivals,
titans, and lift the trophy that transforms them from contenders to legends.
But maybe not like this.
Victory is one thing, but to do it in an arena full of real fans, now that's what truly forges legends. This major will be unlike any other, hosted in a modern coliseum and taking place on a magnificent stage, granting 20,000 fans unparalleled views and unrivaled access to the best teams competing.
Too small.
That's more like it. Don't miss your chance to feel the energy and experience the emotions live. Claim your place among legends in the making. Buy your ticket now for the StarLadder Budapest Major.
I'll be waiting for you. Mother cluckers.
More BO1s, more teams arriving. Here we have the 3D Max gang showing up, and they're going to be facing off against Pain in this opening round matchup, Hugo.
Yes, indeed, Harry. Pain coming off the back of a semi-final placing at the Austin Major. It was a shock to everyone at the time. Even beating Furia on the rise in that quarterfinal was impressive enough. But the question is, can they keep it up coming into yet another major? It was a great run of rivals, but otherwise this season has been flip-floppy for this team, unable to reach the same heights, unable to get back to playoffs. And now they're fighting up against the 3D Max, who are, again, red hot, coming through previous stages, as we've already seen, look surprisingly good. Another team that maybe burned themselves by overplaying events, and I was worried for them coming into the major, but they at least got a break after Chengdu and are now here in fighting form, just about getting through that final day. And I think the final day of stage 2 looked the best for 3D Max. They took down an NIP who were on the tip of everybody's tongue for stage 3, and they did it dominantly as well. So I think that was a really reassuring game for 3D Max to propel them forward into this final, this third stage. For Pain, I'm a little worried, because I think this is the lowest form team from all the stage 3 teams. It's not a hot take by any means, but they've got to watch out today.
I found myself agreeing with you, actually, Hugo. I share a little in this worry for Pain, because 3D Max, they've been on the grind. They've had to make it to this stage, and like you say, they kind of looked better and better as the tournament went on, culminating in their final day of play. Meanwhile, for Pain, something I haven't been able to get past was when they, whatever reason, didn't show up to EPL, I think it was. That was right at the time of the VRS cutoff. They didn't go to that event, and that allowed them to maintain the spot in stage 3.
Smart.
But I wonder, while it is smart and it introduces variables, is that a sign that you were worried about giving it all away were you to attend? Because then, immediately, once the cutoff point passed, they started appearing again at tournaments. You talk about their run into the semis at
Austin
Rivals.
Oh, yeah.
They managed to go there. They lose to Furia. Now, I'll say it was a pretty sick game. In particular, the second map. You and I got to cover that, right? The overpass with Furia kind of sleepy to start, having a comeback. And I thought maybe that was kind of nice for the eye test, but I do just worry they kind of have the opposite problem with 3D Max, which was a bit of a lull in tournaments attended on the run-up to this major, only going to Chengdu and then Hong Kong. Meanwhile, the 3D Max guys have just been running event to event to event to event all throughout the tail end of this year.
Yeah, it didn't do them favors though, right? It didn't do them favors at all. They had a great CAC coming second there. Arguably a BO5 final they should have won, but past that point, bottom placings in Bucharest and Chengdu, and I think the break was necessary to try and get some relaxation and calm down after such a busy year for 3D Max. It really has been a busy year, so even just the time zone hopping, right? They went China, Europe, so they've been all over the place. For Pain, I think one good thing is they've had that break, right? They've skipped an event here or there. They're coming in cold, which is a problem.
Also, like, I'll say this as well. Like, in Chengdu, if you remember, they fell out there. That was a stacked event in terms of all the teams that were attending. You had 9 of the 10 top 10 squads, so I think it was like a really good eye test ahead of the major. There, they fell out after losing to Spirit and the Mongolz. That was the Mongolz' first event with Control-Ez standing in. Yeah. And then when you look at their Rivals run, the whole reason they were able to kind of make it as far as they did was they had the early success versus Tai Lu.
Yeah, beating them both.
And then they beat Passion in the quarterfinals, who crumbled in that game.
Well, it's time to find out if Pain are ready for stage 3 or if they will come in cold against the French of 3D Max. So let's get this game going.
One of the main reasons as of why we qualified to this tournament in the stage 3 is that we've been able to show our true selves in quite some maps. I don't think there is any like star in this team, more like anybody in this team can show up at any time and been showing that we can crush anybody that we face.
We are looking to repeat like the last major. To go into the playoffs, of course, is our goal in this tournament, and it's important for us to reach there.
They are extremely talented players, and I think that they can be a scary team in opposition. We've seen that at the previous major.
We played them in Austin. They kicked us from the last major, and it was really hard after it, to be honest. We had a lot of emotion, so yeah, we want to take our revenge, to be honest.
It's a team that we know how to play against them, and they know how to play against us, of course. We played against a lot of times and a lot of tournaments.
The team just came in the tournament. They don't know how is it with the computer, with the PC. They don't know how comfortable they will be in the arena, in the stream B, you know. We have this little advantage, let's say, at least for the two first games during the best of one.
The pressure is for them. We are just getting here yesterday, and yeah, it will be a hard match for sure. Of course, we will beat them.
Even discussions between both of these teams on that hype video talking about the pressure, who has it, who's ready, who's hot, who's cold. We're going to find out today as Pain enter for their first match of the StarLadder Budapest Major. 3D Max, at least a stage to warm up, feeling good. Snow says it's the pressure on 3D Max today.
Yeah,
we'll see if that much is true.
I find kind of interesting, because I feel like there's more pressure on Pain. They're the guys who already hit a really, really high level back in Austin, and now that kind of sets up expectations for this team. And that's also expectations you've seen trouble them before. At the string of events they went to after that Austin run, Pain looked really quite rough, and I think that was, you know, on the basis of the expectations that they wanted to run back that Austin success every single time. Let's see, though. I would be down to be pleasantly surprised.
Yes.
3D Max open up in a 5v4 straight away. Bodyy provides the first. Aggression out towards the hut is spotted by Lucky, unable to deal with it. Bodyy closes in with support from Gravity.
Ugh.
Oh, biguzera.
Oh, no.
Here to play. Not the guy you wanted to give dual Berettas to, but that's how it goes. The captain of Pain, one that hits very, very hard. And there has been a number of games, really all throughout versions of this roster, where biguzera has to be the guy.
Oof, nice shot from Bodyy, though. And they follow up. Maka P250 always present. And QC already thinking about that AWP armor. Well, it's broken now. So 3D Max, it gets scary, but Bodyy's 3K from above puts a pistol on the board. So nice to see Bodyy back in this team ever since he gave up his in-game leadership on Fnatic. Saw that at a run at Shanghai as well. And it was ugly, to be honest, but joined this team at the top of the year, helped propel 3D Max to new heights. He's had really good form. A team that has gone through changes, even in leadership as well. Gravity taking it over recently, but still keeping that 3D Max style.
Yeah, he's kept the same kind of essence to the team. Down for a lot of shock and awe, a lot of trickery in the mid rounds, lots of movement. So still very much a similar flavor, just a slightly different profile. EGT and Snow rotate down into lower, but run the risk of being caught by this body timing. He doesn't commit to the backstab yet.
I don't think he'll find them.
Util lobbed in. DGT on that swing. Sure, he's punished, but he gets out with his one, and that's really all you were hoping for.
Oh,
Bodyy has to weigh up. Does he try and catch rotates, or is he here to punish Snow? I think that's the decision he's coming to terms with himself right now. Kind of trying to do both, but it's going to lead to some missed timings. Closes in on the one target he's got. Can't pick it up on Davideus. Bomb planted for 3D Max, but no time to get comfortable. You're left looking at a low HP exercise in this 1v3. Run down. Pain get on the board early. 4Spy pulls through.
Seems like 3D Max didn't even know the answer to your question, Harry, because they're faking the bomb out while body's got full control of double. Turns around to check vent, goes back to clear Snow, who just spotted from that vent rotation. Kind of goes all over the place. Body ends up with kind of neither answer. Yes, he gets that kill to Snow, but it costs him the info down vent, and so they're very ready to run him down and get the trade. Kind of worst case scenario there for 3D Max, despite being in pretty good positions. Nice hold of that B bomb site. Payne put on a 4Spy.
Yeah, and you don't really know what causes it, whether that's just body trying to do too much, whether there's calls from the guys in the site of like, look, just cover the door, we have to get this bomb planted. But yeah, there was this moment where he's kind of pulled between two options, and it ends up costing them. Oh, peek out in the yard, biguzera. I mean, him starting off strong is fantastic. Yeah. You want biguzera in good form. I think, you know, the big strength of this Payne squad was it was finally one where we didn't have to have biguzera carry them through. When you think about some of the highest heights that this team went on to achieve, getting a lot more mileage out of the rest of the gang. But every now and again, you will have those games where the captain has to put the team on his shoulders. And so just getting a good look at a biguzera, it's a nice way to open up. Steps made out in the yard and a convincing tag on a Maka. And now biguzera and co play their hand with a swing outside. The 4Spy won't find a thing for 3D Max. Snow getting hyped up and trying to translate that across to the rest of the squad as they take this early lead on Nuke.
Yeah, Payne have relieved a lot of pressure by finding these early rounds, and the 4Spy has put 3D Max on the back foot here on Nuke. Snow has been coming into form as of late for Payne. A player that was a star in his previous team, put in anchor roles in this squad and struggled early. Saw some really poor games from him across the year, but has definitely started to improve. Give it a bit more freedom on T-sides. Payne all the better for it. Bringing the energy, that's for sure.
I mean, he's always good for it. That's his signature celebration that we all know. I don't even have to tell you what it is. You can all hear it. Snow showing up hyped is no surprise.
Good reason right now. Here's the gun round, 3D Max. Oh, they get disrupted. Snow, there's some of the aggression we were talking about. Makes a play, goes 1 for 1. That does a lot of damage to Exercise though. .3D Max look interested in this top site hit, and right now looks back longingly at them. If we don't have a quick rotation from DGT, this could be a problem. 2 players blocked in main. 3D Max won't commit with the util. They go back outside. Payne are so patient. They haven't moved a muscle. They are in really good positions to deal with this, getting that info early. He won't overcommit because 55 seconds, you're just now getting to red. What are you going to do with this? Crossing past main is 2 players here. They're paranoid about this A site. But they will keep on eyes outside. Great flash.
Might be a good flash. Davideus just fights right through it. couldn't see a thing on that first fight.
Whoa.
The moment you pick that up, it's a done deal, man. Bomb drop, 3D Max. The only thing they've got is time, no resources, no bomb, and even the time is running out. Looks to be a save. DGT does not want to let them get away with it. Pressure outside might find both saving players. Gravity was right there and ripe for the taking. And honestly, getting out with just the one gun isn't even that good for 3D Max at this point in the game.
No, you want the YEKINDAR as well, so Gravity's still got to make some noise on the way out. Can't blame 3D Max for expecting more players on that A bomb site. I wonder why Pain just held so firmly in their positions when that A execute came in. It was the perfect call. They got late info outside. David Deus was able to hold on. And the flash is great, but just shooting through to find a double kill,
I think
it's painful for 3D
Right
Max.
now, Snow's kind of prediction in that video ahead of the game where he said they're going to play with more pressure. I think he might be right in that.
Yeah, it's feeling like it.
3D Max certainly looking a little tense to start the day.
Oh, they missed the Dawnade.
So that's only going to, further that point.
How do you miss the Dawnade, Lucky? That is not ideal. Oh dear. Harry, oh dear. 3D Max.
I feel like surely a timeout's coming just to try and deal with some of these early nerves. Someone needs to address it. In BO1s, every mistake costs you, and sometimes, like missing a Dawnade, for example, it's not the most obvious thing, but it's changed what they wanted to do in this round. It's removed some of the pressure they were hoping to have. You had the body indecisiveness down at lower that cost them the control over the early game. Everything builds as this goes on. And so might be a good time to try and cut through some of these nerves, some of this tension, playing towards lower for Gravity on this saved gun.
Health is so low.
Slowed down, exercise on his lurk. I do love watching this guy in lurk positions. When he's on, he's really on. But with Gravity cleaned up, again, exercise. Oh, no! Get that timeout ready, boys. You need it.
This was their round. This was actually their round, all low health, and they were in such a commanding position. And exercise doesn't even hit a bullet with the deagle spam. Body could drop in. It's got 12 seconds, so he kind of needs to die. They're not going to give it to him. Comes hunting. 4-3. He's dead after time. Okay, no, they got him.
Goodness.
They got him. Woo!
They show a bit of mercy. That was honestly the biggest kindness they could have given to 3D Max.
Shocked
there was a couple of seconds left.
Yeah. Got to remember that's
There's
Nico.
that timeout.
Can't let it spiral. But 5-1, Harry. 3D Max down in the dumps right now. Chatting it through.
You know, their coach.
I do.
That's him. He's weighing in.
Never get told that one.
The 3D Max style is always hinged on confidence, and having reliable pieces, because a lot of it is down to finding timings, a lot of it is down to finding gaps, being able to pack roll your opponent with the other groupings of players. There's a lot of movement on these 3D Max setups. There always is. They've been a highly mobile team for as long as you can remember, and that hasn't changed massively outside of maybe adding a bit more structure to it since Gravity became the leader. So it doesn't work. The system doesn't work if everyone's a little bit cagey. No one's feeling super great. A lot of the usual tricks that would work for 3D Max simply won't in that type of environment, and this only goes from bad to worse. After the timeout, they get demolished trying to play through out in the yard.
Are Pain going to be the Brazilian surprise of this stage? I know they're a stage 3 team, but with just so many squads impressing in this major and so many top teams waiting, I can't say I had my eye on Pain. But right now, biguzera 9-1. 3 kills in this round. And an unwinnable clutch for Gravity. They just sink him, chase him down. And they're having fun. Now, how do you kill this mood? Tell me how you kill this mood. I don't think you can.
No, I mean, dude, even biguzera there just fires the Snow round win comment at Snow before he can get it off, and Snow enjoyed that. He thought that was a great bit. You see?
Set him
like,
off,
it's
dude.
really,
Set
really
him
good.
off.
And he knows he's going to fire him up. I'm loving watching biguzera and Snow on the cams right now.
Yeah. Dude, he's unstoppable, man. Is this the Copenhagen Major?
Like, look at how much fun they're having in this game. 3D Max. They look like they want to go back to the hotel right now.
Oh, wow. It won't be long. But you will have to come back for another BO1. Oh, he's just getting dry fights outside. Just killing them all. I just want biguzera Snow Cam.
Dude, I'm really enjoying watching these two together.
Special request.
Like, because even though biguzera is having a good time, I think also he just knows, like, it's really important to keep this mental state, you know? Don't add that pressure. I think it's something that this team knows really, really well. It was after Austin, I'm pretty sure it was heading into Cologne even, where they faced some disastrous results. And I think that came from the team putting way too much pressure on themselves, not playing like themselves. And after, you know, going on to kind of find a bit of your form again, pick up some pace, you now realize, okay, like, you know, if we kind of struggle at dealing with pressure, let's just not put too much on. If you can keep the vibe light and good and happy like this is any other tournament, that can be the key to success, especially in these opening BO1s. I mean, look at how hyped up they are, because they are absolutely dominating 3D Max, who have looked dead on arrival here.
Yeah, they've looked stressed.
They win that pistol round. They make one mistake in the follow-up and eco, and even then, it's like barely even a measurable mistake, if that makes sense. It's not like some easy to identify. It was just kind of bodyy overreaching for options, and it cost them the first couple of rounds, and now look at how quickly this has gotten away from them. That's why BO1s can be, you know, so heartbreaking. They're a whole different beast to a best of 3. There's no fail-safe. There's no 15 minutes between games to go and kind of bounce back and talk it out. You've got to do it all in the server. And if you never get those solutions, you never arrive, your whole major could be thrown into jeopardy on one day.
Snow again back into the door. They try to set him up for a little bit more, and that nade on the smoke is a beautiful play to get Snow activated. Can he escape? Does he even need to? It is a graveyard for the French. biguzera follows up through that smoke, and Snow is still alive and kicking. 4-on-2. DGT calls it off. He was going to flank, but he's in such a strong position. The pressure is all on 3D Max, and no way, Snow goes back for more. The last thing they're ready for, Gravity in the top side with no bomb and no rifle. He's got to try and find one. 3-on-1. They are surrounding him right now. Pain are everywhere, pushing the molly and laughing their way to the bank. Dude, it's a lot of fun watching Pain when they're playing like this. 3D Max are not even getting to run rounds. Look at the disruption. I love this. Deep smoke, nade on the smoke. 2 players push in off of it. DGT jumps as soon as 3D Max think they've evaded the lobby.
And it's so interesting to see, because I think 3D Max, when they're at their best, when they're really switched on, they're really good at being this type of oppressive, where they're getting in your face, they're stopping you from running the calls and the strats that you want. They're getting a real taste of their own medicine right now from Pain. You don't get lobby, you don't get outside. Where is left? You know, you cannot hold lobby whenever they've tried to take the space, whenever they've gone for the yard cross. biguzera has been getting dry fights in the rounds where the smokes have come down. They've been spamming them through it. They've been nading them open. Hell, even the plays that have worked for 3D Max, like when they threw that flash on a Dabadeus in main and he was full blind, he still got out with 2 kills.
But where's the 3D Max we know and love, Harry? Where are these fast hits? Where are the ramp rushes with the 4
You don't
Mac
have the room or the confidence to do that.
I think you have to. It's what 3D Max live and die on, right? They like to play fast. They like to be in your face. Right now, they're getting crushed in defaults. Okay, they try some pace. Nade on the smoke. It's a perfect kill for biguzera, and he looks for one over the top of Silo. 3D Max are shifting into their grave right now. Are they going to go out on their terms? Or will this just be one by one capitulation from biguzera? 15-4. Snow is in the vents. He should know they're down here, though. The call has been made. They're running amok. There's a good kill.
Important one for bodyy. Lucky going to try hit a timing on this lurk. And I like this idea, right? With Exercise dead, you're not as nervous about a lobby lurker, so Lucky knows he's really unsuspected there on that push. But that only leaves 2 players in at lower. And Pain are playing a super confident game right now, so expect them to move quite quickly here. They know that Lucky's out of position. They've got a 3v2 in at this lower site. They're going to roll in with the util. Flash, smokes down, window and double doors knocked out of commission. There's very few angles left to have to clear here. Maka's one of them. He gets hard cleared by biguzera, running the entry path. Tap on the bomb, shot baited out of bodyy, and there's all the info for biguzera. Of course DGT is going to trust him. Of course he's got faith in his captain. biguzera with all of them. Take a bow, because what an entrance to stage 3 this is from Pain's captain.
Yeah, hardest high five in the house has got to come from Snow after that one. biguzera puts him in his backpack. Breaks 3D Max into pieces. 5 kills. He is 18-4 right now. A beautiful, calculated retake. Every bit of utility is perfect. Feels like this game is on rails for Pain. biguzera. Yeah, the double high five.
Oh, it's so good.
And what a stark difference between Pain and their mood and 3D Max, who are just getting beaten.
Yeah, Pain are acting every round. It's like they've won the lottery, and they keep winning the lottery. 3D Max, they look like they found out someone's just died. They look so sad on these cameras.
Yeah, 3D Max have died. That's what's going on. 9-1. Nothing to show since that pistol. 9 rounds in a row. None of these close, Harry. Not a single 1v1. That is the closest round yet. And it is 2 standing, and it's an ace from biguzera. Keep on farming. DGT coming up from lower. Catches the 5v4 and somehow he gets out. Cheeky. They do rush the molly, but he knows. He should know. Oh my, he's running all the way. NQZ, Hot Orb, and nuke CT side when you've got an advantage like this can feel so freeing. There are so many avenues to make moves, so many positions to catch T's off guard in defaults. Hot Orb, secret push-off spawn, ramp contact. We've seen the door stuff Pain have been doing. It's been really nice. So 3D Max thrust into a 3v5. No idea what's going on.
All right, nice opener for Maka. But still going into a stack. That 1 kill might give you a false sense of security. NQZ cleared and dead. Dabadeus wasn't ready for more. And so finally something to get going here for 3D Max. They find their way to a bomb plant, but the big bad biguzera still in the picture. Makes his way, makes his play out towards heaven. Got DGT moving in to join him. Gravity committed to a big flank. That leaves only Maka in the site. It's the captain and the former IGL side by side here for 3D Max. And they've got to use both their brains to piece this one together. Good kill for Maka, and this wraparound for Gravity really should seal the deal on this round. Even if biguzera finds this, it will go no further. 3D Max, after a long hiatus from this game, break the 9-round streak of pain.
Yeah, no celebration even comes through here for 3D Max, because you know you have so long to go before this game even gets close to being a conversation. Some nice shots and good trading here for 3D Max, who actually get to play out their round in the disadvantage, 3-on-5. But it is still a long way back into this matchup. Can they keep it going for one more on this T side to give them some breathing room? Fast out ramp through the Molotov. DGT, no support, not yet, not needed. Maka shut down, tried to make a play. Spam through this smoke, and of course it comes up for Snow, 10-5. Feels like he can do no wrong, and DGT is pushed in from behind again. Just a contact play through smoke. There is no respect from Pain at this point. And 3D Max forced to go by the Molotov, but he's still committed, stuck in front of the site. As the Molly fades, he goes back to group up, 2v4. And while you may feel like ramp is your way in, the AWP has taken that line. So nowhere is safe here. Something's brewing. They do need the bomb. How have they missed this?
DGT shortly dead, caught with util back of the site. They do still need that bomb. Exercise going back to get it. They actually both do. They both dipped out of A to go back and retrieve the bomb.
Took it loud.
Snow just waiting for the time to strike, and NQZ gets set up over here in heaven. Exercise and Body have done a really good job to claw back this round and make it look at all achievable, but the job's not done yet. Never feeling too comfortable. Even the cover from Body here would be very labored. NQZ doesn't peek, but the nade finds big impact. They don't know where Body is. He's going to have to fire off soon. There's the kill on a Snow. Spot on NQZ, and that is a 2v5 turnaround from 3D Max to take a third at the end of this first half.
Pain giving exactly that to 3D Max, a click in the back after that 9-round streak on the CT side of Nuke, and the French are nowhere to be seen. Couple of exciting rounds right at the end for 3D Max to hang on in hope, but it is desperation here in this comeback as Pain are running off of vibes. Ace for Captain biguzera, top of the server by some margin, and Pain coming in confident to this third stage of the major.
Yeah, look, 3D Max have given themselves a tiny bit of room to work with here. getting those final two, featuring a 2v5 down the stretch for exercise of body, but still have a lot of work to do, and it's got to start straight away. If you win the pistol, you can look forward to the prospect of a comeback, the idea that you could close this up. If you lose it, it's over. And so pressure is sky high. Davideus and Snow coming through with entries aplenty. Instantly leave Payne in a very commanding position, plant in at upper. Really no reason to give this one away. biguzera always finding a pair of dual Berettas off the opponents as well.
If you want to take anything from that pistol to use at home, it's how the pathing is done by Davideus, right? He runs out hut, but he goes front sight in front of it towards the back of silo. It's the perfect way to path on these top sight hits. Not just W towards the backside player, giving them a chance to isolate you, but make them very uncomfortable, make them swing wide, make them be exposed to door if they want to hold on. So really nice pathing there for Davideus. Gets that first entry, and the round feels dead off of that. So boom. Payne with a pistol. And comeback concerning.
And now you're left hinging, grasping at straws for a force buy. Saving on a handful means you have a little bit more to work with here than you usually would, but even then, I don't think it's much to look forward to for 3D Max. Oh, Maka, nice. Okay, that's a nice way to start. Eagle to open. And an instant tone setter on the round. Will Payne slow it down? Or will they stick to their guns, crossing with a lot of bodies out towards Secret? Still only Maka down here. Hit a nice shot to open, needs even more. There's the second. Ooh, Maka once more. Starts to fall back now as Payne are closing in. Fakes the drop down into the site, breaks that window, trying to misdirect. The remainders of Payne and the rest of 3D Max are here on rotation.
Oh my.
7 closing in.
Careful.
Maka's been the guy to keep an eye on thus far. This Deega's hit very, very hard in his hands. Creeping through the smoke. Exercise has the drop on them and isn't even a requirement. biguzera can't win this. Hell of a round from Big Maka and his Deagle.
Unreal, but 3D Max, they do love a force buy, they do love a Mag 7, and they deliver a dose of reality the way of Payne. Exactly what was done unto them. T-side pistol round win, CT side force, and now we look to see if they can build a 9-round streak on this half. If 3D Max have more to show in this series, it's time to start now. Nice round out of Maka. It's Payne to put the pistols of their own. Smokes outside, just a ruse that gravity might confirm. And he's done exactly that, so even despite this, 3D Max only have 2 players on top site. Exercise is getting hung out to dry right now. Lucky needs to get stuck in. Maka's on ramp. That might be needed here as Payne are leading into the radio. Where will they end? Will they end before gravity ends them?
Yeah, you're living on a timer that you don't even know about. Oh, Snow was just holding for it, but right as he leaves, gravity moves in with his one. That's going to force them forward into this ramp hold. And with clean stuff coming out of Maka ever since that D ground. Bit of hope getting reignited here for 3D Max. NQZ 1v4. He's got 30 seconds left to play it. And nothing really to do it with. Just armed with this Deagle. Should be a dead man. And gravity makes it so.
Triple Galil on the CT side. It's a bit of a laser beam there. Screw the FAMAS. Don't let the French hear that, though. Nice shutdown from 3D Max, who have all the info in the world. Felt a bit too slow for Pain, right? Just the fact that they get those smokes in, but they don't even really try and make it look like an A hit. They just have one Deagle probing Hut. It's not going to adjust the setup at all. So Pain now, full broke. It's about that next buy round here for Pain. Good grenade. Ouch. Nearing on 200 damage there. Just gonna run through the hut. And the FAMAS is back with a big 3K as they put the round together with ease. All right, Pain, if you want to avoid some awkward conversations, time to win this gun round.
Oh, rough for gravity. And a dismal way to give up that 5v4 aggression into the lobby. But so early in the round and only seeing one player, it doesn't tell you a hell of a lot here if you're 3D Max. Now Yard is littered in smokes. Snow just playing on the edges of them. I like his pathing there. Leaves options open. If a smoke gets naded open, he could just disappear into the secret smokes. And he's made it all the way in a garage on this wrap round. He now has great spacing. So the rest of Pain can take the pace out. Lend Snow a little bit of time to play. Maka didn't spot him on that check either. So he is fully flying under the radar right now. This is Snow in position to take the entire round away. Sees one, plays the trigger discipline, gets out with a double, and the last player on this top site spotted. Snow can't quite clean him up, but he's done his part in the round. Red carpet rolled out for Pain.
Beautiful.
Just fantastic stuff. Snow finding every gap, every timing. And there was kind of no recovering that with the position he gets to. Fully unknown.
Yeah, and going for both as well is really nice. Not just taking the free kill, but taking the round with it, knowing his timing was unknown about. 3D Max, after seeing some slow rounds with Pain sitting back in the lobby, don't expect anyone to have made it behind. Body unlikely to survive. He'll try, but they are here. Oh, nice shots. Orb, maybe? He's got it. So Pain, they stop the comeback in its tracks, or at least delay it, because that's an important T-gun round to put 3D Max back down to reality. Very happy with that one. Maka Orb at least enters the field, gonna get boosted over Silo. Looking for that climb up, and he's gonna find it in the form of Davideus. Or is David just holding secret? Gives him nothing. Hot push denied. DGT on these lurks in just the right positions. It's a dangerous spot. If you go deep in hut like that, you're just gonna get shot in the legs if they start rafters. But 3D Max Walk right into him again. Back-to-back 5v4s for DGT. There's out on silo now, but no orb to be seen. Stuck Red is lucky. Trying to fight himself out of a cage. Team Flash still escapes. Lucky to be alive, to be honest. Clue is in the name. It's the orb. Oh, what?
I don't know.
That looked dead on.
And QZ robbed of that kill. Would have loved a 4-on-3. Would have basically guaranteed you this round, but 3D Max still have a chance to swing at it. Double rotate into lower. 3D Max attempting to get ahead of this. Now, they're not favored on the lower hold. There's still more Pain players here, but you kind of want to keep one of them in reserve to watch the vents. For now, it was only biguzera actually playing down towards lower, and it looked like they wanted to change this on the fly, try and link up with the upper play while biguzera faked. That hasn't really worked, but they still might get their desired outcome. Make it up through the vent. Chance to plant and try to win a 2v4. Gravity on that swing is shut down. Davideus and NQZ cooking.
Oh.
Another missed shot from the orb. And now it's just Davideus who gets iced out. bodyy with some stellar shots to claw that one back and stop it from getting too weird. Pain aren't allowed to graduate onto match point just yet. 3D Max still in with a chance of ending this in regulation.
Yeah, disappointing for NQZ. That is the round teed up for him there. Not only the opening kill outside on the pullback from the yard control, but if he hits that shot in main, his teammate can watch Hut. Suddenly, that 2v4 is a 2v1 in seconds. I don't think Gravity made a bad move by swinging to try and punish that plant, but everything else felt available for Pain. One missed shot costs them everything. And 3D Max refused to give up here in this CT side. 24-round game now. biguzera with some pace, falls into main. Full blind off his team's flash. Not ideal, but they get down the vent in the chaos. To hold the vent, however.
Still, in a way, like, you're not expecting them to not be holding the vent, right? So you don't really feel any safer to rotate through there. And 3D Max are really taking their time, getting their ducks in a row on top site. So much so that they could even get flanked. body's the only guy down here at lower, and so NQZ knows he has 3 players heading down towards the doors at lower. Davideus won the fight for ramp control. Don't lose it to the pistols. Defuse is being held right now.
Yeah.
NQZ arrives from his flank, and just Maka remains. A retake that fails for 3D Max. That wraparound, the timing hit for NQZ, and Davideus making a play for that ramp control. All of it marries together beautifully for Pain in the post plant. A round they had no business winning, but given a little too much room, taking some space away, suddenly they flip the script.
Those rounds are always dice rolls. That's why it's great to see it done on an eco with limited pressure, because if you get the bomb down really quick and you lose the first kill and all of the CTs fly down the vent, they chase you, you could just lose that round instantly before your team are even in position. But what an excellently timed lurk for NQZ to get Gravity off the bomb. No kit on that defuse as well. His team presumably had one, but wrong guy for the bomb. And like you said, the space taken towards ramp made that very uncomfortable for 3D Max. So here we go. As Pain try to finish the game off, bodyy catches DGT back turn, expecting more aggression, but it's all bodyy, putting them in bags. 3 kills, and that's a bit too much. Even he knows that. Pain have been interested in these 2vx's. So please, 3D Max, do bodyy right. Finish what he started. He must be feeling desperate at 19 kills, going for the 4-3 peak there. Just wanting to close the round on his own. You know Pain are going to give this a go. So with snow down lower, vent is an option. Or he can fake that B site. Maybe saying, try get to me. They really are making up their mind, uncertain. Gravity's watching this. Oh, nice kill. And the molly distracts Exercise for long enough that he gets down. Snow's already in the site, but Lucky is quick to the job. And here, to finish it off, Lucky finds those final 2 and keeps this game alive for 3D Max. Even after those 3 kills from bodyy, I'm worried.
Yeah, I mean, look, the hardest thing to contain in this type of a game is it's clear Pain is starting to feel some pressure, but the 1 rounds where that pressure maybe goes away is in these force buys, in these low buy rounds. I think the trick is going to be reeling them in, right? Which sounds crazy to say. Pain have played a great game all day. The rifles have looked really, really solid. biguzera, Snow, super hyped up. Some really nice moments in there as well from the rest of the gang. NQZ, Zorp, a little bit hit and miss, but it's been forgivable. It's clear the pressure's starting to build. And as 3D Max got backed more and more into a corner, they resorted more and more to desperation and making these aggressive moves. But it's been working. It's been keeping the game competitive. These are the rounds when the pressure gets alleviated somewhat from Pain. They come through with low econ, like a low econ buy, where they're going to play a little looser. That pressure kind of dissolves. You just go for grouped 5-man CS. If you can reel this one in, 3D Max, then we are very interested in the prospect of this comeback. It's only pistols. They've got 1 gun on Davideus. He had a bit of extra money, so he's put that in. And let's see what he can do with it. You're going to have to deal with maybe 1 more of these before the OT if you make it that far. Rifle rounds are a whole different beast, and you've also got to deal with a couple of them. I think they liked the gap that Snow was able to find that time out here in the yard, and so thinking there might be space to take. It's also nice open sight lines for the AK to fight in, and you've got gimmicks you can bring out, such as this boost. Putting Davideus up on top of Red, he's dead straight away.
Just shuffle that gun. Everybody gets a go. Ooh, they're cooking. Snow's melting. Does put that gun to use. You can't win the round outside. 3D Max won't let it happen. They can just disengage. Pain have to take space. Trying to cross now towards Secret. Look for a fight on the way.
Pain punch gets the better of Snow.
Oh, he's doing a lot of damage.
Even though the tags were coming in, and now it's just DGT who will get put down. 3D Max, another huge step in the right direction. Down to just a 3-round lead. Here's 1 of 2 remaining rifle rounds that you've got to worry about coming out from Pain.
bodyy is finding so much impact on this CT side. He is just multi-killing every single round right now, and biguzera has definitely cooled off. So Pain are not out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination, even with match point in their pocket. 3 chances here to finish the job. 1 of 2 gun rounds, as you say. Maka's orb. Taking a risk immediately. It's what we know him to do. Pushed in. Door break. Vitality nade. Maka. Finally, revenge to DGT, who has been a nuisance in lobby. And killing DGT in lobby as the outside control comes in, you just know there's probably no one here, so NQZ has to go back to maintain some presence here in the map. The rest of his team crossing outside. Great spam. They missed the info on the break. Maka doesn't know how close he is to death. Lucky tries to deliver it. This is claustrophobic. Everybody is here. Can someone get a kill? There it is. Through the garage. They know they're coming. Gravity comes up from behind and delivers 2 more kills. No idea about the 3rd.
Yeah, they didn't know about Davideus. Oh my god, the lineup. Davideus gets out with 2. This is a 2v5 attempt now for Pain. A desperate grasp at glory to close out this game. What a way it would be. Bomb dropped out here outside in the yard, and as NQZ moves in with Davideus dead, the threat that those 2 represented quelled. 3D Max continue closing the gap.
4 players of 3D Max fighting in yard. 2 come up from Secret. 2 just staying behind the smokes, looking to live and die in the yard control. Nice try for Davideus, but comes too late to save this round. And Pain maybe feeling flustered. Remember the 9-round streak?
Dude, Pain a very easy team to tell when pressure's setting in, right? They're so verbose, they're so loud, they're so extravagant. Whenever things are going well, you can instantly tell when the pressure's creeping up, when a game's getting close. The stress is there, there's no celebrations, there's no yelling. Things really start to get a lot quieter, and everyone in the team can pick up on that mood. Now, we said these rounds are actually, could be some of the hardest to deal with, right? Because they're kind of natural pressure alleviators. You just play grouped, you play together, try to overwhelm and overrun. bodyy dead after one in at the ramp. That's not enough from the ramp hold, and that's given a 4-on-4 over to Pain. So hold your horses here. Play down in towards lower. Lucky already here ahead of time, but the rest of 3D Max are a ways away, so he can't afford to die. Swinging out, he's missed his timing. Don't want to get caught here, they're closing in on him. Good kill on the first, but Lucky's got to be prepared to do even more. Again, a one and done, likely not enough. 3D Max get a player down vent, 2 guys out towards ramp. They're looking for this retake in the 3-on-3, but Pain have had a bit of time to get set up.
Making the most of this, DGT. Low health, still committing. Wants one more before all is said and done, and smoke comes down. Can he fire off before it blooms? Can he find this kill? It's a bad smoke. Exercise walks straight in. DGT takes his head off and looks to finish the job on his own. The Lurker stands up with 4 kills, and Pain look to finish what they started in that first half. It's taken some time, but DGT is good for it. The second ace for Pain in this game will be enough to shut out the match. It took some time, but they take down 3D Max here on Nuke.
And you could just tell, you could feel it. It was going to come at the hands of one of those rounds, one of those low econ rounds, just charging in the chaos. DGT, what a time to deliver. Ace in the final round of play where they needed it the most. No money, nothing to look forward to. For 3D Max, meanwhile, this is a bit of a horrible game. It's going to leave a bad taste in your mouth. The idea that you didn't start showing the CS you wanted to show till it was already way too late in the day, right? It was a slow beginning. Horribly slow, in fact. A 9-round streak out of their opponent, out of Pain, kind of just teed them up for that win. It left you with no wiggle room, no breathing room, and the worst part is you can't say there weren't chances for 3D Max in that first half. One of those monster moments that just flashed up there, the exercise Deeg and Lobby, they had outpositioned Pain so hard, but just a couple of whiffs, couple of mistakes. That's what you remember at the end of a BO1 that comes this close, especially when you did have the fight in you in that second half to get Pain sweating.
Yeah, it's shocking to imagine that the team who hasn't played any matches came in as hot as they did to their first game at the major versus the squad that had to grind through the final day of play, showed the best game yet in that final BO3 against NIP and dominantly 2-0'd them, looked as cold as they did in this matchup. They started T-side, they couldn't put together anything in that first half. So a bit of a surprise for 3D Max, a game they're kicking themselves at because 2 aces against them, a comeback attempted, and none of that enough to stop the Brazilians. So Boa Corallo indeed for Snow and biguzera, especially the latter, who came in red hot to start this game. I mean, what would it have been if biguzera wasn't 15-2 after 6 or 7 rounds of this game?
Yeah. I mean, you know, that's biguzera all over those. Someone who's always good to kind of have those types of performances. And IGL who very much puts up numbers and isn't afraid to do so. And yeah, you know, I think for me, there's still some worries around this Pain squad. Like, that's what that game says to me, is they're not immune to this choke. They were trying to keep the pressure low, but it's still crept up on them. And as these games get closer, they'll be happy that they closed it out, but they have to realize, you know, this was 3D Max. They've got tougher opposition down the line. You can't kind of have these type of crumbles. You can't give away that many rounds in a game that should have comfortably belonged to you. But I do want to hear from the man. Let's see what biguzera had to say after that game.
biguzera, congratulations, you won the first game and it started out so dominant, but then it got kind of close towards the end. Were you scared for a second to maybe give it away?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's Nuke, right? I think some T-sides sometimes just go wrong for the wrong way always. not always, but sometimes. But yeah, I think they lose some equal rounds, half by also, and yeah, I mean it's a difficult map to play in this side, so sometimes just struggle.
Okay, and according to your game plan, because it looked like you were heavily prepared, especially for the CT side. Did your T side go according to your game plan, or you think there's a lot of room to improve for the next upcoming best of one?
Yeah, was the way that I was thinking about the game, but at the same time it's difficult because sometimes you think some way to play, but at the same time they have a game plan also, so sometimes doesn't match, you know. Yeah. So okay. Yeah.
I understand. But let's look at something very positive. It was your performance, especially on the CT side. It was incredible. You fired up your whole team. Like, I could see it in the camps. Everyone was smiling. Snow was so happy about it. So how do you feel about your performance?
On CT side, just because on this side it was terrible. But yeah, CT side, I feel that is easiest for the agile and is for control the team also. This side is very difficult to play well and at the same time call. Yeah. So yeah, CT side is a position, is a role that I played a long time ago, and I don't know, I play very well there. So I like to play there, and today was a good day.
Hope we see a great performance for you. Thank you so much for the insights. I wish you best of luck for the next map, and we're heading into a little break, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please do not get in my way. You cannot drop in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so on the speed? I just been breaking the fire.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
Shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one of them, one that you're sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning.
We often ask ourselves, bigger or smaller? But first, you need to figure it out. Do you have a massive FPS? Or a tiny ping? Is that good? Nice! Yes, it's fantastic! X-Play GG. High FPS and low ping servers.
Here we are, we've got bait versus the Falcons. Big game over here on the B stream. All of them have been quite surprising thus far, and everyone's been down to go the distance. Bait pulling in, readying themselves for the mammoth task of taking down a big squad here. This would be a huge upset of the day, potentially, although we're actually waiting for that right now over on the A stream. Who knows? Falcons showing up to Budapest.
Yes, indeed. Falcons coming off the back of playoff. They have just been a shoo-in since they made this last roster change, with the exception of the debut in Cologne, which wasn't a problem for KSCERATO. Every single other result has been top four, with some third places in there as well, some finals for Falcons, but they still look to lift the biggest and best trophies, or really any trophy, with this roster. That's the goal of the event. The event isn't stage 3, the event isn't playoffs, the event is the goal rather is to win it all here for the Falcons. So safe to say we have high expectations of them in this stage. Looking at a 3-1, 3-0 run for the Falcons would be the expectation. And so getting through a team like bait, a team that has been known to run into significantly poor runs at the biggest events, right? Always managing to qualify, always managing to get through, but then when we see them in the high pressure moments, they've crumbled. However, that's not true this major, Harry. That is not true right now. bait have made a great run through 2 stages, one of the few teams to still be here in stage 3 from the beginning of the tournament, losing 1 series per stage. They fell to Navi in stage 2, they fell to M80 and a BO1 in their first game, and that was still a 9-3 comeback match or a 10-2 comeback match. So they have been super impressive in this tournament, the teams they've beaten and the fashion they've beaten them in. Remember, they 2-0'd Legacy, for crying out loud. They beat Parivision, Fnatic, Liquid, 3D Max, a bunch of squads still in this tournament now. So bait's run has been legit. This would put the absolute, crown on it if they could beat Falcons even in a BO1.
Yeah, they did have that victory as well over the Falcons back in Austin at stage 2. That was obviously interesting, different version of the Falcons squad. Now we have KSCERATO left in here to worry about for the Falcons, and this is a Falcons that have looked in very good form, like you say, with all of their playoff appearances. I don't really know. I think this is one of the toughest opponents you're going to look to draw at the start of stage 3.
Sure.
It is going to really legitimize bait if they're even able to give them a run for their money, though. I think it kind of lowers the what would be a sick result for this bait team. And I hope they do, because like you say, they've shown really solid tenacity throughout these games. They've been able to level up at this major. Losses in 1BO3 and 1BO1, but other than that, looked really, really solid. Let's take a look, though, and a bit of a dive into the Falcons. Hugo, how are you feeling about them coming into this major?
I mean, what can you say except the things we always do? The expectations are through the roof here for this team, and to be fair, the form is as well. Obviously, the team everyone loves to hate, but you can't deny the results they've had this season, Harry. They have been in 2 grand finals of epic degree, and they've managed playoffs at every event since Cologne as well. And not just playoffs, you know, deep runs, winning every third place decided they've been in over Vitality at EWC, and of course over Mongolz as well in Chengdu. So undeniable results for the Falcons, but still the major woes, right? Not just for a team as a whole, with Austin being an absolute calamity, down 1-3 in stage 2, but also just the elusive trophy, not just for Falcons, but for NiKo as well. We talk NiKo at majors. It's always been a bit of a devastating history for him. So many times he's been in the favorable playoff bracket or the favorite team to win it and been unable to do so. I'm not going to attribute those worries to Falcons here in the 3rd stage. I'm expecting them to make a clean enough run. It's the playoffs where all eyes are going to be on this team, but let's see what they're like as they debut here in Budapest.
I look forward to this major to show what we are capable of as a team and show that we are ready to perform on the highest level. We didn't get to show that last major, and I think we have the pieces and the right mindset now to show up.
The mood of the team coming to event is I would say pretty good. We had some good results in the past events. We have only lost to I would say the best team in the world right now, which is Furia. I mean, this is, you know, the last event, and it's the event that takes the most energy, and it's the event that you need to give the most energy out of all the events. So it's very important that we come in fresh for this one, and we made sure that we are coming fresh for this one. So it's gonna be interesting to see how it will play out.
I think people start to look at us like in a different way, obviously, because we managed to win good tier 2 teams, and we do it like consistently.
Well, I think they're actually playing pretty well, bait. We lost the first game against them in the last major, so they're definitely a team that can upset us. We need to be ready for them.
I think like the teams are stronger, but it's still best of 1. So if you pick the comfortable map, like for yourself, for your team, so we will see what's gonna happen. But yeah, we're still like confident we still have no pressure and other stuff.
You know, best of 1s are always exciting. No matter who you play and who is playing, it can be very exciting to watch and to play as well. It has more pressure. Looking forward to it.
Falcons v bait, and we end on Ancient here in this BO1. What an exciting map. This is a map that bait are feeling comfortable on. They're on a 6-win streak right now here. You asked me what the Falcons win streak is, Harry. It's 13 straight. You asked me, when was the last time Falcons lost Ancient? It was a BO1 against bait at the Austin Major 6 months ago. So look, I don't want to call anything out of the gate. There was a different Falcons roster. They were in different form, but I think that's so exciting to go full circle from the last team that beat them in the same matchup, the opening matchup. Tessa's just mentioned it there. They look to play bait again and get the revenge from Austin.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so either bait are going to break this streak, they will be the bookend of the Falcons streak on Ancient, or the streak continues and Falcons get their revenge. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah, those are the 2 options right now.
Oh my goodness. Okay, that's kind of exciting.
I think it is.
Bro, the other thing I'm going to say is coming into this, NiKo spoke about how they weren't going to boot camp before this major. There was no boot camp for the Falcons, citing the fact that in the past, at the last major for Austin, they went event to event, into a boot camp, into the major itself. And he said that felt like it was too much, it burned the team out. But I think not doing a boot camp and now coming in day 1 playing versus a super warmed up bait who have been playing throughout the stages, getting their reps in. That comes with its own set of risks.
Sure.
Let's see if it pays off for the Falcons.
Oh, yes, let's see as we get into this BO1 Bait Falcons opening match of stage 3 for both these squads. And Bait go quick into this A site. Nico headshot immediately. Going to be double headshot and overwhelmed as this bomb plant should surely come down, and it poises a near impossible retake for the Falcons.
Oh, nice shot from Odyssey. Something, a step in the right direction. But if you look down towards the edge of mid, you'll see Alex666 starting to make his move in through the back line. He's not even required because MPL's going to deal with both. And head trick tap down range. It's all eyes on Kixan in this pistol round. Time running low. Kixan looking for that defuse. Tap onto the next guy. And now just the all-in commit. Alex comes through. The knife is pulled. The knife is pulled. And it's going to cut Kixan down. That is one way to get this going. Woo! A knife kill in round 1 to bring Falcons right back to the memories of Austin.
That's a very scary spot to be in. Even having to pull the knife, smoke on bomb can really leave you lost there. They don't wait for Alex on the flank. I can't believe MPL forces those kills, but comes out with 3 frags. The fragging in-game leader, who is no longer the latter, has given the reins over to Alex and is still performing despite that. Kenzazor's been the standout player here for Bait at this major. It's one vast improvement for this Bait squad, having more firepower.
Dude, I don't know. I'm kind of nervous for the Falcons.
You always are.
The no boot camp factor, playing versus a Bait who have been kind of going from strength to strength.
They're red hot.
They're red hot, exactly. Starting, you know, all the way back in stage 1. They've been here throughout every stage of the major. Stage 1, 2, now into the 3rd. They've played a lot of games. They've got a lot of reps. They're going to come in feeling hot because this is all they've been doing the entire time they're in Budapest.
And I bring this up a few times when we watch these kind of games, but I think Ancient T-side is such a nice place to start when you're an underdog like this, because if you win the pistol, you have this momentum where you can be spawn calling a lot and going for really quick tempo rounds that we know Bait like to do. And it's going to come to the read of Falcons, the read of Kixan, but also Nico, who we know is very vocal in calling setups on CT side as to where we start with numbers, because I think Bait are going to push the boat out with these rushes early game to see if the Falcons can read them. Here's an example. First fall by a rush. Falcons are going to hear this coming. Oh, it's contact. Making it look like a one-man hit, but it is everyone running in. And there's the kill. And that's the round. Like 9 times out of 10, Harry, that's the round.
Pending a spam kill. Oh, which will come through. m0NESY gets the round going. They were ready to save. All the Falcons are backed out. m0NESY brings them back in with that one and a chance in this 4-on-4.
There is no kit in play. Swing is ready off of Alex's contact.
Oh, and Alex nails it. Kixan dead. Follow-up for head trick, and now the round is done once more. Bait, they take the first rifle round. I'm nervous still, more nervous. This is already looking kind of lights out for Bait. They're hitting hard. Falcons looking a little rusty, a little rough around the edges.
You're jumping on it so quick.
I'm jumping on it so early because it's such a huge red flag, Hugo. And we're like bulls. We chase them red flags.
I'm colorblind.
What was the streak again? Give it to me in numbers.
13 win streak on Ancient.
If you're just tuning in, right? Maybe you've just rolled over, you catch this a little bit late, you missed some of the chat before the game. This is Falcons after a really solid season, looking really good, making a bunch of playoff runs, always falling short of trophies, which is really what this squad is aiming for, but still having a really legit time. And within that, Ancient was the cornerstone of their pool. You dropped the little nugget of gold that this is the 13 win streak map for the Falcons. The last team to beat Falcons on Ancient was Bait back in Austin in the opening round of Stage 2. This is now the opening round of Stage 3, but Bait have been here since Stage 1, grinding through, losing 1 match per stage, looking solid. That's 2 3-1 qualifications. Falcons, unlike Austin, didn't have a boot camp ahead of this major, so they might come in a little cold, and I don't know if you can afford to do that to Bait.
The scene is set. The stage is ready. Are Falcons up for the task? From the disadvantage, the 2 rifles in this round, KSCERATO put low. He's going to trade it out to Nico, who's also on this B-bomb site. m0NESY alone on A, already getting abused. Clear game plan from bait. Going A in 3 of these 4 rounds. Nice hold from m0NESY, but he backs up into many players, and that's an easy trade. And with that, 9 times out of 10, that's the round. Falcons find that low percentage play on the retake. Spammer has to do it, but it just falls shy.
Alex, only good for 1. Nico going to trade it back. 3 on 3. You've still got some pistols here, but it might just be the kind of reluctant hunt for damage at the end. I don't know if you're quite believing in this yet. Oh, now you are. TerrZ's given the gun, puts it to work, but time is working against the Falcons. Defuse being held, closing in is essential.
No way!
And both kills delivered in seconds. Defuse just found with moments to spare. Nico arming his teammates, letting them do the heavy lifting while he hops on that bomb, and it works wonders.
Impressive retake there for the Falcons. That should not be coming through, but able to trade their way very quickly with no room for error. And a couple of missed shots. That's a danger of the donut post plant there. Bomb not for them. Big mistake made by bait. Thinking the Falcons would never put up that much resistance with limited weaponry and no kit, but they do, and they're on the board. Bait speeding towards Heaven's side through the Molotov. MPL won't make it. Essential takes significant damage. TerrZ, gotta be careful here. Double nades come in, but Bait do cross towards middle. That was the goal of this Heaven take. Looking once again for an A split. They walk their own smoke. The mid re-clear comes at an awkward time.
That's right, as Bait set their sights on this A split. You might be able to find Nipple lurking around out towards the red room. MPL just tucks himself in.
Reflash
through. They're ahead of this Molotov, but you hear them burning, you hear them tag. KSCERATO still good for 2. And so that gives you a fighting chance, Falcons. KSCERATO's teed them up for something. Flash in.
Oh.
Nico.
It's not helpful.
Burns a tad in that Molotov, and with MPL closing the distance on this backstab, he's got 1 on a plate. m0NESY mopped up for free. Can't find any more. Hangs around there for that fight, and TerrZ takes it in his stride. Spot on head trick as well. He's brought down low. Onus is on Alex, the captain, with that swing. Bait stays secure. Alex 666 brings the pain. Maka the devil as he swings on out and ends up putting Falcons in a basket. That is the lead maintained. That early chance to try and go blow for blow with Bait eludes the Falcons, and they're right back to where they were just moments ago. Money in a bit of an awkward spot. Can still look to bring out guns thanks to 3 players being flush with cash, but an early timeout triggered. Zonic having to get involved far sooner than he was expecting.
Would love to hear what Zonic is saying in this moment, because the game plan is so clear from Bait. They're just going at it a variety of ways. Abuse of this A bomb site, position where Nico is going to be found alone a lot of the time, or m0NESY on the AWP, and we know how hard these retakes are. Even though KSCERATO makes it so interesting with a crazy double kill pushing through the Molotov. It is the swing through the smoke from Alex that secures it. 4-1 lead for Bait. Falcons last buy before they have to eco. So how will Falcons respond? Bait try and change their tune. Back towards B. Pressure put on middle by KSCERATO. Not going through the smoke. And full take from Falcons, dedicating 3 players to doing so. Make it 4. TerrZ through the molly, eats that HE down to 9.
I'll remind you of this as well. When we saw Falcons play out in Chengdu, we might all remember that Spirit game that they ended up closing on this map from a really desperate position. They were 9-3 down after a weak T side, and we heard from Zonic. He said in a timeout, "We're the best CT Ancient team in the world." That was his exact quote. So right now, playing the side they're the best on in the world, on their best map with the huge win streak, Bait are beating up on them. Falcons have to try and regain some control over this game soon.
Ooh.
A bit of aggression from Nico does exactly that. A 5v4 leveled against Bait in this rifle round.
And you can see the panic, immediate fan out for Falcons, rotating around the map. They know this B hit is coming, confirming it with a 5v3. Central does get an entry, double kill up as Kixon tries to trade his teammate, and look at what it's cost them, almost everything. Bomb gets denied as long control is lost, and so Bait have to replenish utility to put that package down. Good Molotov for KSCERATO, but it bounces off the close player, missing the site entirely. Unfortunate for KSCERATO, 3v2 on this retake. Around the wall for Hedrick, flank cleared. They know Falcons are all here.
Essential dead. Nico leads the charge. It's left to Hedrick in this 1v3. Tap on the bomb. He gets Nico off. Ooh. Out with the swing. KSCERATO puts him down. Springs to life. And that's Falcons with a breakthrough. A second round found on this CT side and a chance again to start stemming the bleeding.
Very close rounds. Very tense game. You can already feel that's a 3-on-5 that Bait still get into a solid post-plant position. But KSCERATO's mechanics drag them through yet again. m0NESY, no money to AWP here on the CT side with how close these rounds are getting. Good grenade down middle. Alex has no chance, and Nico coming back to life after a couple of quiet rounds on the A site. Bait just go for the hit.
Yeah, straight up ramp. KSCERATO, debut major. And he holds the line convincingly so. Hedrick battles back in with a double, but surely dead on the plant. m0NESY elects not to play. Hedrick at 1 HP, can't sustain a shot, and m0NESY will provide it, playing with confidence. And with Nico coming in through the backline, that one felt super safe for the Falcons.
They are playing confident. That's nice to see. You know, 4-1 down in a difficult position and still fighting forward in these rounds. Not afraid of their opposition. They can't afford to be, with everything on the line, even just the win streak alone. And also starting a Swiss system strong for Falcons, I think, makes all the difference. Especially just after what happened in Austin. KSCERATO looking really good. It's not a Falcons roster that's even used to Swiss to a degree, right? Having only played it at EPL. At least for KSCERATO. The importance of these opening BO1s has been paramount every single stage. Giving yourself as many chances as possible. Double setup here. They're ready for an A play. Falcons not caught off guard this time. Block comes in as Nico gets more info, so they have no easy entrance here with these Deagles. This is going to be Falcons tying it up at 4-4. Bait back around the world. No util here in this round. And perfectly fine decision to play retake on the B-bomb site here for Falcons. m0NESY is just getting into position though, so if the first kill comes in for the CT side, you might just see them press the issue and try and maintain this advantage. Flash peek gets a lot of damage, and now Falcons know it's coming. Why give them the plant when you can take the round?
Yeah. Convincing stuff and a flawless round found, so really starting to entrench yourself in this CT side. you could dodge any of that early worry from the competitiveness of this game. If you go from strength to strength in this position, you're now hard to reset. It's not the case that, you know, bait are going to be gifted any freebies here as Falcons start to build up a bit of a bank account. So a far more grindy game for bait. And how this one started.
Liking this full mid-take here for Falcons. They finally run into spawn play. As bait run through the mid-smoke, they meet what Falcons have been doing for the past couple of gun rounds. modyy throwing assistive flashes, and Nico and KSCERATO just swinging out. Even Tessez jumps through cave and then has to rotate the long way round. But Falcons get what they want. Man advantage 2-2 and all the way back to B, so they lose no control. Opting to give them middle late in the round and play the advantage here are the Falcons. Oh, KSCERATO, if he went for a jump spot there, he would have got early info. Either way, it doesn't make a difference. bait actually climb up the heaven to B. Kicks in, stuck in the site. Tessez, oh, no business getting that kill. He had 11 points of health.
On a reblock at ramp with such little time left, you're going to lose the initiative unless you play through that. And Headtrick, doing so is no easy task. With Kicksan tucked in, that kill just delivered to him on a silver platter. Behold looking solid, and more convincing stuff from the Falcons. Look, it maybe took them a couple of rounds to fully warm up into this, but they're well and truly in the swing of things now. Going from strength to strength on this CT half. Now up into the lead, and with a 4-round streak under their belts, another crisp, clean round. The challenge keeps growing for bait here on their T side. Low econ round, and so maybe something a little bit faster, just grouping and looking for a B explode.
Not seeing much pressure on Tessez in this position. Lots of util, never commitment. So this is the round 4. Pistols fly through, and Tech9's up close are a nightmare to deal with. modyy agrees. Headshot immediately. That spam does find Kicksan low.
So low, but they thought it was clear. Sacrifices one, still an instant trade.
Bombs down.
Looking on at KSCERATO and Nico. 2-on-3. They've got to dig deep here if they want to keep this good track record for the Falcons in check. Smoke's down for now, but they're about to start fading. Falcons employ one of their own to try and get rid of this cave position. There's still a world where MPL could hope to play into this, play through the smoke on the contact of his teammates. Alex up close, goes unchecked. KSCERATO dead, and Essential with a massive round. 2 kills off the Tech9, killing blow on a Nico. It's not the round the bait was supposed to win, but they're happy that that is where they get back on the horse.
Yeah, they hit that perfect timing. Cave modyy is just coming in to assist Tessez as that play happens, but he's not there to stop it. So really sick double for Essential on the opener. I can't believe Alex actually able to hide behind the smoke. So bait, every round of high value here on this T side. What a shot for Nico. He just one-tapped Essential. No helmet. Either way, gone immediately. They do follow up, finding modyy in the process is Headtrick, and so this can propel bait forward if they want into the site.
Oh, KSCERATO just gets deleted. You've got to think about saving, surely. I mean, they have enough money to buy, kind of. modyy would be the only guy lacking. So maybe they still look for a bit of intrigue in this 2-on-4, just see if they can find something. You could afford to dedicate one player. But if you're not given a reason to go for this, I don't think you ever even try.
To think this could have been cleaner as well. If Essential had a helmet, Nico wouldn't have killed him. Would have just been a dink. So what arguably could be a 5v2.
Okay, the thing that's crazy here is in the same way, you know, you're giving Falcons for this streak of... Hang on a second.
Is he trying to ninja? Not today.
On Kicksan, but spotted at the last second. He was down to give it a go.
That's fine.
Look, the thing that makes it that much more impressive is while we're crediting Falcons for those clean rounds, making them hard to dislodge in the half, in that you never get a freebie, you never break their money, it actually makes a strong finish here from bait more impressive, right? Because you've been up against rifle rounds every single round that you've played, and they're about to potentially streak 3 in a row to win out the half. That, if anything, well, it's not if anything, it's just that is more impressive than if they had broken them, if they had got a freebie here and there. You make up for all that money built up for the Falcons, you win all the rifle rounds anyway. That is a startlingly strong finish on the half. If you get 7 here, Betis very, very much in the driver's seat and up for the task of beating Falcons on their home map.
Yeah, like you said earlier with that Spirit Gaming reference, Falcons, the place they've struggled has been the T side, and they've made up for that by being the best CT side Ancient team in the world. If not, I mean, how could you not argue they're the best Ancient team in the world? They've got the win streak. The other top 2 teams in Vitality and Furia don't play it. And the one time they did, it looked horrible. So, no denying, Falcons, this is the world's best Ancient team. But the tricky, young Ukrainian roster that beat them 13 matches ago is looking to do it once more. T-side gun round, final one of the half, and Beta into an empty B bomb site. It's a retake by design here. Tesses peers on from cave side. He does get overwhelmed, and a 2v4 brewing now as Beta needs to get that bomb down ASAP. No more nades to stop the play. Falcons coming together.
Yeah, Nico teeing up flashes, trying to send in the 2 young guns of Monacy and Kiyasuke. Flash is great, but a missed opportunity. It went both ways. Kiyasuke makes up for it. Alex now got to put the team on his back. Anticipating a flank, but that's not the case, and they should know that. Nico is in the feed throwing flashes. Alex looks forward. They're creeping in up through short, and Alex, that's so close. Nico, needed as the 3rd man in for the trade, splits this half down the middle for the Falcons. It is so far from comfortable. Can Falcons keep that win streak in check or debate break it again?
Team Falcons' first match here at the Budapest Major, and it's already off to a bit of a slip and slidey start. A good beginning from Bait, and even though Falcons answer the call with 4 rifle rounds in a row, they come through and still break in at the end of the half, making this game truly interesting by the end of their T side. CT is where Falcons have done their best work, so they've got to fight back as favorites in this second half. Bait have a kit for a pistol. Feels like a necessity with how many post plants Ancient provides, but they have no one in that B bomb site. A read off of Spawn. And they've read it wrong. Falcons coming in. But this is the safety the kit provides. Full retake now for Bait. Nade is awkward. Oh, and there's the first kill through the smoke.
Random one through the smoke to give you a leg up. You have a kit on Alex as well. Smoke ready to go in. He uses it to block off Cave. KSCERATO dead after one, but m0NESY there to lend a helping hand. Nico waits as that nasty surprise still sat on default, ready to swing. Might not even be needed as everyone falls like flies. Falcons come through with a commanding start in this pistol. A man down in that post plant, and they walk it home with 3.
Yeah, everyone getting involved, everyone pulling their weight there for the Falcons. Required pistol to make this game theirs. Do not want bait winning both pistols and conversions in a BO1. We always talk about BO1s coming down to, you know, who wins the pistols and then who finds that 1 or 2 clutches after conversions. Makes all the difference. Falcons win from a 3v4. Betting partners have them as favorites. And for every reason. So into this B-bomb site up against the USPs, KSCERATO has no issue ridding them from the round. It's been the most reliable player in this game so far for Falcons. Simply done here on the anti-eco. Time for a buy. Still 2 MAC-10s in play. KenZazor has been the top player of this run for the side of bait. He is currently bottom of the server.
Yeah, which is a little concerning to say the least. Gonna need him to get switched online in this CT half, or else that streak is feeling safe. Will be a requirement in the long run of this series. Bought down low here, gets out with his one, but a trade for KSCERATO. Into a 4-on-3.
Yeah, Falcons weren't in cave there. They weren't committed yet. So they get stuck into an awkward lineup as they try and evade from their push. KSCERATO taps out Alex. He is really in form right now. And they hear MPL cross through that Molotov. So should be aware. I'm wrong. MPL surprises KSCERATO out cave. 2v2.
Keeping the pressure on. MPL plays in tandem with the head trick nade. It's all left on a TeSeS. Taps that bomb. Spam comes up short. Knows where both players are. Saw the nade earlier. Here's MPL spamming it long. Smoke's gonna fade. TeSeS taking fights out in the open. Caught on the cross. And MPL puts on a show. Bait and a must-win first rifle round. Able to pick it up by the skin of their teeth. They turn around that 4v3 start from the Falcons. A double entry out towards cave. And they come out with the round win. That is a tricky one to close, but thanks to a huge effort from MPL out on the long side, not afraid to take some risks to get it done either.
Yeah, that's 3 entry kills into B for KSCERATO, and still all in vain. I thought he realized MPL ticked that molly, but maybe he thought he respected it. MPL just comes through, side swipes, 3K clutch. And so bait, every time you're ready for Falcons to start running away with this game, bait deposit a round on the scoreboard, a gun round at that. So Falcons have to keep working hard. They can never let their foot off the gas here in this match, especially not on T side. Money on the line here for both teams in this round. So it's going to hit like a 2-for-1.
Ops in play for both sides as well. m0NESY gets his, as does head trick. Break on the smoke, missed shot for m0NESY. Yeah, at a different time, you would have seen these two trying to go blow for blow back in the academy leagues of Counter-Strike. now facing each other again in at the major. TeSeS dead first. Kenzazor, bottom of the board, but top performer throughout this major, goes on to find a 5v4 for bait in this round. Another missed shot from the m0NESY AWP. Need to see him start to convert on some of these. m0NESY, it's a tricky fight with two players. Layers of defense here and a reposition out of Essential. They know KSCERATO clears him. Flash arrives too late to punish. 3-on-3. m0NESY going to try his hand at another opening move while NiKo hopes to work his way up through ramp. Back turn for MPL. NiKo thinks he's in the cubby.
Goodness.
He's not. He's side by side. Oh my goodness! MPL! How does he piece that together? It was his 3K that propelled them back into a 2v4. MPL does it again! bait with a critical round. Money now broken for the Falcons.
What more can KSCERATO do? That's another multi-kill on entry in a 3v5. He finds a double kill, evens out, and still bait win the round. I think MPL tried to move down the ramp, but he realized, I'm not shifting in this smoke. NiKo thinks he's in the pocket. MPL realizes Cotton's on and doubles up to put another round on the board. And I said that was a 2-for-1. There it is. Money broken for Falcons. bait back in control of the game. One thing that's falling out of meta in this map is the mid control, right? Seeing CTs go deep and fight for elbow and use flashes. Falcons are one of the few teams who actually still do that. It takes them 3 players to do it properly. They don't do it with less than 3. We saw m0NESY offering assisting flashes. bait so far haven't tussled with mid control in this map. It can be a dice roll. Good T flashes can ruin your round. And timing is everything. So bait just continue to play mid for info and put their numbers in the sights. That being said, this one is still fairly weak at B. KSCERATO has just shown some impeccable form as an individual in this map. Get out the way, m0NESY. The Deagle needs this entry, or this round's going nowhere for the Falcons.
Something that's been a bit of a consistency, it feels like, for Falcons, is whenever KSCERATO's having his best game, it's often just out of necessity, you know? Like, he'll get his best numbers at a time where he has to try and one-man army for the Falcons. That was what you saw in his very first event with the team back in Cologne. You remember that? Hell of a debut, but no one else showed up. And even down to the wire in some of these playoff games, MPL, that's nearly the ace. m0NESY will rob him of it, but now getting closed in on. bait take the lead this late in the game. Might be time for Zonic to weigh in. The next rifle round is a very important one. bait are warming up into this one and swinging for the fences. Looking to be the 2 red marks either side of a 13-win streak for the Falcons. They beat them in the opening game at Stage 2 back in Austin. Since then, Falcons won 13 in a row on Ancient.
Yeah.
bait really going to be the ones to break it in the opening round at Stage 3 here in Budapest.
It'd be an 18-win streak if not for bait, so they look to break it once more and cause problems for the Falcons. Break on the smoke. Oh, he's boxed in, but he still takes one with him. Essential, nice kill. NiKo gets an integral trade to the round. Falcons out middle. KSCERATO looking for his deathmatch, but no one here. No one fighting. As said, bait conceding this control. They made a gamble in this round to stack the A site, thinking Falcons were going to bring them a rush. It's a read that's wrong, but what it has done is deposit Alex deep into the position. He's got full main info. They can go back to B before Falcons get there. bait look to play retake and fire off from afar. There are smokes available. Falcons look to block this site. Smoke can't be respected by Falcons at this point. They have to go through to join their cave players. Good flash.
Flash is great. Flash
Crazy.
is awesome. NiKo caught. KSCERATO with the trade, but he can't get any more. MPL, a wild sequence. Doesn't know about TeSeS, but he's gotten out of there. MPL gets to play into this a little bit later, and with the game he's having, that's a big problem for the Falcons.
Bigger flank.
Alex, the one embarking on it. Close in the distance and can wait for that bomb plant. There he is, Monacy, dead and cut down. And Alex, the same man that hit so hard against them in Austin, is doing it once more, this time calling the shots, and he's got reinforcements, he's got players with him. MPL closing in, gives one over, but time is running out for TeSeS. There's no winning this anymore. Alex there to finish the job. bait build on the lead.
And as I've been saying, KSCERATO is hitting every single shot all game. He catches MPL looking the wrong way, he whiffs his shot. MPL flicks back. bait are just not afraid of the Falcons. Look at that rush through the Molotov. KSCERATO, who is bottom of the board, has had so much impact in his slow climb back into this game, finding those important kills in the 3v3s, the 4v4s, to tip the scales to bait's favor.
I mean, this is the thing that I think is so sick about this as well. Even the fact that we've ended up on Ancient, like, bait wanted this chance. They chose into this. It was between Train or Ancient. They elected to play Falcons on this map. They wanted to do it again. They wanted to be the team to break the streak. They believe that history is going to repeat itself, and right now, it might. They're in the lead. They're building on it. There's no money for the Falcons.
This is KSCERATO faking a mid to A right now. A common play for the Falcons, but they're all outside of the B site. KSCERATO plays ahead of the util. He blocks. And they spot the bomb going in first. Shut down for Essential. 2 kills. Alex follows up. Bomb at his feet, 4v2.
Is he going to leave? Kind of lets them get it. Kind of lets him have it, trying to give a false sense of security that they've left the angle. Does play his hand there. Monacy weighing up. Does he try this trade? Does he try this fight? If he falls, round is well and truly done. And there's the trade. MPL barreling on out. Regains control. bait at 11-8. Falcons have another round in them. A gun round coming up. But if they don't win it, burning their final timeout ahead of this one, because this is the round for all the marbles. If you really want to come back, you need to pick this up. And again, just the fact that, like, this was bait's whole goal. This was their whole mission. They wanted to face Falcons on Ancient. Could have taken it to Train. Very well could have.
Why would you?
A map that Falcons have been struggling on, a map they haven't looked great on, and part of you wonders if that was the expectation from the Falcons. You end up on Ancient, and bait looked to have made it twice over in this head-to-head.
Yeah, we talked about how Falcons are so solid on that CT side, but we have seen times where their T side has come apart, and this is it. 5 rounds in a row. This round decides the outcome. Can Falcons...
It's just so bowler from bait.
Yeah.
So I wish I believed in anything as much as bait believe in themselves.
And right now, it's paying off. Look at this. They just continue to make plays. Falcons backstabbed in this round as they push through main. TeSeS found by the captain of bait, a team that changed leadership but still bring more firepower to the field as Alex follows up with a second shot. KSCERATO's here as well. It looks like they want to fight for the bomb. Giving nothing away for free. Falcons got to do this by committee. 3v5, and they've got low health as well.
Good kill for Nico. Is he up for it again? Yes, he is. Nico in with a double. Now, they didn't know about KSCERATO also being on this bomb. But at this point, in a 3-on-2, they're going to start to suspect. They're going to start to consider this as a possibility. And so it might be more aggression from bait. Molly in. KSCERATO playing up close. Flash for Alex to try and tee him up. A swing out from middle, but he didn't like what he saw. Oh, close on the line. KSCERATO gets rid of KSCERATO. Nearly the lineup, but KSCERATO able to punish, and they know that Alex was here as well. Bomb retrieved, but you can't be too hasty in the fallback. Climbing up. Alex picks his moment, and that is so close. Nico just keeps that round in check. Huge 3K from Nico to deny match point to bait and keep Falcons in this game.
Nico bailing them out. The 2 B entries are baller, but he has to go on to defend KSCERATO and send him off for a clutch on 8 points of health to climb up heaven with the bomb. Bait played that very well in that 2v3 in middle, but Nico has the cover, and he has the round for Falcons, breaking that 5-round streak here from bait, keeping the game on ice for now. Falcons have no choice but to believe in this comeback here. And bait just continued to throw spanners in the works. Some very aggressive moves being made. Not all of them working. But better to go out on your terms. Are bait gonna fight for middle here? Haven't really been doing this run boost for the heaven side, and that's why you don't. Flash is a perfect pace behind KSCERATO as he finds that entry.
Oh, that's a crazy amount of damage found by Alex on what is just blind spam through the mid-smoke. He isn't ready for KSCERATO up close. Certainly could be considering it, and Kenzazor's nearby to play for trade. In fact, he might be able to get more than that. There's the check.
No
KSCERATO dead.
They know.
I set on the A play right into the head trick. Missed shot. Kick Sam picks it up cleanly, and now they start to get a move on. It's 2 entries from Falcons captain. And that should be enough. There should be no playing for this in the 2v4.
Save your guns, go again. You ain't winning this. So Falcons, 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 they keep it going. They keep us guessing. 10-round T-side. And bait's money gone. This should be an even match. We're looking at all 24 rounds of regulation and maybe even the prospect of overtime. Kixon, second fragger on the team right now. Love the pace for Falcons out middle in this one as well. Been saving that for the right time, and they call it at the perfect round as bait try to go for heaven control. A bait who are continuing to make plays, not feeling the pressure. A team that has choked from very strong positions in tournaments from the inception of this roster, but has still never given up. And at their best major run yet, with solid runs through those first 2 stages and the chance to embarrass Falcons once again on their home map. Bait are jumping at the opportunity.
And the thing that's nice is, you know, you have these 2 saved rifles, you bought some armor on the guys that can afford it, so you're able to juggle them around a bit. You have a chance to do something in this round, but at least losing it hasn't sealed your fate, not by a long margin. It's the guns you're bringing out in the next at 11 all. Now, that is the most high-pressure round that you're going to play, right? It's the make or break. If you lose it, Falcons will go on to win this. And so in this round, let's see what kind of gimmicks you're able to pull out. Let's see what crazy ideas you've got up your sleeve. This is the time for any tricks, any boosts, any aggressive moves, whatever it may be. You need a gimmick to put these guns to work.
Are they boosting in Donut over the smoke? It's a nice start. Alex on the top. Looking for that
jumping up. That's KSCERATO.
See him?
Checks for it. Ready for a gimmick, ready for a boost. They lose one of the rifles early. Top performer and captain, Alex666 dealt with.
It gets reclaimed, but no armor right now. Hedrick has the Kevlar, but he is committed inside of this B site. Oh, attempt through the Molotov for Kenzazor. He has got m0NESY boxed in. Is there any escaping? The smoke should provide cover, and Falcons actually look to use resources to keep m0NESY alive. They reclaim space in middle and go back for this B hit, but is bait going to jump at the chance of this B site? They stack in the cave, crossfire established as Falcons look to run right into this setup.
KSCERATO very good at clearing these close angles, but into a double setup. 1 is surely the upper limit. Often you'll see him swing, check left. It's his kind of go-to on the pathing. But he's letting his teammates play up through ramp first.
They can clear it from the site.
And they can come through and alleviate this pressure. He decides to play early. Right side clear, can't get past Essential. They pick up the guns! Essential's got the cover! And now we're into a 4-on-3. Kit in play on the back of Essential. Bait weighing up how best to approach this. Oh my God, KSCERATO brought down low to the spam.
Okay.
One extra bullet would have got rid of him. They go face him head on. MPL comes up with the goods. m0NESY tagged up earlier, needs to hit hard, needs to hit now. Only gets away with one. You're left looking at Tesses, and he can't find it. Kit on KenZor, bait have secured. Match point versus the Falcons.
The most essential kills of his major. That double up in cave as KSCERATO comes into clear. He finds both kills. He catches a Nico whiff. And bait go all the way to match point on the eco round, no less.
That's a 4v5 on the eco with just 2 saved guns. And now they have 2 chances to close this out. You couldn't write this. You can't make this up. 13 wins in a row for Falcons on Ancient. The last team to have beat them was 6 months ago in Austin, and it was this bait squad, and they might be about to do it again. 5v4 in your first swing to close on Ancient.
bait can't afford to mess it up. Looking to seize the moment here against Falcons' debut in Stage 3. bait grinded for this view. Back-to-back solid stages. 3-1 both times. And they look to do it again. Falcons regroup. Nico low. Captain KSCERATO dead. Second top performer. Falcons go for the A play. KSCERATO late. Not lurking, regrouping. It is KenZor, top performer of the tournament for bait, on a recovery arc in the CT side in the site. Head trick not far away. The smoke comes down at the perfect time. Falcons can't get vision in the site. They've got to break and go through or wait it out. The smoke's announcing. Falcons moving in. And look at the tuck for KenZor. He doesn't want one. He wants the whole damn pie.
Counting on being overlooked, not checked. KenZor plays it forward, and what a way to close. bait again have bested the Falcons on Ancient. That 13 win streak gone, turned to dust. That's your debut map at the major. The Falcons lose their streak on their home map of Ancient. They just can't beat this team.
They remind them of Ancient history. The last team to beat him does it once more. Falcons fail to take off in Budapest. Not a Swiss System fan. They fall in a BO1 to big underdogs. And bait are just so entertaining. What an exciting team to watch play Counter-Strike at this major. They have been a revelation. Stage 3 with a statement, with one of the top dogs of the major down 0-1.
That is upset of the day, unquestionably. And everything about it is just so wild to think about. It's Falcons coming in, wanting to prioritize energy, believing that that's where they went wrong in Austin. That was the reason for the early exit. They've had a fantastic season since KSCERATO joined this squad. They don't boot camp on the run up to this major. They play versus a red-hot bait in their opening game, who had 2 choices ahead of them in this BO1. They could have sent it to train, a strugglesome map for the Falcons. They choose to face them on their strongest, on their best map, the map that Falcons are unquestionably the best team in the world on, and they break a 13-win streak. They are on both sides of the Falcons' ancient streak now. The last team to have beat them and the most recent team to have beat them. This is just an unthinkable win. It to open up their Stage 3 run.
Does just feel meant to be for bait as well. I can't believe it's the fashion they do it, Harry. The fact that they never stop making plays, they never stop playing aggressive.
No,
Some of the CT setups, the gambles, the reads, even when they're wrong, they rotate around, get retakes off. Dude, the pushing in A main, they are constantly throwing different things at the Falcons. They win the low econ round with 2 rifles at 11-10. Dude, this team is so much fun to watch. Dude, sky's the limit for bait right now. It's not just the hilarity of winning this match against the Falcons after this win streak, but it's the fact that they're doing it at the major with a clean run.
All right, I got a real treat for you. Let's hear from Alex, the man that just popped off and secured this win over the Falcons.
Alex, congratulations, and what a game from you, but we can talk about that later. First, I want to know, you guys had a good start, but Falcons recovered from it. Then you lost the pistol and I think the anti-eco, and then when you started winning the gun rounds, it felt like you were full under control.
You're talking about T-side, right?
CD side on the second half.
Yeah, so on T-side we had a good start, and it was really like, that's what we need. Also, it was like hitting good, and after we lost some few rounds because we was just trying to kill again, maybe just run and shoot. So yeah, it didn't help. So the half was 6-6, and after we lost pistol, and we just had a good game plan on city side. So yeah, I think that's why we won.
You guys also pulled off an incredible retake. Please tell me what was going on in the comms at this time. Were you guys under pressure, or was it like really calm comms?
It was calm comms. They was already wanted to save when two guys was in cave. So, but they just went cave and essentially did 2 kills. And after we just said, let's try, let's retake, and we did it.
Okay, and you had an incredible performance. You were shooting so hard. Did you expect that you would have such a game against a team like Falcons?
I don't know, like I had the same game versus them in Austin Major, so I think it can be twice. So yeah, it happens again.
Okay. Then it's not luck anymore if you did it back to back. Yeah, another question also, like facing probably one of the favorites at this moment. Did this change anything regarding your game plan, or are you taking them just as serious as any other team?
I know, I think like it's the same teams, like Falcons are just favorites of winning the major, but it's just best of 1. So yeah, everyone can win best of 1, so we'll see what's going to happen.
All right. Thank you so much for the insights, Alex. I wish you, congratulations again and best of luck for later.
Thank you.
Back to Harry and Hugo.
What a day it's been. Wow. and you know, man, I love Alex's answers there. Also, just kind of giving himself some respect in terms of this is what he did last time, and he did it again. And fair enough, he does kind of now provably have their number on Ancient, it's safe to say. He does it this time while IGLing, which I think makes it more impressive, even though it feels like whoever becomes the IGL of this team gets better at the game, which is kind of insane to think about. Man, what a triumphant match from bait, and what a statement to open up stage 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I also, just to finish on the Alex thing as well, it's so cool that it's not just like an individual performance where he's going crazy, but everyone had their moments. But it's also just a really well-cooled game. The T-side abuse of that A bomb site was super, super solid coming out from bait. And then even some of the setups and the gambles that bait had on CT half, the way they put together those retakes, I think, you know, they would catch off any team with the way they're playing. No respect style coming out from bait today, and the individuals to pop off. Definitely not the way Falcons wanted to start in Budapest. Good signs to take away from some of the individuals. KSCERATO was rock solid at the beginning of the game. Kixon was hitting some really nice entries, but in terms of closing some of these rounds where Falcons have advantages in, still rearing their heads even in these kind of games. So Falcons 0-1 on the day, and we have to wait for another round to come down to figure out who they're going to play. Meanwhile, more games are going on.
He got almost the exact same rating as last time they went head-to-head as well. He was off by 0.02. So yeah, and this time he actually had even more support. It was a great game from all of bait. Dude, what a wild day of games we've had, Hugo, and there's still more to come. That is the fun thing about these BO1s. That is the fun thing about these opening day games. Yeah. Is there's so much on the line in just 2 matches of Counter-Strike. It is hard to match the implications of day 1 at the major.
Yeah. We see so many favorites fall in the BO1s, right? Underdogs come at you and they swing, and they know winning just a couple of key clutch rounds can turn the tide in the game, and so that's why we see so many upsets in these BO1s to start off the stage. If we look at the standings, by the first half of the day, we just had Furia clean up Navi. A minute ago, FaZe found the upset to Vitality, another top dog coming in
that was
even slower.
Of the day up until this
about 5 minutes ago, yeah. Spirit, they looked solid at least offer the numbers. Donk performed, although the game got maybe closer than Donk's KD would have liked. Passion almost pulled a comeback, but couldn't quite manage it after an 11-1 half to G2. Mongolz got upset to Imperial to start the day, and Parivision just couldn't close against Mongolz. So it's been a chaotic first round here in stage 3.
Even the Mongolz stuff was cool, though. Like, to see they have that resilience, it's a hard team to do it against.
They always do, man.
And, you know, I think something that's nice is it's one of the first times, really, ever I've heard an arena getting behind Mongolz. Obviously, with Torshi in the lineup, they are the home team of this event alongside Liquid, but I even think in that head-to-head, Mongolz are the ones getting the full support. So I bet that was kind of nice for them, you know? Like, they're so often not really cheered nor appreciated in these arenas. They're just kind of one of the teams that are there, but that is not the case out here in Budapest. They had that whole crowd going the entire time. It's all I could hear the whole time the game was live.
And Torshi came back from a really bad first half. He recovered in the second, so that's actually nice to see as well. So you want Torshi performing. You definitely want him in the playoffs here. And Mongolz, another team that feel like a shoo-in, but we're going to have to see how this next round gets drawn, who gets who, and where we're going by the end of the day, because we'll have a bunch of teams 2-0 and a bunch of teams facing elimination by the end of the day here at stage 3. So stick around. There'll be a bit of a break, and then we'll come back with more BO1s until the day's over.
Adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. Too competitive, I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with that is embedded in top of the throne of the speed. Are you moving slow on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one up on one that you're sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet. Equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Create a lobby by your own rules.
What are your expectations for the tournament?
My expectations? I mean, I'm coming to this tournament with... I don't want to like really expect something, you know, before it starts.
No, especially we just play and enjoy this game.
Expectations is most likely that we are gonna win the tournament. Obviously, this is our goal. This is my goal as well, personally. But I know we shouldn't get too ahead of ourselves. So we will take every game, game by game, and yeah.
Obviously, they win the tournament, the champion. Obviously, last time we placed at the second place, so this time we want to be champion.
Expectation right now is high, but at the same time, we just have to think in next step, you know. Right now, just go to playoffs, and then we have to think step by step. So right now, just playoffs.
I want to just have fun, and I expect us to go to playoffs, but you never know. It's a major, you never know how you will feel at the end of the matches, so we will see.
What are your first thoughts and feelings upon arriving in Budapest?
It's cold, because I mean, I'm from Rio, so there is 40 degrees right now, and here, I don't know, maybe 5, 4, so I just feel cold.
Usually we say welcome to Budapest, but for you it's welcome home. What are your first thoughts and feelings now that you've arrived?
Yeah, thank you for that. Obviously, it's a little bit weird to come here to play a tournament, but doesn't feel like coming home because I know it's a really important tournament for us, and I'm really focused to give my best. And yeah, so I'm not focused on being at home or whatever is the case. I'm just here to play another tournament like I would go anywhere else. And yeah, I just want to give my best to the team, and yeah, I'm excited to play.
First thoughts and feelings. I cannot wait to start major, playing major, and I don't know, it just feels very nice to be back on major again.
I mean, professional, maybe not professional, but HTV probably for, I think we were under August 5 or something at ESL Premiership, I think it was.
Win or loss?
Loss, for sure.
I think it was a minor in 2017, like a minor qualifier, and I played with Aekus, maybe. I don't know, some Israeli roster, but I'm not sure.
I have a doubt, maybe Y6 or Nevermind with NertZ and Emenk. Maybe one of this, maybe Robs with Robs as well. Okay, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure it was my first team, like my first game ever.
I don't know against who, but my first team is Checkmate.
It was Nemiga. I played the online championship with prize pool like 100k, and I won it.
Yeah, I remember it was Пока молодой name. It was LAN tournament in Belarus.
It was against Cade. It's a famous team in Brazil. It was a qualifier for a tournament in China, and we lost. So yeah.
My first ever professional game was with KPI against. It was Heretics, I think, with Nivera. I think it was this one.
Win or loss?
We lost. I played terrible.
I mean, I don't remember what team, but I know we played Nuke and we won, and I played good. But we played versus a German organization, this Planet Key. We played versus Planet Key, and I played in Hyperion, I think.
I'm not sure. It's either I think it was I played in Tiki Taka or Contact, but I'm not sure who I played against or whatever. I have no idea.
I think it was Maestro with Stivose, Ricci. I don't remember who else.
Did you win or lose?
I think I lost. I'm not sure.
I think it was in 2021, I would say. It was against Entropic Prague, and I think it's EliGE, if I remember correctly.
Okay. Win or lose?
It was with Team Brute. I think we lost. Wait, yeah, we lost, I think, 2-0. Okay. I think.
Yeah, my first professional game, it's I play was Kazakh team. It's I play Kazakhstan tournament. It's on something, and I won insta this tournament with my Kazakh team.
I played in New Balls, it's called.
What?
New Balls.
Did you win or lose?
I played first LAN with them. We got second place.
Yeah, it was Spirit Academy.
Did you win or lose?
First tournament?
First game.
If you won, I think, yeah, we won.
Yeah, I remember. I think if it you say about HLTV1, I think I was standing in for Mouseport for a German team. Against who I don't remember. It was a qualifier for ESWC, I think, with the Mouseport team.
Did you win?
Of course we do.
Yes, I do remember. It was Spirit Academy against Team Finest.
It's Israeli team. What?
Did you win?
The map did I play? I think yes. 6 into 14, I guess, or 6 into 13. But I don't quite remember.
I think it was with Godsend. I played versus Avangar, I think it was. Oh, yeah, I think.
Did you win?
Yes, I won my debut, yeah. In Godsend's list.
Hello, it's So from G2, and today I'm doing pick'ems for the stage 3. I will go with Furia for a 3-0. They have a pretty good map pool, so I think they can do good in best of ones and best of threes also. And then, yeah, overall I think they can match up against other teams pretty good. I think we have had some time to practice and we can show good form here as well and need to believe in ourselves, so let's put us there as well. And then for the 0-3 teams, I think Imperial surprised by getting into stage 3. So I think it's a likely one for 0-3. We're gonna win Passion in the first match, so I will put Passion as 0-3 as well. The rest of the playoffs teams, so Vitality, kinda straightforward. Can put Mouse there as well. They haven't skipped too many playoffs, so that's a clear pick, I would say, as well. Then for the rest, yeah, I think Falcons as well, they're gonna make it to playoffs. I think Navi showed good form in stage 2, went 3-0, so I would put Navi as well. And then let's say Spirits because of Donk. Let's put FaZe, actually, just to make it interesting.
3-0 choices, Vitality and also Team Spirit. I believe those are the two most likely teams to go 3-0. My friend from Passion Way might be one of the 0-3s, maybe Parivision as well. Even though I love watching Parivision, I'm watching them a lot. If I were to be emotional, those wouldn't be my picks, but I mean, this is me trying to be rational. So now let's go for the qualifying teams as 3-1, 3-2. Furia as my first pick. Not 3-0, but I think we can make it 3-1 or 3-2, hopefully. I need to consider my boys from Falcons. They are having a very good season, even though they're not getting the trophies. They're playing so well. We just had a grand final against them, and they're gonna come in hot. I have to consider Mouse. They are very solid, consistent, the entire year, deep runs, and every tournament they play. FaZe, I have to consider them. Also because of FaZe magic, you know? I really believe G2, they always come up with some cool things. And hard not to consider Navi from what they showed, stage 2.
So I will start with the 3-0 category. And I'm gonna put Mouse 3-0. My team, you gotta have belief. I also think a smart trick for the pick'ems is you need to play the system. With us, I'm gonna put Falcons. I think if we calculate out the system, there's a chance that we are not meeting each other in a 2-0 game. Pain, 0-3, and I will also put Passions UA, 3-1 or 3-2. I will have Vitality for sure. I'll go with Spirit. I will also choose G2 to make it through. I will have Furia. I'll put Navi as well. I'm actually gonna pick Liquid. So that's my pick.
So 3-0 with Vitality and Furia. And for the 0-3, maybe 8, maybe Passion UA. For 3-1 and 3-2, I'll put us. We are not solid, but we are playing a good CS. I'll put Navi. They went good in the stage 2. Of course, Mouse. Falcons as well. Spirit, of course. And G2. That's all.
Hello everybody, we are back with another episode of All About the StarLadder Major. Myself, James Banks, I am your host throughout all of this. And over there is my co-host, still joining me in person, still alive somehow, as we hit week 2.5, I don't know.
It feels like every day you get more and more threatening towards me.
What do you mean?
No, I'm just joking. But yeah, it's fun to be back together and be in the same room and do this kinds of stuff. Obviously, a lot has happened since the last time.
Yep.
And yeah, it's going to be exciting to kind of break it down.
But let's start looking at our first teams that struggled here in the stages. And the first one is a team we were very positive about, FlyQuest.
Yeah, they were my kind of team that would surprise people. Unfortunately, they kind of surprised in the other direction in this stage. They were, non-existent until essentially the last map where they got a little bit of a groove on overpass against Astralis. But otherwise, they didn't show up at all. And, they talked about it. Communication wasn't working, things weren't clicking, frustration was growing as they were playing the games. And, you can understand that, especially with how well executed stage 1 was for them. So yeah, a disappointment I would say, but they played some really hard teams in this stage.
Next team we need to look at, MIBR. This was a team we expected to maybe win that opening game against Imperial.
I didn't.
Okay, you didn't, genius over here. But I mean, these guys, I'll be honest, are worse than when they were full Brazilian. Like, this is not good. And Kicker said on the interview that for them right now as MIBR, they had a month of playing together, of understanding each other, of trying to get together. And, well, guess what? None of it came together. If I'm MIBR as the organization, this is a worse performing than the Austin Major. You've got an incredibly talented player like Insani, whose time you are wasting. I like Kicker. I don't really know Kvem. This is the first event I've ever seen or spoke to him at. But I would say this ain't it. This don't work. Go back to Brazil. Go back to what you know best, because this is complicated and confusing, and it wasn't worth it. You didn't pull off a Furia and pull Kvem out to be like God tier Molodoy. You're not going to get that from every single player you try and work with. But Insani now has been too long on a bad position, trapped on MIBR, when he is in a position to do better than what he's in right now. But in my mind, I was thinking, okay, MIBR versus Imperial, they've got some history. It's technically a Brazilian derby. Oh, you know what? We're going to get a close, crazy game. And instead, we got this. Imperial just were on another level. Try. Still fantastic, by the way.
Yeah.
Now we've got to talk about probably the biggest disappointment of the major so far, Aurora. This was a bomb out beyond belief of what I expected. Now, maybe people had them going 3-0. Maybe people had them rated higher because of what they did at Bucharest. I'll say this is a disappointment, but I was not surprised, because you look at this team and you say, Bucharest, how they nearly lost that final. They looked like they were crumbling at times then. They looked like they were mentally broken at times. I found out, and this is now a fact, I found out and confirmed it, they had a performance coach for a while. They kicked him, and now they're trying a new person. So the first performance coach they had for their entire career, they didn't have one in the past. Okay. They only got it since Aurora's come in. Didn't work out for them. Now they find themselves in this position. Like, this is a team going through turmoil. And I'm a big Magic fan, but some of these T-sides were terrible. Like, they are an easy-to-read team. They are not a super complicated team. Zontaros can drop off sometimes. Their mental seems to break at times, but it's like, you beat M80, you lost to FaZe, you lost to Parivision. Parivision game they definitely could have won. And then this Astralis one, they had it. They were 7-1 up on train. And they, by the way, first time they won Nuke ever against Astralis in like the 4 series they've played, or this is the 5th series they played. Like, this was in their hands.
I mean, you shouldn't be able to lose from that position, if I'm all honest. You have 70 rounds already. Astralis has won. Even if, as it went, Astralis come back into that half, 7-5 is extremely good. Yeah. Like, it's unbelievably good. And I think that's a big problem, right?
And he's getting older. It might be time for him, in my opinion, maybe to look at he becomes the IGL. People probably like that as much, but let's bring in maybe xCloud again. They used him in the past. He's had his time to grow as well. But it does seem to me like I would expect a change coming out from Aurora. Do you sit as a way of like, I want to make now a flashy system because you came from a system style CS? Does that work for your players right now? Like, how do you manage all of this, man?
It does work for my players, but it needs to be adjusted to their needs, right?
Yeah.
Because otherwise, they're not going to be comfortable. And that's the main goal at the end of the day, that we are trying to be in a system that we are all agreeing with and we are all on the same page with, but we are also comfortable with it, right? So I think comfort for us is a big thing. And I think the hard part is that this team is like young in a sense that like John just joined like 2 months ago, 2 months and 2 weeks or something. Mm-hmm. And we need more time to get more on the same page. So it's not perfect, but we are getting there.
With how you want to do things with timing and the system and the future as well, is the Liquid management got your back in terms of that vision, giving you enough time to explore it and to go through it in the best way, right? Like to have a chance to grow as a team finally?
Yeah, I am always clear and transparent about the situation, and they are too, and we have a good understanding of the situation, and they are patient, I guess.
Don't give them a chance, boys. They are struggling. I took a pause because they are scared as hell. Mm-hmm. Listen up, play carefully. We all understand the situation. the timer is working in our favor.
Yes.
So
what does it mean?
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, this pause was we had 3-0 control on overtime, and when you are playing, you think that you're playing against robots. They like sometimes when you are young, you like experienced players like Nico. They understand that guys also like have pressure, but I always tell them that time goes for us because when you had lead on the timing of round, because we control by every second, first timing, second, third, and they need to do something to us because we have advantage in score. Yeah. I talk it like a positive moment of the game. I call it some, you understand the calls?
I mean, it's like, you know, if you guys would rush, you would give them the best thing they could possibly have.
Yes. Because we know everything.
Bring back their mentality. The slower, the more every second that passes, the more pressure build in a player, the more likely he is to make a mistake.
As more timer goes to second part, it will be more stressful. And these pauses, also after pause, you don't want to go fasting.
Yeah, it's the
against Snappy. I understand. It's also after, for example, after 1-1, they rushed us on B.
Yeah.
I thought maybe I should take pause, and Bilchonik dies on B rush. And after that, why I need to use the pause to control B rush? Yeah. Of course, in another next time, I will take pause and say them. Now is important moment. They have 1,500. We will control what they can do, what we will do. We win this round. Boost economy on 2-1, on 3-0. We have 10K. Let's play.
First game, Mouse Parivision.
Mouse.
I'm going to go Parivision just because Dastan hyped me up. Might be slightly delusional, but that's where I'm going. Imperial Mongolz. Mongolz.
I'll say Mongolz, but I think if Imperial has a chance to win a game, it's this one.
Okay. Spirit Liquid. Spirit. Oh,
I'm
what?
50-50. I'm 50-50. I don't think Spirit have looked that good.
Nah, bruh. But they're not losing a best of one to these guys. I'm sorry. Passion UA G2. G2. Vitality FaZe.
Vitality.
Huh? Vitality?
Yeah.
They have shaky first games at majors, even the ones they've won. I'll go FaZe.
All right.
Pain 3D Max.
3D Max.
Pain.
Okay. You just want to be anti here.
No, I believe in Pain for the best of one. Furia Navi.
I'll say Furia.
I'll say Navi. Bait Falcons.
I'll say Falcons.
I'll say Falcons because you persuaded me with the group stage thing. But I do think Bait have more of a chance than people might give them credit for.
Yes. I mean, was it last major they actually beat them? 13-8?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But obviously that was a long time ago. And I just think Falcons coming into the major, having all this mentality, we're great in group stage. Like, they have shown that they can stumble. I still think they're just going to go to playoffs, no problem. But I do think there will be a bit of, ooh, up in the air and all this kind of stuff as well, you know, so. And the guy who said, lol, Navi over Furia, dude, I am always coping on my team. I always think that they're going to do well.
He picks Navi in every situation.
Everything, every time. I'm never not picking them at all. Thank you very much for watching our third special episode of the All About StarLadder Major Budapest. It has been fantastic. We had some live interaction. We had Dastan dropping bars. We had Zipnix giving us the insight and Flashy going through the emotional roller coaster that he went through on all of this. We are nearly there. It's the top 16s. It's the best part of the major before we get to the playoffs. There'll be more crowd in there. There'll be more hype than ever. Don't miss it.
Welcome back to the StarLadder Major live in Budapest. We're here for Stage 3, which means the big teams have arrived, Jason.
The big dogs.
Yeah, the creme de la creme. And that's exactly what we're getting into now as we have some French action on the server. We've got 3D Max going up against Team Vitality.
Some French action, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, both of them, the 0-1 groups, taking some losses. Yeah, that FaZe game was sweet, though, wasn't it? It was cool seeing FaZe perform like that. Obviously not if you're a Vitality fan, not if you're Vitality themselves. Slow start to a major for the team that dominated the first half of the year. 3D Max, I don't know, just continuing the trend of what we've loved out of them for the whole year.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at some of the results here and remind ourselves of how things have gone down. And this is today's matches. So we've got over on Stream A, Mongolz, Parivision, Spirit, Liquid, Vitality, FaZe, Furia, Navi. That was how things opened up over there on the A stream. Over on Stream B, we had Imperial, the Mongolz, Passion UA, G2, Pain versus 3D Max and Falcons. You know, I think the Spirit Liquid game, Jason, a 13-8 win.
You would pick
Spirit.
that one out. You would pick that one out.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Donk did a Donk thing. He gave that interview yesterday. He was like, I feel like I don't really need to frag. Could focus more on the team stuff. And then he comes in and drops, what, like 30, 40 kills, something mental?
And
30 kills? Yeah, and an ace in the pistol round.
Measure.
So yeah, the whole not fragging thing is not going well for him.
No, it's certainly working out for Spirit. We'll see how it goes down the line. Let's take a look at those 1-0 games off the back of that, though. We've got Pain G2, FaZe Spirit. That's an exciting game. And then we have Mongolz, Bait, Furia, Imperial, and the 0-1 side of things. Vitality, as you mentioned, going up against 3D Max, Passion UA against the Falcons, Liquid versus the Mongolz, and Parivision, Navi.
Yeah, I think the favorites, a lot of the favorites, disappointing in that opening best of one, which is like something we're always looking out for in the best of ones when we start the major segments of these various stages. But obviously, it feels like in this next round, the second round of best of ones, there's a lot more, even more favorable matchups for the top teams.
Well, turn your attention to the right side of your screen because you're currently watching this B stream. We've got 3D Max Vitality, FaZe Spirit, Liquid, the Mongolz, Parivision, Navi. So really a lot of great games here on the B stream.
Yeah, I think that Parivision Navi one towards the end is going to be really excited. FaZe Spirit is obviously an easy one to get pumped for. As I am, that Liquid Mongolz game is like, all right, boys, well, if you go into today, if you can't win a game against the Mongolz who just lost their best player and brought a new one in to stand in like just a month ago or so, then you kind of deserve to be 0-2. And that was a very big conversation for Liquid as well going into Stage 2 previously, is wanting to avoid that hole early. They didn't get to do it there. They'd love to here, obviously.
Yeah, obviously. And I think for the start, obviously having a difficult opponent in their opening game in Team Spirit, Liquid looking to bounce back. The Mongolz absolutely a team that kind of expected a big drop off of the major when you lose your best players.
I think they kind of, yeah, well, yes, but then I think they did enough to like assuage some of the concerns where like they actually had some decent performances with controllers in the roster leading up into the major.
Right.
I think a lot of people were like hitting the panic button and saw that happen. We're like, okay, maybe we don't have to freak out, but it's still going to be a very diminished team. It's still going to be a very different look. I mean, it's still going to be a tough thing to get over with the change that close to the major.
Yeah, well, we'll focus a little bit more on our game that we have coming up in just a little bit. 3D Max Vitality. Vitality opening game versus FaZe. How much of that do you think is the fact that FaZe have played 2 stages of the major?
Well, I don't know if I'd pin it on like the whole like cold team coming into Stage 3. FaZe is acclimated to the environment. Like I don't think that's going to be the benefit. I think the benefit of it is FaZe had a really difficult Stage 1 where they almost got knocked out. They were 0.4 seconds away from getting knocked out and had to battle back in those scenarios. And then Jacob had some big games during Stage 2 when they went 3-0. So you all of a sudden have a situation where if you're looking at FaZe, you're like, okay, well, close games they almost lost going into overtime, they had to battle back into. That's going to increase the strength of this team and how much they trust each other. And then their rookie player that has the most question marks coming into the major performs for you in Stage 2. And then all of a sudden you're feeling a lot more comfortable in him as well. So I think there's a good surge of confidence with FaZe at the moment.
Well, some of the top performers after the first round of matches here in Stage 3. We have Donk, obviously, way ahead of everyone. KSCERATO coming in second place, 1.94 rating. Molodoy, who just seems to keep getting better and better every time.
I don't know how to explain it. I feel like we shouldn't be seeing this escalation out of a rookie that just very much came out of nowhere. And just every single event from time to time just keeps getting better and better, which is insane to see, but obviously fun to watch inside the server.
Yeah, absolutely fun to watch inside of the server, and obviously you'll have similar numbers over there. We're watching Vitality warm up.
Flamsy's playing the tennis ball game. He's catching some.
Well.
Oh, there's a left-hand catch.
Okay, they're winning this game.
Ooh, right-hand catch. Yeah,
they're definitely winning this game.
Oh, he did both. That's nasty.
Flames coming in with a top frag for sure.
I wish we could spin this camera around. It's a lot of fun. He's nailing it.
Oh, it's all over.
Oh, there he is. Go get that. Go get it for him, Dinko. Don't let him go.
No.
Flames, you want to come say anything before your game? Yeah, no, you don't want to say anything? All right, well, catch you later.
Bye.
So that was fun. Yeah, so we just had a moment there.
I don't think anybody even
No,
seen
they have
it.
no idea.
And so we might just be imagining it, hallucinating ahead of the game. Well, as you could tell, with Flame's been in the room playing with tennis balls. We're still a while away from getting into the game.
Yeah, a little bit of traffic, I think, on the venue is the reason I heard. So one of the teams.
One of them, yes.
Yeah, a little bit later into the venue. So we're getting set up now. We'll get things started as quickly as possible. Yeah, I mean, obviously we're going to touch on our game plenty, so we can kind of avoid the 3D Max Vitality conversation for now. Over on the other stream, we could do like a mini death segment if you'd like. Passion versus Falcons.
Yeah.
Got anything to say
okay.
on that one? Got anything going there?
I'm just happy Falcons have a chance to bounce back, Jason.
I know. Man, that's I said it. I think Bait is actually the most dangerous, like, best of one upset team.
Especially when you get on Ancient.
Yeah, well, I mean, Falcons had a huge win streak on Ancient going into that match, so for them, they're like, hell yeah, we'll play this map any day of the week, but Bait obviously very pleased with it as well. So a good upset there, another good showing from Bait, who keep getting better and better at every major we see them at. I think Falcons shouldn't have an issue bouncing back, especially with m0NESY kind of playing the way he is. The problem is it's like, with the way that Nico's like has explained his kind of mentality and his line of thinking, it feels like m0NESY has gotten his game back, but then Nico's has kind of fallen off a little bit because he's emphasizing more team play and more kind of team thought. And then you're kind of like, so they just traded places. Like, you just gained some firepower here, but you lost a bunch here.
Yeah, well, Passion UA, a team that barely make it through stage 2. Expected to be a team that's unfortunately going to be in that 0-3 position. Could be the case that 0-2 down after day 1. Let's take a look at some of the options that we've got here from Scope.gg, bringing you some of the more fun stats that we have at the competition.
Chicken
Jason.
killers.
Top 3 chicken killers. Exorcist, what a massacre, 11 already.
I know, he's not doing anything to improve the reputation of the French, but I bet they make a good chicken.
What is it in French? Poulet? Is that chicken?
Why are you asking an American that question?
Well, you might know, Jason. You're a traveled man.
I am a well-traveled man.
Yeah. Well, we got Wrinkle 7 and Brokey 6. So
okay.
Those are important stats brought to bomb victims as well. All right, Doom gone down 4 times.
He's keeping that lead strong, and he was eliminated in stage 1. You know, he had a whole stage for other people to catch up. They're all gone. Red Canids as well.
YEKINDAR.
Shout out to the guys who stick around and make sure the bomb goes off. No ninja diffuses under these guys' watch.
No. Getting caught by just how big those bomb blasts really can be.
And they are quite large these days. They have increased pretty much across the board.
Oh, it was tragic seeing G stand at the loser interview wall. It's very sad.
I know. It really was. It was tough. It was tough. That's a man you want to see happy more often than not.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't always be happy. I think we all learn that throughout life.
FaZe Spirit is a matchup coming later as well. We're going to have that on the B stream.
That'll make me happy.
That's very spicy.
I'm looking forward to that. That's one of our games you got here, as you mentioned. So, FaZe Spirit?
How much confidence you got in Spirit these days?
Not as much as I would like.
Not as much as
I would like. I think Donk is the way, you know? He is the only way, it feels like. And the fact that Shiro showed up alongside him today, I think they're always deadly, especially in best of ones. They could beat anybody when Shiro and Donk are playing well.
Yeah, I mean, they could beat anybody when Donk's playing well, but having that extra benefit of a Shiro on the side just makes it so much easier. And obviously the roster changes, you know, of Zwei, of Tenir. I mean, they're made to bring more firepower so Donk doesn't have to be the only guy.
Hasn't necessarily worked out.
Hasn't necessarily worked out and panned out, missing a lot of intangibles from the departure of Magix, from the departure of Zontix, obviously. But good to see them get that first win. It was over a Liquid team that loves to start these stages slow in the major for whatever reason, no matter what the lineup is. Mal's Bait, interesting. I just mentioned Bait, I think, you see, there could be an upset there.
Yeah, they could be. Mal's very good in the early stages of competition. Obviously, getting to hear from Torzy early on. He's returned home here to Budapest to play.
I don't buy that whole thing though of not being distracted by being in the home major. I'm not buying it. He's got that on his mind.
Definitely going to be on your mind.
He was like, oh, I'm not really excited to play with my team, and then he wanted to. I felt like he was going to go on to stand in front of my family and everything like that. And I was like, can't say that anymore. You already said that you weren't thinking about it.
Yeah, exactly. So he's catching himself on. But obviously, I think going into this, Mal's up. That's going to be an added bonus. Obviously, getting to play in Hungary.
Oh, look at
but this is the matchup we've got.
Look at the reflection on those glasses. That's
now,
intense.
we got to start the year casting Vitality versus 3D Max Jason all the way back in Katowice when Joko was still on the team. We did, yeah. I remember.
How do you remember this?
Because Gravity and Apex were going at it. Gravity was in the early goings, was beating Vitality, screaming over Apex. And then Apex started coming back, won the game, and screamed at Gravity about his mother.
Yeah, he did. I think considering how the first half of the year went, I think Apex came out on top of that shouting match. He wins that one clean.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Gravity has now become the in-game leader of this 3D Max team. That's the change-up, the big one here for 3D Max down the year.
And it made him look better. It made him look better when they made the change, and now we have to see with time and with all the ideas, like, I mean, as time has gone on, I don't think it feels as strong as it necessarily was right out of the gate. Maybe a little bit of a honeymoon period, a little bit of a boost with the new IGL.
Yeah.
But still, the up and down nature of this team just kind of sucks because they're a fun team to watch when they're on. And then there are just some games where you scratch your head and you're like, this isn't the 3D Max I saw like a day or two ago.
I think they're Sadly, I think their peak might have been a little bit too early in the year.
Ooh.
I think it might have been a couple of weeks ago, Jason.
Those are fighting words.
You know, I think they went on too much of a streak, too many events. You know, going to China.
Well, it wasn't
back
just
and
the
forth.
number of events, it was the travel schedule of the events. It was like Europe, China, Europe, China, Europe, China, like back-to-back 5-6 events straight.
And so when you finish that, you know, you want to go home and you don't want to practice. Like you got to get some rest.
You need like a 1 week
recover.
reset at the end of that kind of
So
trip.
you're not coming into the major in your best form, and I think we've seen that from 3D Max.
Well, I think that's why they were willing to make those kinds of decisions to sign up for those trips, is because they didn't start here until, you know, a little bit later. So they got an extra week to kind of relax. They got that week to burn and then, you know, get into the boot camping and that kind of idea and the practice online. So yeah, we're gonna see what they've got here in stage 3 now that the stronger teams have showed up for the competition.
Yeah, well, we had Coach Yuno join the squad this year as well, alongside
Yuno.
And bodyy, he's been quite the revelation, I think. Coming back, I felt like we were never going to see bodyy again.
When he came back in, I wasn't sure if that was like the play. I was a little bit concerned about, you know, him coming in and being able to deliver, but he's been a huge X factor for this team in mid-rounds. It feels like bodyy has such a good sense of when it's his turn to create an opportunity for his team to make a play on the map that is going to change things up so the rest of his teammates can also get involved. He's been a very important piece of why this 3D Max team has maintained competitiveness even with the up and down nature.
Yeah, absolutely. So 3D Max, we'll see what they can do against Vitality today. I think it's going to be a very tough game, and I think we're very likely to see 3D Max going 0-2 to kick off day 1 of stage 3.
Feels like, yeah, I mean, it's hard to predict against Vitality, isn't it? I think like outside of maybe like a Falcons or a Furia, you're going to have like a tough road to like find a reason why the underdog is going to upset Vitality after the year that they've had. So 3D Max, it is a tough task. I'm with you. I think Vitality's going to win it. I'm more questioning like is it going to be like a really strong win? Is it going to be close? Can 3D Max actually put up any kind of a fight? You have those in separate rooms now as well, so like the face-to-face interactions aren't going to be like super motivating or impactful in any way, obviously.
Yeah, and for 3D Max as well, I always talk about Exorcist being, you know, when I watch them, I feel like he's the X-Factor player. He's the player that can make the most out of these crazy situations. You know, if he's in a smoke, 3D Max are down a 3v5. You know, I often see Exorcist be the player to find the way into a round win. And he had a really tough opening game up against Pain Gaming. He went 10-18 at 0.47 rating. And you can't have Exorcist missing in a game like this to that extent. bodyy misses out on getting a result based on his early performance. He had a 1.8 rating. He was showing up at big time. And so I feel like for 3D Max today, I just want to see Exorcist bounce back in the second game. And if he doesn't, I feel like Vitality can crush them today.
That's the dangerous thing. That's like one of the dangerous things about this Vitality team is just it just goes so deep. So yeah, if you have one player kind of having a rough game or two players not really pulling their weight against a team like Vitality where the roster goes so deep, you're in for a tough time of things. So yeah, 3D Max have to enter this map realizing everyone has to show up and be focused and deliver round in and round out. They've won a lot of prize money, Dinko.
Yeah, I can see that.
They're quite rich.
Yeah, quite wealthy. Apex up there over the 2 million mark.
That's not bad.
Nice to see that.
That's pretty good for playing a video game.
Yeah, my boy Mezzi coming in 829k.
Coming in hot.
Like that. Yep. I used to do a lot of the early ESL UK Premiership. That's where Mezzi was playing in UK CS Hell. And he was obviously always the player that was going to make it. If anybody was.
Was it obvious he was like the steps ahead?
Because you want to know why?
Yeah.
He just was a normal person.
He's just a normal human being.
And was actually willing to work hard and not be ashamed of working hard and practicing. And so, yeah, he just played all the roles available. And I think that's just been something throughout his entire career. Mezzi was even an in-game leader in Fnatic.
Yeah.
You know, this is someone who's gone to so many different rosters, started in that Cloud9 team with Henry G, and ended up going all the way to Vitality, winning the major this year. So
going all the way to Vitality, joining up with one of the best players in the world in Zai Wu, and we got to catch up with him a little bit earlier on today.
Zaiwu, thanks for joining us. I know it's not always easy to do an interview after you lost the first best of one, because that's always like, I feel like, the map that everyone wants to win. But you still have the chance to end in a 1-1. So how confident do you feel about the next game?
Always confident, I would say. I mean, for us, it's not really... Of course, like you said, it's really important to win the first map, but when we think about the last major, we also lost against Legacy the first map, and we still managed to be 2-1. So, of course, for us, it's... I think the goal for us is to be 1-1 at least. So obviously we are pretty confident, I would say, to finish this day in 1-1. We play 3D Max, so of course it's gonna be a bit of French derby. Yeah. So I think that's gonna be the risk for us. Is mostly the French guy. So obviously we're looking forward for a good game, obviously.
I think it's going to be a great game. And I guess you probably had some time now with your team. I don't know, did you focus more on reviewing what you did wrong, or did you focus on the next one?
It was a bit both. Obviously, we talk about what we need to improve, because it's kind of fast. We have only 1 hour after phase to prepare and to see what's against who we play, against what map. So obviously it's quite fast, but obviously we kind of did both. Talk about the mistake, like I said, and looking what they're gonna pick and what map we should play. So obviously we did kind of both. So it's tough to say anyway. In 1 hour, it's always difficult to prepare.
Yeah, 100%. And looking at you guys are the last major champion, right? And you probably want to win again. But I feel like this season was a bit more competitive. The level of CS of the other teams rose up so much. So how intense is this gonna be?
I mean, in major it's always intense. If you can lose to a lower team, you can lose against a bigger team. Like, it's always like this during the major, best of one mostly. Falcon lost against bait, we lost against FaZe. Like, there's all Imperial win against Mongolz. So always like this during the first day of the major. So I think there's nothing that we didn't expect. So now that's special major things, I would say.
Okay. Zabu, thank you so much. I don't want to keep you any longer. Thank you and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the StarLadder Major live in Budapest. We've got 3D Max taking on Team Vitality in a 0-1 game to kick off Stage 3. We heard Zaiwu talking about how he's confident that they're going to be able to bounce back 1-1. He's not surprised that they've had some shaky results to kick off the BO1s, especially when you're playing the likes of FaZe in that BO1 to kick things off. So some confidence for Vitality. It doesn't seem like they're rocked whatsoever.
Well, they should be. They should be confident. Look at the year they've had. Obviously, the first half or the first season of the year was the best season that any team has ever had in Counter-Strike. Nearly perfect, winning all but one event that they attended. Second half of the year has been more about trying to get back to that level. It was always going to be difficult to maintain that, especially as other teams made changes and other teams focused on improving just to take you out. But for Vitality, this end of the year has, not as much success, obviously, and it feels like they haven't built back up to that level. But if you've won every single tournament in the first half of the year, it feels like, in one sense, like the events that are really going to get you going, that are really going to get you focused in, that are really going to provide the intensity that the players need to get locked in, the major is going to be it. So this is Vitality's last chance to put a stamp on this year and control the narrative of how the year was for them. Otherwise, it's going to be, yeah, you got all these second places, you got all these third places, you had all these top 4 finishes in the second half of the year, you won an event here and there, not too many, but it's still going to be a season of disappointment relative to the first half of the year. So having a good major and lifting that major trophy is really kind of solidifying the year that Vitality has had. It's a pretty big deal in terms of where we're going to place them historically when we look back on 2025.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does feel like Vitality lifting the second major trophy of the year is very possible, especially with, I think, finding a trophy on the way in the second half of the year is important. The Pro League trophy,
yes,
there's the only one title they won here in the second half of the year, but it's massive to at least have won something. If they come into the second half of the year after winning everything in the first half and win nothing, Jason, it would be a little bit of a question, but they've shown they're still capable of lifting those trophies on the way to this title.
Yeah, and 3D Max, on the other hand, considering what they've shown us this year, one thing has been that they're unable to beat Vitality. They've played them 3 times in 2 series play back at Katowice, as you mentioned, back at Pro League Season 21. Those series both were 2-0 wins in the favor of Vitality. And then back at the Blast Austin Major, the last time the 2 teams faced off in a best-of-1 on Nuke, it was a 13-2 victory for Vitality. So 3D Max, all that smack talk at the beginning of the year hasn't amounted to anything. They haven't been able to overcome this Vitality squad yet.
No, we talked about 3D Max obviously shifting the in-game leadership duty over towards Gravity. He became the in-game leader in the second half of the year from Cologne into Indy WC, and that's where they started. And I think we immediately got to see some better results for 3D Max that give them a second breath going into this year, and great results. But when they had their chance to win a title, which was out in CAC in Shanghai, they were in the final against Legacy and they failed to do it. So I think 3D Max,
that was was that a reverse sweep as well? Was that the one at the time that was the reverse sweep? Or
no, that was Furia winning against Navi.
Right.
But it was all 5, so it went the distance, and 3D Max just crumbling away in that final, missing out on what felt like a great opportunity.
And that's where we kind of pointed at them and we're like, this is the exhaustion. This was a title that was very much within their reach, but then you add in that calendar of China, Europe, China, Europe, China, like all of a sudden you're just like, these guys have got to be dead. Like just constantly playing Counter-Strike, constantly jet lagged, and the most intense jet lag you can get on the planet, it feels. So, I mean, now that they get to come in rested, a tough loss to Pain earlier, that one's a little bit of, I wouldn't say alarm bell. I think Pain's been improving. I think sneakily, if you don't think Pain is a better team than what you saw most of this year, you're going to be sad. And 3D Max dropping a map to them isn't the worst thing in the world, but doesn't give you any confidence for this one.
Well, it was on this very map, so let's get this one started with our betting partner. We'll get into this 3 Max on the T side, Vitality on the CT side. Nuke is what they both played earlier, so let's see how it goes down. We got the attack coming out here. Ecstasy straight into the play. He's down early, and Rob's taking 2, so he kicks things off with a Zeus. And it's an easy hold in the end for Apex, but his teammates are going down. It's still doable here for Gravity as he tries to fight towards the back of the site. Apex pauses, and that ladder is heard, but Mezzi's still nailing the headshot.
Yeah, it's going down. Oh, okay. Apex is trying to make sure he hears him through the wall.
You said they're in different rooms, Justin. They are in different rooms, but Apex makes sure that they can hear him.
Yeah, it might not matter if we're going to go that wild right out of the gate. All right, Apex getting things started. So is Vitality on this pistol. That's an old trick from Robs. He's been doing that for quite some time. A lot of bodies in this upper bomb site to attack into.
Dude, ever since that Zeus change came in, it was Robs making that exact move, getting close up towards Hut with a little Zeus, getting a great opener. And Vitality win the pistol round to kick things off, and they want to come in with some attitude. And you know, you lose to FaZe in the opening game, it's understandable, but you want to come in and you want to confidently crush 3D Max in a game like this.
Yeah, I think Vitality as well, like going in an 0-2 hole for a team like this just seems incomprehensible. So, I mean, they're coming into it and they're just forgetting about everything. We saw Zaiwu in the stairs walking up to the player area as well when we were coming up to the casting booth. About the most jovial I've ever seen him. He's just bouncing around, had that big cheeky smile on his face. Hey, how's it going, guys?
Yeah.
Imagine that with a French accent. You know, he was chill.
He's generally like that, but yeah, I mean, after a loss, it's incredible to just, obviously, you got to just focus up, get the job done in the next game, and we'll see if Vitality can do it here. It's a Deagle on the back of bodyy going out for a peek.
Shooting at ghosts, maybe a little pre-fire, quick to the trigger. No one from Vitality peeking against that Deagle. Oh, that's nasty.
Yeah, all right, there's one. A lot more than that, though. And Vitality, you can see, are just not giving many chances, but when they do give them over, it's bodyy on another one. The MP9 picked up. Mezzi's out of position. He's caught in an awkward spot, and he's gone. Oh, my God. How has 3D Max done this? Body's Deagle breaking them open.
My man, that is a round from bodyy.
He's loving it. That is ridiculous. How has bodyy come away with that? Vitality were giving them no peeks, no looks, and then finally just a little jiggle, a little chance, and he just nails it.
I mean, they were ready for this as well. 2 players in mini. I mean, I don't know what happened with Flamesy and why he was like switched away, but he got like really taken advantage of. Really surprised by the way they attacked so aggressively. A nasty win from 3D Max, reversing the fortune. So 1 for 1. And somebody broke something.
Yeah, too much celebration maybe with the headset there. Gravity's he's got the refs on the case though. Hopefully we'll get that resolved quickly.
He's not happy.
No, he's like,
that's not a happy face.
Guys.
Yeah, that's gross. We can't be playing that kind of a game today. He's seeing an 0-2 world in his future. He's seeing way far into the future.
Well, tech issue looking to be resolved. Headset's back on.
We had Flamesy come in earlier with a tennis ball playing games. We had a donk stop by in the doorway.
He just giving us a friendly wave.
A big smile on his face, waving into the room. Okay, everyone's just happy to be here.
He's like, coming over to you, Jason. I beat Liquid today.
That would be next level. I'd take it.
Yeah. Well, that's coming up in just a little bit. Spirit FaZe, man. That's going to be an exciting BO1.
I know. It's a spicy
You know what I like about it, too?
What do you
get
like
all these
about it,
big
Nico?
names fighting each other in BO1s. It means we can't get them in the BO3s. That
Yeah,
be
that's
elimination.
That's the beauty of the change up in the seeding, right? Now that 1 is playing 9, 2 is playing 10.
Yeah.
You know, you get the kind of the big teams go at each other early on, and then they can't face each other later. So even though there's some
Should get
upsets,
them in the playoffs.
even though it throws some chaos into the mix, you're not eliminating any of the big dogs by other big dogs just by, you know, unfortunate kind of matchups that come up.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that should set us up for a beautiful playoffs here in Budapest.
Oh yeah, I mean the playoff bracket is going to be wild. Chad's been pretty vocal as well. Sponge has been pretty vocal, saying you know the winner of this is going to be determined by the playoff bracket and how all of it plays out. So I mean it's one of those things where we always talk about in these stages of the major, like survival is the most important thing. Like you look a little bit rough around the edges. You can have some games where you really struggle that are surprising. It's all about survival and getting to the next stage and then just starting over and seeing if you can rebuild some new momentum. But there is that kind of sneaky, especially in this stage 3, where now your performance is going to dictate where you end up in the playoff bracket as well. So who beats who and where you kind of end up going through 3-1, 3-2, or you know whatever it might be. That's going to determine a lot for this playoff bracket. It's going to determine a lot for the matchups we're going to get in quarterfinals and semifinals. So tech issue is resolved. 3D Max back in action. Headphones are working. Microphones. Oh no, I lied. I jinxed it. It's back to a tech pause. Doesn't work.
Well, you baited us all, Jason. Well, we got Paint G2. I heard the crowd out there getting much louder here in stage 3. Obviously, bigger fan bases showing up.
G2's looking hot to trot.
People have bought trumpets.
Trumpets?
Yeah, we've seen some trumpets out there earlier today.
Any trombones?
No trombones yet.
Ah.
But I feel like you would be a trombone player, Jason.
I was a tuba player.
A tuba?
When it came to the brass instruments. I played the baritone and then switched into the tuba.
All right, maybe we get you out there then. I see a tennis ball on the desk there of Ecstasies. There we go.
Stress ball.
Maybe Flames what passer just threw it at him for the game, you know?
Or he just walked by and stole it. He was like, nah, you can't warm up like this. Okay.
Oh, there we go. You want to do it again?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, headphones are working now. Tennis ball's on the field to play. We like that. We liked it. Don't bump into it. It could be a little bit awkward, but headphones are wording. Nice little keyboard there. And going into round number 3.
Yeah, here we go. Remember, the context is bodyy just broke them with a deagle. So Vitality, they were hoping that you get a nice clean 2-0 start, but 3D Max bounced back. That wasn't really even a great buy at all from them. It just pistols, but they've come out with a great result, and they're going to try and go 2-1 up to kick off Nuke.
Oh, tons of Molotovs over towards Squeakdoor. XRC is going to get out behind the flames, tuck himself behind the vent. Just wants a quick poke into the site, see if anyone's going to wander into his crosshair, and disappears into the smoke. Apex coming towards Secret. They're crossing silently, so he will get some action. Just watching the gap on the side. Oh, okay, spotted one. Happy to drop the util. Bodyy in towards Mini. Smokes to delay. Smokes to make this disjointed and mess with the timings.
Flames out into the site. Great kill on XRC. So that's going to be an opener for Team Vitality. Can they answer back with one of their own? Bodyy's positioning is massive, though.
Oh, Flames is doing everything. Oh, except for throwing smokes.
Yeah, well, he gets away. That's the most important part. Apex gets overrun. So Maka being burned down, 40 of his health gone. Bodyy on the wrap around Heaven. Rops has already pushed into the lobby, so he's not going to be catching anybody. Maybe he'll find Mezzy, but there's another kill, this time from ZywOo. Rops to find one, and all of a sudden, that 3D Max win in the previous round might just be removed.
Okay, bomb is being planted, though, and he's dropped. Mezzy's got that, and Body's got to make a move now. They know his position up at the top in Heaven, and there's not much you can really do here any longer.
Well, he's fragging out, doing as much as he can, but eventually just too many targets, and Vitality bouncing back. That's a missed opportunity for 3D Max.
I think it's just a bad round call for the situation. I mean, I know you kind of treat these rounds like buy rounds, but XRC's kind of coming through smokes, like while you have Mini smoked off, Squeakdoor is smoked off, XRC's comes through to challenge Flamesy. Easy kill with the MP9. Nothing to follow it up with, no ability to trade, no ability to gain anything off that. Look how spread out all these players are from each other, so when those 5-7s find the gap, you know, Vitality's just able to find some kind of cleanup kills. A really great job from Flamesy with that opening kill on XRC and great damage onto the follow-up player. And NertZ is going to call an early timeout, just wanting his team to stabilize the economy and stabilize the CT side as quickly as possible. Don't have another hiccup. Don't let bodyy kind of wreck you one more time. Another buy comes through for the 3D Max side. It's a very strong buy for just being reset for AK-47s and a Tech 9.
Let's see if this back and forth continues or if Vitality can put an end to it. A little bit of a hiccup with the deagle in the previous round.
I mean, I think for Vitality, too, you just played Nuke against FaZe. FaZe put up 7 rounds on their T side against your defense. So I think there's probably a lengthy conversation between the best of ones and fixed a bunch of things. And Vitality, I think the CT side should reset and look pretty strong as long as they're able to get their money underneath them here in this 4th round.
Yeah, usually Vitality's Nuke CT side can be so strong because of this man here, ZywOo, outside. He's pushed up towards red, wants to get away, wants it feels a little bit more uncomfortable. The smokes have arrived. 3D Max are limping one player down towards Secret. That's XRC's taking up position early.
Good information for him as well. He heard the M4 spam and he heard the AK fire off from Mini, so he's calling 2 watching outside from Mini and credit. So some knowledge of this setup in the early stages of the round. Flash in towards Mini through the smoke. They just want to start wrapping around towards Heaven. And that's a good kill onto Apex. He gets found out in the open, and Mezzy's going to be tucked into Heaven. They've lost control of outside now. Good kill from Rops, but you still have to worry about this wrap.
Oh, he goes back, and he catches bodyy. Stops him from moving forward, prevents that space being taken here for 3D Max. Under a minute on the clock. Lucky's away from his teammates. He's just going to start backtracking towards lobby instead of trying to progress through ramp. He can maybe try and get a split going on through the hut, and it's on ZywOo at the back of the site. He's going to hold on. 40 seconds. Here they come, slowly creeping their way towards him. ZywOo's going to peek out, get that info. Catches gravity, looking the wrong way. His teammate comes over the top of Heaven. ZywOo's dead. Rops, what is that? Oh, whiffing all the bullets and now putting Flames in a clutch.
Rops is shaking his head, wondering how he didn't get that kill. Brought down to 3 HP. This is a winnable 1v2.
Yeah, well, he's coming over the top. They are low, and they're looking the wrong way. It's Flames immediately to a kill, and that grenade, 3 HP, bang, goes Exercise, and that will be a clutch for Flames, recovering what looked a little messy there from Vitality.
Yeah, that one's wild. You don't see often Rops messing with the mechanics of the game like that and having that kind of screw things up. Looked like the crosshair was right, but the recoil was just going out in all the wrong direction. So shake it off. Shake it off, you're all good. Allowed to have those early hiccups, and Flamesy's able to clean them up. It does all the damage necessary for that nade to be an easy 1v2 completion. And Rops, up until that point, had a fantastic round. 2 kills outside, preventing the wraparound, kind of making sure that Heaven wasn't going to be too challenged. And Vitality do, in fact, get the kills that they needed to secure the economy, although, I mean, losing 4 players is costly. It's not going to be completely set. And actually, 3D Max probably have a decision to make. If they want to force up and continue to challenge, they could do it. Body's going to get a hero AK-47, so wanting to inflict damage in that sense. And once again, outside, very fast-paced and aggressive, it looks like, to force the defense back.
Yeah, well, they got the Zaiwu scout, AWP rather, outside. He's just going to be searching him for that opening. 3D Max do have a lot of players coming this way, but it's Body that must be the playmaker. He's up on top of main with the AK. And Vitality giving no fights, no peeks. Passive, giving this space to 3D Max. Still gathering info though, knowing that 3D Max haven't shown any pressure and no one's trying to cross over yet. Apex can pick up that information. He can play with Zaiwu and Flames.
A little bit of a footstep made off that flashbang. I wonder, I couldn't catch if that was 3D Max or maybe Flamesy over in Mini, but maybe some information gathered. Flamesy's got to be really, really careful. Smoke breaks. They see the one getting into Big Garage. Good information for Apex. Just got to be careful. Body still up on the mini roof, ready to drop down at a moment's notice. Flamesy has the first. That's lucky to fall and gives him an escape path into the upper bomb site.
Opening kill for Vitality. Staying stable. They're not getting those chances that Body had in the second round of the game, but Maka will. Apex, again, he was the first to fall in that round, but Zaiwu's off is the difference this time.
Yeah, that's, I think because that during that smoke wall, that little initial thrust from 3D Max didn't get anything, and that's kind of the strength of this round. They had to win it. The bomb is still over in Mini, so you can create a distraction downstairs. Not enough people are going to leave to make this doable. And there's the bomb spotted. There's the bomb hitting the deck. Up the vents we go. Nice and easy. Everyone goes down. Free AK-47 upgrade and a 4-1 lead for Vitality.
Yeah, comfortable enough. The only round they've had is that hiccup from Body's Deagle, and other than that, Vitality keeping things in control.
Yeah, Apex might just want to not peek outside on low buy rounds.
Yeah,
it's the second time he's gotten the Deagle haircut.
Yeah, he's not enjoying that. Oh, Maka looking up the line at Gravity, looking for the answers to get this T side going.
Should have a stronger buy across the board this time. Timeout taken by You-Know. And he's going to have a conversation with his team as well. So, I mean, it's not the worst place to be. Like, the money hasn't ballooned out of control. You've been able to get a couple of kills here and there during this stretch. But obviously, without that, you know, without being able to convert your second round conversion into any kind of an early streak, we see so often on Nuke, especially, that T-side gets such a benefit of winning those, winning those 2 ensuing rounds, of getting those conversions early on. It's just such an easy way to get the, the necessary number of rounds to make the second half possible. They don't have that luxury any longer.
Don't have a whole lot of luxuries whatsoever for 3D Max. It's the bare necessities, really.
Yeah, I thought it would be a little bit of a bigger buy with the one AK-47 hero purchase, but not quite there yet. So going to sit another round out. Mac 10 on Exorcist, a few other weapons, and this is just going to be an upper buzz. This will be them seeing if they can just break in a cheeky round where they get into the upper bomb site due to like just a fast kill, just a messy timing.
Yeah, well, those 3 smokes tossed outside for 3D Max, but no one going with them because they're going into the upper site. Now Mezzi waits at the back of the bomb site itself. He's got Zaiwu chiming in, but only a single kill, and Flames waiting in the vent. So there's no fallback plan. There's no getaway here for 3D Max. They're blocked out. They're locked in the site, but they might still get a bomb plant. Rob's trying to deny it, and he will.
No, yeah, he did. He did. It didn't go down whatsoever. I should
last tick of that.
Yeah, last tick. All right, well, that's a bummer for 3D Max. Body's got no chance to get it planted. Extra kills is all he's looking for, but Apex, that was for the Deagle. An instant shutdown and a 5-1 score now for Vitality. Off to the races.
All right. We haven't seen a goodbye from 3D Max, right? You haven't seen everything you want. It's been very back and forth, very scrappy.
Yeah, which is, I think Vitality is kind of like, I mean, you never want to lose the second round, but at this stage, you're kind of thinking maybe in some sense that's sort of a blessing in disguise because we're now going into round 7, and it has been mostly scrappy buys.
Yeah.
You know?
You kept the weapons out of their hands throughout this T side, and you spoke about FaZe winning a lot of T rounds. Preventing 3D Max from really having that opportunity. They're going to have to play with all rifles. Not enough money to get the Maka AWP out either.
Not the biggest deal. So you see a lot of operators play with the AK-47 on the T side. So yeah, every once in a while they'll like to add it in. And Apex has been found. He's got to be careful. A lot of attention. He wins out somehow. That's Body through the smoke.
Yeah, frustrating there for Body to lose his life. He had a great game earlier on, even at a loss here on Nuke against Paint. It's going to be a 4v5, now 3v5, thanks to that kill from ZywOo. So Vitality very comfortable at the moment. Lucky at least fighting out on Robs, catching him on the ramp room.
That's an unfortunate dink to take right at the tail end before that kill gets taken. Oh, what a double from Flamesy. Stands his ground and 2 clean headshots. Lucky brought low to 20 HP with a minute left on the clock. Ooh. You aren't going to get anything done. Working his way outside, you imagine Vitality will come hunt this down. More than happy to take this fight, and Apex should have no issue. 6-1. Hey, did he just apologize?
I was right in the headset.
Someone's
right
like, bro, you didn't mute your mic. He's out, my bad.
We're 6-1 up, come on. Yeah, but it has to be like a conversation for Vitality of just, you know, bringing intensity to games like this. Getting through the BO1s can be brutal. You lose one already, you don't want to lose another one.
Well, and I mean, you know, ZywOo brought it up saying it was the French Derby, and we know we talked about that as well. Apex is someone who takes those kinds of pride matches
Yeah,
very seriously. Like, this might as well be a grand final for Apex in some senses.
Yeah, he's like, oh, we're not losing these French noobs. I know he's going to say that.
Especially being friends with Gravity, you never want to lose to a friend.
Yeah, never. So 6-1 up right now for Vitality, looking to try and continue this pain on 3D Max. And you know, we've seen some closer maps earlier this year, the series earlier this year in Katowice, but other than that, Vitality not letting 3D Max get into any of these games.
Yeah, they'll cross over with without making noise. Flamesy's already dropped. Oh, good catch from Apex right at the tail end. Plenty of time in the smokes, but let's see what Flamesy's got in defense. His aim was sharp in the previous round. He's just jump spotting for information, and he'll play to survive afterwards.
You know, seeing them run down towards the double doors. Flames tosses out the flash, lines them up in Flames, keeps it clean on 3, even spamming down through the door. Nearly caught Gravity before he first peeks, and Flames just ripping everybody to shreds, keeping that round comfortably in control of Vitality.
Get annihilated. That's some cool sequences from Flamesy. Not the hardest one in the world with the eco, but just manages it so perfectly. His recoil actually works out in his favor in this opening double kill.
Yeah,
it's like, why the hell not? They're kind of barely even lined up, but he'll still take both.
Yeah, Flames on the cleanup. And now a timeout being taken.
I like this, though, from Vitality. Like, when I saw them lose their initial game to FaZe, I had them going through, like, 3-1, 3-2 in my group there, Vitality. And it's just like the major, losing a game, all of that just goes to snap a team like Vitality back into place. And I feel like they're just kind of going to just run through, blitz through the rest of this stage 3.
Because it's against FaZe, you know, this is obviously a team that aren't the FaZe of old, but it's still FaZe. And they've shown some decent results coming through that second stage. And
second stage was incredible. Even I mean, dude, the game against Vitality, they looked great.
Well, yeah. So, you know, you're not going to feel the worst losing to a team like that. It's worse if you lose to, like, the bottom seed, or you come in and...
Or 3D Max.
Yeah, or 3D Max, for example, you know. But Vitality, if they lose to FaZe and they come back and they crush 3D Max and they continue the way they are right now, I think they're going to be absolutely fine with day 1. We've got ZywOo heading outside. You've got Apex just in behind him. And here's the peek for ZywOo down into the lobby. Couple of different looks so far from ZywOo. Gravity really not liking the start of this round. He's on 5 HP. And look at this. ZywOo's freed up Flames to push all the way through the door into the lobby. Okay. They're just not allowed to play their game right now. That's the ball coming in, and then there's ZywOo waiting for you.
Flamesy is so sharp right now. What are you supposed to do?
Those tennis balls, man.
Yeah, well, dude, he was looking good in that as well. He was catching the double drop like it was no problem.
13-3 for Flames right now. Great start to this game. Vitality, it's going to be 8-1. I mean, that's a round. 3D Max didn't even really get to do anything. And now they don't, because Rops is pushed to ramp. You literally have done nothing in this round, 3D Max.
Yeah, I like this kind of this style that Vitality's bringing out. Nobody's kind of sitting back on their heels. Really smart push for Rops when this is thrown into chaos. Flamesy's calling out. He killed both of the players coming from radio room, so those are the players assigned to watch for a ramp push. Rops realizes that, takes the gap, one more kill, and if you're 3D Max and it's like a minute and 10 seconds and it's a 2v5, you're just like, well, I guess we're going to save. You know, I guess we're just going to back off and keep these AK-47s alive. I mean, desperately trying to do anything, Maka. I think at this point it's just posturing. It's like, make some noise, kind of make sure that nobody's pushing to take these guns out of your hands so you can set yourself up for an easy save. Look at the money, though, on Vitality. It's like they have no financial issues now for the rest of this half.
It's just an uphill battle the whole way here for 3D Max. Best case scenario is getting some mercy to hold on. Bodyy Maka.
They don't even have enough money to drop over. And I think you also, in this kind of a situation as 3D Max, you know, you don't want to like buy a down utility if you're Bodyy or Maka. You got the losing bonus building up. And at this point, they just need rounds on the board. So actually, 3D Max, they've used 2 out of 3 timeouts. I think they want to hold on to that third one a little bit longer, but they are going to shove all in because they're at the point of the game where they're just like, we need rounds more than we need to be smart about our money. We need to just go for it. 8-1, a 7-round deficit. It's happened so quickly and so convincingly.
And ZywOo back to more passive position at the back of the garage, searching for the opening kill, and he'll hit it. Head off the top of Bodyy. And the struggles continue for 3D Max at the beginning of these rounds.
And they wanted to try and bully their way into the upper bomb side, I think. Bodyy getting on the top of Mini and being able to drop and wrap around through Mini. But ZywOo killing him takes that option away from them. And then 3D Max just says, well, we're not going to try and force it through the smoke over at Squeak Door, so we got to pause and let this round reset. Smoke recovered by Gravity. A 4-on-5, a disadvantage conversion on the cards for 3D Max. So Gravity, I think the plan is set up a wall outside. See if anyone bites on the fake, deny some information, see if we make them nervous about that lower bomb site. And Apex is just going to fake the drop.
Yeah, Flames, you can understand the confidence, just knifing in the smoke, trying to detect them. It's crazy to see right now. 45 seconds, 3D Max still 4v5. Smoke goes out again in front of that vent. Flames backs off to a CT vent. He's got his teammate up on top of the bomb site. They come out, they don't check Flames. Mezzi's also got the kill from the site. Flames with the second, bombs down, and 3D Max, no hope. They're not in this map. They're just not in this game at all.
Yeah, they're physically here.
Spiritually, they've been abused, though.
Yeah, Vitality's making them look silly. It's almost unreasonable. I mean, Flamesy is just like, guys, why do you keep coming to the upper bomb site? I'm 16-4. Why are you attacking into me? I'm a turret. I'm going to kill 2 of you no matter where you go.
Well, he's enjoying it.
He's
loving
loving
it. Keep coming at them. He's even going into the smoke, slashing his knife around, going,
I know, that was
Come
so
and fight
bold.
me.
If someone's just in Squeaky Door room when he knifes the wall, like you can just spam at that choke point, and he could just be dead, but he just doesn't care. Doesn't care whatsoever. And for good reason. Vitality's up by 8, and 3D Max, individually and as a team, just have no response whatsoever.
Yeah, just not able to hit the level of Vitality. Not even getting close. Another rough day at the office here for Exorcist as well. And we'll not put it down to him, though. It's going to be extra frustrating having 2 slow maps to kick off day 1.
Right.
And yeah, throwing a grenade down on the floor there. Apex goes to pick it back up.
Oh, the smoke break could be something. A little too deep. Exorcist heard it coming in. Crossed over with some pace. Flamesy finally put on the back foot, and it gets away. Oh, it gets away. Still makes
like,
it.
No,
oh my God!
Back, Flames.
He's made it work.
His teammate blocks him. He has to stay down in the vent, go back. He still wins the fight, of course, and an advantage picked up in a strange old way. But Mezzi's going to follow up on it. Bodyy continues to fall, and Vitality with 10 rounds coming right up.
That's unreasonable.
Nothing going wrong for Vitality. The only round they lost was Bodyy with a deagle and everybody else on pistols. That's the single round they've lost so far.
Yeah, Rops is chilling as well. Off angle, tapping away in towards the window. That's the bomb. Controls this time the spray and gets the kill.
Eventually.
Can't find the other one. Maka brought very, very low.
And ZywOo rounds things out. So 10-1 scoreline right now for Vitality. We'll head into the last round of the half. Not much to really say about 3D Max here.
I guess it makes sense why we saw ZywOo just being so chill and laid back, you know, heading up into the room. He didn't have a care in the world. Wasn't concerned.
Supremely confident they were going to win against 3D Max today.
Incredible first half from Vitality. 1 hiccup to speak of, and not even really anything they did wrong, just some fantastic shots out of Bodyy. But outside of that, Vitality has shown no weaknesses.
ZywOo has detected that no one is crossing with the smokes.
Upper bus, so are they going to pump fake or are they going to go with this initial salvo of utility? They're going at Flames yet again, and he wants to get close up towards Squeak Door yet again.
Yeah, he'll get away. Here comes the utility. Mezzi's gone down, so at least an opening kill for 3D Max. A follow-up on Flames. And finally, some success here for 3D Max in the opening kill department. They move their way into the site, but Rops rips it out of their hands. You may lose Flames and Mezzi in the bomb site, but then Rops arrives, and you've got Maka 1v3 in the vent with a bomb in his hands running down lower.
He's making the right call. The only play he can. Oh, he almost pulled ZywOo. That would have been a great find, but that means Rops has gotten into the correct position.
Yeah, no getting out of this one for Maka. It'll be the swing from ZywOo to confirm it. 11-1 is the score here for Vitality. Looking to bounce back on day one with a record of 1-1.
Well, a fantastic half out of Flamesy puts Vitality up big, 11-1. They did not slow down once they gained control. This is the Vitality we were looking for coming into this major. This is the level of play we want to see out of them. For 3D Max, on the other hand, boy, this is going to be a tough one to swallow at the end of the day.
All of those reactions have to be just from that one round.
Yeah,
Second
probably,
round of the
yeah.
map. From 3D Max, nothing else to celebrate. It's been...
But we got it on camera, so we know what happened.
Yeah, we had to play it over and over again. But here we go, 11-1. Let's get back into the second half together with our betting partner. Vitality, 11-1 up. Should be an open and shut case with a pistol round win. Let's see how Mezzy does as he runs on down lower. You've got a couple of players, in fact, 3 players here on the lower bomb site. Lucky and Bodyy taking the first 2 kills for 3D Max. Rops to pull it back again, and it's still within touching distance for Vitality.
Yeah, it's a good way to have a second layer to this attack. That's a good fight. It's back on. Vitality have gained control of the pistol round back. And now 3D Max is scrambling for the retake and out of position.
It's Rops again, Jason. He did it in the last round where 3D Max get the 2 openings in towards the 8 bomb site, then Rops pulls it back. He does it again here, this time in the pistol. Vitality looking for map point. 3D Max coming back in that retake. Flames is occupied. Rops has a kill, and now Flames can focus more on that Heaven wrap. Apex has come around to confirm it. Flames looking to finish it off, and now Apex gets information on the main player. Flames does lose his life, but Gravity's now coming in on 29 HP. 10 now on the drop down into the bomb site. Good shooting on Rops.
It's not
able to get it. It's not planted for Apex, you're right. So he's going to hold that, but the time is the problem. Not enough of it, and he's just going to lose the round regardless. So Vitality won the pistol round, up 12-1 at this point, and it is one hell of a bounce back from Vitality.
It's a great round to look at as just a textbook example of a way to layer your tactic, right? Like, it is a lovely play from Rops, but what's happening is they're showing an upper attack with utility towards Squeak Door, and then 3 players are rushing ramp and showing that they want to drop down and get into the bomb site. Rops is plan B. He's the audible. He pushes towards Heaven, just kind of hides, wait for that player to rotate to try and get over eager to step back in towards ramp room, and once he gets that kill, the upper bomb site is open because they have access to Heaven and the defenders have already rotated downstairs. And it's just a lovely option available to Vitality when things go wrong and down in the lower B bomb site.
ZywOo up on top of Red. We'll dive down off the top of the box. Apex to move down secret.
Still haven't spotted the one player close up to the smokes. Maka
will be very 3D Max to win the second round of both halves with the Eagles.
Ooh, he spotted a little bit of leg ZywOo just as that smoke cleared, so calls out the information over to his team. At least one playing over in Mini. And 3D Max fully invested in this round as they need to stay alive here on this map. M4 unlucky. Shotgun on Exercise. Ooh, Exercise. I don't know why I did that. I tried to like put like a little French accent on it, and it just ruined everything.
I liked it though.
Exercise.
1 minute on the clock.
It's a good position to be in if you're Vitality. You've gained a lot of real estate outside. Apex is in a pretty powerful position, in a position that applies pressure to the lower bomb site, so they have to respect it. And now you can kind of sit and wait while you've spread the defense out and gained a lot of map.
Oh, Exercise tries to move forward with that Mag 7. Apex just gets away.
3 players downstairs. Upper bomb site is weakened.
Time at 33 seconds. Exercise gets into the vent. Could get messy here for Vitality at the end of the round. Let's see if that vent Mag 7 pays off here for Exercise. Vitality, not a lot of time. They're going to be perfect, moving their way out. Here come the rotations for 3D Max. That's the bomb, spotted, but Zywo with the headshot. Body, a double, Mezzi to respond. Still players here, still layers of defense. And 10 seconds on that clock. Bomb is loose and Apex is nowhere near it. Vitality will concede the second round of the half. And it is 3D Max bouncing back. So they win the second round in the first half and the second round in the second half.
Yeah, why the hell not? Okay, so these rounds have been great for 3D Max. Unfortunately, it's all they've got. And there's only 1 second round in each half, Dinko.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but you know what? They're great at them, Jason.
They've got them locked down.
All right, time for a massive tech issue into Vitality closing out the map.
Right.
We'll just repeat it.
Well, I mean, I think part of it too is, I mean, not a bad round for Vitality. Just weren't able to get anything done in that pause in the action. That's actually really good discipline from 3D Max with the weaker weapons, not panicking too much in the situation. Vitality is fully invested back around the Galil of Apex. Deagle's picked up a Tech 9 on Rops.
Ooh, Apex taking bullets, getting dropped, Gravity to remove Apex. That's the one rifle that they had here for Vitality. It's gone immediately. So a chance for 3D Max to build on their second round success.
Yeah, Vitality, I think the win is going to be a little bit out of reach right now, but any kills you get, right? Just find a kill to open up some space to let Rops make a play, to Rops' sense of timing that he can hit. Open space for these Deagles to peek in at range. So I was seeing Secret mostly clear. Nobody has shifted here. Obviously, the bomb is still dropped way, way far back. Thank you to our lovely observers. A little picture-in-picture context.
So we're coming back now to get that bomb and give it one good go for Vitality. You can't really count them out of any round, especially when Zywo's now picked up that Galil. So let's see. 30 seconds are just over. So these Deagles to try and break through that A-bomb side. They're going to be given some space out of the squeaky door, but it's that Rafters Heaven crossfire that just seems like it's going to be impenetrable. But they make it down the vent. And now it's on. Now Vitality have a shot at this, but let's see if Bodyy can keep it clean with the rifle all the way back on ramp. They come out, they send bullets to his chest. It's a double kill from Bodyy, and he does very well. He passes the test, and Bodyy stepping up here for his squad.
That's a good find right at the end on Zywo. It felt like he was going to clean him up. So no kills for Vitality. The economy gets to grow, and now it gets to grow even further because Vitality should be sitting back on unarmored weapons with no investment. So the game gets extended a little bit longer as 3D Max refused to go down without a fight. And Vitality's going to have to do it in the gun rounds. I almost feel like this round in some sense was like the Apex and Vitality kind of testing what kind of a game 3D Max wanted to play, what kind of a mood they're in, right? Like you don't have a whole lot, but you're not being too aggressive, not trying to take peeks with the Deagle. You're waiting and seeing if they're going to push into you, if there's going to be an aggressive stance. How frisky is 3D Max feeling at the moment?
And this should be a nice, easy cleanup for 3D Max. Bodyy going to be overwhelmed with multiple different angles. That's a good way to attack it if you're Vitality. Come in, jump up in the box, swing out on the right side, overwhelm him.
Yeah, gave a couple different sound cues of where they're going to attack him from, and he couldn't figure it out. Frozen in place. So yeah, the Glocks swarm him like Zerglings. However, a bomb plant is still just so unlikely. Although Flamesy with the rifle is a dangerous idea. So I think this kind of a situation with this quiet progression into the lower bomb site is sort of Vitality saying, you know, let's make you guys second guess. Let's see if you fall back.
Flames ripped open. Bomb plant is Really a win here for Vitality, and it's denied at the last second there from 3D Max.
Keeps feeling like it's going down, right? It keeps feeling like it's right there.
Feels like in this game it's taking a little bit longer than usual.
Yeah, it's just that last little button just hangs in the air. All right, well, it's all good. Xstat still has that 1,000-yard stare going on, but I think this one's out of pleasure. He's probably thinking about what he's going to have for dinner.
What do you reckon it is?
Ooh, you know, we're not at the hotel, so I don't know what the menu's looking like.
Yesterday I was at the hotel having dinner with them, and I had pike.
Pike?
Yeah.
A fish?
Yeah.
How was it?
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Nice batter on it, Jason. Can't complain. So they might be in for a nice meal later on today.
A little bit of tartar sauce in there?
Absolutely. Well, Vitality back to it by everybody on a rifle. And Lucky going to be underneath the silo. The commitment past him. Apex is going to be up first. Do you think he checks it, Jason?
Nope.
Well, you would be right. Lucky able to get a second chance, but ZywOo to get that quick trade here for Vitality. Here comes Rops out of the little bit of hut action, and it's going to end up being success for Vitality into a 4v3.
I love that facet of Rops' game. He's got to be the best map control player that we have in the game, but he always has a round, a play that he wants to make on a timing to just walk out hut and go find himself a duel, and it's so effective.
Good response though from 3D Max, cutting him out, removing that control he had towards the A bomb site, and it forces Vitality to search for a different option because they were all in on getting into that A bomb site. Once Rops dies, you have to go ramp.
Yeah, notice that the ramp player shifts away as well. Now you can kind of make something happen on the map. So moving down in towards the lower bomb site, nobody covered this gap. So a lot of time for Vitality to not only get the plant, but also find some solid positions to defend against the retake. There are 3 kits on board, so chances for 3D Max, but they need the kills.
Let's see if it's enough for Vitality to close it out. Flames has had a stellar map. Not this time. No, it's Mezzi instead. We put Maka into the 1v2 clutch. He'll step up and give it a good go, but for Vitality, it is looking to be a recovery after a loss to FaZe. They bounce back with a win. ZywOo called this a French derby, but Vitality did not show up with their manners. It was merciless the whole way through this game.
Yeah, that's a very punishing blow. That's a devastating map of Counter-Strike if you're 3D Max 0-1, trying to hype everyone up between the maps, saying, look, it's, you know, that's a rough game, made some mistakes, we're gonna be fine in the second one. No team wants to start in this hole, so for 3D Max, it is that long road of best of 3s back into this stage 3, else they're going to have a much shortened major.
Yeah, looking good for Vitality. I think they're going to be happy with that bounce back. Yeah, you're going up against 3D Max. You could hear ZywOo in that pre-game interview. It didn't really seem like there was any doubt in his mind that they were going to be bouncing back 1-1.
Yeah, look, you're going to be happy. You're going to be pleased. They didn't get tested whatsoever.
Nope.
Like that's the big thing is like, you know, you kind of came into this and wasn't even really a challenge, and that's always going to make you happy after losing the first best of 1 against a tough FaZe team, having this really easy kind of, you know, just build up the scoreboard and never look back. A much nicer way to end your opening day of the major. Vitality show up on stage 3, go 1 for 1 on the day.
Yeah, and for 3D Max now 0-2. Not looking likely to be a team that are going to be in a position to challenge to get into the playoffs at this major.
No, I mean, and that's what's kind of, I actually think, you know, for me coming into this major, I kind of set my bar of what 3D Max should be getting to considering the year they've had. And in my mind, it's like anything outside of playoffs, if they don't make the playoffs, they don't make a quarterfinal, that's a disappointing run at the major. That's like you guys not reaching at all the level that you should be playing at. This team should be fighting for a quarterfinal spot, and it looks like they're going to have a hard time even kind of getting to that point.
Yeah, and I think that comes back to what I was saying earlier ahead of this game. I feel like 3D Max just peaked a little bit too early in the year, and I think that travel schedule has ended up costing them their competitive nature with this last event, the biggest event of the year. So it's very disappointing to see 3D Max in this kind of form, but they got best of 3s now to try and bounce back in at least.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of teams recover, right? We had Liquid and Astralis, you know, bounce back from the 0-2 hole to make the 2-2 game in the previous stage. That Liquid won that matchup and Astralis got eliminated. But you think the struggles that FaZe had to go through as well in stage 1, and then they came through it, and look how much better they were on the other side of things. So I think that's what you look for if you're 3D Max. There's obviously plenty of examples the further back in history you go, but if you're 3D Max, you're saying, look, this recovery is going to be hard, it's going to test us, but if we make it through, we're going to be much stronger for it, and that's about all you got to talk about at the moment.
Yeah, well, let's see if those best of 3s are going to be working out for 3D Max, but we have got the winners interview down on the sidelines.
Well, if that's not the Vitality we know, Flames, congratulations, amazing match, how do you feel?
I feel good. To be honest, we talked yesterday and we were happy with going 1-1 because it's best of 1s are so random and we didn't win the pistols against FaZe, so obviously we didn't play the best, but we can't be too bad on ourselves. The mission is just to make playoffs. We don't really care which seed we go and how we go there. To win the major and to go deep, you need to win all the best teams in the world. So the mission is just to make playoffs, go 3-2, 3-1, we don't give a fuck, and keep going.
Calm down. I mean, I understand you're fired up after that match, and it also looked much better than the first one today. You had, I think, 11 and 1 half. You were insane. What did you do to them on CD side?
Well, I think they were playing a bit weird. Like, it was a bit chaotic. They went through smokes. I think they were playing very sloppy to some extent. Like, it didn't go their way, the M duels, and they were not playing together. Like, we had a lot of 1v1 duels and this kind of stuff. And if that happens and we're quite sharp, then it's quite easy to play against that. That's pretty much it.
Okay, Flames, you tried to identify my handwriting. Can you read my last question?
This one?
Yeah.
Feels rope? Wow.
It says, he asked me before if I'm a doctor. Yeah. It says, do you feel warmed up and ready now for tomorrow?
Well, I think we definitely more than the first game we played, but yeah, we're warmed up. I don't know who we play against. I guess we'll know at 2 a.m. or something. But we're ready to play against any opponent, and I think we just needed a bit of to get the rust out of the way in some sense, but also FaZe played really well against us, so yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for the insights. I wish you best of luck tomorrow and enjoy your evening.
Thank you, Donna, you too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
That is competitive, top of the throne in his knee. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
Got a lot of shine. Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind. the best of the matches. Where in retake will you pull out the clutch? Where you'll be testing your deadliest thing. Where are we perfectly training all day? Ready? X-play, 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 GG!
Welcome back to the StarLadder Major here in Budapest. It's time to get into a great game, or potentially a great game. We've got FaZe versus Spirit. This is always a fun matchup for me. I just love watching FaZe and Spirit go at it on the server. Even in different versions, before Donk even arrived, it was a great game. Remember that Antwerp semifinal?
Yeah, that Antwerp semifinal was pretty baller.
Yeah,
yeah,
they've had some great head-to-heads in terms of organizations. Now so much firepower on the server, and FaZe actually playing well. If you told me this was a match last week or the week before, I would have been like, all right, well that's an easy one.
Chopper misses rain. Don't we all?
Don't we all? Yeah.
I know. Good for you, Chopper.
But you know what? At least Jacob's starting to play well now, Jason.
I know. It's cool to see. Put in a tough spot with that kind of a roster change, and obviously a lot of scrutiny going to be on him as a major rookie, but performing really well in stage 2, having a fantastic game, doing some great sequences against Vitality in their opening best of 1, and that victory there on Nuke. I mean, that's the big, I think you said the buzzword. You said the word that gets me going with this kind of a matchup is just firepower. Twist and Frozen on one side. Jacob, if he continues his form, he had a sharp AK-47, a sharp rifle in the map earlier today, and in stage 2. And then obviously on the other side, Donk, who, we just know is going to be killing a lot of players inside the server, and Shiro has been stepping up and having great impact alongside him. So those two guys on one side, Donk almost feels like he can play for 2 players against that kind of core rifling trio over on FaZe. This should be very brawly, very exciting, very aggressive.
Yeah, looking forward to getting into the action as soon as possible, but let's take a look at some of the numbers so far. We have Neo coming in here.
Hey, Neo.
Yeah. Legend of the game, Jason.
He's got the look of a coach, you know?
He does, definitely does. Standing behind that squad, and obviously a rough time for the FaZe team, and I'm sure the frustrations have been building this season for Neo.
Honestly, yeah, in one sense, maybe a little bit of a rough start to the major. In another sense, I think I would say this is exactly what FaZe needed, is playing so many maps, playing so many close games with this kind of roster coming back together, trying to make things work. With Jacob in the roster, more reps and official games for him within this team, more opportunities for him to build up trust amongst his players. And it'll be interesting to see when that trust starts developing and starts building up, what can this team look like at this event? What would be the ceiling for this team at the major?
Yeah, I think for FaZe, everyone always talks about the fact that FaZe somehow always make it through. They always get through. They somehow do it to get into the playoffs. I thought that was going to be the end of that story coming into this event, because they start in stage 1, they barely make it through that. Then all of a sudden they win 3-0 in stage 2. They now beat Vitality in their opening game. if they beat Spirit, Jason, I'm really starting to believe.
I know, it would get a little bit weird. Everyone would start believing in FaZe a little bit. Well, we got an interview before we kick off this game, so let's send it down to Donna.
Hey, just thanks for joining us. You guys are on a crazy run. I feel like this is some magical FaZe run right now. So what is your feeling about it?
My personal feeling that is not magic. We put a lot of hard work in before the event, during the event especially, after we started rough. So yeah, happy to see this team perform more to its full potential.
So far you have, I think, won 6 matches in a row. And now you just beat another team, and now you're going to face Spirit, and you might get the 7th win. So how proud are you of the results you have shown so far?
It's been very good. I'm very happy with the results so far. I think this game ahead of us is going to be very tough. I don't think it's going to be an easy game. We didn't think the Vitality game was going to be an easy game. We were prepared for a brawl. So yeah, I think people just have a strong mentality right now, and we're going to look to continue that.
Looking forward to see it. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, talked about some of the hard work FaZe put in to this event. I think after their CAC exit, we got to see them lose to Foot Esports, and I think that was an all-time low. For FaZe, obviously had a run into the playoffs at Pro League with Rain, had to go to that event with Jacob after him kind of sitting around watching them play.
Watching that miracle run.
Yeah, exactly. So then obviously having such a bad result at CAC, FaZe at least had some time to get ready for this one. They're finally getting the ball rolling. But for Spirit, they start in stage 3. Their opening game had Dog finishing with a 2.38 rating.
That's not bad.
That's pretty special.
It's not bad for a player who came into this event saying, I'm not, I've matured. I'm not going to be doing as much fragging. I want to do more for the team. Yeah. And it's like, okay, well, if that's what that looks like, I don't know what to say anymore. A little bit crazy. Still, with the addition, the story of Spirit, obviously always going to be Donk, always going to be Shiro, the names you touch on the most. But what's interesting about it is this change up to Zwei and Sinir that we've all kind of talked about that looks so good on paper hasn't netted them the results after winning 2 events to start the 2nd season of the year, including Cologne. I mean, with this new roster coming in, 5th to 8th at ESL Pro League, 7th to 8th at Chengdu, 5th to 6th at Blast Rivals. Like, they just haven't been getting great performances at the end of the day and great finishes in these events.
We got Dust 2. That's what we've got for this video.
It's primed for, it's a Fraggers map, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's just primed us even more to be crazy exciting, and obviously Donk on the CT side of this map has always been really fun to watch, more so than any other map.
I like this from FaZe. Get rid of Ancient first map. Get it out of that. Don't let Donk play on Ancient. You know, I'll never have to see that come through for them. So we've got Dust 2 coming up, and I'm really excited about this one. I do see a world in which FaZe can win against Spirit today.
With the way they're playing, yeah.
Crazy to say.
That's the thing. With the way they're playing and like looking deeper with Jacob in this roster, if he continues this form, if Brokey starts coming back into things, that's kind of the last piece of this puzzle that FaZe need to get activated, is the question of Brokey with that AWP. You need to start seeing him get you some opening kills. You need to see some of those chaotic clutches in intense situations. We need those performances for FaZe to be as dangerous as they possibly can at this major. Well, starting on the T side of Dust 2, we got aggression already.
Yeah, Donk looking for another race, perhaps. He's got the first, and he's looking for the second, but he's brought down by Karrigan. Frozen also dropping a player. It's Tanir that falls. A 3v3. First couple of seconds, you got fireworks.
I like the attitude, though, from Spirit as well. And you have Shiro pushing during all the confusion and chaos up middle. 2 players spotted. He knows maybe 1 player by itself. Now, the hard part about it is because of this deep push towards T-spawn, he's so far removed from the action. If they... Oh, not anymore.
Oh, he's coming back. He's looking the right way. But it comes down to timing, Jason. Oh, they spot him? Surely they spot... No, they didn't see him.
Oh, he's calling everything.
Oh.
All right, good luck, Zwei. All on your shoulders.
Yeah, Zwei looking to hold on. Immediate contact here from Karrigan, followed up by Frozen. Shiro, he's going to be disappointed. His teammate did nothing there, but that puts all the pressure on Shiro's shoulders, and he's smoked out.
Yeah, the smoke actually ruins any timing you would have liked to have had on that flank. I think that kind of a push from Shiro was great to gather information, but makes you so ineffective. Takes away all your stopping power. So what are you supposed to do now? 2-on-3 attempted retake. Shiro is rotated all the way back around to the double doors. By the time he gets here, the smoke has cleared in B tunnels.
Yeah, at least I guess the only idea is Chopper still has the kit.
You're just going to try and go in late, I would imagine.
Yeah, no one's finally pushing, and there's Brokey to go down. So a quick kill from Shiro. Chopper giving it a good go, sending some bullets forward, but they're not going to win this round. It'll be FaZe to win the pistol round. And it's Karrigan with some good impact in this pistol. He stops Donk from getting going really towards top middle, finds a second kill a little bit later on. Took the first shot as well on Zwei. And that is FaZe getting into the B-bomb site and starting things off on Dust 2 with a pistol win.
Yeah, I think Donk caught off guard by Kerrigan's position along the wall. He saw the first player jump into the long cave, got that kill. Second player kind of peeks up on his screen. He never saw Kerrigan actually cross over. You could see him snap his crosshair back, so just not really prepared for a fight in that position. And a nice win from FaZe altogether. Easy post plan as well. Very chill, very casual, very laid back. 1-0.
Yeah, 4 spot coming in here for Team Spirit. You're going to have 2 MP9s out on Donk and Tenier. 5-7s for Chopper and Sway, and Shiro going to try and soften them up with his scout.
Yeah, double doors smoke comes in. Molotov towards short. FaZe showing they want to take control of middle. Smoke actually missed its mark, so attack doesn't actually land. Looked like it was accurate. It's Shiro to take 50 damage to his HP. And complete mid control for FaZe. The other 2 players readjusting towards the B bomb site. Look like that final play is coming in towards Zway once again. Timing ruined with that smoke. Good spot from Zway. So plan A taken away from FaZe. Plan B is bring the second player back towards middle, sit and wait out the smoke, and we'll just re-exec and go right back into it. Kerrigan's going to have a really tough job. Donk is going to get up in his face when that B hit starts coming.
We got Donk catching Kerrigan, running right in towards him, so a quick kill in favor of Team Spirit. Donk trying to backtrack quickly to this B-bomb site. Can Zway get 1 kill? He'll do enough. He gets the 1 kill on the 5-7 and goes back in for a second, and then Chopper's there to close it out. And a yell from the Team Spirit leader as they shut down FaZe, trying to go back to B.
That ends up being a very weak hit, I feel. I'm not a huge fan of Kerrigan as the solo player in the 1-4, being the first one to try and initiate, run through double doors on his own. Meanwhile, it might have been something where he had called for the go signal and he was already committed by the time a Molotov comes out, which slows down the B portion of the attack. Could just be a great defensive piece of utility from Team Spirit at the B bomb site. Still, it felt so weak when they eventually pull the trigger. So all 3 halves we've casted so far. The team that wins the pistol loses the ensuing second. Happened to Vitality twice against 3D Max in the previous map. Now Spirit have an immediate rebuttal after losing the pistol against FaZe.
FaZe getting up Cat. Multiple deagles, that grenade. Boom. Bang, right on top of 3. A lot of damage, in particular towards Twist. It's Chopper waiting, hitting down with that MAC-10. Shiro with a quick double kill, make it 3. There's Brokey, the 3rd victim, found by the rifle. Tenier will close things out, and Team Spirit keep it clean.
Yeah, gotta be happy with that. Only 1 player going down. High fives passed down the line. 2-1, and FaZe will sit back. No bomb plant, not enough economic damage to motivate them to force anything whatsoever. So Spirit in a comfortable position and now looking to have a round where they get to build up some economy, have a strong foundation moving forward. Tech pause.
Yeah, Brokey seemed to have dropped off the server there, so
Brokey.
We'll get him back in as quickly as possible. Brokey not only feels like he's dropped off the server, it felt like he dropped off the map for a while though, Jason. He had a rough November in particular, really rough month of Counter-Strike for him, and it seemed like when he had come back from that break, it was starting to get comfortable again, but it fell off once more.
Yeah, the break of the Austin Major, where he was benched, leading up into it. Simple stands in. And he came back, had some decent form, but it feels like that those issues kind of still persist. I think, it's hard to tell sometimes. Is it an individual thing? Is it because there's been so much in and out amongst the team over the last few months? Here we go. Rock, paper, scissors. Oh.
That's pretty good.
That is pretty good. Okay, here we go. Oh my lord, Donk in the second round. Yeah, he's just downloaded you.
He's just owned him, actually.
What a great mood he's in today. It's not Brokey, it's
Zway.
It's Zway.
Oh, we've seen Brokey DC from the server in the top right. That's why I said so, Jay.
Okay, just a quick reset.
But now we see the ref here with the Zway. So, he looks shocked. Wonder what's happening over there.
Oh, Donk leaning the chair back, taking a nap. That's never a good sign. He's here in the comms. He's like, oh, okay, this is like a 10-minute pause. Right, no more rock, paper, scissors for me.
Reserve my power for the rest of the game. Zway, a player that's got a fair share of criticism recently as well, Jason. An individual that obviously has a tough task of coming in and immediately jumping up to the tier 1 level of CS. Hasn't really hit the ground running.
Well, we got to remember a couple things with Zwei, right? Like because he played previously, you know, with Namiga at the previous major, and that's kind of where he kind of made his name known and had his great performance during the stages of the Austin major. He's very, very young, 18 years old. He doesn't have a lot of experience, doesn't have a lot of time in the top echelon of competition. So I think because he came from a team and because he'd already showed a good run through one of the Austin stages, like I don't think he's getting the same kind of leeway that a normal rookie, like for instance Jacob, we're like, okay, well, he's obviously going to need time, stepping into a tough situation. For Zwei, is like he's already been at a major, we've already seen him perform well. So now that he's not delivering it here, he's another player that I'm just going to say is just going to need time. You know, within this team, within the way they want to learn and how to operate, he's going to have to add a few more things into his game. It's not like Namiga was the most fleshed out squad. So he's going to have a bunch of new information and a bunch of new ideas and philosophies coming into the Spirit lineup with an established coach, an established IGL, and an established best player in the world.
Well, unfortunately for FaZe, they really don't have anything to play with here in this round, so it's going to be a 3-1 lead for Team Spirit coming right up.
They got the scout trick going for them, though. Buy the scout, drop the decoy, sell the scout. So they want to show, they want Team Spirit to think they've gone for a force up here.
Give them some space towards middle, perhaps?
Give them some space and maybe force out utility in situations where otherwise Spirit might hold on to it a little bit longer.
Well, there's a smoke going down at long. Tenier tossing that one out, holding down the line. As FaZe send their pack of players up through short. Contact so far, haven't been spotted. Shiro now realizes they're leaping out. Chopper catches Carrigan, descending down to a CT spawn, and Tenier has the cleanup on the final 3. So 3-1 now for Team Spirit.
Yeah, good defensive setup as well. I mean, not getting fooled into it, not getting too baited by that little scout decoy, which would not enough to really bait the professional teams, but a very passive, far back defense to avoid any issues with the Glocks, not letting them swarm, not letting them overrun. Easy cleanup round for Team Spirit. They get to build up a lot of cash. Donk's got 8,300, Shiro 6,800. Whenever he wants to bring out that AWP, he's got it. And obviously on the FaZe side, back into the AK-47s for the first gun round. Round 5.
Well, had a lot of T-side success. You were mentioning that earlier in the game. FaZe against Vitality.
Back on Nuke, yeah.
We'll see if their T-side can get going here on Dust 2 up against Team Spirit. You don't want to let Spirit really get the rhythm going straight away.
What a great benefit it would be for Team Spirit as well, with like some of the issues they've had in this roster. Obviously, probably feeling finally like they had some time to prepare coming into this major. But if you go 2-0 with a lineup that everyone's kind of questioning, that you haven't had great results with, that's going to be a deep sigh of relief, a huge weight lifted from your shoulders. Again, towards the B bomb site, FaZe looking to capitalize and attack into it. Another mid to B setup. This time Twist is on short to provide a little bit more of a convincing distraction.
Well, that B-bomb site wasn't all that successful earlier in the half for FaZe, but now they've got real weapons to play with.
And Shiro just heard the sound cue of a jump spot around the corner, so he knows what's coming.
Oh, primed and ready. Zwei at the back of the site. Twist now moving forward, actually catching Chopper before that CT smoke came up. Here comes Frozen, the attack out of the tunnels. He's severed off from his teammates. The space is a little bit awkward, but Jacob's recovered at least 1 kill down into the site. But now Shiro knows he's got to fight on 2 fronts, and Jacob is just going to take him as well. So Donk and Tenier a long way off getting involved in this round for Team Spirit. Tenier all the way back at T-spawn.
FaZe did that same kind of idea, as the mid portion of this is pushing out of the double doors before the B hit is really getting stuck into their fights. This time it rewards Twist as he peeks towards CT spawn, catches a player rotating before the smoke drops. With Zwei having gone down, leaves Shiro in an impossible scenario tucked down behind Car. Very effective execute this time from FaZe. And they've got a second round, an instant rebuttal, but the AWP is going to come out from Shiro this round. Talked about Donk having that incredible game versus Team Liquid earlier today. Shiro was right up there with him. 30 kills for Donk, 24 and 9 for Shiro. So he was very, very impactful against the Team Liquid attack.
Well, he'll have that AWP out now, Shiro, you would imagine. Everybody else, as you mentioned, so much money there for Team Spirit, so losing one round like that isn't going to bother them.
Yeah, not the biggest deal in the world.
A tech issue, though. That will bother them as it looks to be persistent with Zwei.
Yeah, not having a great time with the old PC. We've all been there.
We have. But not at a major. Very few of us have been there.
That's true. Not at a major.
Very few of us have been there.
They're so frustrating. I mean, like tech issues during these big games, just like it's
stop start.
I know.
Yeah,
it's hard to get into the flow of things, especially disruptive. I think to the IGLs. Kerrigan will have a ton of experience. Chopper's got a ton of experience as well. Still, the IGLs will get frustrated when it's like a hard reset of kind of the mindset they've been building themselves into from the rounds that have been played.
Let's talk more about mindset. As Jacob was just on the screen, you can't help but feel for him in the pressure that he's perhaps felt. But obviously, when you look in stage 2. The fact that they go 3-0 and he individually starts playing better, you imagine that's just going to be a huge weight off his shoulders of like, oh, finally, people can see what I'm doing, and I'm actually performing the way I know that I can.
You know, you won't think like that as a player until the event's done. Like, you're right. But like that mindset doesn't really hit you until the event is over and you get some time to kind of reflect, or maybe an off day before the playoffs or something along those lines. At the moment, what you're mostly thinking about is, thank God I performed so my teammates, you know, have faith in me, you know? Like that's more than anything the biggest priority, is feeling like you're starting to fit into the team, feeling like you're starting to get comfortable, feeling like they can trust you and have a little bit more respect for what you bring to the server. And then all of a sudden you can start building into a situation where Kerrigan has the trust in you to start calling plays specifically for you, or manufacture some tactics to activate you specifically, some things that are catered to the exact kind of fights that you want to look for in a round. So that's where things start to feel a little bit better as a player in the moment as you go through the competition of the major.
And we talk about all those FaZe runs into the playoffs, and throughout history that has been the case. You've got to have full trust in everyone on the team, and that's been FaZe's strength over the years.
And I mean, like, yeah, there's tons of buzzwords that get used to kind of emulate that, right? Like a lot of the ones the players you'll hear use is like confidence, which is just like a giant umbrella term, but that's confidence in your own game as an individual. It's also confidence in the kind of tactics and the philosophy the team overall wants to play for, which comes from the coach in the IGL. Confidence in the calls that your IGL is bringing out in the moment in that isolated round. Confidence that you can rely on the guy next to you to throw the proper utility, to have the correct shift in the defense. And all of a sudden, once you get those, once players start taking like those kind of red flags out of their mind because they trust the guy they're playing with, everything gets a lot more easy. And then you can dive into the playbook, and then you can kind of be a lot more communicative and flowing and come up with ideas and being proactive on the map. That's what the trust building between players actually builds into. And that's the phase, that Jacob wants to get this team, this FaZe team into.
Yeah, well, looking like the headset's back on and Sway can start to feel comfortable on the server again. We can get back into the action. And there we go. Perfect timing. We got the freeze time coming through.
You know, you talk about feeling comfortable on the server when your PC has tech issues during a match. Like, there is that element of, like, you have to, we just talked about trust and confidence. You have to build that trust and confidence back up in the PC where you're like, please don't break on me. Yeah. But if you have like a round where, like, you know, maybe like a fight happened in like a really weird angle, you're like, what the hell's the PC? What's wrong
and
with
these
the
things get in your mind.
Yeah.
If you know.
And I wouldn't bring that up necessarily, except for the fact that Zwei is, as I mentioned, an 18-year-old, still very inexperienced. Like, those things do pop up and get into your mindset and can kind of knock you off kilter.
Yeah, so a good timeout here as well for Holly. You're just out of a tech issue. Everyone can get, their minds can wander. Just refocus, get everybody back on the same page. Focus up, because I see a double op setup on the server. Donk has one, Shiro has one.
Okay. We've seen Donk with the secondary AWP before. So throwing a little new defensive look coming out of this tech pause, and FaZe going to be wondering what exactly do they have in store for us? What's FaZe going to be bringing to the table out of this timeout?
Oh, keeping it. And going for a mid-peak is Donk. So looking for that opener while Shiro takes the long spawn.
Yeah, and it looks like Shiro's just going to stick at the long corner as well, so they can use their smokes back towards Catwalk if they choose to. And instead it'll be Tanir crossing over towards pit, so Shiro's got a lot of freedom moving forward for the rest of this round. Minute and 30 seconds. Utility in towards middle, aggressive towards the double doors. Smoke is up. Jacob doesn't want to test it any more than he has. Up short we go. A lot of emphasis on establishing success at the B bomb site and those mid to B splits from FaZe so far. They've called 2 mid to B splits in the first 5 rounds of play. Want that to be a weak point that they can exploit moving forward.
On the dive down, Kerrigan getting caught by Chopper again. He's had his number in that move every single time. There's the first chime in from Shiro's AWP. It's Jacob, the victim of the sniper. And there's no real going here for FaZe. They've been slowed down completely.
They try and hit a really early timing with that Kerrigan drop. I think he jumped just a second early before the flashbang that was required to blind the defensive player pops, so he kind of gets wrecked, and then obviously Shiro's op chimes in. Still haven't seen the second op on Donk on the other side of the map. 3 versus 5 and smoked out at the B bomb site, buying time for Tanir's flank to come into effect. He's going to see short clear, he's going to see mid clear.
Donk then peeking out, connecting his shot on bodyy. And then Twist wants nothing to do with that. So we now got Frozen making his way back into Tanir's waiting arms. And Twist is stuck in tunnels. So an AK upgrade for Tanir. He's going to be aware of the possible position of Twists.
Yeah, I mean, they know there was probably an ending towards the B bomb site with 1 kill in tunnels, 1 kill in mid, so they're just going to let him have it. They want to keep the economy flowing, especially with this double op setup. You know, let some money build back up and gain the cash that you spent on it. Good return on investment, though. Sheer with a kill off short, Donk with a kill into the B tunnels. 2 frags out of the AWPs in this round. And nobody falling for Team Spirit. This passive defense, once again enacted by them, is very effective, and FaZe head into round 7 down by 2.
Yeah, well, AWP coming out for bodyy, yet to get a kill. Maybe this all can change his fortune. 0-6 at the moment. Donk continuing to use his AWP towards middle. No one from FaZe stepping into the open yet, and just as bodyy goes to, he gets blasted with a grenade.
At least the second one's not going there. I think FaZe is trying to catch him off guard, not expecting Team Spirit's defense, likely not expecting an op in the field from FaZe. So if they were to get caught off guard by body's op, it'd be great. But now that he's got 15 HP, he's going to be way more passive than they would have liked him to be. Now he has to set up as more of a supportive kind of element on these executes.
Well, once again, coming to Cat early in the round for FaZe again. Smoke's going to go down on the cross.
It's one of those things where when you play against a defense like this, it's really frustrating when you can't win the rounds of the A bomb site, because you're like, we're getting all this real estate for free. They're not harassing us off short. They're not harassing us in Xbox. We're getting all the control we want to have an effective hit, but once we pull the trigger is when we're getting beat. But you feel like you want to keep going back to it because you're getting the control so easily.
Yeah, so Donk starts the round in middle. Once again, puts that up on the platform at the back of B for the late round.
3-man defense here on this B bomb site, though. If FaZe go elsewhere, they're going to be out of position.
Well, smokes are down for the cross. B split is being set up at the moment. Donk is waiting inside of the B site, looking down the ramp with the AWP in his hands. There's the first chance, and there's the first kill. Twist, really important trade through the door. Sway needs a kill, and he'll get it off car. 25 seconds left. Chopper to reveal his position, and to success towards the tunnels. We've got bodyy left in middle with nothing to do. All of his teammates gone.
Just losing the first player of the attack, and look at bodyy. He ate that nade right at the start of the round, and he hasn't been able to do anything since then. Has only fired 1 bullet. This AWP investment goes absolutely nowhere. He'll get no bonus money, so congrats. You have an AWP, you still have no armor, you got no money built up as well, and the rest of your team is likely going to have to descend to a smaller buy. Now, the nice thing if you're bodyy is it means in this next round, his number is probably going to get called as someone who needs to open up the round for FaZe. So I'll have another crack at it. None of the openings really being that effective for FaZe. The Twist opening kill on the second time they executed that B split. But here's the thing. I mentioned it just a couple rounds back. With all the emphasis FaZe is putting on that, they really want to establish that they can take over the B bomb site. And they really want to establish that the mid-B split in particular is dangerous, because that allows them to activate up short and have short be a kind of a leverage point where Team Spirit would be guessing, is this a short take for an A attack? Is this a short take so they can mid to B split? But they're not doing well enough job to really establish it. So FaZe, Team Spirit, they're not going to be afraid of any of that. They're like, yeah, you've won a round there, but we've handled it more often than not.
Well, coming to B again. Deep smoke. That's kind of canceled any plans of going in there for FaZe.
Remember, they saw the AWP at the B bomb site as well the last 2 rounds. They know they're up against a double AWP setup as well. And once again, from Team Spirit, very far back, nobody at risk. 2 players default inside the B bomb site, 3 players default at A. Long, car, and the bomb site itself.
There goes that smoke over towards the ramp. Tanir gonna spam some bullets down and take Jacob. 45 seconds, you still got the crossfire. He's away at the truck, and Donk gonna be playing a window. So nice and easy again here for Team Spirit. Just sitting back on the bomb sites, letting FaZe come to them, and when the time comes, winning all the fights.
Yeah, then Donk going down. He never didn't go back into the double off, switched over to a rifle, was handed an AK-47 by a teammate. So a couple different looks now being thrown by this defense at FaZe. And Team Spirit's in complete control, and it feels like they haven't had to break into the playbook. We haven't seen any aggressive pushes, haven't seen Donk pushing lower. Outside of the pistol round, hasn't really progressed past the CT side of the map. Kerrigan looks lost. The shake of the head is, I was like, it's a bit early for this.
Yeah, I feel like a timeout for Neo. He has to be a lot more vocal in a scenario like this.
Yeah, I mean, it might be something where, you know, the team at the moment isn't communicating the way you would have thought, isn't you know, as loud, isn't as proactive, isn't coming up with solutions. So Kerrigan might be feeling a little bit frustrated with a lot of responsibility on his shoulders if he's not getting that kind of input from his teammates, from his players. Highlighted Twist when he rejoined this roster as a player he's never had in a team, an effective second caller coming off of his stint as an IGL over in Team Liquid. Said Twist gained a lot of ground and built up a new aspect of his game and himself as a teammate as well. But it's not going great for the moment if you're FaZe.
No, you've tried a lot of different strategies on this T side as well. A lot of different timings at different portions of the round. None of it really working. Now a miss mid. Door smoke.
They
missed that rise up the way it wanted.
They missed that earlier, and they got to be careful about that. The op can peek over the top of this smoke, falling a little bit shallow.
Yeah, not a great look here for FaZe. Luckily, you know, they have thrown away that secondary op, which was the one peeking up mid in the hands of Donk. Instead, he's going to be playing the rifle in the bomb site. You can see, again, Team Spirit, you can have middle, you can have short if you want it, FaZe. It's just these fights at the ends of the rounds that Spirit are feeling so confident in.
Yeah, well, they just feel content of saying, like, we don't want to lose a player at middle, lose a player at short, and kind of give you a man advantage and give you the ability to work the map. We'd rather just defend you at the point of execution and just say, what have you got? You know, like they just don't want to lose anyone early. Happy to descend into the late round, execute 5v5s.
That's got to feel so frustrating as well if you're FaZe.
See, this is what I'm talking about with wanting to establish the mid to be split as successful. Because you throw that smoke, if you've won a couple, that defense is going to be a lot quicker to rotate or put eyes on it. But Team Spirit has had all the confidence in the world they can handle it.
Well, there they go. Kerrigan, he's tried this so many times, just dropping down, trying to get some impact. But once again, shut down, this time by Shiro.
Ooh.
Shiro actually got dinked through the side of the wall there. But he's still standing, and Donks arrived with the rifle, and Shiro on a second chance doesn't miss much. 15 seconds left on the clock here as FaZe attempt the bomb plant. It hasn't even started yet. Brokey's lost his teammates, and Brokey fighting on. And he will fall as Chopper starts to get loud as Team Spirit realize they're in full control of Dust 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's the second time running off Catwalk as well. Shiro's able to get that pick on the cross. Really, it's the strength of these hits. It's the point men. It's the opening kills that FaZe aren't getting. It's coming off short. Nobody's able to find an opening kill, so you lose your two initial players who are meant to take space towards the bomb site, who are meant to trade a frag or get an opening kill and create that space that you can actually work with as a team. Well, when it's not there, this is what it looks like, just kind of flat, like you're losing players and then there's nowhere to go. Kerrigan with the scout gets dropped because Donk with an AK-47 is essentially an op.
Yeah, he's straight away beams him, runs at him. Kerrigan hands off the mouse and keyboard, just has to sit on and watch the 4 remaining screens around him. As Team Spirit will very likely be taking their 8th round victory here on the CT side. We come back to that conversation you set up at the start of this, which is the fact that Team Spirit, who have come in and lost a lot of confidence in the community's eyes, you know, not exactly the team you could always back. And the fact that they could start the major 2-0 up, it's got to feel amazing for Team Spirit.
Yeah, incredible. And I mean, the same conversation that we just had about Jacob and FaZe applies to this team as well. The difference maybe perhaps being that, you know, it doesn't look like Spirit has really had anyone test them to any degree. What, 13-7, 13-8 over Team Liquid in their first game on Train. Now against FaZe, this just looks casual.
Oh yeah.
Like no one's sweating.
Not at all.
This is just like standard basic Counter-Strike and they're just coming out on top.
Twist is calling now. You see Kerrigan looking over to Twists, who is the vocal player at the start of this round.
Yeah, FaZe look like they just got slapped in the face and haven't quite recovered. You know? They're still like sat there in awe, like, why is the game going like this?
I'm sure Kerrigan just feels like I called a bunch of different strats at the start of these rounds and none of them have panned out.
11 total kills for FaZe going into round 11.
Yeah.
just no production in the fragging department, which is obviously clearly going to make any strategy they run be extremely difficult to pull off.
You know, part of that feels like it's just Team Spirit aren't offering them anything. You know, there's no one going out there and making a big individual move. It's all just together as a unit.
Well, I think there's a couple things. FaZe's utility hasn't been as sharp. When I mentioned Shiro getting that pick at the elbow cross of short coming into the 8-bomb side, like there's not enough flashbangs being layered to take Shiro off that angle. So he's having a really nice time with just really, really clean first looks.
Twists trying to lurk out in the mid doors.
Going back to that mid to B split. Jacob might be a little bit more aggressive towards short than we've seen in the past, but we've seen this exact round play out a number of times.
Look at this push now, though.
Brokey's watching it with the bomb from Xbox with an AWP, so he might be able to catch Shiro, but it's all the timing.
Timing, dude. He looks away just as Shiro starts to arrive, but Jacob's come back to look at it, so at least communicated that was no longer being watched. And Donkey's off the window. Great shot from Twist. Chopper only getting one, so it falls to just Sway. And on a swivel, he's taking Twist, but couldn't quite find himself the position to drop Frozen. Brokey responds. It seemed like the call of Twists pans out.
Yeah, good. I mean, that's exactly what you want if you're Kerrigan. You got to appreciate that. You'll give him a high five after this game just because he was clearly, I think, Kerrigan lost for an idea that could get into things, and Twist able to take the reins for at least one round and give a reprieve to Kerrigan. So good job, good patience, and FaZe kind of outpatiented Team Spirit. I mean, just kind of sitting in middle, not doing anything, and where they've struggled to get opening kills, it comes because Shiro wanted to flank out long and get that early jump at about the 25-30 second mark.
Yeah, another timeout being burned here for Team Spirit. Holly wanting to have his say. They're back to that double up setup we've seen earlier in the game.
It's cool seeing Holly just say, guys, I'm just going to call a timeout every time FaZe went around. So let's not let them string this together. Let's not let them feel like they're getting back in.
So they won that round off of Twist making space through middle at the start of the round. That gap's about to be closed because Donk has, every time they brought this double up setup, he's been over towards middle. But that's spawn based on the AWPers probably, but we'll see one of those AWPs at least be blocking those mid doors, you'd imagine.
Well, let's see.
But both of them are going long, Jason.
Okay, here we go.
Short. Okay.
Short, yeah. And they're going towards long. Everyone's going to be here for Spirit. Good shot from Donk.
Yeah, that double up setup, they know it's there now. You see Donk using it. He's going to go back forward again. Smoke doesn't fully clear on the nade break, but we've got Tanir. Oh, a quick shot from Twist. Needed that one to go FaZe's way.
Yeah, I think he peeked a little bit before that smoke popped. That might have just been a little bit early. Didn't quite have the timing. Oh, and Shiro gives up the angle. Might have been able to find Kerrigan as he slid down mid-ramp. 4-on-4. The kind of situation that Spirit hasn't let occur a lot throughout this half.
No. A lot of the time, Sway's had help over towards that B-bomb, so he's in his zone at the moment. Donk, though, he's arrived and he's helping out from middle. Donk is showing what he can do with a big green gun in his hand. That's his third kill with the AWP. Twist and Kerrigan left alone. Could this be the second ace for Donk at the Major on the first day? Looking for a shot on Twist. They're coming through the doorway, and Donk is ripping apart FaZe. That is exactly what he can do, even when he doesn't have the rifle. It's Donk on the ace again. First half is extremely comfortable here for Team Spirit. We've seen a lot of double opping, and we see double ace today for Donk. That's the way he closed out the first half, and having a great competition so far.
Yeah, 2 games, 2 aces. We take that any day of the week. Donk coming up to the major and showing he's ready to go. I don't know who he's talking about with the whole "I'm not going to be fragging" thing. That seems like an insane interview.
Maybe it was like, maybe it's more like, oh, I'm not going to focus on being a star player. I'm going to do what it takes for a win for my team, and that means Donk is going to play better. So here we go again. Let's get the second half started with our betting partner. It's 9-3 up here for Team Spirit.
Maybe his teammates just pulled him aside and were like, dude, like, I think you playing for the team is just you going and getting us 30 kills. Exactly. Like, what are you talking about here?
You're going to let you all as well.
Play for the team by getting frags. 15 on Donk, 12 on Shiro. Those two, the strongest players of this Team Spirit, have been the driving force for day one. We thought this game had brawl written all over it, like it was just going to be a battle, just grindy, aggressive, in-your-face Counter-Strike. And Spirit really disrupted those kind of ideas, playing a very passive, a very textbook CT side. A couple pieces of small aggression mixed into it, but it was very effective. So Zway's going to lurk in upper B. Donk's going to lead the way up towards short for the moment. They have the option to drop down into a B split if they need it.
Close fight. Ooh, eat that. That was a good peek from Brokey. Instant death for Donk.
Yeah, they did all drop back to do this mid to B split. Smoke is up towards CT spawn. Brokey, how do you want to play it? There's 3 defenders at this bomb site. So FaZe shouldn't feel nervous whatsoever. Counter smoke is going to disrupt any idea. That neutralizes the smoke in towards CT. So the rotation back is cool, but time is running low on that smoke's lifeline.
Oh, good shot as well from Karrigan. FaZe peeling away with a couple of great kills here. No way. Twist should have got that one, but Karrigan waiting onto the window, and great shooting from Karrigan. A 3K picked up to start off the second half.
Okay, lovely shots. Brokey with an immediate kill onto Donk. Karrigan with a 1-tap over in middle. Good headshotting from FaZe. All that round really comes down to a nice stack over at the B bomb site, but Spirit never able to get anything they wanted. FaZe neutralized all their ideas, well prepared for the pistol. Nice. Flick over. Good one from Karrigan as Chopper swings out. Even though Twist misses some shots on the dualies, Tanir can't build anything together. So 3-kill pistol round from Karrigan. But FaZe still yet to win 2 rounds in a row. This should be the one.
Yeah, this should be the round. There's going to be no problem against the Glocks here. How quickly can they close the gap? It's got to be a very strong CT side here for FaZe. I'm intrigued to see the difference in the CT sides and how FaZe want to approach it. I felt like Team Spirit controlled the game by not putting themselves in harm's way at the start of the rounds. I think they started the half with aggression up top middle with a pistol round, but after that, very much the game plan of, here, have mid if you want, have short.
Yeah, I mean, I think they were just kind of like, well, it's not broken. No need to fix it. Yeah. No need to mix in too much of that aggression. 4-9. I mean, this lead can disappear very, very quickly. FaZe win this next gun round coming in with after this save round, complete save from Team Spirit, and then they're right back within striking distance. So Spirit's got to be careful. It felt like a dominant first half where they really had no issues, but that can change quickly. And FaZe is right at that point, losing nobody in the second round. So money's in a pretty good place as well for the CT side.
Oh, Chopper, perhaps he'll find more success in that mid-door smoke. He will. FaZe missed that a number of times. Team Spirit send Donk out through lower tunnels. Just waiting on Tanir to come and join him. Then Donk will get that cross smoke thrown out as well towards CT. A nade onto the corner at the top of the ramp. So right now for Team Spirit, just going through the motions, taking that mid-control, putting pressure just beyond the double doors, clearing it with a Molotov as well, so Donk can feel very comfortable due to the utility here from Team Spirit to create some space.
What can you do with that space? No one's progressed past the double doors. They're just looking for any kind of a counter peek, any kind of a jiggle at the corners. Molotov defensively, actually, excuse me, that's a missed Molotov from Chopper. Not ideal, a pretty critical piece of utility to take control of short, but not going to call him off. 4 players stacked up at this bomb site. Karrigan chucking nades from the ramp. Twist over and Goose. Brokey at the car with his scout. And Jacob out towards long.
Brokey now coming back with utility being used up for Team Spirit. They know now that Donk has moved up 25 seconds, such limited time here for Team Spirit to make this work. Shiro still back at short. Carrigan getting traded out by Donk. Remember Twist waiting at Goose. It's Donk clearing them out alone though as he spots Twist as well. Twist finally stepping up, getting some impact here for FaZe in the defense, and Twist with a double has kept this one comfy. We've got Zwei and Chopper still alive, but only 9 seconds on the clock, and Twist is cleared out. Just enough time to put that bomb down, and all of a sudden it falls to a clutch. Jacob against Chopper, and there's no room for Chopper to move. Jacob knows he's got him locked in the sight, but Chopper with confidence just goes into the duel, and a smile and a chuckle as Chopper wins in the clutch.
I don't think Jacob ever expected Chopper to be out in the open like that when he went for the reswing. He expected Chopper to play the headshot angle at the box. That was the fight he envisioned in his mind, and a good reposition, an aggressive one from Chopper. And that is a clutch that prevents any kind of a comeback from FaZe. Their second timeout used as they have to descend into the buy, spend all that cash that they built up. And this is probably their last chance to stay in Dust 2. A lackluster second map of the day from FaZe after looking so impressive against Vitality, up against another top team in the world in Spirit, and FaZe unable to look the same.
That's got to feel very disappointing for Twist, who did so much work here.
I mean, that's just Donk, dude. Just two entry kills for you. Who's even played very, very well. Twist gets a double from Goose. Feels like the round should be done at that point. All right, that's a giggle out of Chopper I haven't seen for some time. Yeah, very pleased with himself there.
Hey, day one's looking nice for Team Spirit, gotta
say. It really
say.
is.
I'll say, okay, here goes the long attack. We've got Jacob trying to arrive there in time, but look how fast Team Spirit are. You get one player out in behind that blue bin in Zwei.
Well, this time Brokey is armed with an AWP instead of just a scout. And in a must-win round for FaZe, he absolutely needs to have impact.
Shiro planted in the pit while the rest of his teammates gather over towards that B bomb site.
Nice tag and good piece of information for Brokey as he peeks out long and sees no scaling, but that's not going to provide them anything long-term in this round.
Throughout that first half, we've seen Team Spirit consistently have heavy B bomb site defenses. FaZe in this round in the second half, they've got a single player back there. It's frozen.
It's because of the way Spirit opened the round. They made it look like it was going to be that round of take long control, wait out the utility, wait out the defensive smokes. This all screams slow-paced long hit, and instead it's into the B bomb site.
Yeah, very well played round here for Team Spirit. They've got the result they've been looking for as well. Smoke comes down at the door, Molotov to the window. Nothing Twist can do about this. FaZe just got outplayed, and Team Spirit head up to 11-5.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great tactical call out of Chopper, just leaning on the pain point of FaZe and making everyone shift over. It's just Shiro. One scout has kept 4 defenders frozen on the other side of the map. Twist kind of got an idea, but wasn't fully convinced. And Frozed gets baited into peeking up and just saying, okay, well, they're calling long. They're calling it's the long play grouped up. He wants to see if there's anything in B tunnels, and just a lovely opening kill from Zwei. One kill seals the 11th round for Team Spirit. And although FaZe on one level is going to be like, okay, well, at least we get to save 4 rifles, they just don't have the rounds to give up in this fashion. 11-5, a 6-round lead. And 2 away from starting your major campaign 2-0.
It's going to be great stuff here for Team Spirit. And you know, when you go 2-0 up against some of the opponents that they played against, you know, FaZe getting rid of them is, and the B1's going to feel nice for Team Spirit, especially in the way they're doing it right now. And I think with the way Donk's playing and the supporting cast around, there's no real weak link at all. It's looking great for Team Spirit. This is what we wanted to see. A good start here for Brokey, dropping Donk.
That's what I want to see. Let's see Brokey's game activate here. That's a player that can bring you right back into a map if he continues having that sort of impact. Like seeing him being aggressive and assertive to find an opening kill. Early 5-on-4 advantage for FaZe. Minute and 20 seconds on the clock. Zwei in upper dark. Going to give some time over to Tsanir and Chopper to work mid. Excuse me, Shiro and Chopper to take mid.
And Chopper wallbangs Twists. so advantage gone. That early success onto Donk is responded to.
That's heartbreaking. All right, middle of the map opened up. That gives an avenue over to Team Spirit if they want to start jumping up on Xbox and pressuring short, showing short utility like they want to take it. One more kill and the map is completely wide open.
Yeah, 45 seconds on the clock. You still got Sway. An easy kill there for brokey. Sway just steps into the open of the double doors. Here goes Chopper trying to make up for it though. Molotov's landing into the bomb site. Flash is going down towards Karrigan at long.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it was a necessary peek, but it's at least kept brokey trapped behind the Molotov. Now he's got to retake short, but that's going to be smoked off, so it's going to be late in the bomb timer when this retake begins.
Yeah, Continuo's going to have to deal with 2 players coming up through short. 1 player down, though, at long. That's Karrigan falling to Chopper. Shiro's picked up Jacob, and we now fall to Frozen now. I was about to say brokey and Frozen, but brokey's out of there, and Frozen gets flanked. So Tenier plants himself inside of that smoke, catches the perfect time, and he comes around the back to secure the round win.
Yeah, really, really well done. The Molotov on ramp forces brokey to rotate back up through Xbox to short. Then the smoke comes out after the bomb plant. Karrigan is preparing for the retake, and he's kind of halfway up that long avenue and just stuck in the open on a double swing. FaZe can't find the winning plays, and now they just don't have any options. It's 5-12. 7 rounds back, 7 chances for Spirit to close out Dust 2. I don't think they're going to need all of them. Very rough buy coming in for FaZe. Mostly MP9s, a scout on brokey, Jacob yet to buy. But this map has gone the wrong direction for FaZe. Timeout comes to a close. The final one that Neo has to burn. So this comeback will have to all be done by Karrigan, who feels like he got to the end of the road of his ability to kind of call around the Team Spirit defense. He looked like he just got so disheartened with how well Spirit's defense played. Twist had to chime in with a few calls. Those are the 2 guys whose brains are going to have to bring this comeback to bear, and it's an uppercut. They want to end it on a B-rush.
Yeah, here goes Donk out first, charging his way in towards the site. Donk looking for players, he just can't find them, and finally he spots out Frozen. He'll call Chopper over to deal with that threat, and Chopper will have no problem gliding through the sky and taking out Frozen. Bomb plant being secured. Chopper with another one straight through the smoke. It's Karrigan, who has been the victim to Chopper so many times. And this is going to end up being a 13-5 win for Team Spirit, who are going to round out the first day here of the Major in Stage 3 with a 2-0 record. Donk is the final kill. This is the Team Spirit we all wanted to see show up here in Budapest. A Team Spirit that are hopefully showing enough form to be contenders for the Major title.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of phrasing it. It's the Spirit we wanted to see, but weren't sure if we would see due to some of their recent results and recent performances. iTest has not been pretty with this team since the new additions, but this is the best glimpse we've got of them yet. And now they get to move into those best of 3s, and the next answer, or the next question they have to answer is going to be, how deep can your map pool go? Is this, did you get some good maps on day 1? Did you have some flat performances from your opponents? Can you continue it in series play?
Yeah, well, looking forward to seeing that. It's obviously a great world when Team Spirit are playing well, and you're getting Donk playing the Counter-Strike he's shown in the first 2 maps here at the competition. I mean, 2 maps played, 2 aces, Jason. Donk's on some great form.
1 with a pistol, 1 with an AWP, none with the weapons he's known for, the AKs and the M4s. So yeah, so pretty good. He's pretty well-rounded, this Donk.
Well, Team Spirit ended 2024 with a major win in Shanghai, hoping they can get it done here in Budapest as well. It'd be a great way to go into the new year again.
Absolutely, it would be. And I mean, it would be a great thing to find as well. Obviously, when you make these roster changes, with Magix and Zontics, they go out, but then you still manage to win Cologne, you still manage to win Blast, and then you make further roster changes, and it's kind of like, man, now is it really necessary after winning 2 trophies? This feels like a weird time to make these changes. And then when the failures come and the lack of success comes, it gets even more questions and criticized. Now you can start answering that once you've got some time with the roster to practice.
We just never really got the Spirit Vitality game in the big playoff match.
Sure.
Because Vitality fell out early in Cologne. Spirit went on to win that. And then we all started wishing for that game to happen, and we were saying maybe it can happen at the end of the year. But then Team Spirit dropped off, and we didn't see the performance that excited you and really made you want that game. And Furia overtook them in that run for the Major.
Yeah.
But now if Spirit playing like this, we have another contender, and I start to look at Vitality, Furia, and now Spirit as potential Major winners.
Okay, you're getting high on Spirit really quickly.
No, if this continues, obviously, it's two best of ones. But yeah, we'll see how it goes there in the qualification.
I mean, look,
game.
anytime you have Donk, it doesn't feel like the craziest thing in the world. They can be primed, and obviously they're looking much better in these best of ones than I expect them to look coming into this major based off recent form. So that's a very good look. For FaZe side of things, I don't think it changes anything that we know about this team, right? Like unless you bought like really hardcore into the 3-0 in stage 2 in terms of the win over Vitality, I think this still shouldn't be too much of a surprise when you consider this is a FaZe team that outside of that run, we know they have a lot to figure out still, right? We know this team isn't really kind of geared up to go on the deep playoff run and potentially win the trophy unless, this continues, unless they keep getting better as they go, but there's still going to be the hiccups here and there.
Yeah, there absolutely are. And I think losing to Team Spirit is an okay result. I mean, you don't want to...
I think it's the fashion of the loss,
yeah,
right?
exactly.
It's the way that they made you look a little bit silly and lost on the T side, like you had no options to turn to, like you had no ideas. That part kind of sucks and really hurts. It's the way they weren't able to have any impact on that T side whatsoever. So it's the fashion, so not so much the result that's concerning.
Well, we have got Donna down on the sidelines to talk about a positive result for Team Spirit.
Hi, Tanner. Thanks for joining us, and congratulations for winning the second match of the day.
Hello. Thank you very much.
So how did it feel? You are having a really good start here at the major.
I feel a lot of emotions. Really, I'm so happy about we have started good. We have a good start on the major. Right now we have finished 2-0 for today. I don't know which team we will play tomorrow, but for real, I don't care about this.
Okay, I mean, I see you all guys are really in a good mood, and I hope you can relax tonight a bit. What are you going to do later? Are you going to prepare for tomorrow, or are you going to just take it easy?
It depends. We have enemy today or not. If you will have enemy tomorrow, we will probably a little bit prepare today, and we'll finish tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay, but will you individually go play some FaZe with Donk and the others?
Yeah, of course. We always play FaZe, deathmatch, or training on some workshop maps. It's usually for us.
Yeah. Okay. Also, your feeling being here at the major with Spirit, how are you looking forward to everything, and what are your expectations?
I don't have expectations because I think have big expectations. It's very bad for player because if you will lose some game, you will more sadly than usually. And for me, it's something new because when major started, it was like first stage, second stage, and we start from third stage. And when we sit at home and have practice, I said to my mates, guys, I don't decide we are playing major or not because I usually start from first stage.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, you have to warm up first, but you had a good warm up. Looking at both matches today, the match against Liquid and now FaZe, which felt better for you? Where did you have more fun?
I have more fun on those two because on train maybe it was first map on this tournament for us. It was a little bit hard about communication, but Donk is usually in prime time. We don't care about it. Yeah. But today he have 2 aces in 2 matches. It's a very good start for us.
Yeah, good start if you have Donk on your team and he's donking everyone. I think that's it. Thank you so much, and I wish you best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much. We will try to show a good game tomorrow else.
Glad to see it, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
Bye.
CS2 has certainly been explosive this year, and it will culminate on one final epic stage, the pinnacle of Counter-Strike.
The StarLadder Budapest Major. It's what every player dreams of. To overcome fear, doubt, rivals,
titans, and lift the trophy that transforms them from contenders to legends.
But maybe not like this.
Victory is one thing, but to do it in an arena full of real fans, now that's what truly forges legends.
This major will be unlike any other, hosted in a modern coliseum and taking place on a magnificent stage.
granting 20,000 fans unparalleled views and unrivaled access to the best teams competing. Too small. That's more like it. Don't miss your chance to feel the energy and experience the emotions live. Claim your place among legends in the making. Buy your ticket now for the StarLadder Budapest Major.
I'll be waiting for you. Mother cluckers.
We'll go back to the Major live here in Budapest. It is getting very exciting now. We've got the big teams in. We've already had some great games, and now it's time for Team Liquid to get back into the server. They're going to be playing against the Mongolz. Both teams suffering losses in their opening games here in Stage 3.
Yeah, I mean, not so surprising for either team up against Spirit Team Liquid. I thought there was some upset potential there, especially with the way that Liquid played to kind of close out, going that 3-0 run to end Stage 2. They didn't quite look the same. Donk obviously had a lovely game. For the Mongolz, the question is always the new roster with controllers standing in. I like to ride horses. I like to ride horse.
I like to ride horse. Hi, Grandpa.
It's very Mongolian of him. It's true to character.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he's nailed it, I think, bLitz.
Well, and I guess Shua is trying to call him old.
Or he's just actually saying hi to his own grandpa.
Or his own grandpa?
Yeah, there could be something innocuous. It doesn't always have to be aggression.
I like aggression. Let's get into it, though. Liquid Mongolz, two teams, two rosters that have high expectations. I think for the Mongolz, obviously runners-up in Austin, but they lose Senzu on the way to the major.
Yeah, and that's the question for me is like you still got some players in there, right? Like you still have, you still have Techno, still have 910, you still have some effective players, but like who's going to make up for the loss of Senzu? Who's going to make up that kind of production, right?
Yeah.
Like where does that come from? Where do all those frags going to be missing for him? Where does his ability inside the game, who's going to make that up? You're used to him being able to provide some things, the way he goes about things. So yeah, I don't know, Mongolz in a really tough place. It doesn't mean they're like dead in the water. I still think they have enough players to ruin a major, but actually qualifying through to the playoffs seems like it's going to be out of reach. But if you're Team Liquid, man, coming into this going 0-1 in the day, and then you have a chance to play the Mongolz, not with a stand-in, but with, I guess it is kind of a stand-in situation.
Yeah, a weakened Mongolz.
Yeah, a weakened Mongolz. Like, this is where you say, we have to go 1-1. Like, if we go 0-2 with this as our second game of the day, that's kind of embarrassing.
Well, this is their replacement, Control-Ez. Not a bad player by any means. He's had some great performances even coming into the team, but it's a worrying drop off here for 910 in their opening.
Yeah, he seems to be the one hurting quite a bit. Same with Techno as well, having a tough time recently.
Yeah, so hopefully they can come back to some form here. You're going to really need 910 to show up in a game like this against Team Liquid. We got to see Ultimate starting to step up his individual form on the other side of things in the offlane department, but for the likes of Mongolz, you have lost a significant portion of your firepower.
I think the hardest thing, there's two things that this Liquid roster, if you go down the names in the list, it feels like it should be much scarier than it is. But I think the biggest problem they're having at the moment, having Ultimate is great, but he's been up and down as well. They just have the inconsistent nature of their stars. Like EliGE still feels like he's not fully comfortable and acclimated within this team. He feels like his performances are kind of map dependent, sometimes half dependent. Same with NertZ, where you feel like one of the most promising riflers that we had, the incredible performance he was giving out in ENCE, heroic when he went to that team briefly, but now in Liquid you're not getting that same level of production. So in one sense, if you think of the core three players who are kind of providing you the most frags and the most proactivity and the most influence on the map, Ultimate, EliGE, and NertZ, all three of those guys are really inconsistent right now.
Well, pretty consistent in terms of the results here. The ratings are pretty much the same.
It's true.
It's crazy. Very even output from NAF, NertZ, and EliGE. And I think coming into this competition was always question marks around have they actually figured out how to get EliGE integrated into the team? Well, we hear from EliGE ahead of this game.
Thanks for joining us, EliGE. You guys are gonna play soon against the Mongolz, and you have already lost your first best of one against Spirit. That was a tough match, but I think you guys still have the confidence that it takes to take up against Mongolz. They have been also struggling against the last matchup, so I think it could be a really close one. What is your thought on that?
Yeah, I think that we're pretty confident coming into this matchup. I mean, against Spirits, we're playing Train, starting T-side. We still got 4 rounds, but when Donk is just feeling it and he's just smashing, there was so many rounds where it was just absolutely zero chance. And a lot of the duels that we were taking were a little bit unfavored. So yeah, I think that they obviously played great. Donk played great. And there's no Donk for Mongolz, so I'm feeling more confident for this one.
Yeah, I agree. And also they have a new player, so I think it still probably will need for them some time to adapt with it. You guys had such a good ending. I feel like, I don't know, you just caught so much fire towards the end. Is it still lit, or do you feel like it's slowing down slowly?
No, I don't think so. I mean, we also started a little bit slow on the first day for the stage 2, but I don't think that this one felt the same. I think that we had good game plans. We went into it with the game plan that we wanted to execute. I think that we kind of just got outshone individually, unfortunately. So I think that we just have to keep on trusting the process, going with what we're going. I think that our map pool potential against Mongolz is going to be a little bit more favorable compared to Spirit. So I think all of those factors are, they're keeping our heads pretty held up high.
What do you think, which map you're going to be playing?
Does this play after it's already?
No, right before it starts.
Okay, I think it's probably either going to be Mirage, Inferno, or Nuke, most likely. So, I mean, we can only, honestly, it's really up in the air, and, you can know our bans from that, but you'll see it soon. But yeah, I think that we're pretty confident on all 3 of those maps. We have prep ready for all of the maps. So yeah, we'll just have to shoot harder than them now.
Okay, sounds really promising. I'm looking forward to that match, and I wish you best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's see if he was right. Let's see if it worked out for them. We got Inferno, so yeah, that was one of the 3 that EliGE was mentioning. Not wanting to reveal his cards very close to his chest there.
He did give himself a 40% chance to get that correct, didn't he? Yeah, he gave you 3 of them.
It might be Ancient, Overpass, Train, Nuke, Mirage, or Inferno.
I like that he's thinking of the broadcast, though. Way to go, EliGE. Yeah, and I mean, it does at some point come down to just we have to step into the server and now shoot harder than them. You know what's coming. You know how you want to play. You know how they play. You know how
they don't have a donk.
Yeah, and they don't have a donk. That's the big thing that giving him the most confidence. Is like, all right, great, we got our donk game out of the way in a best of one. Now we can actually play some Counter-Strike.
Yeah, well, you got your morning punishment. Let's see what you can do against the Mongolz. And Mjinho, he was the one player really showing up for Mongolz, even in their opening loss. So excited to see what the Mongolz will bring to the table. I think they've still got enough in them to be a competitive team against this version of Team Liquid as well. So yeah, let's get into it. Inferno kicks off. Team Liquid on the T side, Mongolz on the CT side, and let's start this battle with our betting partner.
Let's get this bad boy rolling. Here we go. Team Liquid on offense. Let's see, smoke up towards middle, deny some information. There's 4 players of Mongolz here, so none of them can see anything. Don't know if Liquid's scaling up behind the smoke. Don't know if they're actually going to the B bomb site, and actually bLitz might get that information very quickly.
Well, he will get the information. He'll also receive 1 bullet.
Do they want to continue?
Yeah, that looks like it. Flash getting ready to go. NertZ going to toss it out, sending the Liquid players out long. There's the first fight. Senzu to grab it. bLitz to find the follow-up here for the Mongolz. They fall to just 3 players here for Team Liquid against the 4 remaining of Mongolz.
And the bombs drop. They can't go back. So everyone from Mongolz is going to be willing to fight at brackets. Liquid is going to have to fight themselves out of this situation.
Yeah, bLitz stays under the porch. Bomb loose in the open. They've got to get it back, and bLitz denying free access to it. It's costing them lives, and Team Liquid just not getting into this pistol round. A strong hold from the Mongolz, and it's bLitz involved from the beginning right to the bitter end.
Yeah, surprised that Liquid didn't call an audible or adjust or play the round a little bit slower after bLitz spotted them from the balcony, but wanted to have that cheeky pop in through the smoke. It actually might have been a very tantalizing prospect for them, thinking they can pop up and kind of have someone stuck in boiler behind that smoke with not much to do. But because it took so long to pull it off, smoke fades by the time they're actually up and attacking. So maybe mistimed, and Mongolz have a pistol.
Yeah, Team Liquid not getting close to a bomb plant there, so you're not going to get a strong force buy out in this second round. So the Mongolz could be given a chance to take a 2-0 rather comfortably. You got Techno having a look down Banana. Shue going to get cleared first. Not so clean for Techno, and he actually gets overwhelmed because he's caught in the open there. MP9 going down bottom middle. Control-wise, making sure it's well within his control in that bottom mid fight. We've got bLitz now waiting just around the corner, and this round comes to its natural conclusion as expected.
NertZ just wants one.
Yeah.
Just one shot with his deagle.
Bang.
Oh,
he gets
almost.
the shot.
Yeah, he did get the
It's-
shot off. Congratulations there.
That's the start you want if you're Mongolz, though. Best of 1 here. Pistol line conversion. Let's see how this first buy round goes down. I mean, this is the Mongolz coming off the back of getting EWC win. They obviously runners up at the Austin Major. And it definitely felt like Mongolz are going to be a real contender for the trophy shaping up here towards the end of the year. Just heartbreaking news to the community of CS and Asian CS in particular, seeing Senzu removed. But there is some hope that Mongolz can still perform here.
Happened right after the TWC event earlier this year.
Yeah.
Senzu is their top player. Their top performer at that event. Top
Yeah.
performer of the event overall as well, with like a 1.25 rating. EliGE has the opening kill. So a 5-on-4 for Team Liquid, and Techno wants to stay aggressive in Banana as the smoke remains up.
We got Techno going again. This time able to get away before that utility really causes him problems, before Shue goes on the peak.
I don't think Techno expects this timing though. Shue is going to be in front of this Molotov.
Oh, they're both in front.
Support is on the way. Second player shifted over. He'll be smoked off. Defensive smoke goes way too deep. Liquid are knocking at this door, and they like what they're seeing. They're going to continue forward, although that second smoke might change things.
NertZ still trying to climb up and scale up onto first oranges. Techno replenishing his ammunition, getting ready for this attack, but there's a slight gap in that smoke, and NertZ is going to crack him open. Look at Shue making his way through CT, but Control-less gets his gun out in time. Shue unable to take the kill, and Team Liquid still a player up. Low HP in the remaining Mongolz players, and Ultimate with a great shot on bLitz, putting that bomb down and forcing Mongolz to save.
Yeah, nice play from Shue. Awkward fight as he turns the corner. That's the exact fight he didn't want to have. Wanted it to be a little bit more clean, but the rest of his teammates do such a good job at the B bomb site. Off that one kill from EliGE in middle early, up Banana, they feel like there's going to be a weakness, like that support player would have cheated elsewhere, and they were right. So get a long time of only one defender as they gain space, and I don't think Liquid's going to be super motivated to take this hunt. NAF will take the fight if he gets peeked into. Just a mirror match, and NAF gives it up. Doesn't want to lose the weapons, doesn't have the money to sustain that kind of a loss. They'll hunt down the rifles at a future date and time. 2-1 as Liquid get on the board. interesting test as well for this Liquid roster in the Major that has struggled to find some success. Just recently finally got settled into a position where once they've brought EliGE back in, they had to go to a string of events. Felt like they didn't have time to practice. They got that before the Major. All the conversation before Stage 2 was what an incredible boot camp they've had, and it did not show as they started 0-2, fought their way back in Stage 2. Qualified here, and now a rough start on the opening day again with a loss to Team Spirit, but trying to rectify that situation.
Yeah, I don't want to end up going 0-2. We heard EliGE talking about it with Donna that it doesn't feel like it's the same story as Stage 2. It doesn't feel like you're off to the same kind of slow start.
I think it's kind of a benefit in the way they lost to Team Spirit, right? Is Donk popping off on you, so you kind of get to write it off. Like, yeah, bro, like...
Donk's having a great game. Anybody can lose to that.
Yeah, that's just a guy who's going to beat you from time to time.
Inferno was included in the maps that EliGE said they've put a lot of work into and feel very prepared on.
He's back to like an old position he played like long ago in his career, which was at least in this round helping NAF clear out the halls as that secondary player.
9-10. We talked about him needing a step up with the absence of Senzu. He did land that shot on NertZ.
That's a fast flick.
It is. NAF coming out of Boilers, sees the second player, grabs the first kill.
EliGE testing left side as well. Oh, the missed shot as he just spams the smoke, and Shuhei takes advantage of the situation. Liquid have broken into the B bomb site. bLitz does get one on the cross. Liquid just have to make sure they don't lose anything else through this smoke as the bomb gets planted.
Yeah, bLitz not following up on Techno, so he's running all the way back over towards A to save over. NAF is still over here in the apartments, could punish.
Yeah, but only 8 HP from that initial battle over in Boiler. Took a dink in that kill, and he's just going to happily kind of stand pat and keep the Galil alive. So Team Liquid applying pressure towards halls, applying pressure from Boiler in the mid ramp, and then just pouncing into the B bomb site. Again, like finding that one kill elsewhere on the map, and then using that one kill to be a bit cheeky and a bit aggressive at the B bomb site and bully that lone defender. Expensive weapon op lost for the Mongols in this round. 3 M4s in hand though, and they should be okay to have a decent enough situation the next one. $1,900 losing bonus doesn't help anything, so if they force up, they'd have to drop some weapons over.
Yeah, Shuhei very much active in plays towards the B bomb, so he's always trying to create space for Team Liquid. We've seen that over the number of rounds that we've seen on this B side already. You know, getting through the top banana smoke or pushing through the CT smoke, always trying to find the hole.
And that's one of the conversations that surrounds this Team Liquid team is Shuhei's enjoyment of those kinds of plays, of that kind of style, and how it clashes at times with EliGE. So that's probably been one of the big issues that they've had to have a lot of conversations about. Good kill from bLitz, and with one of those 3 saved M4s, he's able to get a frag and back away, keep his team with a man advantage.
Now further damage as well here to Shuhei. He's down to 21 HP. It's EliGE getting caught in the open, Flash connecting to him, and not punished though.
This is actually a disaster for Team Liquid. They lost a player, and they've been so whittled down by these peaks from the M4s. Like now you're just so weakened. All you have is this B hit, and it needs to come in before 9-10 arrives.
Another bit of damage. Not the most, though, towards ultimate. 91 health as he continues to move forward. Needs a kill, and he's got it straight away. That's a great one. Snappy towards Techno. Can he catch bLitz as well on the fountain? His teammate NAF will, though. 55 seconds, held out at 3v3. Despite being low health, Team Liquid still have a shot at this.
And they've taken 2 of the M4s out of the hands of Mongolz, so you can go for this retake, sure, but going to be very difficult to pull off with 2 USPs and just control as, although he does have a kit.
9-10 finds a rifle finally in that corner. That smoke a flash. About to go into the smoke. It does catch 9-10, holds him back for the time being. Here comes Mzinho, his teammate Controlez taking space. Another one from Controlez. It's all fallen to EliGE, and he just can't do much about it. His teammates fall away. The support of EliGE gone, and Mongolz have Controlez to thank for the retake.
Yeah, the kill from bLitz, the softening players up after the fact, going 1 for 1 on the entrance into the B bomb site. Mongolz just scraped together enough production from those 3 M4s to make it worse. Lovely retake, and you're right. Good job from Controlez opening things up with the first kill when that begins in the 3v3. Such low HP players, and Liquid all caught out in the open. EliGE has nothing to do. Shuhei just a tilt to the head. Tough round for Liquid. They're going to be disappointed they dropped the ball here. 1 round back.
running down middle. Good pick here for 910. Falls away behind the cover of the smoke, and Mongolz have the advantage.
Really good find, and EliGE is going to have to sit back in his chair and watch the round play out. Shuei is going to test the waters again. That smoke didn't go deep enough. So it's an easy kill for Mizinho over the top on the edge, and once again, a 3 versus 5 for Team Liquid.
Round feels done. It's going to take some great work from NertZ, NAF, and Ultimate to pull this one back in.
Well, it starts with a kill, and they're getting a lot of respect over at the A bomb site, especially on Rap side. Controlas has fallen back towards CT spawn to watch Arshes, so if they kind of march up this side, they've got space, and obviously a smoke can be a huge benefit.
Betting out the shot.
He hit that.
910 does connect it, yep. Not enough to drop Ultimate, but leaves him on 25 HP. It's going to continue moving forward. 910 trying to find the gap on the side of the smoke. There's NertZ appearing on his crosshair. 910 to fall. So there's the kill you're talking about, but it's closed immediately by Controlas. And we've still got Mizinho. His rifle still waiting on the default spot. Cleans up towards short. And the Mongolz are mounting quite the CT side here.
Yeah, this is very, very nice to watch. They don't seem like they've dropped the ball too much. Good setups, good teamwork, good cohesion. Nobody getting too crazy. Nobody losing their nerve in tough situations. And timeout called from Team Liquid. Now, towards the end of Stage 2, and certainly in the series that we casted against Astralis to qualify for Stage 3, Flashy's timeouts were very, very effective. Took a timeout against Astralis. They went on like a 6-round run to close out the series. So he's able to work this team. He's got a good feel for what they're missing in various moments across these games. And I know the team has built up a lot of trust and a lot of favor for him behind them. So what has he got this time early on in the Inferno match?
That'll be further testament to his impact on the squad if we do see Team Liquid turn this around from this point onwards. NertZ and NAF having to play with pistols, everybody else with an AK-47 available here for Team Liquid. Mongolz still favored to grab 5 rounds. Just with the weapon superiority that they've got. They gotta commit up through Banana. We've got Shuei at the half wall. Just around the corner. When does Shuei want to go? And it's right now. And bLitz was ready for it. Got his gun out in time, and combined with that nade damage, slowing Shuei as he rounds the corner. Techno to follow up, and again, a 2-kill opener here from Mongolz, unanswered by Team Liquid.
Yeah, really painful the way these last 2 rounds Mongolz has been able to build off the opening kill for a second one. This is back-to-back 3 versus 5s for Team Liquid, and just such a low percentage round to win. Now you do have NertZ and EliGE, and those guys can put together multi-kills very, very quickly. Three players at this B bomb site for the Mongolz defense. Good spot from NertZ on the jumping utility. Not too much damage taken. Molotov going to dissuade him and force him back. So defense holding strong. And now you imagine Mongolz likely going to find a timing you would imagine to get aggressive. But Smoke is going to hold back Team Liquid, and they're happy with the position they're in. And now you can drop that third supportive element back to the A bomb site. Controlas hustles back.
Techno just waiting in behind at the car. 30 seconds on the clock. Techno to hold down position. AK rattles out to the right side. It's going to be NertZ gone, and a sweep up from Techno as NAF also collapses. It's EliGE in an impossible scenario. Now stepping out at least dying before the end of the timer, and Zinho will give him that mercy at least. But the Mongolz, not much mercy going around right now. This is starting to become very worrying for Team Liquid.
Yeah, and certainly the way these last 2 rounds have played out feels like they've really lost the plot. Just 2 players dropped with really no kind of rebuttal, with no one like fighting back, with no one trading the kills. Techno has a great round, able to find that one on top of logs, and this is lovely. Ducks for the flashbang from his teammate bLitz. And a nice kill. Frustration from Ultimate, and NertZ and Liquid just cannot find any success to latch onto.
Yeah, none through Banana. Like, absolutely none. All of the attempted plays and fights like this have just gone easily in favor of either bLitz or Techno. Both of them having a great time on that B bomb site hold. So Team Liquid losing the opening player, nearly losing Shuei as well. 6-2, coming right up here for the Mongolz. If you do start 0-2 at this point for Team Liquid, that reverse sweep and coming back into the competition is going to be so difficult considering the level of opposition that we have here in Stage 3.
Yeah, you're exactly right. so much less forgiving than it was in stage 2. Liquid can't drop down into that. And I mean, again, the added thing of we talked about, like, you're 0-1 and someone tells you have a chance to play a team with a stand-in to go 1-1, and you're going to take that like any day. Will be really frustrating if they can't win this one. We heard the confidence out of EliGE in the interview with Donna before we jumped into the server. bLitz going to try and escape and get back. Good kill onto Shuhei. Stands and fights for the next one. Now doesn't want to risk anything. Easy. Allows KontrolLez to pick things up from the mid brackets. And KontrolLez has not died yet in this game. 7-0.
He's having a good time here playing for the Mongolz at the Major. Just to give you some context on that comeback from Team Liquid in stage 2. They beat MIBR, Tyloo, and then Astralis.
Yeah, and the teams they'd face off here are significantly stronger than that kind of a route back into the game. And as we saw from that stage as well, it was almost like it felt like Liquid needed some kind of like a confidence win to get them really fired up and on track and popping off. 2-6, 4 rounds back in this first half. AK's back in the hands of Team Liquid.
Got to see some of that banana success finally going in the way of Team Liquid. 9-10 up in the apartments with his AWP. NAF is going to be the lurker over there. Again, it's full focus for Team Liquid of trying to just get beyond that half wall. This time they have taken some space. Mongolz allowing them that corner for now, but...
I was going to say, they haven't really taken it as much as they haven't had to fight for it.
Oh,
good shot.
Yep, great shooting. It's on the swing over, catches the AWPer of the Mongolz and drops him on the rifle.
Ooh, that's an even better nade. That's way deep. That has tons of damage. Ultimate brought down to 23. Shuhei at 42. Great rebuttal from Mongolz, and Techno picks up the empty space. He can have a very, very fast flank if Liquid keep up the pace towards this A-bomb site. And bLitz is going to split this defense 2-2. It's KontrolLez and Mazinho inside the pit. They've got a crossfire with the bomb site, and they've got 4 attackers coming in.
Yeah, Mazinho waiting in the pit. Let's see what he can do with this AK-47. Remember, he has got his teammate inside the bomb site. KontrolLez yet to die! Immortal right now on Inferno, and he just goes again! KontrolLez! Welcome to the Mongolz. That's the ace stepping up from the new guy.
What a freak show. Look at the spray. They all step into the bullets. They get mowed down one by one, and that's going to be so frustrating. Liquid feel like they did everything right. The spacing, the attempt at the trading, and every bullet from KontrolLez goes exactly where it needs to. A miraculous hold when Mazinho falls. Essentially a 1 versus 4. And it's the stand-in who's rocking your world now. 5 rounds in a row for Mongolz.
Unbelievable work from him, and that has just rattled you if you're Team Liquid. Another timeout here for Flashy. They can't get into it. You kill out Mazinho, you think finally we're going to take over this A-bomb site. And if you're Mongolz, you're going to be loving the fact that you've lost Senzu, sure, but the fact that you brought KontrolLez in and he's performing like this at the Major, this is exactly what they needed. That is beautiful control of the AK-47.
Yeah, he's 12 and 1 right now, and we'll even count that 1 death as a technical death. It's to the Molotov after he gets 5 kills. I don't know if we can count it. Unreal.
Yeah, his teammates loving that, and that's going to give you some confidence if you're Mongolz. You're looking out, you're seeing him, you're stepping up 12 and 1. Here comes the attack from Team Liquid, right towards KontrolLez. He'll go down this time. At least not putting an end to that, but it's the rest of them needing to step up. But in fact, it's just Techno that can do anything about this at Newbox. Team Liquid, the Rush B strategy, have made it work out.
Yeah, I mean, that round win from KontrolLez is just like it opens the floodgates of Team Liquid saying, all right, well, the tactical shit ain't working. Let's just get a little bit crazy. Let's get the Tech 9s out and get in their face. Full confidence on the push. And this is another round win for Team Liquid. Much needed. And it'll just barely start putting a dent in this economy that the Mongolz have built up. But a much-needed victory to stop the run, the 5 rounds in a row. Three to 7, and that's a statement from Team Liquid, probably to themselves more than anything else, that they're not done yet, that there's reason to keep believing. 2 rounds remaining in the half, and Liquid's going to try and keep this as close as possible before switching sides.
And one of the conversations around the Mongolz is, the fact that throughout the years and throughout the seasons of Counter-Strike we've had, we have watched this team make roster moves where you scratch your head. You wonder, okay, scores out of
How many more good players can there be in Mongolia?
Exactly.
Surely, how
they
many
bring another
more?
one back in. But it's a lot of the excitement around these younger players like Mzinho coming in, Senzu, was like, we didn't see them before. Whereas the controllers we have seen him before. He played with Chinggis War, he's been to a major before. He played in the older version of the Mongolz. You know, he's an older player. They've brought him in, and maybe that experience, that was a great thing to bring into the team, but it's also just the fact that he's playing like this. No one could have foreseen that.
It's such an under-discussed topic of how much better you can be as an individual when you've got a really strong team around you, and I think Controllers is experiencing that right now more than anything else. Coming into a team that was well-drilled, well-versed, had a strong playbook against the best teams in the world. He gets to slide in and knows that he's got so much experience surrounding him now, which seems crazy to say these Mongolz players are experienced, but they are. And he's taking advantage of the opportunity. Great flash, great retake. Techno double kill. Shuts him down, sees two more, adds a third kill, and even Ultimate struggling to get it done. bLitz comes in, and Mongolz shutting down Team Liquid everywhere on the map.
Oh, this is rough for Team Liquid.
Yeah, that was the lifeline they bought themselves, that Tech 9 rush to the V-bomb site, and now it just fails even worse. It's back to the losing ways.
And it's fizzled out here for Team Liquid in stage 3. Getting a taste of what the Mongolz can do. A team that not so long ago were #1 in the world on both the HLTV and VRS rankings. We were able to hold that for 2 weeks on the HLTV ranking, 3 weeks on the VRS. Incredible what the Mongolz were able to do in such a short amount of time. We thought they were going to take a massive step down here at the major. Controllers delivering like this. Hopefully that's a consistent factor. We're looking at 9 rounds are coming up here for the Mongolz unless Team Liquid can show us something. Shuaik to a good opener, catching Mzinho in mid.
Yeah, getting this 4th round is just so critical for Team Liquid. Not just for some confidence going into the second half, but a little bit of breathing room against this Mongol side. 5-on-4, they can't let it slip. NertZ and Ultimate to watch for any kind of a B push. EliGE, NAF, and Shuhei going to start taking control of brackets. 9-10 is going to be smoked off. 3 defenders here, over a minute for Team Liquid to play with, so they got plenty of time to figure out their final play. They don't have to commit to anything. There's the smoke break, but Controllers was just naded and slowed down, so an easy target for Shuhei.
It's down into Banana. NertZ actually catches a little bit of that just as he goes beyond the car. We're looking at that top-down view of bLitz as we are ready to see if he can hold on here. 40 seconds on the clock. Utility coming in, but they're beyond it already. Team Liquid running at him. Great shot from NertZ to flick back. Looked like he was about to get caught. But Team Liquid now a 5v2. They will not let this slip. An extra round secured, at least at the end of the half.
Yeah, it should be impossible, but if your Team Liquid just kind of stay on notice, obviously. Dropping this round at the end of the half would just be such a silly thing to have happen, and you know they're going to come for it. Final round of the half. Techno and 9-10 going to bring the AK and AWP to bear. It's been an incredible half from the Mongolz. Everything they've needed, and even they know that this retake isn't likely, so 9-10 waits patiently to set up Techno, but this is all a Hail Mary, desperation.
1 onto Ultimate. You need another one quickly here, as that time is ticking rapidly away from them. It's Techno on the rifle, another headshot time. Too far gone, and EliGE will confirm a couple of kills at the end. Have Team Liquid done enough with securing that 4th round? Let's find out after the break. Welcome back to stage 3 of the StarLadder Major here in Budapest. We've got the Mongolz taking on Team Liquid, and right now Mongolz showing up in a big way, and surprisingly, it was Controllers who delivered the highlight moment.
I know, that was the question, is who's gonna pick up the slack from Senzu not being here? And you're like, okay, Controllers, well, you answered that question. 12 kills for Controllers in the first half, including that ace defending the A bomb site in a 1 versus 4.
Right.
Absolutely spectacular. Let's see what Team Liquid CT side can do. Don't have the most room in the world to make with. They bought themselves some breathing room with 4 rounds in the first half, but no silly losses, and having one of the 2 pistol rounds would go a long, long way. So NAF peeking down deep. Shui and EliGE have pushed in to aggress in halls and get some information. They see and hear nothing. NertZ just stalling out and playing a retake at the B bomb site. Is Liquid ever going to change this? Are they ever going to shift anyone over? If they throw utility and NertZ throws that in reaction, like Mongolz is coming through that smoke. Look at all the utility they got. They could even bait out the smoke and re-exec if they wanted to. 1 minute on the clock. Nobody from Liquid knows anything.
Well, here comes the util. And NertZ go big or go home. The Mongolz are coming out a solo player on that B bomb site. Joe Beretta's into the fight. He gets nothing. And that really should be it. Because now you've lost, you've got deep banana control if you're the Mongolz. So Liquid are going to lose at least 1 more here. And 9-10, he could even go ahead and get himself 1 extra, but Shui denies that. But Controllers is the next wave of defense in this post plant. He's waiting here at the car, getting spammed. They tag him. They know he's there, but they can't deal with him until Shui spins. Controllers gets an extra kill, and that damage done to Shui. But still in this, Liquid all of a sudden. bLitz with a great shot, though, on NAF as he crosses over and puts Shui into the clutch 1v2.
Never spotted the second player as well, so Shui doesn't realize he's still back there as well. Mazinho with the kill, and that's a nice pistol round for Mongolz. Nothing crazy. I think Liquid played that round way too long without information. Way too long without knowing anything, because especially when it looked like Shui and EliGE were actually going to go find some intel with that 4-man stack, right? Like, they peeked into alt mid, they kind of pushed towards the end, but never actually went and grabbed the rest of the information and just kind of played it blind. The difference being, because they had that same stack that the Mongolz had in the first half, 4 players at brackets. Difference being, bLitz actually peeked, the balcony and saw Liquid kind of coming up behind the mid smoke. Liquid didn't have that information as well. So long road for a comeback. It's going to begin in round 15. Liquid choosing to save up as much money as they possibly can to go for the rifle rounds immediately.
Yeah, we got Techno rounding that corner, just getting over the top of the car and clearing out the sandbag, seeing no one from Team Liquid is close by. So space for Mongolz taken towards Banana, and they can know that and play comfortably as they gather up, put their utility in place. There is a stack here for Team Liquid. You do want them to come to the B site if you're Liquid. This is your best chance of inflicting heavy damage.
Can't remember the last time I've seen this stack do anything, except kind of die in fun ways.
Well, it's just utility makes it so difficult.
I know.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. I feel I've seen that stack a lot over the years. It's an old school one, but what's the better solution? Nothing, no production whatsoever from 3 players at the B bomb site. NAF behind the smoke is going to go down before he even sees anyone. So 10-4. Mongolz hits double digits, and the comeback just has to start right now for Team Liquid. They need a Controllers kind of a play to reinvigorate the squad, because this Counter-Strike feels flaccid, limp.
It's very limp. I think they'd be limping out of this game 0-2 on day 1 of stage 3.
And you might get a beneficial best of 3 tomorrow against some of the other 0-2 teams that are going to meet you down there.
Passion UA.
Passion's down there. You might have the kind of the elimination game against some guys from the same region. But yeah, once you get past that first best of 3, it's just like, oh god, this just gets exponentially more difficult.
Yeah, you also got 3 Max in the 0-2 game right now, and that's a difficult opponent that could beat Team Liquid. So it's very scary already.
At the moment, it's looking like anyone can beat Team Liquid in this stage.
Absolutely. Those 1-1 teams, so you got Falcons, Vitality, FaZe, Pain. Yeah, we have a big step up in competition here in stage 3 of the major. The real major has begun. 4 Mac-10s, in fact, here for Mongolz, and 1 Galil for 9-10. So a bonus coming up for the T side. Again, you're leaving NertZ at B solo.
Have to burn a very early smoke. I mean, Mongolz is loving that, especially with so many Mac-10s on the board. They've got 4 of them. Oh dear, and there's 2 players without head armor, EliGE and Shuey. So yeah, I mean, they're happy to risk those MAC-10s by being very hyper-aggressive up. Banana forced that early smoke out of NertZ. Now he's going to have a decision to make in the late round, especially considering in a round like this, you don't have all the utility you would have liked. Mongolz would have known that as well, considering the second round buy or lack of buy. So Mongolz using the financial circumstances of Team Liquid to their advantage. And due to the lack of a lot of utility across the board, Liquid's playing this passively, which means Mongolz get a lot of free real estate to line up a hit. Now, they don't have a lot of utility themselves, but they do have the MAC-10s.
30 seconds. That's all they've got left here as the Mongolz start to move forward. NAF is still in the pit. It's a strong position to maintain this late in the round, but he's been forced away. It's EliGE on the box, gets cleared by controllers. And that MAC-10 is still going. The wrap around the back gets 9-10 with an execution in from behind. And Team Liquid's 2 remaining players are all the way over to a CT spawn. So Mongolz into a 3v2. At least 2 players have been damaged.
Oh yeah, this retake, I mean, you might actually see if you can get a kill really, really quickly. There's the shot from 9-10. Lovely work. NertZ has to back away. So a couple things about this round, obviously. Is one of the big things that ends up winning this round for the Mongolz, that early pressure towards Banana that forces the smoke out of NertZ at like the minute and 20-some second mark, really, really early in the round for the solo B defender. He doesn't want to burn the smoke that early, but he has to. That forces, because he spends it early and doesn't have the ability to run the clock down as deep as he'd like, it forces Shuhei to come back and support him just in case it is a B hit far earlier than Shuhei would have liked. And that opens up a very weakened defense at the A bomb site where there's no utility, couple players are missing head armor, and then 4 MAC-10s come jumping at him around the corner. Mongolz just won this map. Like, they get so much money off of 4 MAC-10s in this round. You get the bonus money from the kills. You get upgrades to free M4s. Like, they're in such strong position and control. It's going to take some kind of miraculous stretch for Team Liquid to regain this match.
And look what they have to bring into this round where you're trying to prevent Mongolz from going up to map point.
And you're even kind of hedging your bet right now if you're Team Liquid, right? It's you have the M4 on NertZ, but otherwise it's MP9, so you're bringing in elements of danger, but you don't want to spend everything because you want to be able to fight when Mongolz hit 12. But you're kind of saying at least we're giving ourselves an opportunity to get this round started in a good place. And then if we can find ourselves in a 5-on-4 or a 4-on-3 or whatever it might be, then we can maybe win this round by moving around the map.
You got the map you wanted, or one of them you wanted Team Liquid ahead of this game as well. It's going to feel so rough to only have 4 rounds on the board at the moment. You got Shuhei making his way down here, but as soon as that smoke clears, Shuei's caught by the AWP of 9-10. So an opening picked up just before the defensive smoke drops.
It sounded way worse than it was, though. I heard a dink on 9-10, and he's at 93 HP, so who the hell cares?
Yeah, you don't have to worry about that. Controller's confidence, obviously, as he goes into his top mid and gets out of there before taking damage.
Yeah, realizes the situation. One playing anti-flash, one in quad underneath the balcony, so he's just saying, oh, there's a stack at brackets. I don't need to push this quite yet. 7-round lead for the Mongolz, and Liquid's going to get aggressive. NAF and Ultimate sliding up halls. There's a timing in which you could catch Mazinho, but that's missed as he descends into the underpass. Good peek in mid from EliGE.
Yeah, really good stuff down range. 35 seconds on the clock, and we'll see that flank from NAF. We'll see if it ends up getting anything here. He's quite quick about it.
I mean, that kind of peek down middle in the kill, it gives a lot of information over. So you can see NertZ and EliGE hustling. It helps that NAF is pushed all the way through. So yeah, this round, Liquid has tons of information where they haven't in the past. And now the timing on this long wrap from NAF is going to be huge.
Yeah, he only has the MP9 though, but he's getting information. Can he do much about it? Long range MP9, nipping at their heels. NAF gets a second as he looks up Banana, and Ultimate even got a kill on the Deagle.
There we go.
The low HP for Techno can't win this round, and it's a huge round to pick up for Team Liquid at this point of the game.
Yeah, especially considering the situation, especially considering they had to hedge their bets with kind of a weakened buy when they could have forced out some rifles. So the gamble pays off for them.
Right.
They get a win, and they can get started again. Another attempt at the comeback, 5-11, just 6 rounds away. But you get to do it now with a little bit more money, with some AK-47s recovered. The AWP was unfortunately thrown. Oh, actually, I don't know if it was. Ultimate's picked one up. Had to buy very, very low, so I'm assuming the AWP was, in fact, permanently tossed. 9-10's got his as well. Liquid need this win because the money for the Mongolz is gone. This is their best chance to get a foothold in this map and see if they can continue the comeback into anything meaningful.
Yeah, the problem with Liquid is that on Inferno they haven't been able to get any consistent success and string rounds together. They've had
Oh, bLitz is
moments, but yeah, bLitz actually got out of the fire, protected there in the corner.
Yeah, had to use a smoke though.
Well, he didn't. He
didn't have to, but he did use
he
it,
threw it
yeah.
out, thought he did.
Three defenders here. NAF and Ultimate over at the A bomb site.
There, he asked for a better game from 910. He did provide.
He is providing.
Let's see another one. Okay. I kind of screwed him there.
Yeah, you
Sorry
in like 5 different ways you screwed him, I think.
Sorry, 910. Well, Techno goes into the open and doesn't react to the second peak. He goes down quite quickly, and it's Ultimate and NAF starting to show up. So bLitz left in mid. Well, that's the run you needed. And you have 4 players stay up for Team Liquid.
Yeah, which is important, obviously. Ultimate's going to be able to build some money as the Opera. NertZ is going to have to rebuy, but he's got cash in the bank, so no big deal. Great round from Team Liquid. Not out of the fight just yet. Extended save for bLitz with 27 HP, or 21, excuse me. And yeah, next round won't be any kind of an investment from the Mongolz. 2-round losing bonus going to be built up. Actually, excuse me, they might actually buy next round with the losing bonus where it's at right now. They might just go for it, knowing it's a double save. bLitz has enough utility to make some things work. But Liquid are up to 6. And that was one thing I think, you know, NAF mentioned in an interview. EliGE kind of talked about it towards the end of stage 2. That Tai Lu game was one game that was specifically highlighted as one that showed them that they've got the grit and tenacity to come back. And this is where if you're Team Liquid and if you're flashy, you're hoping the team and you try and kind of angle the team and talk to the team and take timeouts to discuss, making them focus on the improvements that were made in that stage 2 to recall that kind of determination and grit and tenacity that brought you back from the 0-2 hole during stage 2, from some of the tough overtimes you played, some of the tough comebacks you had to execute to qualify through to this stage. This is where all that can come back and be of benefit to Team Liquid. Mongolz don't buy, sitting around 2,000. So bLitz will be the sole rifle they have here.
Go for that tap is bLitz. Long-winded spray. Still doesn't come away with Shuey. There's the swing for NertZ to deny bLitz. Shuey very lucky to be alive here on 5 HP.
Yeah, that's a lot of spam. Now he's got to back away, play it super passive. Might want to get boosted up and trade positions with EliGE. M4 is passed over to another player, so Controlas is going to have a crack at it. It'll be EliGE boosted up. Low HP Shuey rotates back to the A bomb site to join up with NAF and Ultimate. He'll probably just park himself either in the pit or inside the bomb site. It's going to be a B play to end things.
There's the charge into the site. Controller is going to go fighting EliGE, and that AK doing some work here. NertZ is down as well, and not like this Team Liquid. Surely you don't fall to map point like this.
Yeah, this is very recoverable, though. 3-on-3. Only issue is Shuhei's low health. He's probably crying. He swaps out for the op because he'll want to save that if they can't crack in with NAF and Ultimate.
Well, they still got Controllers on the rifle. We've seen what he's capable of in that first half. There's Mzinho out into the peak. It's Techno going for the swing in the P250. NAF now alone. 1v2 as he comes back into this. Searching around the bomb site. Where have they gotten off to? The Mongolz going to grab themselves map point. They had a single AK into this round. But it's even the little guns that get the impact, and NAF has to try and run away. He'll take his kill on Controllers on the way out, but it doesn't matter. The Mongolz are up to map point here on Inferno, and Team Liquid staring down the barrel of an 0-2 start on day 1 of stage 3.
Oh, it's so devastating. Just unreal that they're losing that kind of a round. Team Liquid's got to be so bummed. Mood and time to teat speak. You can understand the timeout because I bet nobody's talking right now. Controllers had that ace. That might be the most important kill he got in this game. That's a huge frag to step into the Molotov, take down EliGE, the high HP player. That's also why I kind of mentioned boosting Shuey up with the 5 HP, right? Keep him in that perch. They kind of aggress towards the B bomb site. They wanted to park him elsewhere. They thought Mongolz was going to go somewhere else. Man, that is a rough loss to take. In Team Liquid, that might just seal your fate as 0-2 on day 1.
Yeah. This is incredibly rough for Team Liquid to have to suffer. We were talking about Flashy as a Hungarian sitting there behind them, obviously fighting his way into stage 3, having to do it the difficult way, winning all those best of 3s, reverse sweeping from stage 2 into stage 3. Once again, you're going to be 0-2 and dreams of the playoff for Liquid. We're always far away, but never have they been further. This is feeling very rough in stage 3 at the moment. We've got EliGE up on top of the half wall into the peak. It's NertZ with a good double. bLitz and Techno both gone. So a decent start here for Team Liquid.
Good utility damage, chunking a couple players down, softening up for later. NAF has been spotted. Controlla is going to try and hunt for this fight.
Oh.
NAF over the top.
All right, so Mongolz win that previous round. It looks like they're not going to finish on a strong T side. They're going to limp over the line, but you'd imagine they're still going to do it, just with how many rounds they have available. How many Liquid players can they bring down with them here in this 2v5? Only NAF really has a lot of money built up. Everyone else is still trying to recover. And Team Liquid realized that situation, so they're just sitting back, not offering up any fights.
Yeah, they really, I mean, the money's one thing, but I mean, just like the previous round played out, they don't want to give any kills over that make this much more doable. So Mongolz going to save again. We're going to run back a similar round to what we just had with bLitz had the hero at KSCERATO, except this time, NertZ and Mazinho both going to have a rifle to bring into the next round. No bonus money for them. bLitz Control as Techno will see what they scrape together, but we've already seen Mongolz win one round like this with a weaker buy. 7-12. I mean, the Liquid defense looks decent enough. It's obviously the hiccup, the stubbing your toe against the AK and 4 saved pistols. It's the first half being so flat that you didn't get a whole lot of rounds on the board to sustain that many mistakes. It's losing both pistol rounds in this game. They've had a lot of the things that you want in these best of ones go against them.
Well, let's see what these 2 AK-47s can do with 2 Tech-9s and a Mach-10, as you mentioned. They have one with less already. bLitz willing to challenge up through Banana, but really it's the main thrust of the attack through the apartments, out the balcony.
NAF's got util.
Yep, he gets caught. Hands busy. Let's see if he goes down. Techno running in. Great space taken in the bomb site. Zinho trying to follow up on it. 910's AK also chiming in. There's the gap. Controlla's dropping ultimate. NertZ sprinting back, and we've got a 2v2.
Yeah, they might have done it again. Bombs being planted by 910. Good smoke. Ooh, they're going to step in front of it. Shuei's already in.
Yeah, racing into the bomb site over the top of the smoke. Comes away with bLitz. It's 910 up for the clutch, and he just can't do it. Shuei takes matters into his own hands. Doesn't necessarily even wait for his teammate. Just throws himself, sees the opportunity over the top of the smoke, and he keeps Team Liquid going.
But look how dangerous Mongolz is with so many different kinds of buys. Like just, you know, 2 AK-47s, fill it out with some Tech-9s and a Mach-10 and make things awkward. So catching a really nice timing with the understand that Liquid's been playing this 3B start, so finding the perfect hit to make the defense really, really sweat. NAF can't get much done. Good kills from EliGE at range, but it's Shuei who really kind of saves the day, or at least makes this retake much easier than it otherwise could have been. bLitz and 910 down at the end. And EliGE is loving it. 8-12, Liquid 4 rounds back, and finally somewhat of a reprieve.
Oh yeah, this is starting to look doable for Team Liquid. Not easy by any means, and certainly not comfortable, but doable. In a round like this, you really shouldn't be taking many casualties if you're Team Liquid.
Well, I mean, I say it's a little bit of a reprieve. I don't think there's any such thing as a reprieve when your opponent's at 12, but obviously just the knowledge that you're going up against some weaker buys is great. Although, again, they've won one of these buys and made another one extremely dangerous, so it's not like you can just sit back and assume this is going to be an easy victory if you're Team Liquid. Four flashbangs and a smoke for Mongolz in this round. Wanting to burn some counter utility from the B bomb site defenders.
Here goes the swing from NertZ. Gonna line him up and mow one down. That's it, really. You got Shuei next in line. He's done well to get a kill and obviously keeping things pretty clean until bLitz arrives with the deagle. Blasts his head right off. Ultimate trying to slow things down, but he's been smoked out as well.
Yeah, he slowed him down for EliGE on the flank, though. It's the AWPer. He's not going to get aggressive. It's EliGE who's going to be the one to push forward as that smoke fades, see what he gets.
But 2 AKs, Jason, and a bomb plant.
I think it's the manpower to watch the flank is the hard part. bLitz has a really tough job to manage EliGE's flank.
Yeah, and EliGE, let's see the timing on this. Can bLitz get it done? If he does, well, we really have got a round on our hands, and Mongolz could close it here and now. bLitz waits. EliGE creeps. Patience, will it pay off? bLitz, they cross right by. EliGE is already up. Oh my god, he pulls the knife, and then bLitz goes down. It's real awkward, and EliGE is just laughing as he looks down the line. Oh, he got away with one there, he knows it.
That's a hard spot to clear, isn't it, when someone just plays that ratty little angle behind the boards, especially when you're in the flank. You don't want to spam it because you don't want to give up the position. You have to worry about like 4 different off angles as you turn that corner. Man, an awkward interaction between the two players, both of them with a similar idea.
Sigmara there out of habit, going for the timeout. The referee's calling him out. He's out. Well, he's getting it regardless. But he needs it here for the Mongolz.
Well, they had 6 chances to close out the map. 3 of them have gone to waste. 3 in a row for Team Liquid on the CT side. 3 more remain for Liquid to force overtime.
All right, you've got what you want. You've got the AKs out on everybody, an AWP for 9-10 again. You think about some of the rounds that you've had that 9-10 off. He's been setting up towards top banana, trying to search for that pick towards B. Be intrigued how he decides to open up the round here. He hasn't got the best spawn. We'll see how Mongolz want to close out this map. We start with 3B here for Team Liquid. One of them ultimate with the AWP. Off onto the corner, and that's going to be ultimate having to retreat further and further back into the B bomb site.
Yeah, and still 3 defenders at this B bomb site, so they need a little bit of information so they can hustle Shuhei back to the other side of the map. It's NAF and EliGE to defend A for the moment. Do they want to keep ultimate here, set up with the AWP, paired up with NertZ? Indeed they do. Techno going to challenge against the AWP. Information known for ultimate, 1 player was on the boards. But the attention is coming in towards rap side. Shuhei to defend.
Yeah, there's bLitz just charging him down. Shuhei gets carved out of the archway. NertZ coming in behind. bLitz had already got deeper and deeper towards CT spawn. NertZ is caught. EliGE having to step up from library. Silences bLitz. Can he get control as well? The answer to that is no. It falls to ultimate inside of banana. And the Mongolz have broken through. It will be Team Liquid starting stage 3, 0-2 down after the first day of play. And it is very, very difficult to see a world in which Team Liquid are going to be able to recover this. But the Mongolz with a huge...
Ended on a knife.
No way you're going to do it to them like this.
Fair play. Get it done, baby.
Oh, hunting ultimate down all the way. And Techno closes it with style. Individual heroics in that first half from the Mongolz. And then the game fell into that control easy.
Oh yeah, well speaking of control, Control-Ez has a great performance. The ace inside the bomb site is absolutely mental, impactful kills and critical rounds as well. Mongolz yet again, they've gone back one more time to the home country where nobody knew they were going to have a plethora of Counter-Strike players, and they found another player to fit into this and do tons of damage.
Yeah, but we already knew about this guy. We've seen him before, and they brought him on the team. We weren't familiar with his game, Jason.
Yeah, they've opened our eyes to what he can be, to what he can do, and I mean, Liquid just a flat start. First half brutal, losing some really rough rounds. I think that's some of the T side honestly didn't look so bad as 4-8, but just incredible performances. Techno had a good game, Control-Ez had a good game, and Mongolz doesn't skip a beat. If you're Team Liquid, though, this is so devastating. Yeah. They were so adamant about how good everything was going in the lead up to the major. They were so adamant about focusing and prioritizing not going 0-2 to start either one of these stages, and they failed both of those times, and it has not looked nearly as good as they said the boot camp went.
No, and also, you know, EliGE in that pregame interview was talking about how Inferno was one of the maps they had felt like they had done a lot of work on it.
Maybe NAF's onto something. Maybe it's just like, shut up, guys. Don't say anything positive about anything. Just be negative the whole time.
Yeah, and maybe, just maybe, the negativity will end up with positive results. But we'll wait and see. Team Liquid, they have a very difficult road ahead of them now as they fall into the 0-2 bracket. easier to come back in stage 2 of the major, as we have mentioned many times already. Down there, the 0-2 department, we have the likes of 3D Max and Passion UA. You may be able to get through that initial game if you're Team Liquid.
It's the next ones.
But it's the one after that, right? It's the likes of, look who's already lost a game. We have FaZe who lost a game, Vitality have lost a map. We've seen Falcons lose. You know, there's so many teams that could end up being there, and it just feels like Team Liquid are now in a position where it just doesn't feel like they're going to be able to pull it back.
Yeah, and especially with what we've seen, right? Like, I mean, I guess it kind of happened. I don't know. I don't even really have any positives at the moment to scrape the bottom of the barrel. Like, we saw them kind of answer the bell in stage 2.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can do that again, and I think this is going to be, you know, extra devastating. Going 0-2 in back-to-back stages as well. Really, really tough to kind of pull off any kind of a comeback there. So, for the Mongolz, though, it's like, okay, what do you got now?
Yeah, what else have you got? I think that's our main excitement around the Mongolz is our expectations immediately fell off a cliff. When you lose your best player, surely this doesn't work for Mongolz. They can't be a team that can make deep runs again, especially with other teams starting to step up, Falcons getting better, etc. So you're losing that top 5 spot. And where are the Mongolz at with control as well? If he's able to play like that, you know, this still is the 4 players who were #1 in the world just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, and I think one of the other things, Mongolz won that game not just by like individual performances and playing well. They won that game at the end by like a tactical T side. I think you know, Mara and bLitz really recognized the triple B start, the heavy lean towards the B bomb site, how passive Liquid was playing at the A bomb site. In the last couple rounds that they won to close out the map, a lot of that was exploiting some of that passive A defense, getting up a challenging wrap side, seeing they got all the space, going back to it again, and just being a real nuisance to deal with. We got an interview with the Mongolz ready to rock and roll. Let's hear from Donna.
Mizinho, thank you so much for taking the time and joining us for this interview. You guys just won against Liquid, and your first match today against Imperial was really close, but you managed to close out this one. How important was it for you to win the second game of the day?
This game was important. If we go 0-2, that will be very tough. Yeah, so this win is, I'm happy about this one. Yeah.
Okay, I'm glad that you're happy because I could see in the first match today you looked a bit frustrated in the cameras. I think you didn't, the match didn't go as you expected or as you prepared. So it looks like you guys resetted everything, and yeah, for tomorrow you think you're gonna be more confident?
Yeah, tomorrow it's not 0-2, so we have confidence. Yeah.
Okay, tell me about Controls, how he's been doing so far in the major.
Yeah, he was doing crazy things on A side. Yeah. If you guys see, yeah, he's crazy and good player, as he's shown this match. Yeah.
Yeah, he 100% had an amazing performance. I would have loved to talk to him, but unfortunately his English is not so good. You guys had a really clean CT side, so I don't think we have to really go into detail for this, but you almost like, it looked like Liquid was making a comeback. Can you maybe just tell us how you lost the control?
On this side, we just lost the third round. I mean, we lost the first, and that gives them chance to come back, but we managed to close it. So, yeah.
Okay, very happy for you, and I wish you best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you.
Adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. Too competitive, I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with that is embedded in top of the throne of the sea. Are you moving slow when it's me? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one of you sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet. Equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Create a lobby by your own rules.
Welcome back to the final game of the day here on the B stream, and what a game it is. We've got Navi versus Parivision. The miracle run of Jame bringing 4 rookies to the major and getting all the way to stage 3. They could win against Navi today. I feel like it's possible, Jason.
Okay.
And I'm just super excited for it.
When times get rough, keep your head up and keep pushing.
Okay.
Okay, 2 different philosophies there.
Are we just like ChatGPTing quotes at this point. Like, all right.
I like it. It's whatever. You know, here we are.
Well, times got rough for Navi earlier today, didn't they? I mean, it was looking like you were about to get 13-0'd in the opening game.
Bro, I got so blade pilled after stage 2 as well. I was like all in on Navi after watching them play. Like, they looked so good. They looked so clean, so methodical. It seemed like mistake-free Counter-Strike coming in. And man, did Furia teach them a lesson today in the first game. So, yeah, you have to bounce back from that, and that's should be an easier thing.
Take your blade pill, but make sure you have Fallen 1 too. I mean, that's a stronger dose. It was a 13-2 win opening up in stage 3. We'll see them play over on the main stage now against Imperial.
I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's like a Jame thing. I don't know if it's the rookie thing going on, but I saw a lot of people still with lack of confidence in Parivision. This Parivision team, at least at this event, I don't know what it's going to look like moving forward, but they look really scary.
I think you're just going to keep getting doubted because when every stage starts, because you're like, all right, you did it in stage 1.
Yeah, surely
will
you
do
can't
it
do
in
it now.
stage 2.
Yeah.
All right, you did it in stage 2, but will you do it in stage 3?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, this Zella, he's the real deal. He's absolutely insane what he's been able to do This is Parivision at the event as well. Coach Dastan, him and Jame reunited and already having an impact on the scene. Yeah, I don't know. There's so much talent. Belchanok is my new favorite player name of all time.
You like that?
It's really powerful. It feels like it's something Gandalf would say in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, that's true. Like the Balrog.
Yeah,
Belchanok. Yeah, I do like that.
Or like open up a door.
Well, he has been under a 1.0 rating, but who's been above it? We have a Nota, an Excello, and Jame.
Yeah, I mean, the idea you're bringing the major rookies to this stage and still being competitive. What lost in overtime to Mouse earlier today? It took a Sphinx ace at 14-14 to put you away.
AW looks like he could be a relative of Magic's as well. We've seen him pop off at majors.
Very well could be.
Let's see if he can channel his inner Magic's.
Yeah. I don't know this team. I don't have them going through stage 3 into the playoffs. I think that'd be punching far above your weight. But this team is going to ruin someone's run.
Maybe Liquid.
Maybe Liquid. They very well could. They beat him in the last stage in the best of 1. So yeah, you match up against the best of 3, and it's like, all right, good luck playing a series against that old James style.
Well, we've seen Navi. They didn't get tested over in stage 2. Now they did meet the biggest test, and it was against Furia. And I remember hearing people around the venue were like, all right, now we get to find out how good Navi really are. They got destroyed by Furia.
Yeah, which they got destroyed so bad that you almost like don't want to change your opinion on Navi because you're just like, well, they just got deleted, and like, you know, like, what are you going to take from that? That's not going to happen every single game, but certainly a team that's still trying to recover from the loss of JL, from coming into this year and having it just be like a very, very rough start, bringing Makaza in, and obviously I think for this team, the big point of conversation is around, we've known for the entire year essentially since the second half of the season began, I should say, that Blade has kind of pointed at this major and said, this is where we take stock. After this major is where we take stock and see what we have and see what's working, see what's not, and see where we make changes for the future of this team and whatever has to happen. So this major is huge for this organization and this team and this lineup.
Well, we have got Aleksib waiting down on the sidelines with an interview ahead of this game.
Aleksib, thanks for joining us. You guys didn't have the best start, but you went 3-0 in the last stage, and I think you can turn it around. So please tell us, what did you do now in this hours in between to reset from it?
I think everyone was a bit mentally drained, losing 12-0 and, you know, only pretty much winning like a pistol round and a round against an eco. Felt like we weren't there at all compared to, you know, how we thought. And for us, it was very important to just briefly go through the game and to make sure that everyone gets a bit of rest, try to eat, try to forget for just 1 hour, and then we went straight back into it and just trying to do the best we can in this little time just to get ready.
Okay, and do you feel ready for the upcoming match?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Okay. Did you cheer up Makaza? I think he was probably a bit disappointed after that game, but we all know he can be insane. So I hope you could cheer him up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean the whole team feels bad, and I do think that, you know, Makaza, he knows as well that he can do better, and, you know, I can still see him that he's a bit sad, but I think he's just feeling the emotions and getting himself ready. And yeah, after I was speaking to him briefly during setup, and I'm gonna go back soon, I just think he's saving the energy for the game, and that's good.
Okay, I hope he does, and I'll let you go back to him so you guys can prepare. I wish you best of luck, and you got this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Obviously, Makaza being highlighted there. If you're unfamiliar, did go 2-14.
I know. I was sat there in the interview. I was like, what did Makaza do? What happened to Makaza?
Yeah, well, he got 2 kills, 14 deaths. Very unfortunate performance, but I'm sure he'll bounce back as we get into this. We're going to have Ancient as the map in the best of one, Jason.
Yeah, that's gonna be cool to see. A tactical map as well for Navi, and I mean, it's always fun to watch them play these more strategic maps, it feels. And then obviously Parivision. I think we've only casted one of their games through this run, and it was on Overpass.
It was Overpass, and they went B12 rounds.
And they went B12 rounds in a row. So I'm really curious what it's gonna look like on a map like Overpass. What James is gonna be able to do with this kind of style.
Yeah, over on Ancient, it'll be exciting. I think that maybe we just see him go B on Ancient as well, 12 times in a row. That'd be cool.
Very possible.
Definitely possible. All right, let's settle into this one then. And we'll get into it with our betting partner, Parivision on the T side, Navi on the CT side.
We'll see Makaze on that T side on Ancient, kind of taking mid-control with Navi. He has a very critical position, so let's see if he can get over that 2-4 start to the day, or 2-14, excuse me, start to the day. That was absolutely brutal. Major rookie, have a devastating opening map. Here's Wonderful going to challenge with dualies. He's got a teammate, so they feel confident in taking these attacks. But actually, Parivision's just like, we don't really want to fight right now. We don't really want anything to do. Flashbang comes in, then they'll take the fight, but no one landing bullets. And these dualies starting to run out of ammunition.
We got Jame coming over towards the donut. Kaza going to be waiting on there, and Jame going to take him away from the donut himself. So that's the A bomb site completely open. He was the only defender close by. Aleksib now smoked out as well towards CT spawn. He's not got in position early enough here for Navi.
A round like this will make you feel way worse than any 2-14 scoreline. In a round where you're the only defender at the A bomb site, you have to live for your teammate to arrive to win the pistol round, and you could just get taken out clean. We didn't get to see his whole round. Somehow Jame got past his vision, maybe a timing on the jiggle peak, but that one's going to be painful for Makaze as he watches.
Well, they're coming back in here. Navi giving it a good go in the 4v5, but Belchanok straight away. A bruiser of a kill on Aleksib, followed up by Excelo's success on Nima. And we see Bit on his own. Not much to be done here. A flawless pistol for Parivision. They keep everybody up. And that's a great start into Ancient.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I think it's going to feel bad for Makaze, because that's just kind of like 9 out of 10 times. That's the way the pistol round's going to play out if you just get dropped as that kind of sole A defender playing in Donut. Jame came from his left. He thought Jame was going to be coming from his right, and he was dead wrong. Immediate headshot. And Belchanok with a beautiful angle around the big box. There's nothing Navi can do in this kind of a retake. So pistol round and money advantage over to Jame. And I think that's a point of conversation to have as well, Navi, with that devastating loss early. We mentioned so many times, teams are good at like shaking off just a devastating loss in that fashion. But that doesn't mean they're always kind of like, they're always doing it perfectly. It doesn't mean it's not going to haunt you for the rest of the day.
Ball plant being secured here for Parivision as they move in, but opening kill secured by Aleksib being followed up by Makaze. Great work coming in from the pistols, but then AW and Belchanok still going. Belchanok in particular with success. It's now just Aleksib and Belchanok with a 4K. That's exactly what they needed, because things were getting a little bit rough there for a moment.
Yeah, I think Destan and Jame aren't going to be pleased with some of the fight selection in that when they review this demo later on tonight. So get away with one due to the sharp shooting of Belchanok, who bails them out of a weird position. 2 rounds in a row, very fast-paced with the MAC-10s getting into that B bomb site. Navi going to sit back this round without a whole lot. Wonderful stockpiling enough cash for an AWP in the first gun round when their defense can actually get started.
And now Navi just with weaker weapons in play. Comfortable 3-0 lead for Parivision. You can recover some of the damage done to you in that previous if you get some kills with this MAC-10 going. That was scary going towards Bit's Deagle though. We talk about recovery, and I think Wonderful is trying to recover some of his form this year. An AWPer who was getting criticized quite a bit, because I think in the big games there was certainly a lot of important misses coming in from Wonderful.
Yes.
And a great individual performance in stage 2 of the competition. We'll see when you go up against some of the tougher opponents whether or not Wonderful's able to rise to the occasion.
You know, I mean, that's a good point to bring up about Wonderful's mentality. Alexi had a lot of words to say about him in an interview before or during stage 2. He kind of mentioned he just thinks that, you know, Wonderful maybe too tapped into the criticism was going into his head, and he's saying that at some point during this stretch where they've had to boot camp, They've had a little bit of time off before the major. His mentality shifted. You started seeing the confidence come back. Every peak was seeming like he was looking for a fight. So Aleksib's been very impressed with how he's been able to recover from a tough mentality that caused a dip in his performance.
We got Jay moving in towards A main, and Imma tucked away in the corner. So we got some aggression from the CT side, and Imma will protect Jay. We'll wait and see, because this could be a really important fight of the round. And Jay, leaving no stone unturned, gets flashed into the peak, but Imma actually plays it perfectly.
Yeah, but I think with the pacing that James likes to play with, he'll be aware of the potential of a follow-up push.
I love this from
but they're
Imma.
all evacuating. What a nice play from Imma. James is still here, still looking.
Oh, he has played this to perfection, but James is coming back to read it again. It doesn't matter, though. Imma wins the fight.
And now you got to you just have to descend into this hit towards the B bomb site if you're Parivision. You got nothing else. Walking around the corner. Good shot from Wonderful. Can't get away. But there's Zello with one more kill. Bit to go down. And a 2-on-3 inside the bomb site. They've got a chance.
Plant being secured here by Belchenok. Navi going to be setting up their retake, taking their time, getting in strong positions, but this can still go the way of Parivision. An important fight here for Belchenok as he moves forward. His teammate got nothing, but it's Belchenok to deliver yet again another multi-kill. It's Aleksib now having to win this out alone. Smoke is tossed out, but they've moved off together. They're going to be playing towards short as they cross over towards CT. Aleksib still hasn't exited cave. Belchenok doesn't know that for sure. Aleksib now moving over to that bomb, but look where it's planted. There's no way he can get this done. Taps on the defuse, but the time is thin, and Belchenok hunts him down as well. Incredible recovery again from Parivision, even when the numbers don't favor them.
Man, this is where we need like a box score, like a manual box score, because I know like Nuda doesn't get any of the kills, but he's the entire reason that's doubled up. The fact he doesn't commit to that fight is actually such a beautiful setup and such a beautiful decision making for a major rookie to do. Is just kind of, you know it's not clean, you know you don't have a great advantage, it's not a great fight selection, but you've taken their attention. Both of them focus down short, and Belchenok is just cleared up to take a free peek. That is a lovely little play to just preserve your life rather than go for the kills and let your teammate take the glory.
Oh, elbow smoke faded. It's Imma and Makaze off to a great start here. Those two players that won that previous round dead immediately.
Yeah, good find from Navi. 0-4. They need this round. They need to convert the 5-on-3. Another smoke out towards Jaguar. So towards the middle of the map, Parivision is going to try and pull this round back a little bit. Makaze jumping for information. He's got a recovered AK-47. This guy's been able to find kills at will, it feels, throughout the stages so far of this major.
Oh, wonderful. An easy pickup for Zello. Bit starting to move off, but look at James. Wants to be the nuisance. Can he get a multi-kill? Can he bring down more than one here from the cubby? And it's just the one for James. Important fight picked up here for Aleksib.
He spotted all three, though. He took one down, spotted two more coming. So smoke off. There's going to be a player over in Temple.
Zello.
Good push.
Another great shot for him. It's another turnaround here for Parivision. All of a sudden, the advantages fall away from Navi. Aleksib could not win the clutch in the previous round. He's got to do it this time up against AW. He goes into the fight and can't find him. AW disappears, but Aleksib makes him vanish. Great shot on the AK-47, and Navi needed that round, and it's the Finn to deliver.
Man, that's a big clutch to recover from previously not able to win the 1v2. Now you're able to seal it. But boy, does that get so dangerous. Look at the comeback mechanic of Zello and this team. That's a disgusting sequence to bring into the A bomb site. I thought for sure, actually, to be honest with you, I thought for sure he was going to come back from Donut and pair up with James for a crossfire in middle. But this is disgusting in its own right. I mentioned he could get kills at will. I didn't think they were going to look that easy.
Oh, yeah. He just goes out there and
Parivision just needs
start coming his way.
I don't know what kind of a budget they got, but maybe just throw it all at him.
We got Noda with the opening, but Makaze doing a decent job with the pressure, but he's open to heaven. James really needed that, and eventually is going to get it. But look at the push from Navi. They've sent two players down the B ramp here.
Oh, heads up from James. He knows exactly what's happening, reads this game. Deep Molotov as well. Trying to help his teammates get out, and he's done it. They now have access. Surely he's got to slide back. He's going to stand and fight. 2 kills and brings it into a 2-on-2.
Yeah, a barrage from Bit, really important. He's able to get those 2 kills. Now, going up the ramp. Excello once again, pulling it back here for Parivision. It falls to Wonderful. And we were just talking about him being required to show up and deliver big rounds. He's close to a kill, close to the denial of that plant, but he can't get the frag. And now Wonderful worried about this push-up from Jame, but no one's moving. It's a pause here from Parivision. Wonderful being dragged into the fight, and it's a great shot. Excello down, and Wonderful against Jame.
Thinks Jame is going to go for the bomb.
Oh, that is a big missed opportunity for Jame. Wonderful able to turn around and grab it for Navi.
That's nasty. What a clutch. We just mentioned the words that Aleksib had to say about the confidence of Wonderful. And a 1v2 clutch. Back-to-back clutches for Navi that are keeping them clinging onto this map. And frustration for Parivision. They had a long time to plant that bomb after the Molotov fades inside the bomb site. They chose to stand and fight. They wanted to see what Wonderful was going to do next, and he makes them pay.
That's 2 clutches now going the way of Navi. Important rounds being collected here. Aleksib and Wonderful both stepping up to get Navi their 2-round wins, and they've broken that money away from here from Parivision.
Yeah, but
they sent them down to weaker weapons.
They still haven't built up their own is the really rough part. They still haven't been able to build up any kind of a cash with the nature of these rounds. Blade, you can see that fist bump because these rounds have been very, very tough. Parivision is not making it easy. Deagle on Jame and a single flashbang. P250 picked up for the Parivision side as well. Makaze gets the information on the jump spot, tells him, hey, Donut, they're coming, Wonderful. You got the op. Good shot on the jumping AW.
Yeah, don't want to go back out again. And Jame now left alone. A little P250 all the way back in the donut. Gonna finish him off. Makaze's the man to do it, and all 5 players stay out for Navi, so money being made.
All right, 4-3, still in a decent enough position if you're Parivision. No cause for panic just yet as Navi claw back into this map. The big thing you want to do is keep chipping away at the economy. We know nobody knows how to exploit the economy in this game better than Jame does. So take some of that cash away, make it difficult to get all the bells and whistles that they'd like to have on this CT side.
Well, they're already out. Look at this, through elbow. Noda not slowing down. He's all the way out towards the bottom boxes. Makaze's not ready, not aware, and this is going to cost him his life, surely. Can Noda get anything? The answer to that is no. It looked like he was guaranteed at least 1 kill, but Makaze dropping in a Wonderful ready.
Damn.
But you can't stop that. Excello X's out Wonderful, and now they move into the site. Belchanok, the second wave of attack, couldn't get his crosshair in the right spot at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, that's a philosophy that you can tell they want to enact is get control of long, push towards the end of that queue, but he jumps around the corner a little bit too haphazardly. No, Aleksib traded off, but it's Jame. Shuts them down and all of a sudden puts himself in a 1v1. It's Ima.
And Ima's coming back through cave late into this round. The last couple of these close 1v1s have fallen in favor of Navi. Jame lost a 1v1 to Wonderful. Can he pick it up this time? Ima with only 10 HP. Back into the site. Jame is perfect in these moments. He keeps himself tucked. He doesn't buy that defuse, and he goes into the open, and he buys Parivision a round win.
He tanked a couple bullets as well, though. Brought down to 26. That was actually winnable when he takes that kind of a wide swing off the peak. Still takes the victory. Extends that lead a little bit further, and now the money of Navi gets questionable.
Yeah, that's a back and forth brawl all throughout the round. Excello, what a shot on the AWPer. It looked like Wonderful was going to get that pick.
I did a podcast with a bunch of AWPers back at IM Cologne. Right. Wonderful was one of them sitting at the table, and all of them said the same thing, and it's something that all AWPers in CS2 have just been repeating over and over again, is the peeker's advantage for a rifler when an AWP is just holding an angle like that, like a cold angle in that fashion. If the rifler just peeks with the perfect pre-aim, there's nothing you can do. That's great knowledge of the angles, great mechanics for Zello. And Navi have to burn a timeout to talk things over. Like, what are you supposed to do? Not even the time to pull the trigger. Triple kill for Jame in the round. And more frustration for Navi. AWP is in the hands of Wonderful, missing a few kits, missing a few pieces, nades, but it's not a bad buy overall. But if they lose this round, everything disappears.
Kaze, paranoid about being pushed out of elbow. He climbs up on top of heaven. And some control towards the B lane being established here for Navi as Parivision have slowed things down, but it's not for long. It's just the calm before the storm as they get ready to go out through these B doors. Aleksib blocking them. Xella wanted to go forward. Did Aleksib see the barreling?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he definitely did. I think Xella would have been dead if he actually committed to that kind of a fight. I think with timings a little bit, it seems like James is. Hasn't been like a slow or passive T-side the way we saw an overpass in the previous stage. But kind of hiding all 5 players behind the double doors so you can't see the numbers across the map. That seems to be him trying to kind of lure them into this sort of a setup, and they're going to come right back to it. But once again, Barrel shows a little bit early. Molotov comes down. Good stack.
Yeah, they've known for a long time what's coming at them, Navi. They're just being patient about it, knowing that Parivision eventually are going to come through those doors.
I wonder if James thought maybe they would break up that defensive setup when they spotted Zello and then saw Parivision kind of fall back. They never saw the full numbers.
Wonderful, goes into the peak, missed shot, caught in the open. Belchanok opens things up again here for Parivision. Can he find the follow-on? No, in fact he will. His teammate won't though, and now James stuck in the clutch and he just can't pull this one together this time. So Navi with great patience, don't move off, they don't budge, they don't panic, they stay ready for what was coming at them.
Yeah, well, I don't think Parivision's out of it just yet. No lack of a plant is going to hurt, and especially because the previous round came to a 1v1, but the money for Navi isn't anything pretty. Tough fight for Wonderful with that AWP. Struck out wide on ramp, saw the shoulder, up against the wall. Kind of got baited out by a second player. Wide swinging shoots between them. But really this is Navi just being confident and feeling what they noticed on the map, that it was going to be a play through those double doors the whole time.
Wonderful. He's the only A player. He could get overwhelmed here.
It's one of those weird games at the moment where I think Navi is kind of frustrated at some of the rounds that have gone against them, but I think in some sense I'm hoping they're feeling a little bit of pride as well, because they've had to fight really hard to stay in this map, and it feels like they're about to turn the corner, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So they've stuck into a couple very frustrating situations. Parivision's so happy this is a passive defense to have this plan, because the money's not anything special.
Shadow spotted. Ima knows he's got to deal with this, but there's 2 players there. There's 2 players around this corner, and he gets both. So well played from Ima. Could have been a real trap, but look at that confidence from James. He's moving forward. He's got the kill. Maybe goes a little bit too far trying to pick up that weapon. That spoil of war will cost him his life. And we've got Belchanok, big box. Big shots required, though, and all of his teammates gone. And so Navi will recover the round, and 3 players stay alive, so we don't lose too much. They've got a tied game.
And some rifles to pick up over in Temple they can. Navi tying it up. 5-5. Good fight back and looking to take a lead into the second half. Plant is going to help Parivision.
Yeah, Navi winning some really important clutch rounds early on in this half as well. Aleksib in the 1v2 recovering the A-bomb site. Wonderful winning his 1v1 or 1v2 against James in that situation. Kept them going in the early stages. Now coming down into the last few rounds of this half.
Yeah, round 11. Early utility towards elbow. Parivision has never really challenged out mid all that much, sneaking a player out towards the mid box. They've had a boost up to take down a player jumping up. We're going to the A-bomb site this time.
So many direct hits throughout this T side. Yeah, hit the B-bomb site, hit the B-bomb site. Here they come at A again. It's Wonderful alone. Surely they get into the site again.
Yeah, well, Navi's going to be confident in the retake. We know this bomb site is very, very retakeable. So Wonderful's just like, give me the 1 kill, and then I can get out with some safety. Flashbang comes in, got to take off the angle. Tough shot to hit.
Yeah, the jump in, flying through the sky. Makaze trying to get in position. Good 1 kill, but he gets traded by Belchanok. Effective take of the site here for Parivision. But let's see if Navi's confidence is placed in the right positions here in this retake. Utilities coming over the top. Ima swinging out off the temple. Just a single kill for him as James gives away his position, but certainly gets an important trade. We need to see Aleksib, Bit, and Wonderful recover this together. Otherwise, it's Parivision back into the lead of the game again. James nearly getting caught, but gets behind the cover just in time. Now it's Bit slowly sliding his way back into the bomb site, but he's gone after nothing. It's Wonderful and Aleksib stepping up with kills, and they put it on Noda. He's put them on notice now, a 1v2. First kill is good, and he's looking for Wonderful. Can it be another clutch for Wonderful? And the answer to that is no, as Noda will deny and put Parivision back into the lead.
Yeah, Parivision just keeping Navi in the box, making sure they could never grab an advantage on the scoreboard whatsoever. Hard-fought round. Not as retakeable as they would have liked. Got some decent production early on, but could never find that kill that allowed them to swing into the bomb site and really take things over for the defuse. 5-6. Final round of the half is a battle for if Parivision can take the lead or if we got a tie ball game. Lovely clutch from Noda. So many rounds have come down to these clutches. We've had 4 or 5 of them.
Oh my goodness, they're doing it again, Jason.
Why the hell not?
The stubborn nature of James calling. And Wonderful's just got to feel like, guys, again, and this time he's got some help coming over. He's got Bit and Makaze coming much earlier.
Well, this time he doesn't have the AWP is the bigger
That's
problem.
true.
Yeah, you got a Deagle and a 5-7 on Makaze. That's the frontline defense. 5-7 works perfectly. Yellow dinked as well.
Yeah, a lot of damage being done. That Deagle not picking up anything here for Wonderful, but Bit's back in the game, and he's got himself a double on the M4. Noda and James both gone, and a 3v2 thanks to Bit.
Classic strategy to make this A bomb site really hard to get control of. Just keep sending bodies at the problem through the smoke one by one, and it works out. Each of them getting a kill and softening it up, almost doubled. But it's Navi at the end of the day. A stressful half that they had to grind back into off the back of clutches. It's tied up at 6.
We've got a very good game going on right now between Navi and Parivision. Very back and forth, exciting, quick rounds and clutches. I really don't know where this one's going, Jason.
Yeah, I don't either. We'll see on Navi's T side. We'll see what they can piece together. But yeah, I mean, we had about 5 clutches in that first half that a couple of them could have gone either way. So, I mean, props to both teams for sticking in it as well. Navi, they could have been buried earlier with some really close losses that allowed Parivision to get a hot start and a decent lead. Parivision likewise as well, kind of as they started to flounder as that half went on and Navi built back into the game. Could have been even rougher for them. 6-6. Bit going to be chucking out smokes, and towards the A bomb site we go. It's just a sole defender.
Yep, smoke for CT, and
Belchanok
come out no problem here. Belchanok looking for that first fight as he looks down into his main. Molotov will prevent him from feeling comfortable jumping out, and Flash will certainly force him back. So Navi have the space.
5-on-5 retake. There's a kit in AW's hands. Belchanok is forced back by a gush from the Glock, and it looks like Navi want to get aggressive in towards Temple. 3 players ready to fight.
It's going to be a bloodbath. It's Excello straight away to that first kill. Makaze, Wonderful though, taking a couple between them. Keeping Navi comfortable in this post plant, finishing off Belchanok. AW, the only player left, and Parivision don't really get into this. I like the attempt, you know, toss the smoke down, you got the kid on your back, but you're not likely to be given any chances, as it will be a knife kill, actually. Ooh. A flying knife from Bit. A little bit of Assassin's Creed action going on here for him to kick off this second half.
Yeah, love that. Just goes for it. Chance knife, and he grabs the extra bonus money. Well done from Bit. It's very, very cash flush at the moment. So they lose the first pistol round, Navi, and they've won the second one, so it evens up there. Those kind of cancel each other out. And, you know, I'm excited to see what Navi's defense is going to look like. Or, excuse me, Navi's attack is going to look like.
Straight away into the mid-fight. It's Makaze on the back 10. It's Imma to grab the first couple, though. Nice and easy for Imma. And that's the role we want to see from him when we move into the buy rounds as well, right? Is Imma finding success? Is that T-side entry out of elbow? See if he can find some success. I mean, he is very good at elbow player. I've always enjoyed watching him in middle, whether it's, you know, finding a good time if he has a good spawn or even later into the rounds. Jason, Imma, for me, has just been a really fun player to watch on Ancient throughout his career.
We saw Makaze taking a lot of that role, too, earlier in the year. I wonder if things have swapped up permanently, but this is a lovely round. Tons of utility use, tons of flashbangs sent over the top.
You imagine Imma's not going to be the front man every time, but it's like, it's just the fact that he's just so good in mid when he gets the opportunity. Even going through the second man is, I'm looking forward to seeing if Imma can have a good game here. Because he was, in the end of CSGO, obviously, Imma was starting to rise up as one of the best riflers we had, and then obviously coming into this Navi team last year, Imma was obviously a really exciting player to watch as Navi with the team of the year in 2024.
Yeah, one of the crucial pieces for him. That kind of like that second IGL meme kind of came into reality to a certain extent. But all of his teammates have always credited him for his game knowledge and his game sense. Second round buy for Parivision goes nowhere, so they got to sit back with USPs. AW with cash in the bank for an AWP. And this time it's Makaze leading the way. Wants to farm up with that MAC-10, but nobody's home. James gonna set them up with the HE grenade. Double HE to see if they could catch Bit snoozing, maybe a little too close to the corner, doesn't do nearly enough damage.
Should be nice and easy for Navi to clean this up and not lose too many players. There's a little bit of spam as well. AW not having a great time as things heating up for him. Down to 1 HP.
Yeah, that sucks. Where are you going to go, man? Where are you going to go with that 1 HP that gives you safety?
In the middle of all of his friends. Hey, guys. Want to help me out?
Yeah, you guys do the work, please. Good cover from Imma as Makaze takes space with the MAC-10. Utilities up short and long. So Navi have easy access to the bomb site. I'm assuming we're just setting this up to like kind of swing for a group fight as soon as these smoke clears. Maybe grab an exit if you can, or wait for Navi to push after they realize the round is going to be won. But Makaze is looking like he wants to feast, and there's the first. That's it. That's all he's going to get. But he's got the information. They know where all three players are.
All right, Imma shooting up the scoreboard in the last couple of rounds here. And Wonderful going to be with him. So that'll be Navi getting into a good start, good rhythm to kick off the second half. But we know it's just a moment before we get that Parivision buy and everything kicks off again. That high-octane Counter-Strike from the first half. I'm looking forward to just diving right back into it.
Yeah, let's see what this CT side is going to look like. Parivision is one of the most interesting teams that we've had at the Major. Kind of a revelation as they've gone through these various stages and just keep impressing. Results on Ancient for Parivision thus far, beating Gamer Legion back in Stage 1 in overtime, 16-12, beating Legacy as well back in Stage 1, 13-9. So got some experience and some wins under their belt over the past few weeks here. Second timeout used by Blade and Navi coming into this first gun round. He knows, I mean, he's trying to get Navi to like focus up and just say, we can't lose this first gun round. Let's just get this one started out of the gate. Let's get ourselves a nice lead. Let's get ourselves some cash, some momentum that we can call with. And avoid having any kind of difficulty in this second half. Op is out for James.
He's going to be playing towards middle. The smoke up towards red and Donut thrown out for Navi early on. Let's see some of that CT aggression coming in. Parivision sending two players down the B ramp.
Aleksib's prepared for it, and he walked right into his crosshair. That Galil, though, not a fun weapon for that fight, and he just barely gets away.
Yeah, that's frustrating for Bit. You know, he's so close to getting that trade back, but Xello gets around the corner, and Parivision able to maintain advantage. Makaze will be moving out middle. He will be the player making his way into mid and climbing up towards heaven to join his teammates. And Navi getting ready to hit into this B-bomb site.
Yeah, what are you going to do? Have Emo lead the way? Have Bit lead the way? The headshot machine? Makaze is going to start moving in through Jaguar. All 4 players here for Navi, so the rest of the map is not available to him. With the man advantage, Parivision playing retake as well. They're going to leave AW behind the cube, making sure they can hold on towards middle. Meanwhile, Xello is just finding so much information.
Smoke goes out. Kaze following up utility. Here they move up. Bit up towards the top of the ramp. 30 seconds on the clock. And that bomb plant is going to be coming through. In with the man to secure it. We got that flank already racing behind them. Parivision hoping that that can be effective. But as that happens, it is Makaze and Wonderful moving deeper at long, splitting on short as well, and just crunching on bLitz. He couldn't get away with more than one.
Yeah, lovely piece of aggression from Ema as well, knowing his teammates were pushing up around the long cube, along that pathway, and just pushing short to make sure bLitz had to make a decision. Do you want to attack long or do you want to attack short? But either way, you're going to die. So James, as we know, has to bail out with the AWP. And Parivision's money is not in any kind of a situation to handle this eventuality. They're in a rough spot. Xello will be able to drop a rifle in the next round if Parivision want to go for a force-up. And they might just have the cash and the insanity to do it. Although it's not that insane. I just wanted to say that out loud.
It might fall off the edge of your seat if it happens, Jason, you know?
I might.
Well, this is the great push from Navi. Just the pressure just kept coming. And Parivision, they haven't hit the ground running in the second half yet. This has got to be it. Otherwise, Navi could be getting themselves in a position to round out this one rather comfortably.
It almost feels like a little rope-a-dope game, right? Where like Navi outlasted Parivision's best punches, and now Parivision just have nothing left in the tank.
Now what, Makaze? Here in middle, coming out on the elbow, there's Imo with him. That pairing doing very good work out towards mid. It's now James and AW left in this 2v3. And, well, James, he's got his teammate with him, and they really hope that they finish on this B-bomb site.
It's looking like they might as well. There's a lot of time on the clock for Navi to choose to do anything else. I think this could be an extended pause and wait and see what happens, but they're not really all that spread on the map, so while you can kind of protect yourself from aggression, you don't gain anything. Don't gain any information.
Now we got Aleksib B about to catch AW walking up towards him, but he can't get the kill. Can AW seriously come away with another one?
Nice bait with the Molotov from James.
Yeah, and now AW has managed to get out of dodge. He's very low in health. It doesn't spread towards him. But may know that AW's in that spot, but dealing with him is a whole other problem.
Oh, Navi just faked him out. Navi, oh no, they're going to go right behind it.
Yeah,
I thought they might just pull James away and go back to the B-bomb site, but now James in the right position.
But James got the read, of course he does. He's got himself into the right part of the map, but can he step up with some impact? He's been smoked out, and he doesn't catch the timing just yet, but he goes forward. Was lining up the no-scope, but James doesn't move. He stays passive over towards CT.
You got to go for this retake. This cannot be another save round. Parivision need to start fighting back right now with a victory here.
Yeah, it felt like James had a chance to get the up on them through that CT smoke, but he misses that opportunity, now letting AW come into play, but it feels like AW is just going to die, and then James going to be in the clutch anyway. Well, let's see how that goes down. James is starting to move forward, trying to pull that donut player attention away. But it's just not happening, and eventually the fight happens, and James doesn't have a kit. So I felt like that was the opportunity there, was James getting the up on them on the rotation over, not moving out through the smoke, a decision to be passive that cost James.
Well, look, in Counter-Strike, there's positives and negatives to most decisions that you make, and obviously James is one that prioritizes saving the AWP, and I'm with you. In this situation, it feels like James kind of taking the risk to come through that smoke was the best chance they had at winning it, but obviously wants to be in a situation where if his teammate doesn't have success on the flank, he can still save the AWP, because now Navi's knocking on the door of a map victory.
No, he doesn't save the AWP either.
Yeah.
He loses it, but he's still got it back. He's brought it out, and it does feel like Navi are going to do enough to round this out. The T side's been great. Parivision have shown us nothing. Definitely a battle of the minds today, and some of the greatest minds we have in Counter-Strike. You've got Blade as the coach of Navi, Aleksib as the in-game leader, Dastan and Jane combo on the other side. Interesting matchup when it comes to philosophies of CS.
Do you want to commit now that you've been stalled out, now that they've kind of negated this? Yes, you do. Behind the smoke. Good, important trade from Ima.
Yeah, Makaze's going to come through the red room around the back here, and Bit still fighting on. It's Excello to go down here. Wonderful with such an important kill, and Makaze with impact as he pushed all the way through into spawn, catching AW in the temple.
That's huge. Lovely job from Navi. I mean, they have just handled every single obstacle that Parivision has put up in their way. And James, I don't know, if you're not going for the last one, I feel like this has got to be one you choose to save as well. 1 versus 3. He'd love to pick a player off at big box right out of the gate, but over the flames, it's wonderful. Yeah. All the confidence in the world, and Aleksib loves it.
Yeah, eat that, James. That's a great shot from Wonderful. Oh, that was such a great game in the first half, Jason. They had us in the first half.
They had us in the first half, didn't they? Switching over to the CT side, they haven't had much of anything at all.
Great work here from Navi. T-side's looking good. And looking to close out 13-6. Got Ima already out. Climbing up on top of Heaven. Makaze coming a little bit later through the elbow. Eating a lot of utility damage. Makaze down to 15 HP to kick off the round. There's Ima. Excello, the first victim. And one step in the direction of closing this one out, 13-6 for Navi. It's Ima continuing to follow up. A great T-side from him. He's up to 19 frags. We've got Aleksib getting involved as well.
Very shallow smoke at B ramp, and Navi, as I mentioned, they did it. There was so many stressful scenarios in the first half. Parivision was really bringing a tough game of Counter-Strike to Navi, and they were kind of buckling under the weight of it, but just enough to hold on and last long enough to then get a foothold and then build back into the game and then take complete control at the halftime switch. A lovely performance from Navi to ensure they don't go 0-2 on the day. The nasty loss to Furia earlier on this afternoon can disappear from the back of their minds, and they get to enter in the best of 3s 1-1. Yeah. Or excuse me, another backs to 1 as 1-1.
Yes, exactly, and they'll be hoping for the best of 3s, but for progression into the playoffs. Navi obviously bouncing back from a very devastating one-sided defeat against Furia. Looked like it was going to be a shaky game here, but once we go to the second half, their T-side's perfect, and they get the job done. Parivision, I think the reality is setting in that the opposition definitely is leveled up. They played against a Stage 2 team here, but it's just the way that things fell apart in that second half is showing that they are playing with 4 major rookies, and maybe their game isn't fully figured out and fleshed out yet.
And, you know, it'd be curious to hear his actual thoughts. We've seen James a number of times tweet out, like in interviews, like this is some kind of miracle happening, that with 4 majors, that we made the major, that we went through Stage 1, that we went through Stage 2. But, I mean, this is one of those things where for these players and for James working with them and Dastan, this is going to be a learning experience every step of the way through. That's actually a really cool first half they put up, and I think there's a lot of positives to take away from that, but obviously going to have to figure things out for the CT side against some of these better tactical teams. For Navi, I think, you know, handled business. This T-side was more of the T-side I saw in Stage 2, where just the way they moved around, but the way they kind of handled different scenarios, the teamwork was so on point. Decision-making was really strong. So, I mean, I love the way that Navi got punched in the face in the first 6-7 rounds of this map, and then just kind of came storming back.
Yeah, and I think the fact that their only loss so far has been against Furia, I think that's fair enough. I mean, Furia is in great form. They're currently running over the top of Imperial as well.
Furia's 2 games they played today, their first halves were 12-0 and 11-1. So, I mean, yeah, if you're losing, Furia came into this with such a hot hand, a great run of events leading up to this as well. So, I think I'm with you. If you're Navi, you can shake that one off, especially now that you have a win, especially now that you've gone 1-1 on the day and you're not getting any kind of a hole. But that's just another 0-2 team in Parivision where you point out and you're like, okay, well, Liquid's down there, 3D Max is down there, Passion's down there. Those 0-2 teams have some tough battles tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, I think a lot of those are teams you expect to be 0-2, but it just shows you the level of Stage 3. Like, we've really increased it here at the Major now, that 0-2 teams are all great rosters I'm looking forward to seeing play. But I've enjoyed today. I've enjoyed the first day of Stage 3. I think we've had some great results, fun games, and a mixture of upsets, I would say.
Enough upsets to make things fun and interesting, and then enough of the favorites also either bouncing back or just going through or just handling business to also be really cool to see. So, yeah, I don't know. I just really like that game out of Navi. That's really well done. Ima took over at a certain point. I think Wonderful had a couple good rounds. Aleksib had his clutches, so, and the T side that he called. So, some impressive stuff out of Navi. Regardless, we got an interview with the winners. Donna standing by with Makaze.
Maka, thank you for joining and congratulations for that amazing win. That was a crazy T-side. Was that an Aleksib masterclass?
Yeah, also we prepared good. We was ready for this map, so it went good.
Yeah, you guys had a little bit of a sloppy start in the first beginning, but then ended with 6-6, headed into 6-7, and then you won all the T rounds. And you also played really amazing, especially compared to your first game today. We will forget about it because now you just destroyed them. So how do you feel after this match now, performing so well?
I'm feeling good because it's my map. I love this map. Other maps, I would destroy them all. I would remove it. So yeah, I'm feeling good.
Okay, that's good to hear. And I also talked to Aleksib before in the pre-match interview. Asked also about you, like how you're feeling. And he said he had a talk with you to like cheer you up. What did he say to you?
Private.
What?
Private, I'm not gonna tell.
Okay, no problem, no problem.
Just hype me up, like some good words, some motivation, because he has experience, and he told me to not give up. It doesn't matter what's gonna happen in the game.
Yeah, and now you see, I mean, we all know that you can be amazing. Tomorrow is a new day, so how do you feel about tomorrow?
Tomorrow, full confident, even that is best one still, but I think we will get the win.
Okay. A ka edhe diçka që do të më thonë shqiptarëve që janë të qyrë për momentin?
Faleminderit keve për support. Nashta ditën e parë nuk u kanë edhe çast mirë, po ju premtoj që ditën tjetër kam qenë më mirë. Vazhdoni me support dhe ju dua keve.
Jena shumë krenar për ty, faleminderit shumë. Thank you guys. He just said greetings to his Albanian fans, and I hope all the Navi fans are happy about this result. I'll give it back to Mongolz and Denko, and see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you very much, Donna. Good to hear from Makaze. He's bouncing back, obviously has a lot of experience behind him to make sure he doesn't sort of dig his head into the sand after one bad game.
I think he's in the perfect team to be able to learn and grow and develop, and that was, you know, when he came in for the first time, I was kind of like, okay, what are we going to get out of this guy? And I think his Cologne campaign was pretty solid. I've been impressed with him relative to what I kind of expected coming into things, and I think having Blade as a mentor, having Aleksib who has so much experience, having Ima who's an intelligent player, like you have a lot of pieces in this Navi team to help accelerate his growth.
Right.
And I think he delivered for you here in this match, and that was one of the things coming in was like, okay, well now the Rook's got to bounce back from a 2-14 opening game at the major. He does it in style.
Yeah, gets the MVP here.
6 first kills, that's crazy.
Yeah, it was mostly on, I think on the CT side, he was just fragging out towards the elbow and jumping up on top of Heaven, getting himself involved in a lot of fights. And you know, it's even more impressive when you talk about his performance coming into Navi, because it's not like Navi had an obvious upgrade that they wanted to go and get. The situation was put on them, but the fact that JL wanted to step back. So you go out there, we're not really in a climate where players are, you know, orgs are going and buying new players. So there's been a lot of promotions from academy teams.
It's also the strength of having a coach like Blade that gives you as an organization the confidence to go do that, because you got a guy who's experienced at raising players up from the ground and fundamentally making them strong professional players. So yeah, one of the many advantages that Navi's got in delivering a solid rating in this match.
And it's the 2 players who did come up from those academy rosters at the top there. So obviously he's been there for a long time now, but still from a similar story for him. But yeah, I mean, looking good for Navi. Bounce back after a loss to Furia. I really feel like Navi have a very good chance of now getting into the playoffs with the way they've been playing.
Yeah, and I actually think Parivision, even though they're 0-2 right now, dropping down, I think there's a lot of teams in that 0-2 category they can beat. We've already seen them do it to Liquid. I think Passion would be a nice one for them. I think, you know, even if they face off against 3D Max, I think that's a winnable best of 3 as well. I'm super impressed with Parivision, even though they kind of got stomped at the end of the day here, but first half very competitive.
Yeah, well, it's been a great day here to kick off stage 3 at the major here in Budapest. The big teams are here. We're seeing great results and highlight moments throughout the day, so make sure you tune in tomorrow for more Counter-Strike action here in Budapest.